Get in, losers. We're going shopping for the best DFS deals and DK Sportsbook steals. Woo! I'm Emerson Lazio hosting this baby we call the Sweat. Listen, I don't know how to put this, but today is kind of a big deal. It's a special day here at DraftKings. We're celebrating May 14th, 2018. It's the day the Supreme Court ruled states were allowed to legalize sports betting. One way we are celebrating is with our free-to-play popularity pool. So head over to the DK Sportsbook to enter this pool, and all you have to do is answer 10 questions with a 514 theme, like who was the greatest player to wear number 5, or what was the best sporting event to happen on May 14th. 514, answer the most popular choices and get a shot at $51,400 in prizes. We will be giving you more ways to celebrate today, so you got to stay tuned to this incredible award-winning show. As for this incredible award-winning show, NBA, NHL, MLB, UFC is all on the menu. But we start with the granddaddy of them all, former NFL lineman Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Good morning. How are you?
Emerson, I'm doing awesome. I got a lot of respect for anybody that starts a show with "Get in here, losers." That was amazing. And I would also say the way you should have talked about this being free to bet day, you got close, but you didn't sell it. I don't know how to tell you guys this, but today's kind of a big deal. Like you went like 40% Anchorman. I just did 80% Anchorman.
Okay.
You could have gone full throttle, 100%. Today's kind of a big deal.
Okay, well, 80% of the time it works 40% of the time.
Yes,
Let's dive.
Yes.
Yeah, my man. All right, we're off to a hot start. Let's dive into this brand spanking new 17-game schedule here. As a former player yourself, how do you feel about the extra game?
I know most guys don't like it, Emerson. I think I look at it differently, right? If you went around the locker room and talked to a bunch of guys like me who made the minimum 5 out of my 7 years in the league, and you said, hey, guys, let's pretend it's Christmas, okay? You guys want to play one more game at the end of the year for $100,000? They'd all be like, yes, yes. Everybody would say yes to that. And so that's why they did it. Now, I know that there are some superstars that already make millions of dollars, 10, 20, 30, $40 million a year that don't like it. Guess what? I don't care, dude. Cry me a river. You're rich. I'm not. I'll play another game for another $100,000, whatever it is. Heck, yes. A lot of these guys only have 3-year careers. A lot of these guys, every check is valuable. And look, one more game is not that big a deal in the big scheme of things. You've already put that much time in to get to that point. You might as well tackle on one more and make some more money for your family.
Hey, how soon until we see an 18th game? What do you think? Those guys, their heads are going to explode.
Well, so they just did a 10-year deal with the CBA.
Okay.
So that's not happening for at least 10 years unless the NFL came to the NFLPA with some type of crazy revenue share increase where they would get even a larger percentage of the money. They got a decent upgrade. They got about a full percent on $16 billion to go ahead and play one more game. That's $1.6 billion a year that they got to go ahead and do that. I think that's pretty nice.
All right. So what were some of the games that immediately stood out to you when you first saw this new schedule?
Yeah, I mean, I think like everybody, right? Brady back in Foxborough. Are you kidding me? Even Tom Brady's dad is fired up for it, calling radio stations, pumped up about it. The funny thing about it is, I mean, it'll be a special night on multiple levels, but it doesn't matter if the Patriots win. Brady just won the Super Bowl without them. Like, that's kind of a big deal. So obviously, though, Brady back in Foxborough, my former teammate, that's a huge one. I think everyone has a lot of intrigue related to Aaron Rodgers and like that game against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Is Aaron Rodgers playing for the Packers? I actually spoke to Michael North from the NFL yesterday, Emerson, on the Ross Tucker podcast. And if you look, most of the Packers primetime games are the first few weeks. Let's say Aaron Rodgers isn't there. It's, is Jordan Love good? Is he not good? Let's see it. Or they're late in the year where they can flex out of it. There's only one primetime game in the middle of the year. It's either early, where there will still be a lot of intrigue, like what are the Packers like without Rodgers? Can Jordan Love play? Or late in the year, where if he stinks, they can flex out of it.
You're assuming that Jordan Love can beat out Blake Bortles, though, for the starting job. Like, come on, wake up, bud.
Hey, I like Blake Bortles.
Me too.
There is a 0.0% chance that if Rodgers isn't there, that they don't start Jordan Love. Can you imagine how bad that would be? I almost hope, I know you were joking, but I almost hope that happens. That would be amazing. And frankly, let me say one more thing.
Yeah.
On multiple levels, and I never say this about guys, I kind of hope Jordan Love is a bust. I kind of hope he stinks.
Whoa,
Number one,
why?
Well, I'll tell you why. So that the Packers management can know definitively how stupid they were for that draft choice. Even if he is good, it was a dumb draft choice, because you're going to lose a lot of the value on the rookie contract, because I don't think he's going to play this year. But also the Packers fans. The Packers fans are all on Team Green Bay and not on Team Aaron Rodgers. 30 years, Emerson. 30 years they've had a top 5 quarterback. I kind of think maybe the Packers fans need a little dose of reality and what it's like to not have a top 5 quarterback.
Dude, I am digging this. We are like 6 minutes past 11 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and your takes are scorching hot right now. Who, if anyone, has an advantage based on what their schedule looks like?
Well, I'll say this. I don't know anybody has a big advantage. I'll tell you who has a big disadvantage. How about that one? And this is something that is actionable, okay? So everybody watching, listening, you know what actionable is? It means you go to the DK Sportsbook and you place a bet, a wager, if you will, especially on free-to-bet day. The Atlanta Falcons, bro. Emerson, the Atlanta Falcons have 7 home games and 10 away games. Never happened before. So let's look at the logic, right? Typically it's 8-8. Well, we have a 17th game, all going to be AFC home games. So everybody in the NFC has 8 home, 9 away, except the Falcons gave up one of their home games to play in London, to host a game in London. So 7 in Atlanta, 10 away from home, including the 1 London game. And oh, by the way, the Falcons opener against the Eagles is at home. So in the last 17 weeks, do the math, the last 17 weeks of the season, the Falcons have 6 home games. That will never happen again. So look at their win total and maybe do what Rossi's telling you to do.
Okay. Hey, Atlanta, welcome to the shoes of Jacksonville. They give away a home game every year to London. Lines are out, dude. Available on the DK Sportsbook for week 1 games. Obviously, teams still have like a lot of question marks, so this isn't an exact science here. But one interesting matchup has your former team, your former favorite team, by the way, the Bills, hosting the Steelers as a 6.5-point favorite. How surprised are you that Buffalo is so heavily favored?
I love that they're my favorite team. This is like
we've talked about this.
What my wife says to me, Emerson, wow, you actually listen sometimes when I talk.
Yeah, I get that a lot here.
Emerson, you actually listen. Yes, look at all the helmets behind me. My favorite team I played for, the Buffalo Bills. It surprises people. It's a long story, but it was my favorite place for a lot of different reasons.
It's because they gave you a contract. They gave you a contract.
Played the most, made the most money. We also hung out together. Like we go to Drew Bledsoe's house, get a keg. It was cool. We all hung out together. The other teams, like guys are all over the place and all kinds of different things. So Buffalo was awesome. I love the Bills. This is too many points. 6.5 points. What are we talking about? I mean, the Steelers were the best team in football the first 11 weeks last year. 6.5 points. Ben gets a whole year to actually throw and get ready for the season with that elbow that last year was like a 300-pound lumberjack with that big beard, COVID. His elbow's like this, like just sitting there. Make sure you wear a mask. Like, dude, he's got a totally different ball game this year. He knows it's his last year. I think the Steelers have a great chance to win that game. Give me those 6.5 points. Sorry, Bills Mafia.
I can't get the image of you doing a keg stand at Drew Bledsoe's house now out of my head.
Hard to do keg stands when you're 325, but it's nice when you've got fellow offensive linemen to lift you up. This might have been high school or college. I once did a keg stand, and whoever was counting didn't count the first 5 seconds. I'm sucking it down, and they didn't realize I was sucking it down. And we were having a contest. And they started, they're like, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I was like 7 seconds in. As soon as they dropped me down, I smoked that dude in the chest so hard. I was so angry. So look, you come to the sweat to hear about Ross Tucker keg stand rage incidents. Okay, that's why you're here.
All right, a team you follow closely, the Philadelphia Eagles. They start their campaign in Atlanta as 3.5-point underdogs. Do you think that's a good first test for the new look Eagles? They have Joe Flacco now. He's elite.
By the way, can I just say this? If you're ever counting keg stand times, you give the guy a benefit of the doubt. Okay, as soon as the thing, I mean, you start the counting, you give him the benefit of the doubt.
You should almost start early,
sucking in beer, not breathing. I mean, what are we talking about here? As far as the underdog Eagles, look, 3.5 points is too many for me too. That's a toss-up game. You know, I mean, the Falcons have new coaching staff, so do the Eagles. I don't think people realize how poorly Carson Wentz played last year. Eagles are pretty good up front, both sides of the ball, certainly better than Atlanta. And if Hurts is just competent, if Hurts is the 25th best quarterback in the NFL, Eagles are a 500 or better team. He just can't be the worst like Wentz was last year. Look, you know me, Emerson, from last season. I like the points. Give me the Eagles and the points again.
All right, now we don't even know like who's going to be under center here, but an intriguing week 1 matchup. We talked about it earlier. We got the Patriots hosting the Dolphins. The 1.5-point favorite. It open is a 2.5-point spread here, Ross. Does this make a lot of sense to you?
So I think Cam will start. I'd be surprised if it's not Cam. I don't think they're going to put Mac Jones in week 1. I think it'll be Cam. I am not sold on Tua Tagovailoa. I'll take the Patriots. You know, playing at home, it's the opener. I'll take the Patriots. I'll believe Tua is the real deal when I see it. Man, we could have like 10 years where Dolphins fans are just pulling their hair out that they could have had Herbert, but instead they got Tua. Although that's what a lot of people did from 1983 to 2000, right? When Marino was slicing and dicing. So maybe the Dolphins fans deserve to see what the other side's like. But give me the Patriots playing at home.
Until that last game of Marino's career, got smoked by the Jaguars. Oh, that was such an embarrassing way to leave the game. You know what's so interesting?
I don't care about that at all, right?
Yeah, you know what? That's because you're not from Jacksonville. That's why.
No, but are you from Jacksonville?
Yeah.
All right, I forgot that. I don't listen when you talk. Sorry, but
no, that's okay. It's normal.
But it's a lot of people bring that up. So I think there is a lesson there that like people remember your last game if it's that bad of a game, because like a decent percentage of the time when Dan Marino's name comes up, people bring up that last game where he got slaughtered.
That's it, man.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry, dude. That's the way it goes, man. That's the way it is, brother. But see, that's why like people are going to remember you for having one of the greatest segments in the Sweats history, because that's how you do what you just did. Like Ross Tucker, we appreciate you. We love you. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your keg stands. And by the way, the weekend includes a ginormous UFC 262. We'll dive into that next with Tim Finnegan right after Nationals outfielder Andrew Stevenson catches up with DK special correspondent AJ Andrews.
All right, Andrew, you grew up in Louisiana, going to what I think we would both agree, the best school in the country, LSU, in the middle of SEC country. I want to ask you, first and foremost, you starting with baseball, how did you get going in the game of baseball, and what led you to playing at the best college in the world, Louisiana State?
Well, pretty much started in every sport. You know, growing up, my mom and dad were big on just, there's a sport, put him in it. We don't really know what he's going to like. So I hit all of them, the baseball, football, soccer, basketball, you name it. And but for whatever reason, kind of baseball was the one that I took to probably the quickest and, you know, enjoyed that the most. And, you know, but to get in LSU, that wasn't really a thought until I got into high school. I didn't really, you know, going into high school, I didn't think I was good enough to go to LSU. And it kind of just started working out, started having some momentum, some success in the high school, you know, game. And, you know, right before my senior year, they finally offered, and we kind of got that whole thing going. So that's kind of how that happened.
kind of how that happened. I'm very similar. I played a lot of sports when I was younger. I can't even explain to you why it is that softball stuck. I was actually really good at soccer. I ran track, but softball ended up being the sport that went the long run and going to Louisiana State University. So, but again, I tried everything just like you did, and softball ended up sticking. And at our time at LSU, we were there at LSU at the same time. You got to play with some other Major League Baseball stars like some Alex Bregman and so many others. Nola, pitcher over there, the Phillies. I think there's so much talent, softball and baseball, that comes out of LSU. And I want to first of all talk about the catch that you made at LSU that is still talked about and is called the catch, where they compared you to another LSU great, Odell Beckham Jr., out in the outfield because you are a fellow Audi as well. I want to ask you, when you are making those outfield plays, those ones that are just one in a million, what goes to your mind? When I think about me making a play, I don't even have a thought. I feel like it's just like, I bet I'm going to catch this ball. It's like 1, 2 step, and it's my instincts check in. What is it like for you making those big catches?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's more instincts. You kind of just rely on all the practice you've done because, in practice, you got to practice making that catch. And it's tough it doesn't just happen. There's a lot of work that goes into all those first step reads you got in BP, and kind of, in practice, you might have missed that. So kind of taking those experiences and bring them into the game. So there's a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes that goes into making that catch. But as far as the thought process, it's all instincts and the will to want to catch every ball.
What is the feeling? I mean, you made the catch in the World Series, having the crowd around, everyone's so excited. What are the emotions after you make that ball? What does it feel like to be in the air? I know what it feels like for me. I'm just curious, from another Audi to another Audi, what it feels like to be soaring, knowing you just ruined a batter's day and everybody's about to be so impressed.
It's just that satisfying feeling when it hits the glove. It's like you go for it and you're like, you got a pretty good idea you're going to catch it. And then whenever it finally does, and then you land, and kind of everything settles down for you, it's like, that just happened. All right. So it's kind of just that whole process of, believing that you can catch it and actually coming down with it.
And actually coming down, the worst thing ever is when you come down and it comes out of your glove. I don't think there's anything that can make me more mad than that.
Whenever you make it and then you crash hard and then just ejecto-mitt out of there.
Oh, the worst thing. I think that's enough for me to check myself out from the game. I'm like, actually, just someone come in. I got to go cry. Andrew, I want to talk about, because from college, you being able to make these amazing catches, that led you to being drafted to the team that you are with now, the Washington Nationals, in the second round. You went so fast. Of course, you deserve it, being all the success you had at LSU. When you first got drafted and you knew you were going to be taking your talents to Washington, I want to know, what were your first thoughts when you saw or heard your name?
It's kind of just, like I was saying, going back to all the work that, what goes into just being successful at the college level, and just, someone acknowledging that and liking what you've been doing. It's kind of, it feels good to know that people have been watching you and they think that you can go on and, help their organization out.
All right, it is time to exchange some fighting words with DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan. Chasing or fading the following odds on the DK Sportsbook ahead of Saturday's stacked UFC 262 event. We're turning to pay-per-view here, Timmy, and headlined by a pair of lightweight bouts. Before we dive into those, this event will actually take place in front of a sold-out crowd, 17,000 in Houston. So much different than these bouts we've seen at either the UFC Training Center or on Fight Island, or, really in Jacksonville with no fans. How much will a huge crowd impact these throwdowns, do you think?
So I think the crowd is probably going to impact Bruce Buffer more than anything. There's actually a funny meme online of Bruce Buffer with a crowd and without a crowd, and with the crowd he has the red eyes, that meme. So I think the fans being in the stands it's not going to have a huge impact on the fights. The one main difference is that in the Apex, when it was quiet, you could hear the corners, you could hear the commentators. Now the fighters aren't really going to be able to hear that as well. So that could be a difference, but there's definitely going to be more energy. The fighters will have more energy. Just the whole atmosphere is going to be more energetic. So I think that would be the biggest change.
Okay, well, looking at the main card here, let's start with a featherweight bout between Shane Burgos and Edson Barboza. Burgos is a -141 favorite here, -141. Are you chasing or fading that he comes out on top?
So this fight, I think, is pretty close. Like, Burgos is a really high volume striker. Like, he lands about seven significant strikes per minute. That's really high. But because he's so active, he also absorbs a lot of strikes. He's taking about 6 significant strikes per minute. So, and if you look at his stats, he doesn't really attempt a lot of takedowns. So this looks like it could be primarily a striking match. And if it's a striking match, like, Edson Barboza is a great striker. He's a great technical striker. He's got really powerful kicks. So Barboza is going to be a live underdog if this fight takes place on the feet. The one thing I will mention is that because Burgos, he does have such high volume, like, he is appealing in DraftKings DFS contests. He's 8,400. So I would look at him if you're going to look for a DFS play on DraftKings this week.
All right, well, moving on, let's check out the women's flyweight division here as Caitlin Chukagian takes on Viviane Araujo. So Chukagian's, she's the favorite here, -139. But chase or fade that Araujo has a shot to pull off this upset.
I do think she has a chance. If you look at Chukagian's takedown defense, it's not great. She only stops about 50% of her opponent takedown attempts. So, and Araujo is able to finish takedowns. Like, she finished 4 in her most recent fight. So that could be the path for victory for her is through takedowns.
Up next, men's bantamweight contest between Matt Schnell and Rogerio Bontorin. So Schnell comes in as a -159 favorite here. Looking at the fight props, though, odds favor Schnell to win by a decision at +150. Chase or fade that a decision is the most likely outcome for him.
So looking at DraftKings Sportsbook on the prop bets, there's a prop bet that jumps out at me in this fight. Like, Schnell has a suspect chin. He's been finished 3 times by strikes in the UFC. And on DraftKings Sportsbook, Rogerio by KO or TKO is +450. Like, that's pretty good odds for a guy with a suspect chin. So I think if you're going to make a bet on this fight, I would look at that.
Now we have the co-main event as we hit the men's lightweight division with Tony Ferguson battling Beneil Dariush. Ferguson has been a top fighter in this weight class for a long, long time, but comes into this bout as a -165 underdog. So chase or fade that Ferguson can prove he's still one of the top lightweights and take out Dariush.
So Ferguson, it seems like he aged overnight. Like, he got dominated by Charles Oliveira in his last fight. He just got thoroughly destroyed. But he has fought really tough competition. Like, his last 2 losses are to Oliveira and Justin Gaethje. So those are 2 top fighters in his weight class. So this is definitely a step down in the competition for him. And Ferguson was on such a great run. He won 12 straight fights. He's ridiculously tough. Like, Oliveira had him in a fully extended armbar in his last fight. It looked like his elbow was going to pop. He didn't tap. And then eventually the round ended, so he wasn't submitted. And if you look at Ferguson's striking metrics, he lands more strikes than average on a rate basis. So, and he's only 7,600 on DraftKings this week. So I think he's a pretty good value with a step down in competition.
How about the main event here, dude? The vacant lightweight title is on the line. You got Michael Chandler fighting Charles Oliveira. He has won 8 straight, Oliveira, 8 straight fights, and is the favorite here at -134. I want you to chase or fade that he makes it 9 in a row and takes home the title.
So I'm going to fade Oliveira here. Like, I actually really like Michael Chandler a lot in this fight. Like, Chandler is a great wrestler, so he can dictate where this fight goes. Like, if he wants to keep the fight standing, I don't think Oliveira is going to be able to take him down. So, and if Chandler keeps the fight standing and turns it into a striking match, I think he has the advantage there. Like, and if you look at Oliveira's striking style, he stands straight up and he comes forward. Like, he really pressures forward, and that could play right into Chandler's power hands. Like, Chandler has said he's going to hunt like a knockout in the first round. And if Oliveira is going to stand straight up and come forward like that, that plays right into Chandler's strategy. So I would look at Chandler in this fight if you're going to make a bet on DraftKings Sportsbook. I think he was +110. I don't know if that's changed much in the last day, but he's definitely a live underdog here.
All right, I know you've mentioned a few DFS news, notes, and recommendations throughout this segment, but let's get your best DFS play of the night for UFC 262 this weekend.
So Michael Chandler, he's only 7,500. He's one of the cheapest fighters on the entire slate. I want to say he's like the 5th cheapest. And for all the reasons we just talked about, like Chandler's a great wrestler, so he can dictate where this fight goes. And if he keeps the fight standing, I think he has the advantage on the feet. In his last fight against Dan Hooker, he won by a knockout in the first round. He scored 107 DraftKings fantasy points. I could see that happening again against Oliveira. I could see a first round knockout in this fight. I could see 100 DraftKings fantasy points. And if you can get that type of fantasy scoring for somebody who's only 7,500, that's like a great play. So I would look at Michael Chandler.
Tim Finnegan, you are the man. We appreciate all of your knowledge and the help. But before we go to break, everybody, friendly reminder that it's free to bet day, and we are celebrating with a number of May 14th promotions, like with our free to play popularity pool. So head over to the DK Sportsbook to enter this pool. And all you have to do is answer 10 questions with a 514 theme, like who was the greatest player to wear number 5, or what was the best sporting event to ever happen on 514. Answer with the most popular choices. You will get a shot at $51,400 in prizes. Major League Baseball price check is coming up next. All right, back here on Das Sweat. We are working with a 13-game main slate around Major League Baseball. Here to price check for us, our panel consisting of DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and Stan Sun, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Nick, who's your pitcher at $8,000 or higher? I think you've got about 10 to choose from.
No, yeah, there's a lot to pick from tonight. And I think Scherzer and Glasnow are the two go-to guys for me for sure tonight. So it's how are you going to be able to afford one of those two at over 10K and still, still have a good offense tonight? I'm going with Johan Oviedo at 7.2K against the Padres, just to get a little savings, and you have to. And with him, with Oviedo, it's more so about the Padres. I'm fading them right now because Fernando Tatis is out. Will Myers is out. Hosmer and Profar are both have contact tracing. So as much as the Padres have had success against right-handed pitching this year, I don't like them without some of their huge bats tonight.
All right, what about you, Stan?
Yeah, I don't like the lower price pitchers on this slate, and the above average ones right below, the tier below the top. They're priced a little too high for my liking, so I'm actually going all the way up on both slots today. Glasnow and Kershaw are my guys. I'm going to go with Kershaw due to the 900 savings you get. His swinging strike rate is 16.6%. FIP is 2.45. He's allowed only 3 home runs and walked 8 in 44.2 innings. He struck out 46 batters. Miami, the matchup is a good one. They strike out the 9th most times against left-handed pitching.
Eric, talk to me. Your pitcher at $8,000 or higher.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear those guys not love a lot of the second-tier options, because there's one here who I think is excellent, and that's Joe Musgrove. At 8,700, he's merely the 8th most expensive pitcher on the slate, and he's pitching basically as well as the guys at the top. His last 2 starts, he did give up 9 earned runs in 10 innings, but he struck out 13 and walked just 2, which tells me that he's mostly pitching just fine, just getting punished more than you'd expect for his occasional mistakes, which has been a theme this season. He's given up more homers than expected, but his 23% homer per fly ball rate is something that should regress in a positive way. That generally isn't something pitchers have a ton of control over, so that should fall near league average, which is 10 ticks lower. And Musgrove, obviously, we know he had that no-hitter earlier this year. He's been dominant, 34.8% strikeout rate against just 4.5% walk rate. And he faces a middle-of-the-pack Cardinals lineup in a pitcher-friendly park in San Diego. So I think he's a top-tier option priced as a second-tier guy today.
Eric, what about your hitter over 5K?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Juan Soto. I think I've mentioned him before, but I'm going to mention him a lot as long as he's down as the 27th highest priced hitter. Heading into the season, basically every projection system had him in a tier of 2 with Mike Trout, way ahead of everybody else in the league. I still think he's that guy, the guy who is drawing Ted Williams comparisons over the offseason. He still has that incredible plate discipline, walking more than he's striking out. Actually, a career low 13% strikeout rate. The batting average and slugging aren't quite there this year. 267 batting average, 413 slug. But the expected stats are right where you want him. He's expected batting average 314, expected slugging just south of 600. And he's had a hit in all 3 of his last 3 games. So I think he's past that injury that sidelined him for a bit. I think he's the same Juan Soto as ever. He'll get the platoon advantage against Riley Smith. And if you don't know who Riley Smith is, that's exactly the point. So I think this is, as ever, stick with Soto until he's priced as a top 2 player like he should be.
Stan, hitter over 5K. Who do you like?
I'm gonna kind of cheat here a little bit. I got a smorgasbord. Basically any of the Cubs righties. There's a ton of them today. But over 5K, you got Chris Bryant at 6K, Javier Baez at 6.1, Wilson Contreras at 5.5K. The career ISO 290 for Bryant against left-handed pitching, 240 for Baez, and 227 for Contreras. They're going up against Tariq Skubal, who's a lefty. He's given up 10 home runs in 27 innings, all to right-handed batters. The K minus walk percentage is only 6.2%. And once he's out of the game, then they get, the Detroit bullpen, who has the highest FIP in the league.
All right, Nick, bring us home on this one.
Jesse Winker against the Rockies. After what happened on Thursday night, I got to get a piece of this. And look, Castellanos, as much as I love him, he's a little bit too pricey for me. And I think Winker, a guy who's mashed right-handed pitching, as much as he hasn't seen Marquez, most of this lineup hasn't seen Marquez. He's got a 1.258 OPS against right-handed pitching. All of his 7 home runs, 9 of his 10 doubles have come against right-handed pitching. So I think Winker at 5.6K is a must at that course tonight.
Nick, give me your value bat. Let's just go right to where you can help people save money.
Oh, this is my pick of the night right here, Emerson. Mitch Moreland at 3.3K against Matt Shoemaker. And Moreland, okay, so he has faced Shoemaker 14 times, 14 at-bats against him. 5 home runs against Shoemaker, and then his other 2 hits. So he's hitting 500 against him in 14 at-bats. 2 doubles. So this guy is mashing him. And then again, and left-handed hitters against Shoemaker this year, 1.023 OPS. To me, this is a no-brainer. There's the matchup, the form, everything. Moreland at 3.3K. Got to be your first baseman tonight.
Stan, do you have a no-brainer for your value bat?
Not a no-brainer, but it's someone I definitely like. Alec Baum, 2.9K. He's going against Steven Matz, who has a 10% K minus walk rate against right-handed righties. FIP is 4.63. He's allowed 5 home runs to right-handed batters. Baum is crushing lefties this season. The ISO is 258. The slash is 290, 333, 548. Strikeout rate's a little high, 33.3%, but Matz only strikes out 17.9% of right-handed batters, and he's batting 5th in the lineup.
All right, and now bring us home, Eric.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy who's priced the same as Jeff Mathis and every other backup catcher in the league, and that's Jared Kelenic. I think he's a better hitter than Jeff Mathis. This is a prospect who was 4th overall, according to both Fangraphs and MLB Pipeline. RotoWire's James Anderson has him as the top fantasy prospect in the league, and he's priced at the minimum. I don't care that he went hitless in his debut. I don't care that we expect rookies to struggle a bit in their first season. I don't care that Aaron Savali is pretty good, although he's not all that intimidating, low strikeout rate, and Kelenic should get the platoon advantage against him. For a guy with this kind of talent who was so hyped as a prospect, top 5 everywhere, there's no business being priced as a minimum price player.
Stan, take us over to the DK Sportsbook here, dude. What's your favorite Major League Baseball bet tonight?
I got a couple that kind of correlate to each other. It's a true risk it, no risk it, no biscuit strategy. I'm not pressing the X or the circle button. I'm going straight square, swinging for the fences. Cubs. So last night it was minus 3.5 plus 225 on the sports book. They took it down. So now it's at minus 3 plus 245, which is good to me. I already said that I love the Cubs stack against Screwball and the Detroit pitching. From a pitching perspective, Arrieta, he gets blown up. He got blown up last game since he gave up 7 on runs. But prior to that, he allowed 1, 1, 3, 2, 1 on runs. The Tigers are third in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. And then to correlate that, home run props. So Contreras is plus 400, Boat is plus 500, Baez is plus 400. So, I'm expecting home runs from the righties, and then I think that, they're going to win by over 3 runs.
All right, Nick, what about you, dude?
I'm going to go with Corey Kluber's K prop over 5.5 Ks against the Orioles tonight. And look, I know that the Orioles, he didn't get that last time round against them. That was 3 starts ago. And that was the first good start Kluber had for the Yankees. Since then, he's been rolling. He's hit the over both times in his last 2 starts. And I know I believe one of them was against the Tigers. So I understand that they're a team that strikes out a lot. But in general, Kluber is getting guys to miss more. And his swinging strike rate is the highest it's been since 2017. So he's getting guys to chase, and he's getting guys to, just in general, swing and misses. I mean, that's huge for him right now to get. We're just talking about strikeouts or not DFS or anything. So over 5.5 Ks tonight for Corey Kluber. Very confident that given his recent form, and now he's starting to figure things out for the Yankees.
Eric, favorite baseball bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Padres over the Cardinals, and I like it a whole lot more if you spot the Cardinals a 1.5. The Padres go to plus 128 at that point, so they're considered underdogs if you give them that run. And this is based on the fact that I just have a ton of faith in Joe Musgrove, and unfortunately I don't have a ton of faith in Nick's pick, Johan Oviedo. I know the Padres lineup's banged up, so I get the appeal of Oviedo, but the Padres still have depth. There's plenty of talent behind those top guys. Obviously it's a reduced lineup, but the gap between Musgrove and Oviedo is huge. Oviedo's got a career ERA over 5, not a ton of innings, but estimators back it up, doesn't really strike people out, doesn't really get ground balls. Whereas Musgrove, as I talked about earlier, totally fine. No concerns, despite allowing a few extra runs in his last couple starts. Strikeouts and walks still there. He's having a phenomenal season. I think he's enough better than Oviedo to make up for the loss of hitters on the Padres side.
Nick, what's wrong with you?
I just disagree with everything that Eric said. I actually was thinking about Musgrove tonight, and I was like, he's not been great lately. So we're completely on the opposite sides tonight.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate you. As for the potential of millions of people watching at home, if you don't know, now you know that today we are celebrating Free to Bet Day, and you can earn your free 514 bet by heading over to the DK Sportsbook. Just find the Free to Bet promo and opt in, and you'll be issued one single-use free bet for $5.14. You can use it to place any bet today. So don't miss out. Head over to the DK Sportsbook, celebrate Free to Bet Day in style with your free $5.14 bet. Please remember me when you are rich, because I'll remember you right after this break when we're talking Sticky Puck. Hello, good morning, everybody. The Stanley Cup playoffs begin this weekend, and we're about to break down a few of the first-round series with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. RotoWire's AJ Schultz is here as well. On this segment, we call opening face-off. One final regular season game on the schedule tonight, though, guys. We have made it. It's the Maple Leafs and the Jets. Who would you captain from this game in the showdown contest, Jeff?
You know, I know he's expensive. I know he's going to be popular, but I just don't really see anyone else with that you can trust for similar upside than Austin Matthews here. I think this is a spot where you've got a young player. He's already got 41 goals on the year. He's in an MVP race. He's probably going to go out there and try and get a couple goals. Why not? If you're going to play in the game, you might as well try and add to your totals here. The matchup is great. Winnipeg allows a ton of scoring chances. They have all year. They're not getting good goaltending down the stretch here. I think Austin Matthews is a player, too, when you look at these teams. There is some value on the Jets' third line. A guy like Mason Appleton is really cheap here. He produces. He plays a lot of minutes. Stasny's pretty cheap here. So, get Alex Galchenyuk. You can pair with Matthews. So I think all things considered with the other options we have in terms of value pairing them, I think you captain Austin Matthews here in a pretty terrific matchup, quite frankly. And then you just you try and mix and match on the other flexes.
AJ, what are you going to do?
I totally agree with Jeff. I think that's the right call. The one caveat I'll throw in there is we just saw earlier this week, Boston rested like 10 of their guys, 15 of their guys. I think if that happens, I'm actually going to look at Connor Hellebuyck. He's confirmed to be playing in this game. He's got shutouts in 2 of his last 3 games. So I think if any of the Leafs stars rest in this game, then I'm taking the other side. And going to go with Hellebuyck between the nets as my captain.
Yeah, that Bruins game was more like the Providence Bruins against like the Hershey Bears with Washington. AJ, we went over some series lines like yesterday, so let's finish up the first-round matchups here. Who do you like in the Canadiens versus Leafs series?
Well, I mean, you have to be on the Maple Leafs. I know it's like minus 275. It's a lot, but I just can't trust the Canadiens here. When you consider they've got guys like Carey Price, who could be coming into game 1 cold with no regular season action after being out. Shea Weber's been out for a while. Brendan Gallagher. There's just too many question marks there. Jeff talked about all the reasons to trust Austin Matthews. You've got a guy in Mitch Marner, John Tavares. They're just overclassed. Toronto is compared to the Habs. They've got too many stars on offense. Their defense looks really good. As well and can produce on the power play. They're just going to be too much to handle for Montreal.
Yo, Jeff, I know you're Canadian. Did you see your prime minister, the video he posted yesterday? I know he's a hardcore Habs fan, just talking mad-ish about the Maple Leafs.
Look, I got lots of stuff to say about Justin Trudeau, but I guess we're in kind of an agreement here. I'm going to become playoff hockey guy here for a second, Emerson. Do you know when the last time the Toronto Maple Leafs won a playoff series, pal? 2004. They didn't hire me for math, but that was 17 years ago. No way am I backing the Toronto Maple Leafs to win a playoff series at this price. I get it. They've looked great in the regular season. They got Austin Matthews, but I really actually don't trust this team's goaltending is the other thing. I will take a cold Carey Price over anyone Toronto is throwing out there. I know Jack Campbell's looked good in stretches, but we also saw him cool off here. Look, Montreal, they're frustrating during the regular season. I get it, but you look at the stats between these two teams. They both have subpar penalty kills. They both are pretty high up there in expected goal rate. Montreal really wasn't that bad in a lot of advanced stats. If their offense picks up a touch, their goaltending picks up a touch, this series is going to be very close. I think you take the value with Montreal. And look, at the very least, if you get in at Montreal on this price, if this goes to a game 6 or a game 7, you can hedge out. So do I think that Toronto is probably going to win? They're a better team, but man, this price is way too tempting for me not to take on Montreal. Like I said, it could present some good hedge situations later in the series.
Yeah, I believe the last time these teams played each other was 1979, like in the playoffs. And the Canadians end up winning that series and their 4th straight Stanley Cup, Jeff. Whew, they pay me for history here. The other North Division matchup features the favored Oilers against the Jets. Who are you leaning towards in this one, Ulrich?
Yeah, I think most people will be looking at this one more as the one to take the underdog with the Jets. I get it. The Oilers' defense isn't that good, but these two teams are very similar. Like the Jets give up more scoring chances than the Oilers. They're a worse defensive team in pretty much every metric. Do you really want to get into a shootout series with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl? I just don't see the Jets being able to keep up. Mike Smith, I know AJ doesn't like Mike Smith. I didn't really like Mike Smith at the start of the year either, but he's played better than Connor Hellebuck. So the Oilers might even have an edge in goalie. I would just go with the favorites here, even though I think this is mainly maybe a series that I'll probably just lay off.
AJ, Oilers minus 186, Jets plus 150.
Oilers minus 186. I think you're right. Smith, since the start of April, 9-3-1, a .927 save percentage, one shutout along there. You've got the two best players offensively this season in McDavid and Draisaitl. And let's not sleep on a guy like Tyson Barrie, who's got 23 points with the man advantage. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins can move to the top line, to the second line. He could anchor his own third line if they wanted to stretch it out. The Oilers just have too many options. Meanwhile, the Jets seem to completely miscast. Pierre-Luc Dubois is not a winger. Neither is Paul Stastny. So they're forcing those guys into lines that they really shouldn't be on. Maybe Nikolai Ehlers comes back. That would help the Jets on their depth, could extend the series a little bit. But overall, Edmonton will take this one.
AJ, let's just go to the West Division right now. So you got the Wilds, heavy underdogs to Vegas. Do you think Las Vegas here has the clear edge?
I do, and a lot of it, I think, comes down to just sheer experience here, right? You've got Max Pacioretty, Jonathan Marchessault, Mark Stone. All these guys have been in playoff contests. They know what they're doing. They've got a three-time Stanley Cup winner between the pipes and Marc-Andre Fleury. On the other side, the top three of the top four point producers for Minnesota were Kirill Kaprizov, 51, Kevin Fiala, 40, Jordan Greenway at 32. These guys have combined for 31 postseason games. I think Cam Talbot has played better than we've seen from him since he was with the Edmonton Oilers several years ago. But overall, the Fleury-Leonard combination is too much. I give the edge to the Golden Knights and the Nets. I give the edge in the forward complement and the D as well, even though that's kind of what Minnesota is known for. They check all three boxes for me, and so I think they'll take this one as well. So I'm going to stay away from it at minus 240. It is still hockey. That's a risk too big to take in my book.
Jeff, they have the edge everywhere in your eyes too?
No, I don't think they do. I mean, I'm surprised to see the Wild at this price. I thought we'd get plus 150, maybe even plus 130. I mean, the Wild are a good team. They were chasing down the top two teams in this division all season. It's not a big deal for them to finish third. These are two of the best teams in the league, right? But look, Vegas, we don't know what's going on with Max Pacioretty, their best forward up front. Their offense could easily run dry here against a pretty solid defense of the Minnesota Wild. Like AJ said, Cam Talbot playing really well. This is my favorite underdog pick of the ones we've talked. I mean, like I said, I don't mind taking Montreal, but I think the Wild are absolutely live in this series. It's a very scrappy team. They get scoring from different directions. They got a guy like Kevin Fiala who can get hot playing on their third line here. Look, at the very least, I just think these odds are not giving enough respect to the Wild. So even if you do like the Vegas team here, I don't know how you bet them at this price. For me, the target here is definitely the Wild. And like I said, I think they're very live to win this series, especially if Max Pacioretty ends up sitting out.
Guys, that's it. AJ, adios, man. Jeff, I'm going to see you for our sim at high noon with Tara Lynn. And wait a minute. I have breaking news. DraftKings is celebrating free-to-bet day. And one way to celebrate with us is with our free-to-play popularity pool. Get to the DK Sportsbook right now to enter this pool. And all you have to do is answer 10 questions with a 514 theme, like who was the greatest player to wear number 5? Or what was the best sporting event to happen on 514? So answer what the most popular choices and get a shot at $51,400 in prizes. We're wrapping up the show with NBA best bets right after a NASCAR price check for this weekend's race at Dover International Speedway in Delaware.
Welcome to the price check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Dover, whose salary jumped up this week. Martin Truex Jr., $10,300 up to $11,900. He destroyed the field last week at Darlington. Last season in the first Dover race, he scored the second most fantasy points. Chase Elliott, 9,200 up to 10,700. I don't get this price at all. This car looks nowhere close to being fast. Cole Custer, 7,100 up to 7,700. The reason he starts in the back is because he finishes in the back. Whose salary dropped this week? Joey Logano, 11,100 down to 9,500. I don't get the price drop. He was a top 3 driver last week until a green flag penalty in stage 3. Eric Jones, 8,200 down to 7,200. He looked really good last week. He could have had a better day if it wasn't for an unscheduled pit stop at the beginning of stage 3. Chase Briscoe, 6,800 down to 6,100. Are you watching the races or are you looking at box scores? If you watched the race last week, then you know that Briscoe is a big stay away this week. Favorite play of the week, Kyle Larson, 11,500. He could have won last week, but a speeding penalty really hurt his chances. The last time he was at Dover, he scored 114 fantasy points. Eric Almirola, 8,200. Let's try this again. He's starting in the back. One of these days, I promise, he's not going to wreck. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter, @RaceForThePrize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Oh my God. Hey, lend me your ears for just a moment because I'd like to share with you the worst kept secret ever. It's free to bet day, and we are celebrating with a number of 514 promotions, including a plus 514 odds boost. You can get an odds boost for the Colorado Avalanche to win the Stanley Cup. That's boosted from plus 450. So get in on that while you can. Just head over to the DraftKings Sportsbook and click on odds boost to find it. Now for some NBA best bets with DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. Kenny, I'll start with you. Which favorite do you like to cover the spread tonight?
Well, yeah, it's hard to get interested in a team that's not favored, Emerson, tonight. But I like the Nuggets minus 8.5 for the simple reason that the Detroit Pistons are going to have absolutely nobody running out there on the floor. I don't want to spoil the news for anybody. I don't want to. You can make the announcement, but I'm pretty sure that you're going to be starting at power forward tonight for the Detroit Pistons. Jahlil Okafor, I think, is going to be getting the lion's share of the minutes down there. Corey Joseph, Rodney McGruder, Dennis Smith Jr., Isaiah Stewart, Mason Plumlee, Frank Jack, like the list goes on. Wayne Ellington, Jeremy Grant, all the starters are gone. The Nuggets don't have anything to play for here, but we know the names on that bench. We know that they have depth. Facundo Campazzo. I think that despite the fact that they're a little banged up as well, they're just a better team than the Pistons are right now, who are trying to improve their lottery odds. The Pistons are not locked in right now to the best lottery odds. If they win some games, the last 2 games, they could fall back into like the second best odds. So they want to lose this game. I think the Nuggets here cover the 8.5.
Jules, what about you?
We were told to be quick, and Kenny reads like an entire book on the Nuggets tonight. The Wizards, who hasn't clinched their spot? The Wizards need a win to clinch their play-in spot. Use them on the money line. If you're building a money line parlay, they're going to smoke the Cavs.
Jules, underdog you are backing tonight against the spread.
None, because that would be stupid. So I'm going to look ahead to the future. We like shelf life here. Sunday, there is a game to bet Sunday. The Warriors game does not matter tonight. The Grizzlies game does not matter tonight. They play on Sunday afternoon on national TV. Winner gets the 8 seed and only has to win 1 game to get into the play-in tournament. Loser gets the 9 seed and has to win 2 games to get into the tournament. I'm betting on the Warriors on Sunday afternoon.
Kenny, what about you, dude?
I mean, yeah, that totally wasn't the question. I'm going to be brave, unlike my cowardly friend Julian over here. I'm going to take the Houston Rockets plus 10. They've covered in 4 straight.
Somebody mute Kenny.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, I thought it was my pods. I mean, whatever. Do you want to answer? Is there a total tonight that has your attention, Jules?
Give me the Rockets plus 10.
He's unfrozen. Okay, sorry, we missed your answer.
Give me
there,
the Rockets
Jules.
plus 10.
Okay, there we go. We got the tail end of it there. Jules, what's a total tonight that has your attention?
None of them really. Like, there's some on the board that are, again, I'm going to cheat, but like, guys are going to get ruled out. I wouldn't be surprised to see everybody on Memphis, everybody on Golden State rest. There's other teams that are going to rest. So if these totals are set for star players to be in, they're going to plummet a little bit when we get some of this injury news. So just look for a team that winds up sitting, 5-6 guys, maybe take an under there.
I was just told by producer Tom we have to wrap. I'm not kidding you. We ran out of time. Kenny, your internet ruined everything. But it will not ruin the first of 6 Sims. That's coming up next. Colts and the Cardinals, Jeff Ulrich, Terrelin, and yours truly, a 3-man booth. 2 dudes and a dudette. Let's get weird. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. You know,
Yep.
little
Do that,
little
Post,
3 minute.
like we're on a
my-
schedule here. You just take your time, pal.
Yeah.
It's ready, but I didn't feel like doing on here with glasses and no makeup.
Emerson Latzia, producer Drew. I mean, and it's gonna happen. I don't really know what to expect with all three of us together, but I'm pretty ready.
The air conditioner.
What are you drinking?
It's vitamin.
In here soon because
Anyways.
yeah, big facts.
Big-
I told you it's the Colts. It's
Did you?
It's the Cardinals. No, I haven't mentioned anything yet. I just want to catch
I did.
Jeff.
I built one. Yeah, not so much in The Sims, but whatever. Avoiding that special teams. I don't need that bad mojo, the special teams guy.
Lineup yet? You got a fumble.
Thank you.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
I honestly,
too.
I couldn't see it.
Having trouble getting
Yeah.
going here.
First
Oh, now we got a.
Looks like there was a fumble. If you guys can even hear me, make their viewing. And for anyone out there who can, which sucks because I went ahead and captained Cardinals defense and Blankenship, but it's not bad.
What's going on? I see all your chats. Become Ant-Man.
Oh, no. You could easily, and Cody, and then his internet freezes during his second answer.
I have to tell him to do the opposite. It's like Kenny. I think his brain just done.
What was that experience like for you?
And I said, how did I go from reporting in a news studio down a dark hole last? They were just trying to make me look dumb. I got
We like Jeff and I are literally the
Ian Kaufman. I think
I'm glad to hear you got through it. It's an experience. We've all been there. Just gotta,
yeah, it just made me stronger, And hey, Jeff, that's life.
That's right.
Hold on a second. I have information coming in from Andrew on the ones and twos. We're clearly
Let's hear it.
experiencing some some issues here. We are going to come on cam early, and we're going to reboot the stream. Just to give all of you a heads up, you're not going to miss any of the game action because this is obviously a struggle. We're all in the struggle bus together right now, and this isn't fun for anybody. So we're going to do our best to fix this and get right after it.
And just want to reiterate, this is 100% Kenny Ducey's fault. So
thank you.
You can send him a message. While you're waiting for the stream to reboot, why don't you just send Kenny a message on Twitter and just tell him, like, thanks for breaking the stream today. I mean,
Yeah,
send Kaufman a message too.
At Kenny.
I don't know what his actual Twitter number is. It's like at Kenny.
I do appreciate the passion from our DK Sim fam. I get it. We're in this together. So we're gonna try to fix this thing right now. Are we gonna be, when we reboot it, are we gonna be like on cam, or is it like gonna completely go away?
No, we're on cam, I think, right now, man.
All right, so we're on cam. We're talking. Okay. Nobody say anything you're not supposed to say.
Yeah, don't sneeze. We don't want to. It's a very unstable stream we're on, so.
All right, since we are on cam though, Terrellin, hold on a second. I gotta go back to your Twitter here, because you had an incredible tweet this morning that really stood out to me, and it was, homeless man just yelled, "What's up, sexy?" to me and the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. So obviously, I'm having a better Friday than all of you.
Thank you.
And you really are having a great day as you're sipping on your Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
That moment had to feel pretty good for you.
Oh, I feel like the sexiest woman alive on this Friday. But read what Bukes replied, because that cracked me up. I mean, your tweets to me always crack me up, but Bukes is attacking Glash in this tweet. And I almost got my coffee.
Wait a minute. So we just like spiraled out of control. Okay. Oh, sorry to hear that Glash is falling on hard times. I think
Glash really needs that WNBA gig to start right away. He's just hanging out around Dunkin' Donuts until it does. So
I'll say this too, just to kind of like look ahead and tease the future. Tomorrow at noon, Glash and I will be together on a sim.
Oh, that's special.
What time?
I think it's noon tomorrow.
Noon.
Yeah. And I have good news as well. Andrew on the 1s and 2s says we're good. We're going to get back to it. Get back and ready to rock this game here. And just at the quarter break, we're going to be able to look through the stats, and our ops team will be able to update everything at that point, because obviously we're all like missing plays when the stream is shaky.
Yeah.
So we'll have a little longer bit of a quarter break to make sure that all of the scores and everything will be updated. Is this Zane Gonzalez here? Looks like he's going to try to attempt a 56-yard field goal, which I have seen him fart all over himself before. That was awful. Why would you ever do that?
I don't give him a very good shot here. Anyways, MF Jones saying Terrellin is my favorite. Look, this is all just a ploy by us to get more airtime anyways. So, you guys just sit back and enjoy. The ops team was on it. We've fixed the Kenny virus that was, bugging the stream. Looks great now. Looks even clearer than before. So
it does. It is absolute crystal clear.
It is.
So in case you tuned in and didn't know what was going on, we do have the Colts. We have the Cardinals here. We got a 3 human being booth. So yours truly, Emerson Latzia, Jeff Ulrich, Terrellin Asak, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. A shout out to him for fixing tech issues. That kind of crap happens from time to time. Producer Drew, what's up, dude? Kyle on the ops team. Good to have everybody here today. We were also just talking a little bit about Terrellin being hit on in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru by a homeless man today. Now, when that happens, because it happens to me all the time, usually I look back, I give him a wink, or I wave, or I say thank you. As Marlon Mack off to the races, and that's a first down for him. He's got 33 yards on 4 carries. What was your response to that?
I was so delusional in the drive-thru because I just left Pilates. So I looked at him with my big aviators and I said, "What's up?" with a thumbs up, like a weirdo.
What's up? Just the awkward thumbs up.
I mean,
I was like, "What's up?"
Please don't kill me.
Yeah. All right, sir. Please step away from my car so I can get my coffee and work today. Thank you.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's a weird morning, and this is just getting weirder. So here we are.
Good to see everyone hanging out with us on YouTube. We got almost 300 people watching now. Thanks. Thanks to everyone who kind of hung out with us there through a couple of tech issues early on. Trista says, "Get over yourself, Tara."
You know what? Trista, people have been telling me that since the age of 3. And guess what? I'm never getting over myself. Here we are.
Absolutely. Absolutely, girlfriend. I appreciate that. Jeff, when's the last time you've been hit on by someone?
Oh, dude. 20 years ago. You know what? I will actually give a little bit of an antidote. When I first got married and started wearing like my wedding ring around, I really did feel like I got more attention. Like it was just, it was just weird. It was like, oh, you're clearly someone thought you were like cool enough to marry. So
dude, they want you because they can't have you.
I really felt like that. I'm not, and like, again, I mean, this is like, going from like 0 to 0.1, percent. But anyways, that's probably the best answer I can give.
Well, I think you're beautiful inside and out
anymore. So.
Oh yeah, that's someone just called you out on that on YouTube. They go, Jeff never leaves the house.
There you go. See, the chat knows, man. Like they already got it down. They told me that.
2nd and 4 in the red zone. That's going to be a first down for the Colts. Phillip Rivers is 4 of 6 for, 46, 48 yards. There's Trey Burton. You said you rostered him, right, Jeff?
I did. Actually, and to your, I'm just not going to leave the house more because you know what I ordered the other day, Emerson?
What'd you order?
I ordered a golf cage for my garage.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Daddy's back, huh?
I'm going to be smoking balls in the garage, just firing, getting that club head speed up. Also, when 2024 rolls around and I come down to Boston, I'm gonna absolutely smoke you,
dude. Wait, so the thing is instead of just going to like a range or just going out and playing golf, you're using this as another excuse to not leave your house. Like you're just allowing yourself to stay in one spot again. You're like, I'm gonna go hit balls in my garage as Naeem Hines scores the first touchdown of the day.
I can only go to the driving range like 5 months of the year here, so
yeah,
year round. I got no excuses not to be on the senior tour in like 10 years.
Jeff, what is the temp there today?
It's actually gorgeous, which for us it's like 70. So
70 here too, but it feels like 80 for some reason.
Yeah, it's probably more humid. It's not humid at all here. It's extremely dry. So.
Yeah, dude, it's like it's definitely the humidity is increasing here. And I am
you East Coasters.
I'm getting warmer. Yeah.
Silly humidity and crazy storms and stuff.
So here we go. The Colts with less than a minute to play in the first quarter, everybody has taken a 7-0 lead. Checking in over with the Twitch fam. Heavy Kevy, what's shaking, dude? Brovey, Simon, Reed's Tees, did you know? Hello, everybody. Good to see you, Derwin. Thunder in the house as well.
You know what?
Again, I see some of the passion.
Do something here too. I see some people dislike the stream. I get it. We got off to a slow start, but I really think that right now, with the way the ops team has bounced back here, again, I think we're getting like 5K picture, stuff. I don't actually know how that stuff works, but I think you should take away your dislike and give more likes to the stream. And if you haven't hit the like, I also think you should hit the like. So, just gonna throw that out there.
Right, let's support bounce backs. Support us, people. You kicked us down, we got back up. The ops team brought us back up. Hit the like. I hate seeing that thumbs down. It's grossing me out.
Also, Carolyn is here after her near-death experience this morning at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, almost died.
Yeah, hey, I will say this: we're up to 62 likes already through not even like one quarter. So 18. So we're on pace for 247 likes, which we won't get, but still kind of cool to imagine that as Jeff's captain, Nuke on the reception. Kyler Murray 3 of 5 now. Okay, so someone was just mentioning here in the chat. It's Damon. Damon says, I got hit on after I shaved my beard off and started working out. Winnie, get out of there. It's not your oatmeal, dude. Said some woman,
Wow.
probably 10 years my youth, even offered me a ride. Oh, you got to be careful about that, dude. But she had 3 kids in the car. I said I was exercising. She smiled. Wow.
Wow.
Dude, that's like the best long story in 3 sentences that I think I've seen in quite some time.
It took a lot of
the
turns,
YouTube chat.
dude. I mean,
Dude, it really did.
younger
You should-
girl picking
Kids.
up, like inviting into the car. There's kids there.
No beard.
I didn't know which way it was going to go. That was.
I didn't either. I
was interested.
I had to start like reading a sentence ahead to make sure like the way it was going to finish was appropriate enough to share here on the stream. Damon, you got to write a book about that, dude. That's an incredible story. Phillip Rivers, 4 of 7, 48 yards, 3 of 5. Kyler Murray for 36 yards. Really, really good to have Tara Lynn here. I like how we're starting to do like the 3-headed booth now a little more. I think the chat enjoys it. Tara Lynn, you have a lot of fans in the chat here.
Yeah,
And-
shout out to the chat. Thanks for the
Right?
support. It's been
Like,
a
they're a
wild
good-
week.
They're a good group, the DK Sim fam, and I respect the hell out of DK Sim fam because they keep it real. Like we got off to a little bit of a rough start on the tech side. They said, "Hey guys, this ain't it." I said, "You know what? You're exactly right." So I totally understand like the dislikes there, but then we're bouncing back and like, hey, it's clear. Hey, I like the chemistry here. Tara Lynn looks great. She's having a fantastic Friday, getting hit on by homeless Glash in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. Jeff is here. Rocking an old school DK sweatshirt.
Yeah, this is.
And
I love the sweatshirt. It's so comfy.
And my puppy is chewing on my toe as we speak.
God, Winnie's
Appreciate that.
I really hate to
No,
give
that-
you
Wild.
Yeah,
this is a gorgeous dog.
she really is. And then here you go. We'll make it a 4-man booth right now.
Yes.
Oh,
Go.
Hello.
is that Georgie?
Yeah, this is Georgia here.
Oh wow.
So she's getting big. Look at this. This is crazy,
Yeah.
right?
Wow. Smash the like for
I know.
George.
Smash the like for dog smooches. They have some of the cleanest mouths. So people who are like, I can't believe you let your dog smooch you in the mouth. I said, yeah, dude. You better believe it.
Those people are just the people who don't let like dogs lick their face and stuff. Like,
Yeah. Who are you?
you know, when you were a kid, you ate like dirt and sand and stuff. So you just relax about the dogs.
I hate everything, dude. Everything.
My kids still eat
I
stuff
still
that
eat.
they find on the
Yeah.
ground. They're just like, oh, this looks good. Pop it in their mouth.
Even if like something doesn't look
Building
good.
up their immune systems, you know. It's good. It's all good.
Oh my God, I just, for some reason, like my YouTube like doesn't really refresh now. I think it has a virus from some of the weird websites that I've been like researching all the DFS stuff on. Yeah, most of it's just talking with Kenny. I get like a virus from him. 110 likes already. We're already north of the century mark.
You guys are
unbelievable. What a recovery. What a bounce back for us here. I love this for us.
Oh wow, almost a pick there. Couldn't pick 6. Oh boy.
Yeah. So I think this is the first, because I wasn't on any of the sims yesterday because I decided to play a little bit of golf. And so, yeah, I was incredible, Jeff. I had a couple birdies. So my question for both of you, what's one of the games, what is the one game that you're looking forward to the most in the entire NFL in the 2021 season now that the schedules come out? I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but I need to hear now for myself what you're most excited about.
Oh, like which game? Oh, okay.
Yeah, is there a game that just really gets your loins set on fire? Tara Lynn, you be quiet. I want to hear from Tara Lynn first.
Good, because I don't really have an answer.
I have to say, obviously, being in New England, I'm pumped for week 4 with the Tom Brady return. I listen to 98.5 probably every morning when I go to get my coffee in the morning, as we learned on Twitter. And if you haven't heard, Tom Brady's dad hyped me up even more with the little text message being like, hey, Tom's going to go there and dominate. So the hype is real with that one. Tom Brady tweeted yesterday as well saying, oh, it's like reuniting with your high school bros. Now he's with his college guys. Yeah, and the tickets too are skyrocketing. Kenny Juicy is really annoyed with the prices of the tickets, but what can you expect? It's Tom Brady returning to New England. I guess on Ticketmaster, they're going up to 12 grand, which, yes, a little outlandish, so I'll give it to Kenny. But Kenny just is full of negativity when it comes to the Patriots and Tom.
He really, really is, and I agree with you there for that game. That's going to be epic. Like I was like yesterday looking at ticket prices for that, guys. I was on Ticketmaster, I select one ticket. The cheapest at the time was like $1,600, and you're talking like nosebleeds.
Nosebleed. Yeah, and the quote from Tom Brady Sr., I started salivating when I saw that we're playing the Patriots in the 4th game of the season.
Yes.
And we're coming up here to make our record 4-0. If that doesn't get you pumped and your blood flowing, baby, I don't know what your problem is. Jeff, do you have a game now?
Not really, but we'll pretend. Look, I think most of the ones I'm looking forward to are week 1. I'm going to say this is going to be probably most. I'm really excited to see Justin Fields. I want to see Justin Fields against the Rams week 1. And I think he's going to start. I think it's going to be like one of those situations where everyone's expecting him to be terrible. And I think he's going to do well against a really tough Rams defense. So that's kind of what I'm really looking forward to week 1. I want to see Justin Fields play. Yeah. As we go on, there's a ton of interesting matchups. You got Burrow versus Herbert, like I think around week 13 could be cool. 2 second-year QBs. But realistically, the game of the year for everyone is going to be that week 4 one, right? I'm looking forward to that too. I know Glasheen expects Tom to win by about 40 points.
Yep.
I think that's a possibility. I won't lie. I also don't think the Bucs are going to be 3-0 coming into that game, but that's another story. So.
Yeah, I found that interesting, which, by the way, just a few minutes ago, like Zane Gonzalez missed another long ass field goal. So Arizona should just honestly start going for it, whether it's 4th and 1 or 4th and 21. Would you guys let your dad kind of fight your battles for you? Which I kind of feel like Tom Brady Sr. Is he just like a mouthpiece like for Tom Brady Jr.? Jeff, what do you think?
I don't ever recall hearing Tom Brady's dad in the media ever before this. Like, is this? Am I wrong?
Are you serious? No. He past few years, man. Past few years, he's given some hot takes. He's been pretty active, giving some quotes, whether it's to papers or media outlets out in the San Francisco area, which they're from, or here in the New England area. Yeah, he's known to share his opinion every now and then.
No, I saw the stuff he dropped about this game, but I don't. Yeah, I personally would not feel great about it. I'd be like, yo, stop, Dad. Like, just chill, bro.
Yeah, please. You're embarrassing.
I really don't need this. Like, I got enough problems. I'm also wouldn't be someone who'd be out there and be like, we're going to come in and dominate it. And I probably wouldn't even be like posting stuff that much about it like Tom did. But that's his style. So I think he's probably more comfortable with it. And look, when you have 7 rings at this point, like, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like, I think Brady is pretty much just reveling in this. He's probably telling his dad to post at this point. So.
Well, I was just going to say that. And I was talking to Congo Cav here in the YouTube chat. I was like, I honestly think he's saying what Tom Brady is thinking. Like, would you agree with that, Tara Lynn? Or do you think he's just kind of going off doing his own thing and telling Tom Jr., like, shut up. You're not my boss. Like, I made you.
How old is Tom Brady Sr.? Do we have an age on him?
I don't know. Probably like 70-something, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like loose cannon. Like, my dad, he's in his 60s, and the stuff that comes out of his mouth sometimes, I'm like, whoa. Like, even he has my back to it, I'm like, okay, Dad, but I didn't say that.
Yeah, once they reach a certain age, it's like you can't put a cap on them anyways. Like, they're just, you just try and control them a little bit, but, you're not going to stop what they're saying, so.
And I feel like the 98.5 guys, he has such a good rapport with them. It's so conversational that he was probably like, yeah, obviously my son's going to come there to New England and dominate. So I can picture that. But, yeah, probably Tom supports it. He wants to do the same thing.
Yeah, because I would think as Rivers gets sacked here and we hit the 2-minute warning, I would honestly think, like, if Tom Brady really, really, really hated it, He would call his dad. He would call his dad and say, "Dude, you gotta stop doing this crap like every year." Like if I was like the ball kids, like I'm sure I would have already called up my dad and be like, "Yo, chill." But like he's the guy who's just gonna be like, "No, I'm gonna do my own thing." But I would think maybe Tom Brady Sr. would be like, "Okay, son, I'll do this for you," as Rodriguez here bangs home the field goal, and so 10-0 now. Colts on top of the Cardinals, who have missed a couple field goals.
Rodriguez.
What is it? What did I just do? What am I? What I did was that's what I said. I said Rodrigo Blankenship. What are you talking about? No. You thought I said that. I literally said Rodrigo Blankenship.
Literally just making up the names of the players.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. I couldn't remember his name right off the top of my head, so I'm like, I'm going to go with this and kind of combine his first name with Zane Gonzalez's last name. And just kind of, make two kickers into one, bro. Let two become one. What's wrong with that?
The last Giants broadcast I did, I think I said like Lawrence Tynes was kicking or something. So
Eli Manning under center. Hey, Jeff. I don't know. This guy apparently has the same name as you. It's Jeff with a G.
Wow.
It says, Jeff, you shocked at how low scoring conditions have been in round 1 and 2? Guess we're talking Byron Nelson.
Oh, yeah, the Byron Nelson. No, it's a little bit of an easier course. And it was actually really rainy there, so soft conditions. I think it'll get a little bit harder on the weekend, but no, I'm not overly shocked. Par 72 with 4 easy par 5s. I think most people thought it was going to be lower scoring, but I do think it's going to get a little bit tougher as the weekend goes on. So that's my take on the golf. My boy Kate winning
on the golf
shot. Hopefully comes through.
A minute and a half to go here in the first half. Dude, Abby Rizzle says no, Lazio. You said Rodriguez. It's okay. LOL.
Thank you, Abby.
I love Abs. I love everyone in the YouTube chat hanging out with us. We're almost at the 400. Appreciate everyone who's decided to hand out some likes. I know you can only use it and dish it out once, and the fact you're deciding to use it with us means everything to us. 126 right now. Hold on a second. I got to open the schedule because I think do we have another 3-man booth coming up? Oh yeah. So Glash. Is Glash sliding in for me here? I guess next sim. It looks like you two are going to hang out.
Oh, yeah. I'm back on the next one too. Yeah.
All right, cool. And then Glash will come in. Then you're going to that's going to be Dolphins at the Bucks as Kyler scrambles. And wow, that's complete. Yeah. So they're in good shape here with 3 timeouts to go. Minute to play. Time is ticking. 28 yards on the catch there for Captain Kirk. Bears at the Vikings. Kenny and Christian will be at 4:00. Falcons at the Broncos will be Kenny and Brandon. You're going to have Kaufman and Rossi for the Jaguars for America's team at the Saints at 8:00. And then the Packers at the Chiefs. Ooh, that's a sexy one. Kaufman and Tom at 10:00. Tommy Popsicles on the horn. All right, they decided to burn.
While you're doing this, like, are you home by yourself? Or are they just kind of chilling in the?
No, Meg has decided to lock herself in the bedroom because she's working from home this week. She had already put up with me screaming during the sweat. She tried to make it through the first quarter here and decided to leave. And now, Winnie is passed out next to me, and she's licking my feet. But I got to find out where the puppy is. I don't know where the other one is. Hey, Meg.
Lost the puppy.
Do you have Georgie? Okay. You two,
outside in the hallway.
You two fill in real quick.
You go. It's okay, buddy. That's why we have this 3-man booth. So
yeah, go look for your. Yeah, we have this so you can go look for your dog.
Take his dog for a walk. I just picked Georgie's like eating in the. I can just see him like in the puppy chow right now, just mowing down. Oh, there he is.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Go relax.
Come on. We're all good here.
Yeah, sorry. It's just like they started eating plants, some of the flowers that I've spent so much money on for my wife because I love her so much. I did nothing wrong. And then they're eating the plants and the flowers, and then that makes them leak, it causes diarrhea. So we don't want that. She just appeared out of nowhere. I honestly don't know where she's been, but now she's in the crate. She's just going to take a little nap.
Good for her. It's Kristen Kirk in the red zone. 13 seconds left. No timeouts.
Okay. So yeah, this would be a makeable field goal for Zane Gonzalez. Not to be confused with like
Rodrigo, not
Rodriguez.
Zane Rodriguez.
All right. So here's
they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, this is sometimes when the sim can really screw things up. Like they come up short, like on the 1 or something. But hey, it could also be aggressive. Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen. It's Larry Fitzgerald on the reception. They're out of timeouts, and we're going to go into halftime, 10-0 here. That kind of stuff really grinds my gears.
Grinds my gears.
Wow. Okay, so here we are, and lineup-wise, loud dude on the motorcycle. Relax, man. Lineup-wise, where are you guys in whatever contest you have decided to enter right now?
Oh, good call.
Jeff, how are you looking? How's your lineup looking?
I am. Let's see. I'm in 117th place in the Lot Z OMG Terrell and Jeff 3-roll. So I'm doing terrible.
Good.
Because there's like 120 people in it, I think. So.
Dang.
And then Terrellin.
Yeah, you wouldn't let me speak earlier about it because there was a fumble. So fumble, Terrellin, fumble. I'm on a personal strike this week from making a lineup because Kaufman personally slacked me and said, hey, make a lineup. So just because he did that to annoy me, I was like, no, I'm not making one. So,
great policy. Just as soon as he gives you instructions, just refuse to listen to him.
I was like, you're not my boss. Absolutely not. And he was like, you're a disappointment. So I said, no, definitely not making it now. So
he called you a disappointment?
Yeah. So I'll be back next
week. Go to HR. You gotta go to HR.
See you later. I'm going to HR.
Yeah, I mean, just email. I'm tight with them, so let me know if you need me to like introduce you to someone there in the HR department.
Yeah.
But that's ridiculous that he is verbally abusing you through text and Slack. I got your back on this.
Under investigation. Got 8 open case files.
It's thick, man. It's like a Cheesecake Factory menu. How is this guy still here? Oh, man.
No, Mr. Roach, I'm not here for no reason, basically. Me and Kaufman is like my brother. I've worked with him now for 3 years. This is just what I like to do to annoy him. Next week, I'm back in the mix, but I had to take full advantage of this because he told me what to do, Mr. Roach.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Roach, too. What's going on with you? What's happened to you, man? Something's up with you, Mr. Roach. Something is definitely up with you. I will say this. I saw a little earlier in the chat, Matt LaMarca is here. I don't know if he's still here, but looking at the schedule this weekend, you're going to get LaMarca and Jeff tomorrow night, 2 games back-to-back, 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. And then you'll have LaMarca also for 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock on Sunday. I love how he's always on those late games because that guy just does not sleep. And when he does, he's like going to sleep when the sun is coming up. He's also a guy who will probably be hooting and hollering at you at Dunkin' Donuts because that's the only time he leaves his apartment.
True.
Let's just sit in Dunkin' Donuts.
Hey, Dunkin' Donuts, sponsor us.
I wouldn't get anything. We don't even have them up here, so.
Oh, yeah, you guys have Tim Hortons, right?
Tim Hortons. Terrible.
Yeah.
You don't like to from Tim Hortons twice.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that would turn anybody off, but they're all over Buffalo. So when we go back and visit the in-laws, I'm always just chilling at, Tim Hortons, go in there and just have a little coffee, maybe a little croissant, and just hang out with the locals. I'm a man of the people, dude.
Good for you.
Yep. Mayor of that place. Let's go. Larry Fitzgerald on 3rd and 5. Picking up a first down. So that's his 3rd reception in this one. And Arizona just getting shut out currently. What's the game plan this weekend, y'all? What's everyone doing? Carolyn, what are you doing? Because you're always out and about enjoying yourself.
I really am. You know, you only have one life to live. But tomorrow I'm actually behind the scenes. I'm producing. So catch you guys there, chat. And what else? I'm enjoying the nice weather. 70s all weekend in Boston. Usually it's really gray out and it looks like Harry Potter world, always looking for Dementors up in the sky. So finally we have a nice weekend to be happy and enjoy the weather, because it's been a little depressing around here, Emerson. I don't know if you're feeling the same or if you ever get depressed. Probably not. But yeah, I mean, it's nice and sunny all weekend.
Yes, it is. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful, and I will be out enjoying it. Jeff, what are your plans, dude? Anything fun?
Golf?
Yeah, I'm going to golf on Sunday with Samir, even though last weekend was one of the most miserable experiences of my life golfing with that guy.
Oh, no. What happened?
He was terrible. He was absolutely – yes, dude.
Oh, wow.
Bringing me down. I'm like a tour pro out there. I don't need to be with – when he's struggling. You know, he was in a bad mindset. He was like on another planet. But I fought through it, overcame the adversity.
Good for you. Are you going with him again this weekend then? Is that the plan?
Yeah. And I think with Reed too on Sunday morning.
Oh, well, okay.
Reed.
Don't lose all your money to Reed. No, I'll be doing a few sims on Saturday. Sunday, I got to do a little yard work. We're redoing some rock stuff. Really exciting. And I'll be getting a couple runs in because I haven't been able to run for like 6 or 8 months because my Achilles was so bad, but it's healed itself. I apparently just have like Wolverine-like healing factors, so gonna be trying to hit the pavement a little.
Good for you, man.
Yeah. Very exciting. Nice here too, though. So be outside lots. Except when I'm on the sim.
Yeah, but at least you're doing a sim like nightside. Although that's like noon where you are.
True.
Dude, Larry Fitzgerald, I think, has 4 or 5 catches now. I know Murray is 14 of 19 in this game. And Fitz here, the old man, who one of those fun stats we always drop is he's got, what is it? Does he have like more passes completed or something like that than drops? I don't know. It's something weird. I probably just made that up, just like I make up players' names on this on the Dream Stream, like, all the time. Love that guy. Roster him. Matt Dab down the middle. There's your boy.
Oh, it's my guy taking me out of the basement. DeAndre Hopkins. Very pumped. Very excited. That was the first points for the Cardinals too, wasn't it? Wow. What are you doing over there, by the way?
This was my second iced coffee of the morning.
Wow.
Ooh, baby. Yeah, second.
Wow.
Expired Name is asking, are you guys still sending invites to the DK Sim Fam Friends League? Someone was asking about it earlier. Oh, yeah, dude. You want in. I think Kaufman's got to send the invite because he's like the commissioner of the league. I'm not quite sure. So maybe like slide into his DMs like on Twitter or Instagram, or when is he
there might be someone in the chat who can do it. I don't know. You're basically talking to the 3 people who don't know how to do anything like that. So I never go in the leagues or touch or know how to do anything. So either wait for a Kaufman sim or someone in the chat maybe can help you. We'll get you.
Oh, Producer Drew just said, drop your username in the chat and he will invite you.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Oh, look at
Producer
Drew.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Kyle from the ops team too is like, Jeff, you're an idiot. Anyone can do it if you have their username. Thank you.
No, anyone can do it, Kyle. But
I may have added a few words in there.
I just choose not to learn that part of it, mainly because it's Kaufman's thing, and I think he should really be the one doing it. So.
Yeah, put more work on Kaufman.
Andrew, will there ever be another Emerson Glass stream? Yeah, dude, tomorrow, high noon Eastern time. Tune in.
Making dreams come true.
That's right.
That's your make-a-wish right there.
Yep. Mr. Roach again says the Three Stooges, which I'm taking that 110% as a compliment. I'm just going to. My father-in-law is obsessed with the Three Stooges. So anytime I go home and it's just, he and I and sipping on a Molson Light or something or a Blue Light, he's like, hey, you want to watch the Three Stooges? And I'm like, no, I do not. But yeah, guys, you have a DK username. You're not part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. You got to get in on it because we do a bunch of fun free roll contests, more for like bragging rights. And also, I see a lot of you from time to time start talking ish to each other. So go ahead, put a couple bucks on the line, play each other in a head-to-head. Is on 3rd and 14, Phillip Rivers is sacked by this Arizona Cardinals defense.
He's terrific at that. Really terrific. Sacked in these sims.
Reeties, did you know, says over on Twitch too, Samir is a drama queen.
Oh.
Ah.
Yeah.
Dead on. That's all he does, create drama.
The Matador, I do not blame you here. He says, I blame Emerson for this lackluster game. I have been cursed. So I was very excited when I saw that my first 3-man booth experience with you two was going to be on a noon sim, because immediately noon and 2 are basically the only ones I'm available for in these days. And they've been terrible lately. They're just poor performances. They've just been sims that you would want to forget and never think about ever again. So having you two here is a very great and solid distraction from what has been an underwhelming performance by these two teams. Thank you for being here, both of you.
Wow, TYSM Emerson, that was so sweet. Rossi thought that you quit Simland.
Yeah. Well, Rossi is a liar, and so I do not believe a single word that he says. And he's also another guy who I text from time to time to check in and never texts me back. He also had kind of a controversial tweet this morning.
Who did?
And why not throw it out? Did you see this?
It made me sick.
It's like the first thing I saw when I opened Twitter this morning. I said, it is way too early for this. It's like 10 a.m., way too early. I'm just waking up. I said, guy, what the hell is this? He goes, fruit on pizza greater than fruit on cake. So he likes fruit on pizza more than he likes fruit on cake. Just simply saying it's greater than. I don't have beef with either one. I just thought that immediately you'd think that fruit on cake, I think like an pineapple upside down cake, yeah. I'd probably, like, that goes together, I think, better than pineapple on pizza. And I like pineapple on pizza. I'm just saying, if I had to pick between the two, which one probably tastes better, I'm going to go with the cake.
So there's really only one acceptable fruit on pizza.
Pineapple.
Right? Pineapple's amazing on pizza.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Probably my favorite topping on pizza. But
Same.
What other fruit are we talking about here?
Yeah, Rossi, you sicko. Are you putting strawberries and blueberries?
No. Here's the thing, Terrellyn. I think he's one of those weirdos who thinks a tomato is a fruit.
Honestly, true.
And that's BS, because I don't care what science says
that just proves how fake science is.
Yeah, and like what farmers. Yeah, farmers, all those people said, no, I'm sorry. Tomato is a vegetable.
Yeah.
It's very simple, very easy to understand.
One of those.
No one cares about facts.
They try and con you into it in school. Like, oh, by the way, a tomato's a fruit.
Ha, ha, ha.
Give me a break. It's like, the sky is green. Come on.
Yeah, just like someone said recently, I think it was here on the Dream Stream too, someone was like, avocado's a fruit. I said, out of here, guy. No, it is not. Avocado is a delicious, kind of creamy, just standalone thing. And you put it on salads, you can put it on a sandwich, you can put it on a taco.
I think Rossi's getting cute here then. I think that's exactly what's going on. He's trying to get avocados and tomatoes in there, and he's trying to pull one on you, I bet you if I go in the chat and be like, there's only one fruit, he'll be like, well, Jeff, tomato's also a fruit.
Where does he talk like? Does he talk like that? He's like, oh, pinky up.
He can be a little bit like that. It's not like his go-to, but he can get a little snarky if he wants.
Yeah, Emerson's forehead says anything you have to put salt on is a vegetable. Agreed. Like some people salt the avocado, some people salt the tomato.
Yep, it's a good call. That's a great call right there. Trust
so,
your taste buds. Don't trust science.
Nathan K says pineapple on pizza is lit. Again, I don't have any beef with it. I like it. I like pineapple. Give me the ham. You want to put a little barbecue sauce?
I mean, most people would be in here telling me pineapple sucks. You're crazy.
Yeah, a lot of pineapple haters.
This might be the best booth you've ever had.
Also, Carbon Rods here says we were all spoiled with a 49-42 game yesterday. We will be paying for it for days, if not weeks. Was there really a 49-42 game here on the Dream Stream yesterday?
I wasn't on it.
I wasn't on it either.
It was Kaufman and Ducey.
Who are the teams? Oh, wow. That happened in the 3-man with you guys. Who are the teams, Terrell?
There were so many arguments during this game that it was wild, but it was Cowboys-Titans, and it was unreal. It was historic, but then it ended really poorly. But we argued the whole way through, so it was exciting for Simland. And we had I have to ask you guys this. So Ducey feels really strong about the NFL schedule release day. Kaufman feels really strong about it. Kaufman, it's like a second Christmas for him. And then Ducey is like, you're a bozo, took my word.
Yeah.
And is like, we already kind of know the schedule. It's not that big of a deal. It's just for the media to have these videos. I enjoy some of the team's videos. I thought Post Malone's was funny. I really like Pat McAfee's for the Colts with Vinatieri. What are your thoughts on schedule release day? Do you hate it as much as Ducey, or are you like really loving it like Kaufman? Are you in between?
What do you think, Jeff?
I mean, I'm kind of in between. It's not like a huge day for me, but like I think it's become a bit of an event. Like you said, do you remember the Jags schedule release from last year with the Cats? Emerson?
Yes.
Like
yes.
That is one of the best.
I do.
You should. I don't know if they did anything similar this year, but you should go back and look at the 2020 release. I'll watch that video just for a few laughs. Like that is a great video, great social marketing. So I like it from that. We get to talk about it more. But I kind of do see Kenny's point. It's not that big a deal. We know who the teams are playing this year. It's just what weeks are falling on. So I don't look at it as like Christmas Day, but it's a slow point in the news schedule. I guess unless you're like really into basketball playoffs or something. But so I kind of like it. I mean, I'm not dead against it like Ducey or anything, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm right in the middle. As the DK fan probably isn't shocked to hear.
By the way, the Jaguars release video this year was pretty damn funny as well. They went ahead. They were making fun of basically the Florida man. Like we're making fun of its own like fan base. They made Florida, the weird ass Florida man headlines.
Yes.
So they made like their own individual like Florida man headlines for each of their like matchups, and it was really cute and clever. As the Colts here on 2nd and 5, I'll dive into the game here for like 2 seconds on the 14th. So they're knocking on the door. Who knows if Rodriguez will come out and attempt a field goal attempt here. Jason Myers said schedule release is a national holiday. It means football is coming. It does get me excited, starting to think about when the matchups, I guess, will fall on the schedule. But I'm kind of with Ducey on this one. We already know who they're going to play. We're just kind of anticipating when it's going to fall on the calendar, because I'm thinking the whole time, as now 1st and goal's coming up with the first down there from Marlon Mack, I'm thinking the whole time, they're going to put Tom Brady and the Bucs and the Pats on Sunday night Thanksgiving. That is like tends to be one of the highest rated games like of the year. And it could go back to when they used to put like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, that yearly, annual matchup around that October, late October, November, weather's starting to turn a little bit. That was the time here they used to always put those guys like battling each other later in the season, but they decided to go week 4 instead. That's kind of cool. I can kind of look on the calendar and say, okay, when are we going to go back to Jacksonville, babe, to see its little end around there is going absolutely nowhere by T.Y. Hilton, because the Bills are going to be in Jacksonville this year. And I said to my wife, hey, let's go. Perfect. Right. You and I will spend all the money we have. I'll get you one of those cabanas with a hot tub, just you and me. They have a dog park there in the stadium, so we can bring our dogs. You're going to have the best day ever.
Oh, done and done.
And she shot it down. Yeah, she shot it down.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Yep. Terrible.
I wasn't expecting that.
Didn't you know
Yeah.
what? She just knew that the Bills were going to get smoked. You know,
Yeah.
she just didn't
Agreed.
want to deal with that. So
Agreed. Just like in week 17, the Jaguars will be in New England, and Trevor Lawrence will be aiming to pass 5,000 yards passing. And he's going to absolutely smoke the Patriots. And Mac Jones, who will be under center by that time. But yeah, I don't look at it as like a national holiday, Tara Lynn. I don't. But it is exciting. And the NFL does it better than any other league because they're the most powerful and biggest and most popular league in the world. As out of the back of the end zone on 3rd and goal. So we will have a field goal attempt coming up. But they make everything they do, no matter how big or small it may be in our eyes, they turn it into a spectacle. And you know what?
Yeah.
Even that night, I don't know what the ratings were for like the release show on NFL Network or ESPN, whatever it was on, but the schedules had been out on Twitter for 12 hours. And I guarantee you they still pulled in probably decent ratings.
Yeah, 100%. And then McAfee and Vinatieri's, it was funny. They shot it like weeks ago. They really were going it. It was really funny, actually. I think McAfee was probably under the influence of something because he was hilarious. But they said that they are so pumped for the Patriots to come to the Colts. And Vinatieri said that the Colts are going to win. So.
The Matador says, M is so cute thinking the Jags have a chance at an 8-9 season. It's coming, dude. It's coming. Brace yourself. Come talk to me after that, January 9th game, whenever the last game of the regular season is. Mark the tape, Matador. You and me, baby. When I'm right, you can Venmo me $5.
I think 8-9 is within the realm of possibility.
Thank you. Thank you for being a realist.
You're welcome.
People salt watermelon? Free Piercy? One? Really?
That sounds crazy. I mean,
I know people salt like mango, right? Mango and cantaloupe. Or mango on a stick.
I'm someone who puts salt on everything, but I've never put salt on watermelon. Maybe I've done it with like cantaloupe. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right though.
No.
My mom
we said,
salts everything
salt is
too.
for vegetables, not really for fruits.
Yeah, it sounds a little suspect.
Yeah, my mom salts ketchup. Like my mom doesn't eat meat, but she'll eat like all the fries like in the world. So we'll go out, we'll get fries. She'll squirt a bunch of ketchup like on her plate, and then just dump half the salt bottle like on it. And I said, "What's going on with you, woman?"
Your mom eats like a 17-year-old.
Yes, she really does. Yes, she really does. Like you go to her house, and last time I was there a few months ago, I posted a picture of their pantry, chips, like crackers. There's 10 cereal boxes in there, and my mom's a twig, and I'm like, how do you? Oh
Wow.
God,
No.
yeah.
Good genes, bro.
Yeah, I gotta call your mom.
Thanks, man. Yeah, skinny fit, dude. Haha, did you?
Wow.
No, I know. It was like very Kaufman-esque. 2-minute warning here. Cardinals are knocking on the door. They're down 6, so score here, kick that extra point, and the lead is yours.
Yeah, we're not going to get OT. That's good.
Love that.
Yeah, me too, actually. We are now near the 10-yard, so we're down at the 12. And your captain, Jeff, is having himself a hell of a day.
He is. I wonder what place I'm in. I'm up to 66th. So, not showing off, but not terrible. That's fine for me. He's actually only got 4 catches.
But he's got the touchdown, right?
He does have the touchdown.
So don't act like it's nothing. And then there's Max Williams.
Mad Max Williams. 38% owned, actually. Oh, I'm up to 30th. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's get some more DeAndre. Well, DeAndre Hopkins only 6% owned in the captain spot, too. So it wasn't a highly owned captain's pick.
Whoa. Matador says jalapenos on watermelon is amazing as well. I could see that being good. I could see having like a watermelon juice too with a little bit of spice kick to it. Kyler wanted to run it instead. You know who it is. There's your boy, your captain. Second touchdown of the day for Nuke.
Let's go.
Let's see where this lands me here, folks. It's all on the table now.
Where are you now?
Little spicy. Let's go. I've never seen a missed extra point. It would be quite hilarious if this was the first one.
This is the first one after we've made our
No. Zane Gonzalez, his real name, 14-13. The Cardinals. This is the Cardinals' first lead of the day. But let's not sleep. Let's not sleep on the Colts, man. 3 timeouts to go, 1:07 on the clock. You gotta believe, Roger. You gotta believe. Up. Doorbell. I don't know what it could possibly be. Every day, there's something. Oh, Lord. All right, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. No overtime. Right.
Dog probation officer.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. You know how Jesse's always bragging about Thor going to school and training?
Yeah, I know. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at Thor. Got another good review.
Right.
Always at school.
So we have decided, because Winnie, while she is like the sweetest dog on planet Earth, could probably use some training. Could improve her manners a little bit.
Sure.
So we do have a meeting at the same little dog institution in a couple weeks.
The Royal Canine Institution of
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick the door down and say, our draft queen Jessie Cofield sent me.
Yeah, are you getting like a recommendation from Jessie?
So yeah, we're gonna go there. Now the goal is to just do Winnie at first, because what is she, 10 months? 9 months, and it's hopefully that she gets trained up quickly and then can teach the younger one the right things to do.
Right.
So we don't have to pay for 2 dogs being trained. That's the goal, because the little one emulates anything and everything.
Sure.
That Winnie does.
Yeah.
That's smart.
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, I know you have.
Yeah.
And so we're just trying to set the tone, and we're trying to make sure that she understands the role that she has in life is to bring us joy.
You think Jessie is like behind the scenes being like, God, don't do it. These guys are trouble.
No, she would never sabotage me. Jessie and I are best friends. 4th and 2. This is the game right here. All right, it's complete. They will remain alive. They call their first time out. Remember, only need a field goal here.
I do love how she posts like the report cards though.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I sent my dogs to like, a doggy daycare, but never anything where like the dog was getting reviews at the end of the day. Stuff. It's classic.
Phillip Rivers, you got to go downfield here, dude.
Yeah,
even though I think it's your guy Trey Burton. Which, dude, he's I think he's still a free agent now. And I was saying that, I was saying the other day, I was like, dude, if I'm the Jaguars, I'd much rather have him as a tight end than Tim Tebow. But with only 22 seconds, with only 22 seconds to go.
I thought he was retained by the Colts, but I was wrong. So
yeah, of course you are.
Not shocking.
Not at all. 2nd and 4. Oh my God. We are going to end up having a field goal attempt for the win here. They have 1 timeout. I guess we're just going to. All right, there you go. They decided to burn it. So this will be Rodrigo Rodriguez Blankenship.
Yep. Going to be interesting to see if old Rodriguez here.
Rodrigo is Rodriguez. Rodriguez is Rodrigo.
Wow.
Here we go. So this is going to be from 42.
Looks like about 42. It's pretty much automatic.
I don't know, man. Hold on. I gotta get my math right. Yeah, I think.
Oh no, this is longer.
Like
than
47. 47.
47. Yeah. 30. Yeah. 47. 48. Around there. Colts tight end depth is really terrible next year, by the way.
The Colts schedule?
No, tight end depth.
The tight end depth? Yeah. Have you seen the Jaguars, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 47 for the win. Rodrigo Blankenship delivers.
It's a little bit of a weak kick, but, little line drive. He got it there, though.
Wait, a weak kick? He made it from 47. How's that a weak kick?
Well, I mean,
because it wasn't pretty?
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. As far as, he gets like a 7.5 on presentation. Let's put it that way.
He's no, Brendan Glasheen back there kicking field goals.
That's right. That was one of the weakest efforts athletically I've ever seen.
Oh, glad.
And I wasn't expecting much either, so.
Rivers with the worst comeback win of his sim career, says Jason Myers.
That was pretty weak.
Rossi's fat cat, row your Blankenship gently all the way.
All the way to another sim win.
We did hit 150 likes, which is pretty sick. It's a nice little chunk. Maybe you two can try to help convince some of our disgruntled and rightfully so members of the DK Sim family who hit the dislike button. Maybe you can convince them to take it away in the second game that you guys have coming up next. Because you two are going to be hanging out. I'm taking off. I'm going to take Winnie for a run, and then Glash is going to slide in. It's going to be more fun here. That's what I love. That's what I love about what we do here. So that's it.
That's it.
21-24 Kyler Murray, 244 yards. Rivers 14-20, 120 yards. Are we doing like a re-air of the sweat up next? Okay, we are. Which I just want to say, at the top of the sweat this morning, which we air live at 11 o'clock here in the Dream Stream, 11 o'clock Eastern time, we have Ross Tucker, and that dude was on one this morning. He's right at the top. You're about to witness Ross Tucker for about 5 minutes of his 10-minute segment is going to talk about his keg stand days back in college and maybe a little bit of some of the festivities and partying he took place at Drew Bledsoe's house when they were on the Bills together. It's really worth sticking around for. And let me tell you what, Tucker went off, and it was highly entertaining, and his energy really fired me up this morning. That's it. That's all I got.
All right.
Jeff. Actually, Terrellin, do you have a what? Say it. Say it, Coward.
I thought we were
Say it.
done. I thought that was it. I thought we were like done, but no, we'll keep going.
You like kind of hyped me up for Ross.
Yeah, I know. I know that. I don't want to bring everyone down, but we got to get players of the game real quick, right?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Mine's DeAndre Hopkins. My Babysitter Billy award is, I don't know. Let's go with Paris Campbell because he had 0 catches. Seems pretty terrible.
0.
Okay,
yeah. I mean, definitely Babysitter Billy right there.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Yes, that was Andrew on the ones dudes like, was that a pitch? Yes, I was pitching to all of you to stick around and watch the first chunk of the sweat. You can watch the whole thing if you want, but you got to stick around for like the first 10 minutes. Tucker is a great dude. You two are great. That was super fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We know that the homeless population finds Terrellin extremely attractive when she's ripping through the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. Rumor has it was Glash with a beard.
It was Glash.
We'll get to the bottom of that on the next sim.
Yes. You two with Glash, another 3-headed monster in the booth. Thank you very much, Andrew, on the ones and twos for helping us out with the tech issues at first. Drew, producer Drew, Kyle on the ops team, much love to you as well, man. Everyone hang out. The sweat's coming up next, and then these two with Glash for a 2 o'clock sim, so get those lineups filled out. Peace out. Love you. Get in, losers. We're going shopping for the best DFS deals and DK Sportsbook steals. Woo! I'm Member Salazio hosting this baby we call the sweat. Listen, I don't know how to put this, but today is kind of a big deal. It's a special day here at DraftKings. We're celebrating May 14th, 2018. It's the day the Supreme Court ruled states were allowed to legalize sports betting. One way we are celebrating is with our free-to-play popularity pool. So head over to the DK Sportsbook to enter this pool, and all you have to do is answer 10 questions with a 514 theme, like who was the greatest player to wear number 5, or what was the best sporting event to happen on May 14th. 514, answer the most popular choices and get a shot at $51,400 in prizes. We will be giving you more ways to celebrate today, so you got to stay tuned to this incredible award-winning show. As for this incredible award-winning show, NBA, NHL, MLB, UFC is all on the menu, but we start with the granddaddy of them all, former NFL lineman Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Good morning. How are you?
Emerson, I'm doing awesome. I got a lot of respect for anybody that starts a show with "Get in here, losers." That was amazing. And I would also say the way you should have talked about this being free to bet day, you got close, but you didn't sell it. I don't know how to tell you guys this, but today's kind of a big deal. Like you went like 40% Anchorman. I just did 80% Anchorman.
Okay.
You could have gone full throttle, 100%. Today's kind of a big deal.
Okay. Well, 80% of the time it works 40% of the time.
Yes,
Let's dive.
Yes.
Yeah, my man. All right. We're off to a hot start. Let's dive into this brand spanking new 17 game schedule here. As a former player yourself, how do you feel about the extra game?
I know most guys don't like it, Emerson. I think I look at it differently, right? If you went around the locker room and talked to a bunch of guys like me who made the minimum 5 out of my 7 years in the league, and you said, hey, guys, let's pretend it's Christmas, okay? You guys want to play one more game at the end of the year for $100,000? They'd all be like, yes, yes. Everybody would say yes to that. And so that's why they did it. Now, I know that there are some superstars that already make millions of dollars, 10, 20, 30, 40 million dollars a year that don't like it. Guess what? I don't care, dude. Cry me a river. You're rich. I'm not. I'll play another game for another $100,000, whatever it is. Heck yes. A lot of these guys only have 3-year careers. A lot of these guys, every check is valuable. And look, one more game is not that big a deal in the big scheme of things. You've already put that much time in to get to that point. You might as well tack on one more and make some more money for your family.
Hey, how soon until we see an 18th game? What do you think? Those guys, their heads are going to explode.
Well, so they just did a 10-year deal with the CBA.
Okay.
So that's not happening for at least 10 years unless the NFL came to the NFLPA with some type of crazy revenue share increase where they would get even a larger percentage of the money. They got a decent upgrade. They got about a full percent on $16 billion to go ahead and play one more game. That's $1.6 billion a year that they got to go ahead and do that. I think that's pretty nice.
All right. So what were some of the games that immediately stood out to you when you first saw this new schedule?
Yeah, I mean, I think like everybody, right? Brady back in Foxborough. Are you kidding me? Even Tom Brady's dad is fired up for it, calling radio stations, pumped up about it. The funny thing about it is, I mean, it'll be a special night on multiple levels, but it doesn't matter if the Patriots win. Brady just won the Super Bowl without them. Like, that's kind of a big deal. So obviously, though, Brady back in Foxborough, my former teammate, that's a huge one. I think everyone has a lot of intrigue related to Aaron Rodgers and like that game against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Is Aaron Rodgers playing for the Packers? I actually spoke to Michael North from the NFL yesterday, Emerson, on the Ross Tucker podcast. And if you look, most of the Packers primetime games are the first few weeks. Let's say Aaron Rodgers isn't there. It's, is Jordan Love good? Is he not good? Let's see it. Or they're late in the year where they can flex out of it. There's only one primetime game in the middle of the year. It's either early where there will still be a lot of intrigue, like what are the Packers like without Rodgers? Can Jordan Love play? Or late in the year where if he stinks, they can flex out of it.
You're assuming that Jordan Love can beat out Blake Bortles, though, for the starting job. Like, come on, wake up, bud.
Hey, I like Blake Bortles.
Me too.
There is a 0.0% chance that if Rodgers isn't there, that they don't start Jordan Love. Can you imagine how bad that would be? I almost hope, I know you were joking, but I almost hope that happens. That would be amazing. And frankly, let me say one more thing.
Yeah.
On multiple levels, and I never say this about guys, I kind of hope Jordan Love is a bust. I kind of hope he stinks.
Whoa,
Number one,
why?
Well, I'll tell you why. So that the Packers management can know definitively how stupid they were for that draft choice. Even if he is good, it was a dumb draft choice because you're going to lose a lot of the value on the rookie contract because I don't think he's going to play this year. But also the Packers fans. The Packers fans are all on Team Green Bay and not on Team Aaron Rodgers. 30 years, Emerson. 30 years they've had a top 5 quarterback. I kind of think maybe the Packers fans need a little dose of reality and what it's like to not have a top 5 quarterback.
Dude, I am digging this. We are like 6 minutes past 11 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and your takes are scorching hot right now. Who, if anyone, has an advantage based on what their schedule looks like?
Well, I'll say this. I don't know anybody has a big advantage. I'll tell you who has a big disadvantage. How about that one? And this is something that is actionable, okay? So everybody watching, listening, you know what actionable is? It means you go to the DK Sportsbook and you place a bet, a wager, if you will, especially on free-to-bet day. The Atlanta Falcons, bro. Emerson, the Atlanta Falcons have 7 home games and 10 away games. Never happened before. So let's look at the logic, right? Typically it's 8-8. Well, we have a 17th game, all going to be AFC home games. So everybody in the NFC has 8 home, 9 away, except the Falcons gave up one of their home games to play in London, to host a game in London. So 7 in Atlanta, 10 away from home, including the 1 London game. And oh, by the way, the Falcons opener against the Eagles is at home. So in the last 17 weeks, do the math, the last 17 weeks of the season, the Falcons have 6 home games. That will never happen again. So look at their win total and maybe do what Rossi's telling you to do.
Okay. Hey, Atlanta, welcome to the shoes of Jacksonville. They give away a home game every year to London. Lines are out, dude. Available on the DK Sportsbook for week 1 games. Obviously, teams still have like a lot of question marks, so this isn't an exact science here. But one interesting matchup has your former team, your former favorite team, by the way, the Bills, hosting the Steelers as a 6.5-point favorite. How surprised are you that Buffalo is so heavily favored?
I love that they're my favorite team. This is like
we've talked about this.
What my wife says to me, Emerson, wow, you actually listen sometimes when I talk.
Yeah,
I get
that a lot here.
Emerson. You actually listen. Yes, look at all the helmets behind me. My favorite team I played for, the Buffalo Bills. It surprises people. It's a long story, but it was my favorite place for a lot of different reasons.
It's because they gave you a contract. They gave you a contract.
Played the most, made the most money. We also hung out together. Like we go to Drew Bledsoe's house, get a keg. It was cool. We all hung out together. The other teams, like guys are all over the place and all kinds of different things. So Buffalo was awesome. I love the Bills. This is too many points. 6.5 points. What are we talking about? I mean, the Steelers were the best team in football the first 11 weeks last year. 6.5 points. Ben gets a whole year to actually throw and get ready for the season with that elbow that last year was like a 300-pound lumberjack with that big beard, COVID. His elbow's like this, like just sitting there. Make sure you wear a mask. Like, dude, he's got a totally different ball game this year. He knows it's his last year. I think the Steelers have a great chance to win that game. Give me those 6.5 points. Sorry, Bills Mafia.
I can't get the image of you doing a keg stand at Drew Bledsoe's house now out of my head.
Hard to do keg stands when you're 325, but it's nice when you've got fellow offensive linemen to lift you up. This might have been high school or college. I once did a keg stand, and whoever was counting didn't count the first 5 seconds. Like I'm sucking it down, and they didn't realize I was sucking it down, and we were having a contest, and they started. They're like 1, 2. Yeah. Meanwhile, I was like 7 seconds in. As soon as they dropped me down, I smoked that dude in the chest so hard. I was so angry. So look, you come to the sweat to hear about Ross Tucker keg stand rage incidents. Okay, that's why you're here.
All right, a team you follow closely, the Philadelphia Eagles. They start their campaign in Atlanta as 3.5-point underdogs. Do you think that's a good first test for the new look Eagles? They have Joe Flacco now. He's elite.
By the way, can I just say this? If you're ever counting keg stand times, you give the guy a benefit of the doubt. Okay, as soon as the thing, I mean, you start the counting, you give him the benefit of the doubt.
You should almost start early.
Sucking in beer, not breathing. I mean, what are we talking about here? As far as the underdog Eagles, look, 3.5 points is too many for me too. That's a toss-up game. You know, I mean, the Falcons have new coaching staff, so do the Eagles. I don't think people realize how poorly Carson Wentz played last year. Eagles are pretty good up front, both sides of the ball, certainly better than Atlanta. And if Hurts is just competent, if Hurts is the 25th best quarterback in the NFL, Eagles are a 500 or better team. He just can't be the worst like Wentz was last year. Look, you know me, Emerson, from last season. I like the points. Give me the Eagles and the points again.
All right, now we don't even know like who's going to be under center here, but an intriguing week 1 matchup. We talked about it earlier. You got the Patriots hosting the Dolphins. The 1.5-point favorite. It open is a 2.5-point spread here, Ross. Does this make a lot of sense to you?
So I think Cam will start. I'd be surprised if it's not Cam. I don't think they're going to put Mac Jones in week 1. I think it'll be Cam. I am not sold on Tua Tagovailoa. I'll take the Patriots. You know, playing at home, it's the opener. I'll take the Patriots. I'll believe Tua is the real deal when I see it. Man, we could have like 10 years where Dolphins fans are just pulling their hair out that they could have had Herbert, but instead they got Tua. Although that's what a lot of people did from 1983 to 2000, right? When Marino was slicing and dicing. So maybe the Dolphins fans deserve to see what the other side's like. But give me the Patriots playing at home.
Until that last game of Marino's career, got smoked by the Jaguars. Oh, that was such an embarrassing way to leave the game.
You know what's so interesting? I don't care about that at all, right?
Yeah, you know what? That's because you're not from Jacksonville. That's why.
No, but are you from Jacksonville?
Yeah.
All right, I forgot that. I don't listen when you talk. Sorry, but
no, that's okay. It's normal.
But it's a lot of people bring that up. So I think there is a lesson there that like people remember your last game if it's that bad of a game, because like a decent percentage of the time when Dan Marino's name comes up, people bring up that last game where he got slaughtered.
That's it, man.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry, dude. That's the way it goes, man. That's the way it is, brother. But see, that's why like people are going to remember you for having one of the greatest segments in the Sweats history, because that's how you do what you just did. Like Ross Tucker, we appreciate you. We love you. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your keg stands. And by the way, the weekend includes a ginormous UFC 262. We'll dive into that next with Tim Finnegan right after Nationals outfielder Andrew Stevenson catches up with DK special correspondent AJ Andrews.
All right, Andrew, you grew up in Louisiana, going to what I think we would both agree, the best school in the country, LSU, in the middle of SEC country. I want to ask you, first and foremost, you starting with baseball, how did you get going in the game of baseball, and what led you to playing at the best college in the world, Louisiana State?
Well, pretty much started in every sport. You know, growing up, my mom and dad were big on just, if there's a sport, put him in it. We don't really know what he's going to like. So I hit all of them, the baseball, football, soccer, basketball, you name it. And but for whatever reason, kind of baseball was the one that I took to probably the quickest and, you know, enjoyed that the most. And, you know, but to get in LSU, that wasn't really a thought until I got into high school. I didn't really, you know, going into high school, I didn't think I was good enough to go to LSU. And it kind of just started working out, started having some momentum, some success in the high school, you know, game. And, you know, right before my senior year, they finally offered, and we kind of got that whole thing going. So that's kind of how that happened.
I'm very similar. I played a lot of sports when I was younger. I can't even explain to you why it is that softball stuck. I was actually really good at soccer. I ran track, but softball ended up being the sport that went the long run and going to Louisiana State University. So, but again, I tried everything just like you did, and softball ended up sticking. And at our time at LSU, we were there at LSU at the same time. You got to play with some other Major League Baseball stars like some Alex Bregman and so many others. Nola, pitcher over there, the Phillies. I think there's so much talent, softball and baseball, that comes out of LSU. And I want to first of all talk about the catch that you made at LSU that is still talked about, and it's called the catch, where they compared you to another LSU great, Odell Beckham Jr., out in the outfield because you are a fellow Audi as well. I want to ask you, when you are making those outfield plays, those ones that are just one in a million, what goes to your mind? When I think about me making a play, I don't even have a thought. I feel like it's just like, I bet I'm going to catch this ball. It's like once you step and it's my instincts check in. What is it like for you making those big catches?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's more instincts. You kind of just rely on all the practices you've done because, in practice, you got to practice making that catch. And it's tough it doesn't just happen. There's a lot of work that goes into all those first step reads you got in BP and kind of, in practice you might have missed that. So kind of taking those experiences and bring them into the game. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that goes into making that catch. But as far as the thought process, it's all instincts and the will to want to catch every ball.
What is the feeling? I mean, you made the catch in the World Series, having the crowd around, everyone's so excited. What are the emotions after you make that ball? What does it feel like to be in the air? I know what it feels like for me. I'm just curious, from another Audi to another Audi, what it feels like to be soaring, knowing you just ruined a batter's day and everybody's about to be so impressed.
It's just that satisfying feeling when it hits the glove. It's like you go for it and you're like, you got a pretty good idea you're going to catch it. And then whenever it finally does and then you land and kind of everything settles down for you, it's like, that just happened. All right. So it's kind of just that whole process of, believing that you can catch it and actually coming down with it.
And actually coming down, the worst thing ever is when you come down and it comes out of your glove. I don't think there's anything that can make me more mad than that.
Whenever you make it and then you crash hard and then just ejectomit out of there.
Oh, the worst thing. I think that's enough for me, like check myself out from the game. I'm like, actually just someone come in. I got to go cry. Andrew, I want to talk about, because from college, you being able to make these amazing catches, that led you to being drafted to the team that you're with now, the Washington Nationals, in the second round. You went so fast. Of course, you deserve it, doing all the success you had at LSU. When you first got drafted and you knew you were going to be taking your talents to Washington, I want to know, what were your first thoughts when you saw or heard your name?
It's kind of just, like I was saying, going back to all the work that, what goes into just being successful at the college level, and just, someone acknowledging that and liking what you've been doing. It's kind of, it feels good to know that people have been watching you and they think that you can go on and, help their organization out.
All right, it is time to exchange some fighting words with DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan. Chasing or fading the following odds on the DK Sportsbook ahead of Saturday's stacked UFC 262 event. We're turning to pay-per-view here, Timmy, and headlined by a pair of lightweight bouts. Before we dive into those, this event will actually take place in front of a sold-out crowd, 17,000 in Houston. So much different than these bouts we've seen at either the UFC Training Center or on Fight Island, or, really in Jacksonville with no fans. How much will a huge crowd impact these throwdowns, do you think?
So I think the crowd is probably going to impact Bruce Buffer more than anything. Like, there's actually a funny meme online where Bruce Buffer with a crowd and without a crowd, and with the crowd he has like the red eyes, like, that meme. Like, so I think the fans being in the stands is not going to have a huge impact on the fights. Like the one main difference is that in the Apex, when it was quiet, you could hear the corners, you could hear the commentators. Now the fighters aren't really going to be able to hear that as well. So that could be a difference, but there's definitely going to be more energy. The fighters will have more energy. just the whole atmosphere is going to be more energetic. So I think that would be the biggest change.
Okay, well, looking at the main card here, let's start with a featherweight bout between Shane Burgos and Edson Barboza. Burgos is a -141 favorite here, -141. Are you chasing or fading that he comes out on top?
So this fight, I think, is pretty close. Like, Burgos is a really high volume striker. Like, he lands about seven significant strikes per minute. That's really high. But because he's so active, he also absorbs a lot of strikes. He's taking about 6 significant strikes per minute. So, and if you look at his stats, he doesn't really attempt a lot of takedowns. So this looks like it could be primarily a striking match. And if it's a striking match, like, Edson Barboza is a great striker. He's a great technical striker. He's got really powerful kicks. So Barboza is going to be a live underdog if this fight takes place on the feet. The one thing I will mention is that because Burgos, he does have such high volume, like, he is appealing in DraftKings DFS contests. He's 8,400. So I would look at him if you're going to look for a DFS play on DraftKings this week.
All right, well, moving on, let's check out the women's flyweight division here as Caitlin Chukagian takes on Viviane Araujo. So Chukagian's, she's the favorite here, -139, but chaser fade that Araujo has a shot to pull off this upset.
I do think she has a chance. If you look at Chukagian's takedown defense, it's not great. She only stops about 50% of her opponent takedown attempts. So, and Araujo is able to finish takedowns. Like, she finished 4 in her most recent fight. So that could be the path for victory for her is through takedowns.
Up next, men's bantamweight contest between Matt Schnell and Rogerio Bontorin. So Schnell comes in as a -159 favorite here. Looking at the fight props, though, odds favor Schnell to win by a decision at +150. Chaser fade that a decision is the most likely outcome for him.
So looking at DraftKings Sportsbook on the prop bets, there's a prop bet that jumps out at me in this fight. Like, Schnell has a suspect chin. He's been finished 3 times by strikes in the UFC. And on DraftKings Sportsbook, Rogerio by KO or TKO is +450. Like, that's pretty good odds for a guy with a suspect chin. So I think if you're going to make a bet on this fight, I would look at that.
Now we have the co-main event as we hit the men's lightweight division with Tony Ferguson battling Beneil Dariush. Ferguson has been a top fighter in this weight class for a long, long time, but comes into this bout as a -165 underdog. So chaser fade that Ferguson can prove he's still one of the top lightweights and take out Dariush.
So Ferguson, it seems like he aged overnight. Like, he got dominated by Charles Oliveira in his last fight. He just got thoroughly destroyed. But he has fought really tough competition. Like, his last 2 losses are to Oliveira and Justin Gaethje. So those are 2 top fighters in his weight class. So this is definitely a step down in the competition for him. And Ferguson was on such a great run. He won 12 straight fights. He's ridiculously tough. Like, Oliveira had him in a fully extended armbar in his last fight. It looked like his elbow was going to pop. He didn't tap. And then eventually the round ended, so he wasn't submitted. And if you look at Ferguson's striking metrics, he lands more strikes than average on a rate basis. So, and he's only 7,600 on DraftKings this week. So I think he's a pretty good value with a step down in competition.
How about the main event here, dude? The vacant lightweight title is on the line. You got Michael Chandler fighting Charles Oliveira. He has won 8 straight, Oliveira, 8 straight fights, and is the favorite here at -134. I want you to chase your fade that he makes it 9 in a row and takes home the title.
So I'm going to fade Oliveira here. Like, I actually really like Michael Chandler a lot in this fight. Like, Chandler is a great wrestler, so he can dictate where this fight goes. Like, if he wants to keep the fight standing, I don't think Oliveira is going to be able to take him down. So, and if Chandler keeps the fight standing and turns it into a striking match, I think he has the advantage there. Like, and if you look at Oliveira's striking style, he stands straight up and he comes forward. Like, he really pressures forward, and that could play right into Chandler's power hands. Like, Chandler has said he's going to hunt like a knockout in the first round. And if Oliveira is going to stand straight up and come forward like that, that plays right into Chandler's strategy. So I would look at Chandler in this fight if you're going to make a bet on DraftKings Sportsbook. I think he was +110. I don't know if that's changed much in the last day, but he's definitely a live underdog here.
All right, I know you've mentioned a few DFS news, notes, and recommendations throughout this segment, but let's get your best DFS play of the night for UFC 262 this weekend.
So Michael Chandler, he's only 7,500. He's one of the cheapest putters on the entire slate. I want to say he's like the fifth cheapest. And for all the reasons we just talked about, like Chandler's a great wrestler, so he can dictate where this fight goes. And if he keeps the fight standing, I think he has the advantage on the feet. In his last fight against Dan Hooker, he won by a knockout in the first round. He scored 107 DraftKings fantasy points. I could see that happening again against Oliveira. I could see a first round knockout in this fight. I could see 100 DraftKings fantasy points. And if you can get that type of fantasy scoring for somebody who's only 7,500, that's like a great play. So I would look at Michael Chandler.
Tim Finnegan, you are the man. We appreciate all of your knowledge and the help. But before we go to break, everybody, friendly reminder that it's free to bet day, and we are celebrating with a number of May 14th promotions, like with our free to play popularity pool. So head over to the DK Sportsbook to enter this pool. And all you have to do is answer 10 questions with a 514 theme, like who was the greatest player to wear number 5, or what was the best sporting event to ever happen on 514. Answer with the most popular choices. You will get a shot at $51,400 in prizes. Major League Baseball price check is coming up next. All right, back here on Das Sweat. We are working with a 13-game main slate around Major League Baseball. Here to price check for us, our panel consisting of DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and Stan Sun, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Nick, who's your pitcher at $8,000 or higher? I think you've got about 10 to choose from.
No, yeah, there's a lot to pick from tonight. And I think Scherzer and Glasnow are the two go-to guys for me for sure tonight. So it's how are you going to be able to afford one of those two at over 10K and still, still have a good offense tonight? I'm going with Johan Oviedo at 7.2K against the Padres, just to get a little savings, and you have to. And with Oviedo, it's more so about the Padres. I'm fading them right now because Fernando Tatis is out. Will Myers is out. Hosmer and Profar are both have contact tracing. So as much as the Padres have had success against right-handed pitching this year, I don't like them without some of their huge bats tonight.
All right, what about you, Stan?
Yeah, I don't like the lower price pitchers on this slate. And the above average ones right below, the tier below the top, they're priced a little too high for my liking. So I'm actually going all the way up on both slots today. Glasnow and Kershaw are my guys. I'm going to go with Kershaw due to the 900 savings you get. His swinging strike rate is 16.6%. FIP is 2.45. He's allowed only 3 home runs and walked 8 in 44.2 innings. He struck out 46 batters. Miami, the matchup is a good one. They strike out the ninth most times against left-handed pitching.
Eric, talk to me. Your pitcher at $8,000 or higher.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear those guys not love a lot of the second-tier options, because there's one here who I think is excellent, and that's Joe Musgrove. At 8,700, he's merely the 8th most expensive pitcher on the slate, and he's pitching basically as well as the guys at the top. His last 2 starts, he did give up 9 earned runs in 10 innings, but he struck out 13 and walked just 2, which tells me that he's mostly pitching just fine, just getting punished more than you'd expect for his occasional mistakes, which has been a theme this season. He's given up more homers than expected, but his 23% homer per fly ball rate is something that should regress in a positive way. That generally isn't something pitchers have a ton of control over, so that should fall near league average, which is 10 ticks lower. And Musgrove, obviously, we know he had that no-hitter earlier this year. He's been dominant, 34.8% strikeout rate against just 4.5% walk rate. And he faces a middle of the pack Cardinals lineup in a pitcher friendly park in San Diego. So I think he's a top tier option priced as a second tier guy today.
Eric, what about your hitter over 5K?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Juan Soto. I think I've mentioned him before, but I'm going to mention him a lot as long as he's down as the 27th highest priced hitter. Heading into the season, basically every projection system had him in a tier of 2 with Mike Trout, way ahead of everybody else in the league. I still think he's that guy, the guy who is drawing Ted Williams comparisons over the offseason. He still has that incredible plate discipline, walking more than he's striking out. It's actually a career low 13% strikeout rate. The batting average and slugging aren't quite there this year. 267 batting average, 413 slug. But the expected stats are right where you want him. He's expected batting average 314, expected slugging just south of 600. And he's had a hit in all 3 of his last 3 games. So I think he's past that injury that sidelined him for a bit. I think he's the same Juan Soto as ever. He'll get the platoon advantage against Riley Smith. And if you don't know who Riley Smith is, that's exactly the point. So I think this is, as ever, stick with Soto until he's priced as a top 2 player like he should be.
Stan, hitter over 5K. Who do you like?
I'm gonna kind of cheat here a little bit. I got a smorgasbord. Basically any of the Cubs righties. There's a ton of them today. But over 5K, you got Chris Bryant at 6K, Javier Baez at 6.1, Wilson Contreras at 5.5K. The career ISO 290 for Bryant against left-handed pitching, 240 for Baez, and 227 for Contreras. Going up against Tariq Skubal, who's a lefty. He's given up 10 home runs in 27 innings, all to right-handed batters. The K minus walk percentage is only 6.2%. And once he's out of the game, then they get, the Detroit bullpen, who has the highest FIP in the league.
All right, Nick, bring us home on this one.
Jesse Winker against the Rockies. After what happened on Thursday night, I got to get a piece of this. And look, Castellanos, as much as I love him, he's a little bit too pricey for me. And I think Winker, a guy who's mashed right-handed pitching, as much as he hasn't seen Marquez, most of this lineup hasn't seen Marquez. He's got a 1.258 OPS against right-handed pitching. All of his 7 home runs, 9 of his 10 doubles have come against right-handed pitching. So I think Winker at 5.6K is a must at that course tonight.
Nick, give me your value bat. Let's just go right to where you can help people save money.
Oh, this is my pick of the night right here, Emerson. Mitch Moreland at 3.3K against Matt Shoemaker. And Moreland, okay, so he has faced Shoemaker 14 times, 14 at-bats against him. 5 home runs against Shoemaker, and then his other 2 hits. So he's hitting 500 against him in 14 at-bats. 2 doubles. So this guy is mashing him. And then again, and left-handed hitters against Shoemaker this year, 1.023 OPS. To me, this is a no-brainer. There's the matchup, the form, everything. Moreland at 3.3K. Got to be your first baseman tonight.
Stan, do you have a no-brainer for your value bat?
Not a no-brainer, but it's someone I definitely like. Alec Baum, 2.9K. He's going against Steven Matz, who has a 10% K minus walk rate against right-handed righties. FIP is 4.63. He's allowed 5 home runs to right-handed batters. Baum is crushing lefties this season. The ISO is 258. The slash is 290, 333, 548. Strikeout rate's a little high, 33.3%, but Matz only strikes out 17.9% of right-handed batters, and he's batting 5th in the lineup.
All right, and now bring us home, Eric.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy who's priced the same as Jeff Mathis and every other backup catcher in the league, and that's Jared Kelenic. I think he's a better hitter than Jeff Mathis. This is a prospect who was 4th overall, according to both Fangraphs and MLB Pipeline. RotoWire's James Anderson has him as the top fantasy prospect in the league, and he's priced at the minimum. I don't care that he went hitless in his debut. I don't care that we expect rookies to struggle a bit in their first season. I don't care that Aaron Savali is pretty good, although he's not all that intimidating, low strikeout rate, and Kelenic should get the platoon advantage against him. For a guy with this kind of talent who was so hyped as a prospect, top 5 everywhere, there's no business being priced as a minimum price player.
Stan, take us over to the DK Sportsbook here, dude. What's your favorite Major League Baseball bet tonight?
I got a couple that kind of correlate to each other. It's a true risk it, no risk it, no biscuit strategy. I'm not pressing the X or the circle button. I'm going straight square, swinging for the fences. Cubs. So last night it was minus 3.5 plus 225 on the sports book. They took it down So now it's at -3 plus 245, which is good to me. I already said that I love the Cubs stack against Scuball and the Detroit pitching. From a pitching perspective, Arrieta, he gets blown up. He got blown up last game since he gave up 7 on runs. But prior to that, he allowed 1, 1, 3, 2, 1 on runs. The Tigers are third in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. And then to correlate that, home run props. So Contreras is plus 400, Bote is plus 500, Baez is plus 400. So, I'm expecting home runs from the righties, and then I think that, they're going to win by over 3 runs.
All right, Nick, what about you, dude?
I'm going to go with Corey Kluber's K prop over 5.5 Ks against the Orioles tonight. And look, I know that the Orioles, he didn't get that last time round against them. That was 3 starts ago. And that was the first good start Kluber had for the Yankees. Since then, he's been rolling. He's hit the over both times in his last 2 starts. And I know I believe one of them was against the Tigers. So I understand that they're a team that strikes out a lot. But in general, Kluber is getting guys to miss more. And he's getting his swinging strike rate is the highest it's been since 2017. So he's getting guys to chase, and he's getting guys to, in general, swing and misses. I mean, that's huge for him right now to get. We're just talking about strikeouts or not DFS or anything. So over 5.5 Ks tonight for Corey Kluber. Very confident that given his recent form, and now he's starting to figure things out for the Yankees.
Eric, favorite baseball bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Padres over the Cardinals, and I like it a whole lot more if you spot the Cardinals a 1.5. The Padres go to plus 128 at that point, so they're considered underdogs. If you give them that run. And this is based on the fact that I just have a ton of faith in Joe Musgrove, and unfortunately I don't have a ton of faith in Nick's pick, Johan Oviedo. I know the Padres lineup's banged up, so I get the appeal of Oviedo, but the Padres still have depth. There's plenty of talent behind those top guys. Obviously it's a reduced lineup, but the gap between Musgrove and Oviedo is huge. Oviedo's got a career ERA over 5, not a ton of innings, but estimators back it up, doesn't really strike people out, doesn't really get ground balls. Whereas Musgrove, as I talked about earlier, totally fine. No concerns, despite allowing a few extra runs in his last couple starts. Strikeouts and walks still there. He's having a phenomenal season. I think he's enough better than Oviedo to make up for the loss of hitters on the Padres side.
Nick, what's wrong with you?
I just disagree with everything that Eric said. I actually was thinking about Musgrove tonight, and I was like, he's not been great lately. So we're completely on the opposite sides tonight.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate you. As for the potential of millions of people watching at home, if you don't know, now you know that today we are celebrating Free to Bet Day, and you can earn your free 514 bet by heading over to the DK Sportsbook. Just find the Free to Bet promo and opt in, and you'll be issued one single-use free bet for $5.14. You can use it to place any bet today. So don't miss out. Head over to the DK Sportsbook, celebrate Free to Bet Day in style with your free $5.14 bet. Please remember me when you are rich, because I'll remember you right after this break when we're talking Sticky Puck. Hello, good morning, everybody. The Stanley Cup playoffs begin this weekend, and we're about to break down a few of the first-round series with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. RotoWire's AJ Schultz is here as well. On this segment, we call opening face-off. One final regular season game on the schedule tonight, though, guys. We have made it. It's the Maple Leafs and the Jets. Who would you captain from this game in the showdown contest, Jeff?
You know, I know he's expensive. I know he's going to be popular, but I just don't really see anyone else with that you can trust for similar upside than Austin Matthews here. I think this is a spot where you've got a young player. He's already got 41 goals on the year. He's in an MVP race. He's probably going to go out there and try and get a couple goals. Why not? If you're going to play in the game, you might as well try and add to your totals here. The matchup is great. Winnipeg allows a ton of scoring chances. They have all year. They're not getting good goaltending down the stretch here. I think Austin Matthews is a player, too, when you look at these teams. There is some value on the Jets' third line. A guy like Mason Appleton is really cheap here. He produces. He plays a lot of minutes. Stasny's pretty cheap here. So, get Alex Galchenyuk. You can pair with Matthews. So I think all things considered with the other options we have in terms of value pairing them, I think you captain Austin Matthews here in a pretty terrific matchup, quite frankly. And then you just you try and mix and match on the other flexes.
AJ, what are you going to do?
I totally agree with Jeff. I think that's the right call. The one caveat I'll throw in there is we just saw earlier this week, Boston rested like 10 of their guys, 15 of their guys. I think if that happens, I'm actually going to look at Connor Hellebuyck. He's confirmed to be playing in this game. He's got shutouts in 2 of his last 3 games. So I think if any of the Leafs stars rest in this game, then I'm taking the other side. And going to go with Hellebuyck between the nets as my captain.
Yeah, that Bruins game was more like the Providence Bruins against like the Hershey Bears with Washington. AJ, we went over some series lines like yesterday, so let's finish up the first-round matchups here. Who do you like in the Canadiens versus Leafs series?
Well, I mean, you have to be on the Maple Leafs. I know it's like minus 275. It's a lot, but I just can't trust the Canadiens here. When you consider they've got guys like Carey Price, who could be coming into game 1 cold with no regular season action after being out. Shea Weber's been out for a while. Brendan Gallagher. There's just too many question marks there. Jeff talked about all the reasons to trust Austin Matthews. You've got a guy in Mitch Marner, John Tavares. They're just overclassed. Toronto is compared to the Habs. They've got too many stars on offense. Their defense looks really good. As well, and can produce on the power play. They're just going to be too much to handle for Montreal.
Yo, Jeff, I know you're Canadian. Did you see your prime minister, the video he posted yesterday? I know he's a hardcore Habs fan, just talking mad-ish about the Maple Leafs.
Look, I got lots of stuff to say about Justin Trudeau, but I guess we're in kind of an agreement here. I'm going to become playoff hockey guy here for a second, Emerson. Do you know when the last time the Toronto Maple Leafs won a playoff series, pal? 2004. They didn't hire me for math, but that was 17 years ago. No way am I backing the Toronto Maple Leafs to win a playoff series at this price. I get it. They've looked great in the regular season. They got Austin Matthews, but I really actually don't trust this team's goaltending is the other thing. I will take a cold Carey Price over anyone Toronto is throwing out there. I know Jack Campbell's look good in stretches, but we also saw him cool off here. Look, Montreal, they're frustrating during the regular season. I get it, but you look at the stats between these two teams. They both have subpar penalty kills. They both are pretty high up there in expected goal rate. Montreal really wasn't that bad in a lot of advanced stats. If their offense picks up a touch, their goaltending picks up a touch, this series is going to be very close. I think you take the value with Montreal. And look, at the very least, if you get in at Montreal on this price, if this goes to a game 6 or a game 7, you can hedge out. So do I think that Toronto is probably going to win? They're a better team, but man, this price is way too tempting for me not to take on Montreal. Like I said, it could present some good hedge situations later in the series.
Yeah, I believe the last time these teams played each other was 1979, like in the playoffs. And the Canadiens end up winning that series and their 4th straight Stanley Cup, Jeff. Whew, they pay me for history here. The other North Division matchup features the favored Oilers against the Jets. Who are you leaning towards in this one, Ulrich?
Yeah, I think most people will be looking at this one more as the one to take the underdog with the Jets. I get it. The Oilers' defense isn't that good, but these two teams are very similar. Like the Jets give up more scoring chances than the Oilers. They're a worse defensive team in pretty much every metric. Do you really want to get into a shootout series with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl? I just don't see the Jets being able to keep up. Mike Smith, I know AJ doesn't like Mike Smith. I didn't really like Mike Smith at the start of the year either, but he's played better than Connor Hellebuck. So the Oilers might even have an edge in goalie. I would just go with the favorites here, even though I think this is maybe a series that I'll probably just lay off.
AJ, Oilers minus 186, Jets plus 150.
Oilers minus 186. I think you're right. Smith, since the start of April, 9-3-1, a .927 save percentage, one shutout along there. You've got the two best players offensively this season in McDavid and Draisaitl. And let's not sleep on a guy like Tyson Barrie, who's got 23 points with the man advantage. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins can move to the top line, to the second line. He could anchor his own third line if they wanted to stretch it out. The Oilers just have too many options. Meanwhile, the Jets seem to completely miscast. Pierre-Luc Dubois is not a winger. Neither is Paul Stastny. So they're forcing those guys into lines that they really shouldn't be on. Maybe Nikolai Ehlers comes back. That would help the Jets on their depth, could extend the series a little bit. But overall, Edmonton will take this one.
AJ, let's just go to the West Division right now. So you got the Wilds, heavy underdogs to Vegas. Do you think Las Vegas here has the clear edge?
I do, and a lot of it, I think, comes down to just sheer experience here, right? You've got Max Pacioretty, Jonathan Marchessault, Mark Stone. All these guys have been in playoff contests. They know what they're doing. They've got a 3-time Stanley Cup winner between the pipes and Marc-Andre Fleury. On the other side, the top 3 of the top 4 point producers for Minnesota were Kirill Kaprizov, 51, Kevin Fiala, 40, Jordan Greenway at 32. These guys have combined for 31 postseason games. I think Cam Talbot has played better than we've seen from him since he was with the Edmonton Oilers several years ago. But overall, the Fleury-Leonard combination is too much. I give the edge to the Golden Knights and the Nets. I give the edge in the forward complement and the D as well, even though that's kind of what Minnesota is known for. They check all 3 boxes for me, and so I think they'll take this one as well. So I'm going to stay away from it at minus 240. It is still hockey. That's a risk too big to take in my book.
Jeff, they have the edge everywhere in your eyes too?
No, I don't think they do. I mean, I'm surprised to see the Wild at this price. I thought we'd get plus 150, maybe even plus 130. I mean, the Wild are a good team. They were chasing down the top 2 teams in this division all season. It's not a big deal for them to finish third. These are 2 of the best teams in the league, right? But look, Vegas, we don't know what's going on with Max Pacioretty, their best forward up front. Their offense could easily run dry here against a pretty solid defense of the Minnesota Wild. Like AJ said, Cam Talbot playing really well. This is my favorite underdog pick of the ones we've talked. I mean, like I said, I don't mind taking Montreal, but I think the Wild are absolutely live in this series. It's a very scrappy team. They get scoring from different directions. They got a guy like Kevin Fiala who can get hot playing on their third line here. Look, at the very least, I just think these odds are not giving enough respect to the Wild. So even if you do like the Vegas team here, I don't know how you bet them at this price. For me, the target here is definitely the Wild. And like I said, I think they're very live to win this series, especially if Max Pacioretty ends up sitting out.
Guys, that's it. AJ, adios, man. Jeff, I'm going to see you for our sim at high noon with Tara Lynn. And wait a minute. I have breaking news. DraftKings is celebrating free-to-bet day, and one way to celebrate with us is with our free-to-play popularity pool. Get to the DK Sportsbook right now to enter this pool, and all you have to do is answer 10 questions with a 514 theme, like who was the greatest player to wear number 5, or what was the best sporting event to happen on 514. So answer what the most popular choices and get a shot at $51,400 in prizes. We're wrapping up the show with NBA Best Bets right after a nap.
Hey, what's up? It's the 2 p.m. Madden Sim on a fine Friday. I come to you live from the Boston area. So does Tara Lynn, and in Alberta, Jeff Ulrich. Now that you know where we are, you can come find us. Or just stay where you are and watch this sim.
What kind of intro is that?
Yeah, I was about a D+. Happy to be back, though. Please don't come and find me.
Yeah, don't do that.
Please don't.
How are you guys doing? How was the noon sim with Emerson?
A lot of fun, actually.
Quite enjoyable, actually. Quite enjoyable. Emerson's lovely. His dogs are lovely.
Yeah.
We had some buffering issues in the first 5 minutes that the tech team overcame like absolute masters that they are. It's all great, though, man. And now, Caroline and I get the presence of A-list famous broadcaster Brendan Glashian. So
I know you're quite a celebrity now, Glass.
You're part of the mainstream, bro. You're part of the machine.
Well, Jeff, I am still prepared for the influencer with 500,000 TikTok followers to take my place in August.
Yep.
Specifically, Tim Tebow, when he gets cut by Emerson's Jaguars. Tebow will be taking my place, so I'm going to make the most of these next couple of months.
Good.
So.
Prepare yourself. That's life, buddy.
This is a sim of two Florida teams. It's a Floridian matchup between the Buccaneers, who's their quarterback again, and the Miami Dolphins. So, Tara Lynn, are you still on strike?
Still on strike. Back next
Good.
week, though.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm holding strong this week.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. So, Jeff, what did you do with your lineup?
I made a lineup. I put Tom Brady in the captain spot because fading Tom Brady is futile in life. Just accept that he's going to get all the breaks every time.
Mm-hmm.
I put Devontae Parker, Mike Evans, Scotty Miller, Gesicki, and Jason Saunders as well. That's my lineup. I made it in about 1 second. It's pretty good, though.
Yeah. I put Mike Evans in the captain spot, Tom in the flex with Godwin and Suckup. Those are my Tampa players. And then the two Dolphins I rostered, Devontae Parker and Jakeem had a dream on the Dream Stream, Jakeem Grant. So we'll see how it goes. That's why we play the Sims, right?
We play the games.
Mm-hmm. Tara Lynn, love the shirt.
Thank you.
That's a throwback DraftKings.
We both got throwbacks on here.
Yeah, we both have severe throwbacks. Got this
fantasy sports on it, so people know what it is. That's how.
Yeah.
Jeez,
I
Jeff,
got this when I first started working there.
Jeff, when did that come out? Like 2012?
Probably. I think it was 2014.
Okay. Wow.
2015. I don't know.
7 years strong.
I'll email Jason Robbins. Get back to you.
Yeah, we gotta have him on sometime just to see what he thinks of us.
Do we? Do we need to get him on? Do we need to alert him to what's going on in these broadcasts? I don't think we do.
No, let's not.
I think he'd have a great time. We've had Matt Kalish on.
Have we?
Jesse interviewed
really?
way back, like a year ago now, when we did the anniversary. Remember that, Jeff? When we had Scott Zolak was on.
Was it like a live interview?
Yeah, we had like a $100,000 prize pool that night.
I think we were like the only sports going then at that point, so we really couldn't do anything wrong. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Matt also, I think, is like the relaxed, like the cool, like really, like I think he's just down with everything, guys. So,
yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to speak. I probably shouldn't say anything else about the DraftKings management. It's about as far as I'll go. But no, I do remember that. I do recall having the interview with Matt. He was on the stream and as we launched. And...
Yeah. Matt said really nice things about our team at the time. And I think he still would. So I think we should have him on, but that's out of my power. We'll see if Emerson can make that happen with his paycheck and
reach.
Yes.
His global reach. Oh man. Okay. Give the chat the lowdown. Glash, what is going on with this NBA and WNBA stuff? Because it's the Connecticut. What's their name? Connecticut Sun.
The Sun, singular.
Sun. Oh, the Connecticut Sun. That's unique.
Okay.
I like that. There really is only one sun in our universe, or in our galaxy. So why not? Yeah, be specific about it. I like that.
The team hashtag is born for this. I was born in it. Whoa.
I'm sure you'll be dropping that a lot too, right? You know.
Yeah, maybe I will channel a little Bane on the call. Excited. We start up on Sunday. It's just home games.
Cool.
WNBA's in a really good spot. They're growing. They had a great bubble season down in Florida last year. And yeah, man, the guy who used to do the games, he's been there 17 years. He retired. Job opened up. I used to do some stuff there, lacrosse related. And
at Mohegan Sun Arena?
At Mohegan, yep.
Yeah, okay.
NLL. We've talked about the NLL before.
Oh, absolutely. No, I know.
Saskatchewan's come to town before.
Yes.
So the Black Wolves that played there before got sold to Albany. So in February, I was like, well, there goes the trips to Mohegan. But a month later, this retirement news comes out for this guy, and they're like, hey, you're our first call. You in? I'm like, in. So
yeah.
I was pumped to make it official.
How long is their season?
They play until mid-September, so it's a shortened year this year because of the Olympics.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to take an Olympic break between July 11th and August 11th.
So how many games are they playing? Do you know?
32 game season, 16 at home.
Is it usually like around 48 games then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool, man.
Excited. And thank you. Both of you reached out about it, so thank you.
Lamarco is very interested in the fact that you're going to the Mohegan Sun Arena. He definitely wants to tag along, so he just wants to go to the casino. But obviously, anyways,
if it was my choice, I'd have you all come. We'd have a party.
I'm kind of interested too. I'm not allowed to leave my country right now, so.
Oh right, that's right, and we won't go down that road because you are really upset about that.
I'm just extremely upset. Yeah, don't want to be on like a hour-long rant here. Oh boy. Anyways, downhill for Canada. We'll bounce back. It's okay.
Oh my
Go
God.
run for prime minister. Straighten things out. Who
The
knows?
fullback just got to carry Cox to the 2-yard line.
Fletcher Cox? Brian Cox?
It was C Cox. That's what came up on the screen. I'm not Jeff. Don't. First and goal. Brita score. Thank you. All right, everyone, celebrate your lineups.
Oh my goodness.
No Cox on that touchdown. Anyways,
I told you to move on.
Happy Friday.
Oh, yep. Terrell, when Jeff and I worked together last Friday, one of our strategies, not talking lineup construction, but it's Chandler Cox, by the way. Chandler is his first name.
Okay, there we go. Out of the way. Good to know.
One of the things we do on Friday is we know, I'm here tomorrow, so I guess this doesn't work for this week. But typically, just leave it all out there on Friday. Because if you say something outlandish or if you offend someone, they're probably going to forget by next week. So
yeah,
I think you could just, if you have anything that's on your mind that's bugging you and you want to really get on someone from the chat, commentators, producers, just yell at them now because they won't remember by Monday because we do so many of these things.
Yeah,
that's so true.
Friday's a great dump day, just to just dump all your and then as well. Especially if you have the weekend off, you might have to answer some questions on Sunday if you got to work. But I like it. You get it like a 2 or 3 day off period. You just go to town.
Mrs. Big Cheese on YouTube. Receiver? Question mark? No, Cox is not a receiver. That is the fullback. What the hell? Why did this guy have to get a touch?
I don't know.
I'm just going to sit here.
Our producers are about 1 click away here from just shutting off the stream. So
yeah.
Matt Breida scored the touchdown. Thank God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone smashed the like for Glash's new job.
Oh, thank you, Terrell. That was the nicest thing you've ever done for me.
I know. I mean, you truly are a bozo, but I'll give it to you. It's pretty impressive about your new job.
What a smart move by the Connecticut Sun, because again, you have a following. They just gained 5,000-10,000 new viewers, man. I'm gonna check out the WNBA when you're on the broadcast. I know some of the DK Twitch, Sim fam, Twitch, YouTube, they're going to do it. 100%. Oh, Glash is on? Oh, yeah. I would rather watch Glash call an WNBA game than pretty much anything on cable TV these days. So, booyah. Good call, WNBA.
Smash Lanta tweeted at me last night. He says, "Hey, for real though, I'm going to watch the WNBA for the first time on an ongoing basis to get my Glash fix."
Exactly.
Go Sun.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Excited.
That meant a lot. Smash Lanta, the like button. There's Chris Godwin. Peace of Mind says the Connecticut Bozos sounds about right. Wonder who started that word around here.
Maybe. I think that should be the team's name. Maybe I have to start a team. The Connecticut Bozos. I moved to Connecticut. I started my own league, competes against yours. We eventually kicked you out.
Yeah. Producer Drew says, just don't read any comments from Smash Lanta when you're on the WNBA broadcast. You'll get real suspensions.
Yeah, there won't be jokes there. It's okay. You won't have to deal with the chat just feeding you, bad info, bad things to read. No teleprompter, I assume.
Yeah, right. The chat is the teleprompter for us.
Exactly. No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Andrew. So we have the Drew stack on production. This is good. Andrew says, so you know how Koff makes the last minute NBA? Koff's going to make last minute WNBA. Hashtag fill it fast.
Did Kaufman reach out to you and congratulate you?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yep, he did.
Who didn't out of our real dysfunctional family at DraftKings?
Wow, stirring the pot. Look at
Carolyn
you.
just
This is your superstar trait, pot stir.
That's right.
I love to stir the pot on a Friday, baby, because you said we can dump it all out here. No one's going to remember next week.
I just want to be on record. I congratulated Glash on 2 social channels, Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is Tyler Johnson. My God.
Roster him too. Gosh darn it.
Gosh darn it. He would have been on my roster for sure.
Chandler Cox and Tyler Johnson sightings on a fine Friday afternoon. Jeez. Florida, this is for you. Who did not reach out to me? Let's think.
Yes. Out of the dysfunctional DK family, who did not congratulate you?
Actually, you brought up Lamar. I never heard from Lamarca.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sure he's happy for me. I didn't hear from him. That's okay.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I don't know that.
All right. So we have Lamarca. Anyone else?
I hate you. Not you, Carolyn, Jeff. Who else? Let's think. No, everyone did. I mean, like Jesse didn't. Like Jesse liked my post though. Does that count for something? I mean,
not really. No.
Jesse's pretty big time though, so just getting a like from her is
Jesse's famous
True.
now.
True,
yeah. Hashtag free bet day.
Hashtag free bet day, people.
Right.
Check it out.
It's a pretty sweet graphic.
I wouldn't give Lamarca take Lamarca's. I actually informed Lamarca last night of it, so he just found out through me. So he doesn't get on the media and do a ton of interacting. He's more of just like doesn't do a ton of it. So
well, and Lamarca is also on Twitter, like for work, right? Like he's getting his news. It's like as fun as Twitter is, like you guys know this. It's also a news source, so you might just be on it, not to be like, let's make dumb jokes like Emerson. Like you're actually on there, like to get information.
Yeah, Matt's basically a professional, is what you're saying, and we're not. I think that's pretty much a fair assessment. So
yeah, you put words in my mouth. That's okay.
Did Bukes?
No text. He liked my post on Facebook because as you both know, he blocked me on Twitter and I blocked him on Instagram. So there's no source of communication.
Right.
Okay. So I will take Bukes's like over Jesse's like. Like if you get a like from Bukes, like that's major.
Well, especially Glash getting a like from Bukes. That's like.
Yeah, especially Glash, who is blocked by Steve until we don't know when he's going to unblock him. I tried yesterday. It made a nice attempt to mend the two back together. It blew up in my face.
You know, I can just imagine Bukes' congratulations. Hey, nice job. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, don't screw it up.
You don't.
Yeah. Hey, don't suck.
Hey, don't screw this up, okay? And put a real shirt on. So really was no need for him to say anything because I can just imagine it.
Yeah.
So here's another question for you.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to the Patriots-Bucks game? You going to pony up?
We'll see.
You gonna get DraftKings? You can do it. Get a little backdoor action from DraftKings, maybe.
Oh well,
sneak in with like a media pass.
See, you just went there, and then by doing what you just did, a certain someone will be like, "Oh, that's a good idea. Let me send an email. See what I can do." I mean, come on. We should get credentialed for it. We should cover it live. I mean, Tara Lynn, are you in? Let's go to the game. Get a couple mics.
Hey,
We'll bump around.
I mean, it is going to be the biggest game of the NBA season NFL season.
Oh my God, this is Jeff. You're a genius, Tara Lynn. We'll go to the game. We'll bring a camera, couple of mics, and we'll do live reports on the sweat.
I could literally.
Kaufman, you know what they should do?
Own little production team.
They should allow Kaufman to go, but only if he participates in your TikToks.
Okay.
I don't want him on my TikTok.
Okay, fair enough. He has to make his own TikToks then.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if he knows how to open the app and stuff.
No, chat. Do not freak out. Glash is not quitting. You will not lose him on the Dream Stream. If we did lose him, I think this whole thing would just shut down because unfortunately, we need him for this. But no, he got another job because when you're working in media, you kind of have to work a million jobs.
She knows.
This is true.
Yeah,
Fun fact.
it's a seasonal thing, so I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
You're stuck with me.
All right. Didn't know you were going to take it there, but here we are.
J Meach 13, first place in the public free showdown. Breida captained. He's got a touchdown, and Tyler Johnson is in the leading lineup at 4%. 30-yard grab from Tommy. Rick James leading our free roll. Glash, Moose, Tara Lynn, Florida. This 3-person booth is for you.
Here we go.
Ryan Pride says, get me a ticket to that game, Glash. We can be best friends. To Patriots Bucks.
Well, Jared in the chat saying, I'm going to sell my season ticket and pay for the whole year plus. Well, I already looked up how much the tickets are going for just for the Patriots Bucks game. It's up to $12,000 on Ticketmaster right now.
Holy.
That is
wild. So Emerson was right. You might have to sell an organ for crappy seats.
They're crappy seats, so they're up in the nosebleeds.
Yep. Let's look up these.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. Kaufman can go if he donates 100 DVDs to charity. Oh, man, you guys crack me up. That's good. Hey, field goal. You have the kicker, right, Jeff, for Miami?
I do. Good for me. I'm in 19. Oh, no, wait. That's the last one. I don't know what I'm in.
Let's see. Yeah, as Tara Lynn said earlier, smash that like button. Thank you so much for being here on a Friday. Appreciate the kind words here in the chat as well. You guys mean the world to me, whether you believe it or not. Emerson's forehead says, I'm not gonna read that because I just, Twitch fan would clip it and I would just get suspended again.
Don't do that.
Tony, thank you. Scotty Too Hottie says, oh, okay, Lamarca had good things to say. Oh, I don't deny it. I just
actually no, that's actually a good point because Lamarca is actually a WNBA fan. Like he knows the league. Like he can talk about some of the players. He did last night, so he was all over it. I should have mentioned that off the top when I talked about him, but he was very interested in the Mohegan Sun factor as well. But Lamarca is probably like the biggest WNBA actual fan in our stream. So he was definitely all over it.
Well, just to fill folks in, if you like playing NBA DFS, let me make a pitch here to you. In the WNBA, they only carry 11, 12 players. The rotations are tight. I mean, these rosters, max is 12. So there's 144 players in the league.
Yep.
So when you want to make a DFS lineup in WNBA, and I know I sound like I'm just promoting the product because I got a job, but it's true. From a roster construction standpoint, rotations are tight. It's like college basketball, like where there's like 7 guys that play, or even women's college basketball, 7 people play. So it's easier in a sense of following news. It won't feel as more time consuming. So,
and if I'm being honest from a DFS perspective, these niche sports like the WNBA, they're honestly, the competition is easier. I mean, I remember when the CFL came out, people play like backup quarterbacks. So, it's actually an interesting sport to get involved in. I might even have to get down with a little bit of that next season. I've never really done it, but I know a couple people who are, they basically play everything in DFS. They always confirm that like WNBA season is #profit season. So,
Jeff, you know who loves it? Adam Levitan.
Yes, Levy is one of the guys who
loves
does love it. That's true.
Yep.
That's a good point.
So talk to Levy if you want. Tom Brady's X Factor is lit. What do you guys got going on this weekend? Any plans? Carolyn, any plans?
You and Emerson just really want to know what me and Jeff do when we're not working.
Emerson asked the same question.
What I can't appreciate is you didn't do
Hey,
it.
what are you guys up to?
Well, at least you just gave me a snarky non-answer. Kaufman would give a question to the question. Well, what do you mean? Like,
well, what are you doing this weekend?
Well,
Yeah,
in theory,
well-
do you mean like Saturday or like, do you mean
Afternoon,
all week?
night,
Because
what, hours?
Soccer and baseball, I mean, Sims, and I can't leave the Sims. So I'm working, man. It's a grind.
Oh, are you going to Kaufman's porch? He said.
Not happening. Nope.
Not happening
Oh.
because it's a big sports day for his kids, or what?
Yeah, the little Kaufmans have to swing the bat. They've also got to kick the ball around. So just too tight of a window. And then I got to work Sunday at Mohegan. So we want to pick a weekend where we can really, hate each other for a long period of time.
He threw out there that you should be on the porch, and then I was like, okay, well then I'll go on the grass. So maybe in the future we can do that.
Wait, you on the grass?
Yeah, he said I can be on the
That
grass.
is not a way to treat someone.
No, well, he said I'm allowed to use the bathroom inside his house, but you are definitely not. You still have to use the woods, but I can at least come in, but then I'm on the grass.
Can I just add that when I went there for the #porch sim, Kaufman lived like, it's no wonder he is nocturnal, because every single light at the top of his house, he does the Sims in his basement with the DVD wall. It's all the lights are off. I'm like, geez, what a welcoming way to get me in here. So first of all, it's creepy as all hell. Also, I'm like, Kaufman, you can't let me come in and use the bathroom. He's like, I'm busy calling the Sim. Like, fine, I'm gonna take a whiz in your bushes then. If your neighbors say something, too bad. So that's probably why he mentioned that to you, because he's like, well, Clash can use my woods. So
Yeah, he said that from here on out, it's only woods for you.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Yeah,
We can make it happen. Look at this, 2nd and goal from the 5. Evans top of the screen. They're going to run the ball and a touchdown. It's Shady McCoy.
A little Shady McCoy action.
All right. He was a little pricey in terms of, where he is in the flex spot. $7,000, I believe, for Shady. 12.7% owned. Let's double check that. Make sure I got the right salary. There he is, $7,000. Only 1.2% in the captain spot. So do you guys not want to answer the question, like what you're up to, or is that private? So
I got to do a little yard work. Like Kaufman, I got to do some streams on the weekend as well. But go for a little run. It's really nice here this weekend, so probably take my kids for like a 3-hour bike ride to tire them out. And, stuff like that. Nothing too crazy, but I'll be getting a little bit of running in. That's like my big thing, because My Achilles is finally feeling better.
Nice.
Nice.
My big goal for the
Yeah, I'm
weekend.
producing
Get a couple months.
tomorrow.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm producing. I'm controlling you tomorrow.
We're being
My
abducted
number
by
one joy
Carolyn.
in life.
Wow. You really like this producer job, huh?
You know, I didn't know what was going to happen at first, but yeah, now I've become quite the producer, and I love controlling you bozos. It's really pure joy for me.
Glad to hear it.
Thank you.
I'm going to the Red Sox game tonight. Pumped for
All right,
that.
we get it. You've been talking about it all week. Cool. You're going to the Red Sox tonight.
Oh, someone's a little jealous.
Yeah, I
think
am
someone's
jealous.
a little jealous.
I'm really jealous because you brought it up every single time, and it's the most perfect weather day out there for the Sox.
Yep.
And out of all people, Glash gets to go to it. He gets another cool new job, and he gets to go to the Red Sox. I'm out here running around, sweating up a storm, trying to find myself a new apartment, and you get all these cool things. And people in the stream told me to stop wearing makeup. What gives, people?
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Guys, come on. Don't ever do that.
No, not right now. Other days. I'm just
No, I
like,
know.
you know, I'm just summarizing the week. Yeah, don't ever do it. But yeah, so I get it. You're going to the Red Sox. Tell the Sim Chat about it if you want. His friend won the tickets at a work. What was it like?
Oh, I mean, I've talked about it all week. You don't remember the story?
I try not to remember a lot of things that you say.
This is actually the first I've heard of it, so I'm kind of interested.
All right, whatever. His friend wanted at like a lottery bingo.
A bingo?
Lottery bingo. Yeah, a lottery bingo razzle dazzle competition.
I can see Glass.
Oh, 74. Bingo! You get the tickets.
Glass and his buddies just going to the old folks bingos.
Yeah, his buddy was at bingo and he was like, hey Glash, do you want to come with me? Blah, 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 blah. I guess you're kind of fun. We can go if you want. And then Glash was like, I don't know, kind of seems pricey for a beer there and a hot dog. Maybe I'll pack my own. And then that's literally. And then Glash was like, now I have my WNBA job and I can pay for all of it. So that's why Glash is going there tonight. Probably repping a Connecticut Sun shirt.
Oh,
He's gonna talk about the WNBA all night, and then he'll up the viewers on Sunday, and then he'll be more famous than me, even though I have worked so hard every day in and every day out. And that is the summary of Glash's stupid trip to the Sox tonight.
Not gonna lie to you. I said to Sarah this morning, I go, wonder how much a beer is at Fenway.
Oh my God. See, I know you
Damn
did.
it.
I think it's probably about $15 if it's on par with other
How
arenas.
much is it actually?
Actually, the baseball tends to be the cheapest of all the sports,
Okay.
but I have no idea how much it is.
Oh, Twitch fam, if you could, you know, if you're willing, that's clippable. That rampage by Tara Lynn.
Please don't, Twitch fam.
That was good. Totally got me.
Yeah.
Producer Drew. No chance. Would be cool though. 14-10, Tampa Bay. Tyler Johnson, Shady McCoy have the touchdowns, and for Miami, it's Matt Breida. Chandler Cox almost vultured it. That was the story of the first quarter. And Tua gets eaten alive. Can we talk football real quick? We're having so much fun making fun of me, which is great.
Of course we can, dude.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Hey, where do each of you stand on Tua? Like what's the temperature in the room here on Tua? How do you feel about him, Jeff?
Tagovailoa?
Yeah, Tagovailoa. I should know.
Tagovailoa, I think.
Tunga.
I'm like the wrong person to ask for pronunciations. I probably
See?
should be talking.
You should just say it like I did. Tua Tagovailoa.
Tagovailoa. Tua.
You just got to say it really fast, and it sounds right.
Tagovailoa.
Yep, there you go.
Tagovailoa.
Tongue.
I think it's
Tagovailoa.
Anyways, my opinion on him is, be patient, but at the same time, I don't think he's got similar upside to even a lot of the QBs we've seen this year, Fields, Lance. I just don't think he's going to be in the same class. So could be a good, game manager at one point. He can still move the ball, but he's still pretty mobile. He's a good competitor in college, but I don't have like high elite hopes or anything on him.
So with that being said, you're not high on the team then?
I'm actually not. I think the Dolphins are a good regression candidate for next year. I could see them finishing third in the division. Absolutely. The one thing I'll say is they've done a good job supporting him with talent. So if he does take a step up, I mean, they could really benefit from it, but I'm just not sure. Like, there's nothing I saw a lot from him last year that's going to be like, oh, wow, yeah, this dude's ready to explode. Could happen, but like I said, he's young. He's only got a few starts. I wouldn't write him off. That's my only warning, is I wouldn't completely write him off as like a big kind of jump guy, but I personally don't think it. No.
Yeah, I mean, rookie season wasn't that impressive. I think Tua just needs to find his rhythm, get a little bit more comfortable. I don't have a hate and loathe for Tua like Kenny does, on the other hand. I think it's a little absurd, and if I was Tua, if you see anyone named Kenny Ducey coming towards you, run the other way. He has so much hate for him. Very odd. But yeah, I agree with Jeff. Not that impressive last year, but maybe we'll see something. Let's not write him off just yet.
Yeah. I mean, we have to remember, right? Like late July, early August, because the pick's the pick. We all react to the pick and then kind of simmers down because, we go through the OTAs and the mandatory mini camps and then boom. Okay, let's get this thing rolling. And we found out in training camp, there was a strong possibility Tua wouldn't play at all. That he wouldn't play at all last year.
Yep.
The fact that we saw anything, I think, was nice. I mean, it was a nice surprise, and of course, a lot of attention on was it the right time to go to Tua over Fitzpatrick? Because their record, what was their record? Like 4-3, 3-3. They were doing okay with Fitzpatrick. So I feel like I feel like because of when he got the job, folks were like, well, this guy better not mess it up because Fitz is Fitz, and everyone loves Fitz because he's the old guy who keeps bopping around with his beard and his shades and his cool chest hair and his, Hawaiian shirts. Come on, Tua, better live up to the hype right now. We live in that instant gratification world as well, right? Where he better be good right out of the gate, or it's a fail. So, we'll see.
It was. You're right. It's a tough situation for him to go in because the team was already doing good. Yeah, it's all good points by you.
Thank you.
Who's that?
Second and 1 here coming up. 22. There we go. 21 seconds. Timeout. Tom Brady cheat always. Needs Godwin deep. Wonder how they'll cheat to do it. Derek Counsell needs Fournette. Brother Phil says, I'd rather play WNBA DFS than NBA any day. All right. See you this summer. Let's do it. If Georgia hadn't blown the coverage in the championship game, it would be no hype. So he's talking about Tua against Georgia in the national title game. So are you saying because Tua led them to victory and Georgia's mishap put Tua in a good spot, you think that's why he got the hype, went number 5 overall, Dolphins bought in, and that's why
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
I mean, Alabama quarterbacks, they always kind of get a little bump. But yeah, well, I thought it was a bit of a stretch.
Well, and that's why the Mac Jones thing has come up, and even I know Fantasy Hawk's been on this, like Ohio State's track record with quarterbacks in the NFL. So that's why Fields and Mac Jones, there's just so much back and forth on what they'll be like, right? So
yeah.
But is it fair to compare Tua and Mac Jones?
No, I think that's fair too. Like, I mean, I think you have to look at every prospect on their own. I mean, you could say they're part of the same system, and I think it's fair to say Mac Jones benefited from being at Alabama with some of the best receivers in the world, but they are different quarterbacks. I mean, So you should be, evaluating on a year-to-year basis. The same with Justin Fields. Justin Fields is a lot different player than Dwayne Haskins. There's no comparison there for me. You could probably say Tua and Mac Jones have more similarities because they're more sort of accuracy-driven players without big arms, but still.
We are at halftime. Johnson and Shady McCoy with the touchdowns for Tampa and for Miami. Touchdown belongs to Matt Breida. Mike Evans, who's on Ops today? Kyle from Ops. Michael here as well. Hello, Ops team. Does Mike Evans have a catch? He does. He has 1 for 13. The chat was wondering. So Tony, we'll be sure to get on that. I put Evans in the captain spots. It's not going well. Not going well. I'm in 111th place.
Wow.
Fabulous.
Out of 139.
Okay.
Where are you, Moose?
Last I checked, I wasn't doing too good. I'm in 70th.
All right. Here's a what's the word I'm looking for? Logistics question. Is that a word? That's the right word.
Wow. Yes, that's
Carbon, you're asking about depth charts and stuff and roster updates, and we get it all the time. It's just it's a very complicated process. No news on that front right now. We hear you though. We see you. Suggestions come from you guys all the time, and they're not bad ones. We're not ignoring you. It's just we're given the schedule as a production team. We show up. We do what we're told. And when the powers, Emerson's of the world, because Emerson is very highly paid, Kaufman as well, you want to go to them with those questions because they have authority. But seriously, it's just things that take a lot of time. It's a process, but we hear you, we see you, and these are things that are constantly in discussion. So that's what I can tell you. But appreciate the commentary on it. Is that professional enough?
Very professional for you.
Thank you. Now, why do you have your lights on when it's like 2:30 in the afternoon? The lights, the nice, the cool lights, Terrellyn.
I just like them.
Oh, okay.
I just like them, and they're on a timer, and I haven't gone to that side of the room to shut them off. But yeah, that's where we're at. Called lazy.
Mr. Corleone, Fantasy Hawk in the chat, thinks Justin Fields is the new Terrell Pryor, and thinks Justin Fields should have been the #1 pick.
Oh, must be was on that for quite a bit leading up to draft night.
Fantasy Hawk thinks he's terrible, so one of those guys is going to be right, probably. Maybe they'll both be wrong. I don't know.
That's why they play the games. Looking forward to it.
You play the game to win. No, what did he say?
You play to win the game.
Classic Herm Edwards.
Congo Cap says, well, Glash, can you tell me what school is QBU? Is it Michigan or what? Congo Cap. I am relaying what people in the chat have said previously about Bama and Ohio State quarterbacks, because I think what your point is like, you really don't know. A talent is a talent. Brady went to Michigan. Tua went to Bama. Patrick Mahomes was at Texas A&M. Baker was special at Oklahoma. Who else? Matt Ryan went to Boston College. So I know Matt Ryan's hasn't been great lately. Where'd Aaron Rodgers go? Cal. Josh Allen, Wyoming. We all laughed at Josh Allen after 1 year.
Where did Trubisky go? Let me go to I can't even remember where Trubisky played.
Either. UNC. Wow. North Carolina.
Right.
I don't even remember that. Yeah, did you see Mitch Trubisky tear up the ACC? That's where we're going to go up and get him and pass on to Deshaun Watson of Clemson. Oh, maybe it's Clemson. Maybe Clemson's the answer. At least lately. Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson. Well, we haven't seen Trevor Lawrence play yet, right? So we need to see something. Oh, Texas Tech. Thank you, Cristobal. Not A&M for
Texas Tech for
Mahomes. My bad. Yeah. Darth Gator says it's probably Oklahoma. Let's look. Oklahoma all-time quarterbacks. I love these kinds of topics. Sam Bradford, Landry Jones.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Brady in the pocket. Terrible throw.
Baker, of course. Kyler Murray. Jalen Hurts. Okay, so you go Baker, Kyler, Jalen Hurts in that order. That's pretty good. That's a good 3-year run.
That is. It's an incredible 3-year run for college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. With college, Troy Aikman went there. Well, here's the thing, Joe. 2nd down and 10. We are watching Tampa Bay and Miami on Fox. Well, Joe, Tom's got the X Factor lit bright orange, just like the creamsicle uniforms. Thank you, Tom. No, thank you, Troy. There's Gronk on the catch, 3rd and 7.
Happy birthday, Gronk.
Is Gronk's birthday?
Wow.
Yeah, go wish him a happy birthday. Don't you have his number by now since you're kind of famous?
Yeah, BRB.
Gronk is
touchdown.
Wide open.
O.J. Howard, what the heck is going on here?
Wow. O.J. Howard, a beast of the 2020 Sims if you were around back then, but doesn't show up too often in these ones. That is a blast from the past.
He is wide open. And typically if he's scoring nowadays, it's as a fullback running it in.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure the chat is lit about that. I'm sure they're excited about 5% owned O.J. Howard.
Unreal. 6.5% owned.
6.5% owned.
If you are part of the 6.5%, smash that like button. Sam is definitely not. WTF, man. Rubbish. Yeah, Lyndon Baum says OJ and Tyler Johnson. And Worthless McCoy. Well, I mean, $7,000 today. But I know I get what he means.
McCoy's at least in the discussion of players. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You would think about rostering.
Hey,
not so much.
Here's a question. So, Tara Lynn, where you're moving to, do you have the capability of setting up your equipment outside to do a sim outside, like a little yard, or no?
Yes. Are we having an outside sim day?
Oh, Tara Lynn, let me tell you something. Okay.
Is this like field day?
You know
like
what?
Back in middle school and high school?
Listen, okay? Please. I think you will thoroughly enjoy doing a sim outside. It just gives you a different perspective. I wish, now, at my building, if I went outside, I would have to connect to the building Wi-Fi. It's not good enough. It just gives a different, there's a good energy in the sim right now, but there's just a better energy of sitting outside on a 70-degree day, just continuing to look out the window and be like, I'm inside doing this. I'd rather be outside doing the sim. I think you'd enjoy it. That's what I was getting at.
No, I think you're setting me up for failure because if I go outside, then the likely chances of the Wi-Fi being crisp out there is probably a very big low. So I think you're actually setting me up. So I go and I'm like,
I am not.
Yeah.
All right,
That'd be
forget
a
it.
concern for me
Yeah.
as well.
Fine.
Hey, guess what?
I also wouldn't
Saboteur.
want my neighbors if I did a sim outside.
Saboteur.
Well, last summer I was doing sims outside with a fire pit. That was always fun.
Wait, really? Where was
Yeah.
I don't recall this.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
That's life, right? You don't know.
Hey, that's live. Still gonna get the merch into production, but it's coming, people.
Yeah, we would. It was in Maine. It wasn't here. But I would sit out in the on the patio, connect my monitors and whatnot, and I got a fire going. So if you were there for the fire, I'm not sure who can back me up on this, but yeah, we got a little fire going.
Yeah.
Fire sim.
At like 2:00 in the afternoon, like 70 degrees out. It was just cool to have the fire in the background.
One time I did an interview last summer in Newport. Slate's really liked the background because like the beach was right there, so that's cool. But now I just have this, just my lights.
Who was the interview with? There's Gesicki.
I think it was just Len Hochberg,
Oh, okay.
my good old buddy.
Where was remember when you went out and you interviewed some Celtics? Where was that?
Oh yes, that was at King's Bowling in the Back Bay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were doing a little charity event.
Okay. Well, then you also did some on-camera stuff at the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl,
When
yeah.
you were in Tampa. That was good stuff.
Down there, that was awesome. Snuck up onto a bridge to get the full stadium view.
Mm-hmm.
Have to do it for the shot, you know.
Right. Was it busy up there in terms of getting, like, were there a lot of people thinking like you were thinking?
No, which I was surprised about because usually I just follow the crowd and I'll be like, oh, look up there. But no, I thought about it. I was like, how are we going to get the perfect shot? But yeah, no one yelled at me, so that was kind of cool.
I mean, I would think that's much better, right? Because when you're close up, the best thing you can do when you're close up, I guess, is to get like the front entrance gate with like, welcome to Raymond James Stadium. I guess that's like, but everyone else was using that. But to get the full view, yeah. I mean, I remember you putting stuff out. I thought it was good. I thought it was good stuff. Like I thought the view was cool.
Yeah, they were trying to get me into the stadium and closer, but we didn't have the credentials, and with COVID, it was all way too much. But you would think since DraftKings was plastered all over the stadium, we could have got closer, but I felt like it was a better view anyways.
You could have been like, hey, I have a shirt. Let me up here.
Look at it.
Read and weep.
See that sign? Yeah, look at my shirt. Same thing.
Yeah.
Let me up.
My name's not Kenny Ducey. It's Carolyn Ezek. Let me in there.
That's probably what Kaufman will do for the Patriots-Bucks game. Just show up with like DraftKings gear on.
Do you know who I am? I've called Sims.
I mean, I'm on the Sims. I've done the most of them of anyone.
I've done like 78 Patriots Sims. So.
That's a touchdown.
Yeah, it is. Parker. Yeah, Parker.
Yeah, Pocket Kid. He's wicked.
Okay.
Remember that with Steve? You were with me for that, right? Or that was
Reed. when he dropped the Boston accent in?
Yeah, Steve was giving analysis on the Dolphins free agency plans.
Right.
When they signed Will Fuller. He dropped with Devontae Parker. Ooh, going for 2 to tie the game. Oh, two.
Terrible.
Come on, man. Jeffrey is excited about the Parker touchdown. Carbon says this is a building up towards the Shaheen or Jordan Howard touchdown. Well, at least it was someone we played. I mean, I played Parker. Did you?
Yeah.
Tara Lynn knows. Did you play him, Jeff?
Actually, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Let me see here. What's going on? Oh, I think I did.
Nice.
No, wait. What in the heck? I'm looking at like my contest from the last one.
Yeah, that's over.
It is. I did play Parker. I did. Yay.
Nice. All right.
Tommy Boy's doing pretty good in the captain spot too. 25.02 points.
Oh, Tommy Boy. Yeah, I'm going to say it again, Terrell, I am in a great mood because I'm getting on the train and going to the Sox game. I'm having
Who are they playing? Who are they playing, Glash?
The Angels. I get to see Ohtani, Mike Trout. Yeah.
Mike Trout.
Mm-hmm.
He's wicked, kid. Who's pitching for the Sox?
Nick Pivetta.
Oh, wow, kid.
Pivetta.
Yeah, Pivetta, undefeated, going 6 strong tonight. I should do MLB pre-lock tonight. I should be a guest from Fenway. Is Buchanan on?
We should be doing more stuff like
that.
Yeah. We should be live.
It's Buchanan and Lamarca. You should get in there.
Ooh. So, Drew. Hi, Drew. You make the schedule.
I'm going to text him.
Can you send me the Zoom link and I will come to you live?
Do not tell Bukes. Just be like, oh.
Should I say, what would you do?
Well, hello. This is Brendan from Lansdowne Street. There's a great energy here at Fenway. I feel like you should stack the Red Sox and play Mike Trout. Back to you. Producer Drew, you didn't hear it from me. It's the same Zoom link.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. I just texted Bukes and I said Glash is going to the Sox tonight. I just want to hear what he says.
You can't just get to the point and just say, hey, he wants to be on your show.
No, I like to do a build-up, or maybe we won't even tell him, like Jeff said.
Yeah.
Okay, it's official. Tara Lynn, X Factor, superstar trait, pot stirrer.
T-Stir, what's up, baby? Stirring the pot on this Friday. Let's get some drama going with Bukes and Glash, my favorite evil duo of all time.
Seltzer, everybody. Okay. I know the microphone picks up the
Okay.
can crack. It is a polar blueberry lemonade.
Gorgeous.
It's delicious. Look at this can. Isn't it pretty?
Yes.
This is
It's
nice.
very delicious. Polar, not a sponsor, but if they were.
They could
You know
be.
how to
Polar. Yeah. I like that stuff. You can send a little up here my way. I don't think we have polar in Canada, although we should. That's where the polar bears are.
Wow. Surprised we don't call you polar bear. We call you moose. Abby Rizzle says, TL, hair has been on fleek all week. Rocking the classic pony today. Side note, Glash, you failed to rock your CDA headband and pretty hair to match him in TL yesterday. Tisk, tisk, tisk. So off brand. Wow.
Okay.
Tara Lynn,
Result.
nice job on the hair this week.
I had a good run, and today I was like, let's just throw it back. These bozos come on here with hats. They come on here with no hair.
I don't even have hair. I mean,
No offense, Jeff.
What's wrong with me? I don't even grow it out.
They come on here with no product in their hair. So I said, it's Feel Good Friday. I feel fine throwing my hair in a pony. Let's let it relax. But back next week, we're going to have the full-on hair, Abby.
Yeah, and Tara had a bit of a rough morning too, Glash. Did you see that?
Yeah.
My morning was a mess.
Terrell, so as we discussed in the first quarter, I saw Tara Lynn's tweet, but I did not see the replies. So Tara Lynn took a picture and sent it to me. And hold on. I got to read it for the effect, Where is it? Stand by. Tara Lynn, there it is. Okay. Sorry, Steve said to Tara Lynn, sorry to hear that Glash has fallen on hard times. So Steve called me the homeless man.
I was called New Girl in the last sim, so I mean we're all just getting fun nicknames today. You're the homeless man, I'm the New Girl, and Jeff is Jeff.
Damon says, I bet they're wearing clown shoes.
Probably.
Robert says, who's the chick? Actually, she has a name. Her name's Tara Lynn. Robert.
Tater Hater, what up, Sun fans?
Yeah. Let's go, Tater Hater. Tater Hater is all in on the Connecticut Sun. I love it.
Jeff is too.
I know. Well, all right. Sorry. Jeff is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Glash.
Connecticut Sun hashtag is born for this. Born for this. Logo comes up and everything. It's awesome. We're almost at 200 likes. Smash the like button if you're a fan of the three-person booth. If you're having a nice Friday, we hope you are. Thanks for being here with us. DFS Queenie says, Glash, did you lose a bet and have to shave your beard off? It looks weird when you lift your chin up. Well, you just trimmed it. Does it not look even?
Oh, it does look weird under there.
Oh, crap.
Oh.
Wait, are you just messing with me?
He won't be looking perfect for his Red Sox game tonight.
Uh-oh.
Whatever will he do?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I gotta get a little bit right there. Yeah, it's not even.
Yeah. Oh, Rocky.
Sarah said it was even. Sarah? They said my beard's not even.
Do not blame Sarah for this.
Yeah, wow, gosh.
Is it not even?
Even for when you're standing and sitting.
Well, that's exactly what DFS Queenie said when I.
You be going around showing your neck beard off or what?
Right.
This is Mike Evans.
Gonna ask Andrew
Right.
Luck for advice.
Face mask. Down to the 3. So, consult this away here with a touchdown. Go up 9. And there you go. Leo! Uncle Leo. Hello!
Brian C is asking, who is doing the 4 o'clock sim? Good question.
Not me.
Terrell, are you
me.
done?
I am done after this.
Wow, we're all out of here after this. That's what I mean. Like, leave it all out there and people will forget. Kenny Ducey was kind enough to take my spot at 4 o'clock. So he'll be at 4.
So you could go to the Red Sox?
You guessed it.
Look at you.
You brought it up this
This
time.
man is a monster.
You brought it up this time. Kenny and Christian at 4 for Bears Vikings. Kenny and Brandon Cristal at 6, Falcons Broncos, and then you get Kaufman and Rossi at 8, Jags Saints, and then Packers at the Chiefs with Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops.
Freeze Pops.
Strong schedule right there, folks. Make sure you tune in. Hit that like.
Oh, and also, yes, be sure after the 4 o'clock sim to join Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca, maybe even me, for Major League Baseball pre-lock, live from Fenway Park.
Adding Red Sox, reporter to his repertoire. This is a really good week for you, isn't it? Solid week, man.
Yeah, I'm thriving. I feel good about myself. I'll do something to mess it up, but
yeah.
Like my beard. Terrellin ruined my morale and my confidence with my beard being uneven. So
Okay, DFS Queenie called it out, and then I noticed that it does look a little off. And maybe I'm slightly jealous that you're going to the Red Sox tonight. Who knows?
So now you're using your jealousy to shame me about my beard being uneven.
Yes, I'm really jealous, actually. So your beard stinks. Oh, Bukes with the text back.
Ooh, what do you say?
Right. So I said, Glash is going to the Sox tonight. He replied, he's not homeless anymore? Question mark.
Maybe he's going as a homeless person,
Yeah.
Change, anybody? Change.
Right.
I'm gonna bring a bucket and sit on the bridge and play the drums.
Yeah, sell water.
Kareem says, streak across the field, Glash, to prove you're there. Actually, Emerson told me to tell, Emerson asked me to tell him where I'm sitting because he can get me on TV tonight because of his Nesson.
Yeah, with Webster.
Oh. Wow.
So we'll come back from a break, and Dave O'Brien will say, back here, 3rd inning at Fenway Park. There's a
fumble, and they got it back. It's amazing how much power we're kind of like grabbing here. Like just little pockets, universes we can all grab from. Emerson's Nesson job. Flash is going to be on the WNBA broadcast. Just who knows what he's going to say there. Maybe give us.
I'm here being hit on by homeless men. Yeah, we're all winning.
Tua.
Ooh, a little move.
PI?
Maybe got the PI though. Yeah, he did. All right, still alive. That was 4th and 32. Jeez.
Abby Rizzle says, Moose makes any combo go pretty smooth. I like him with the 3-box. Y'all are nailing it today.
I'm also I think I'm getting a bit of allergies today, so I'm a little bit, they're starting to catch up to me, so I'm a little bit tired, so I'm just letting you guys talk more, which I think is important in a 3-man booth. You gotta let the other people have their chance, so.
You had to end that thought with a sniffle.
What's ahead? What'd you say?
Oh my goodness.
What, Terrellin? What'd you have to say?
No, I'm laughing that now you're being sassy to Jeff. You're like, you had to end that with a sniffle.
Yeah, I mean, you notice that? He's like, oh, I've been dealing with some allergies. And then he goes through a sentence and he goes,
Jeez. I didn't even catch on that. You're right. That was totally snarky. What the hell, man?
Yeah, what the hell?
Hope Nick Pivetta throws a pitch at you tonight. How's that? Hope Mike Trout.
Someone's gonna follow one off into my
luxury
forehead.
No, I am fired up. Screw my allergies.
Yeah, I hope your Fenway Frank slips out of your hands.
No, like we get it. Like we believe you. Your allergies are bugging you. We don't need to do a little.
It's not a big deal. I'm just saying. I'm quite happy to sit here and listen to you guys talk a little bit more than usual. All right, sorry. I'm fine. I'm fine. You know what? Nobody. I'm fine. 100% healthy. No big deal. Deal with it. Okay. Jeez. Hey, you want me to do play-by-play? There's two. A 12-yard run there. First down.
Wow.
You see, Damon got the sniffle. The sniffle was priceless. Yes. Must be says, well, the size of Glash's ears, he has to be in the middle. I do have large ears. Every time Bizzle, not Mike Bizzle, Mike Bizzle's someone else. Must be calls out my ears. I really reflect and look in the mirror for a long time. Now I have to start looking at my beard. Thanks, DFS Queenie.
I honestly didn't even know I did that sniffle at the end, so it is pretty funny that you guys put it up.
Abby, what is it? Nips on command.
The fame is going to Glash's head, and I think it's very apparent in this sim. So I don't appreciate the snarkiness out of Glash to Jeff, and he had to be called out for it.
Try calling out Rebecca Lobo like that, man. See what happens.
Oh yeah, that's true. Good point.
It's all good. I probably deserved it. I honestly didn't even know I did a sniffle at the end, but probably a little dramatic.
Sniffling it up.
It was so organic.
That's what I mean. I don't even know I did it.
Like, I'm gonna make this point to you guys and explain like how troubling this has been today, and a little sniffle to close out the thought. That was good. All right. Well, Miami is down 9. They can get some garbage points here, so there's no chance of them winning this sim unless they score, very quickly.
Right here. Oh, you got a completion.
DFS Queenie, you are right. Thank you for telling me. That does mean something. Wow. Look at Tampa celebrating. Good for them. Champions of the world.
What are your thoughts on Brady's dad just coming out and talking smack, Clash? You see that?
Yeah. Called the Sports Hub wasn't even a scheduled interview.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he calls the flagship station of the Patriots. That's pretty. And Terrell Lynn can speak to this too. Like, when Tom Brady Sr. speaks, you get the sense that he has to get what he's about to say approved by Tom Jr. Like that's just not Tom Sr. coming up with that stuff off the top of his head. He is the mouthpiece for his son.
I didn't feel that this was a mouthpiece action here. I felt like it was just full on Tom Brady Sr. and then Tom Brady Jr. was like, "Oh, good job, Dad."
So think about it from this perspective, right? Say Tom Brady was still the quarterback here, right? And someone called up and did something like that. Say it wasn't his dad. Say it was, I don't know. Say if it was Peyton Manning's dad or something. Belichick would now tell the team, Tom being in the locker room, all right, this is the bulletin board material we need. I think Tom Brady Sr. doing this is basically a reflection of Tom Brady Jr., the Tom Brady. Oh, that is a dropped pick.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been.
Tom Brady is basically saying, you know what, Bill? This bulletin board material over the years means nothing. I'm the reason why we won everything. Okay, so I'm gonna get my dad to call into the flagship station of the team to say, yeah, Bill, here's some bulletin board material. So you can show it to all the players. They're all gonna look at you like, yeah, they're probably gonna beat us week 4, coach. So.
Tom Brady's definitely feeling his oats. His last, and I can't really say I blame him. He's probably only got a couple years left, Max.
I don't either.
Why not just go out in a flaming, heap of glory, regardless of if you win again or whatever? I mean, nothing. They could go 0-16, and Tom Brady would have 7 Super Bowl rings, and we'd be like, yeah, he's still the GOAT. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. So, get your dad to phone in, say whatever you want. You might as well. I mean.
Man, we got a touchdown.
That one got through. Okay, I thought we were going for a pick there.
Wilson!
Oh, Wilson!
Wilson!
I'm sorry, Wilson. I'm sorry.
Wilson! Oh, Wilson. All right. Albert Wilson! Touchdown. Who has him? You got to give me a Wilson in the chat. 8% owned, 0.8% in the captain spot. That's what I'll do with the Sox tonight. Just bark, Wilson! Do the Angels have any Wilsons? Angels. They used to have CJ Wilson, starting pitcher. Oh, look, he's the first guy who showed up. CJ Wilson. Get the heck out of here. Wow, CJ Wilson signed with the Angels when Albert Pujols did. And Albert just got released? Released.
Who got released?
Albert Pujols.
Oh, okay. That just happened?
Yeah, like last week.
Oh.
That's right, Albert Wilson!
I got it.
Wow, Mark Mantelli captained him. So did Robbie Noble. Tony put him in the flex.
Yeah, a lot of people who rostered him, apparently.
Yeah. Edmund is not a fan of Wilson. He's out of here. Well, Wilson will not miss you. Please stay. Batman says the Texans are going to suck big time. I don't think they'll win a game this year.
Oh, jeez.
He looks at Deshaun Watson and says, "You are the symbol of hope. Gotham needs its true hero. I can't do those things." Derek says,
"Not alone. You're going to be allowed in a public stadium tonight."
Yeah, gotta get it out now, The craziness. Like a leper. Derek says, "Who is in charge of the updates?" I am short points. Derek, we have a new member of Ops here, Michael, learning from Kyle. So we'll be sure to get those updated. They are updated manually at the end of each quarter. That is something I am worried about doing on the Connecticut Sun broadcast. We're gonna get to the quarter breaks, come back and say, "Oh, looking at the stat portal here, scores are updated."
Right. Let's run through some stats. Oh, no stats.
Chris Godwin, 56 yards. I think I saw
6
6 catches.
Make sure you don't throw to the sweat with a Ross Tucker podcast.
All right, we've reached halftime here at Mohegan Sun. Now let's send it to Jesse Cofield with the Oh, wait a minute. Nope, it's halftime coverage. Let's learn about what Connecticut does in its spare time. Tom Brady with the rush. We're almost at 200 likes. Please smash the like button if you are willing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let's go. Get over that 200 mark. Oh, someone took one away. That wasn't very nice.
Hey there.
Why all the
Friday?
dislikes earlier?
Give it back.
It was Jeff. You can describe it.
But Terrellin, he's got the sniffles, so why don't you take it?
Oh, wow.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, stream issues.
Sure. Yeah, we had stream issues. It was a little spotty. It was lagging, and then we thought the stream could hear us. They couldn't.
Oh, God.
Our words were jumbled just for a bit, but then
Yeah, it literally
saved the day.
literally only lasted 5 minutes, and we were just back right on track.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it was a fantastic performance by Terrellin, Emerson, and I to just save the day like that. All us.
Yeah, we did great.
No, the ops were there too, but it was mainly us. Just kidding. I'm going to give Mike Evans the DFL Babysitter Billy Award. He had 2 catches, 24 yards.
Agreed.
Evans. Ugh, yuck.
I think we got to give Devontae Parker. He didn't hit the bonus, but I think we got to give him the. Yeah, I think we should give it to Devontae Parker.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tom
Beamer
Brady
Breda.
bonus.
I'm gonna give it to Devontae Parker. He's a little bit cheaper, lesser owned. Yeah, let's give it to Devontae Parker. Strong game.
Rita, 45 yards, touchdown. McCoy had a touchdown. Fournette had a touchdown. Tua, just 1 carry for 14 yards. Tom Brady, 2 carries, -2. Disrespectful. Godwin, 6 for 56. And yeah, you said it, Parker, 698 and a touchdown. That's good. Scotty Miller, 5 for 77. There it is, Derek. Wilson, 4 for 40 and a touchdown. All right, good. O.J. Howard and Tyler Johnson had touchdowns. A lot going on in this sim. Scotty Too Hottie says, I heard Rebecca Lobo likes to be called Buddy. That's good. Wow. I had a blast. That was fun.
Lots of fun.
You guys have a great weekend.
You too,
All right?
Mel.
Carolyn, I mean that. Have a great weekend, okay?
Have fun at the Red Sox game. Are you going
Carolyn,
to?
Carolyn, I'll FaceTime you where my seats are and say, hey.
Have an okay night at the Red Sox.
Give us inning by inning updates. Let us know how much the beer is too.
Yeah, I want to know how much the beer is tonight.
Okay. I might pack a lunch as you suggested.
Yeah, figured that.
Bologna sandwich.
Lovely.
You guys have anything else to say before we say goodbye?
Not really. I have to go take a nap.
Right.
Yeah, thanks for kicking it, SimFam.
Excellent. Carolyn, you're back tomorrow producing?
Back tomorrow behind the scenes producing.
Okay.
Check it out. I think
when
we
are
get you and Emerson at noon.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. You're back on Monday. I think you did a great job this week, by the way. As a third person commentator. First week of like knowing you were going to be on, not like this. Hey, I'll start talking in the fourth quarter kind of thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Carolyn's not going anywhere. She's back next week on the mic, but she'll be here producing tomorrow. Moose is broadcasting tomorrow night at 8 and 10. And as Carolyn said, I'll be here with Emerson at noon and then Kaufman at 2. So we will break things tomorrow for sure. Break each other's hearts is what I mean. Okay. DFS Queenie, I will go shave and fix my beard before I go to Fenway Park. That is going to do it. Keep your eyes on the Game Center as Kyle and Michael make their final adjustments, the manual scoring updates. They were great. The Drew stack was great. You two were great. I was so happy to be here with you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Here comes Ross Tucker.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL player, 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that catch us on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL can see some of the helmets and the game balls. You can also check out all of our other shows. And even if you just want to check out the highlight clips, the best of the best from those other shows, go head over to the aforementioned YouTube page. You can always hit me up on social at Ross Tucker NFL or the podcast network at Ross Tucker Pod. I am downright giddy and excited for today's show. Last week, I loved hearing where Joe Dolan, the #1 ranked fantasy analyst, according to Fantasy Pros over the last 5 years, I love hearing where he has these rookies ranked, whether it was Trey Lance or Justin Fields or Kyle Pitts, as we talked about the quarterbacks and the tight ends. Probably, Joe, going to have to do 2 weeks of wide receivers because there's going to be a lot of wide receivers in your rankings. I will say I thought it was interesting, Joe. There were some people on social media, and Joe's at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangster. There's some people that really disagree with you, which I thought was interesting because some people thought Lance should be higher, and other people said there's no way he's above Goff. So I guess if you got people criticizing you both ways, that you're probably in a good spot.
Well, Ross, when it comes to those rookie quarterbacks, and obviously we're talking running backs today, so I don't want to get into that too much, but I don't mind the disagreement at all. The fact of the matter is, and I think I said it on the podcast last week, if Trey Lance starts 15 games, that ranking's going to look stupid low. If Trey Lance starts 3 games, it's going to look stupid high. So you have to try to balance, get in between, and see what kind of risk you're taking on if you're drafting in May, which is what we're doing right now. We're doing best ball drafts. This is where these guys are going. And, I rank Justin Fields like 6 spots higher than Trey Lance. And the reason is I think Jimmy Garoppolo is more likely to hold off Trey Lance for a time than I think Andy Dalton is to hold off Justin Fields. That's not a slight against Trey Lance. Obviously, the 49ers liked him. That's why they drafted him at number 3 overall. And I flat out told you, if they were to come out and say, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Trey Lance is our starter week 1, he vaults up the rankings. It's just a matter of measuring that risk and trying to mitigate it in a very uncertain time right now in May.
It's a really good point. Nobody knows. And so to fault you for your ranking is illogical unless anyone knows exactly how many games those 2 young men are going to play.
Yeah, we're
that's
guessing
all there
at
is
this
to
point.
it. Now, if you said they're going to play 17 games, both of them, and then people disagree with your rankings, that's fine. You can agree to disagree. But right now, what are you really disagreeing with would be my point. You should check out Joe, by the way, not only at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangsta, but over at fantasypoints.com. If you listened to today's Ross Tucker football podcast with Greg Cosell telling you why you should just draft Tebow in the first round of all your fantasy drafts, not what he said, by the way. You know that his draft profiles are over at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure you use the code 21Feast. And actually, several of you have done this. Sometimes I'll even forward it to Joe Dolan, but we've gotten several people last few weeks that have signed up at fantasypoints.com using the code 21Feast, which is awesome. All right, let's dive into the running backs, Joe. It's important on a lot of different levels. And we'll start with Najee Harris. Yeah. Really curious. I feel like there are years where people sort of overvalue the rookies, Joe. They get a little bit too excited about the rookie fits.
Mm-hmm. And then there's people who are like, well, you're always going to get somebody when you rank a rookie high, as I did with Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year, and it didn't work out all that great, or as I did with Saquon Barkley a couple years ago, and it did work out great. You're always going to get somebody who's going to tell you, oh, he's a rookie, I'm not drafting him. That's meaningless. That's meaningless criticism to me. I mean, look at last year. Was Edwards-Helaire great? No. But Jonathan Taylor was a league winner. Jonathan Taylor got off to a slow start, ended up winning people leagues. Cam Akers got off to a slow start, ended up winning people leagues. And you have to keep in mind, these guys didn't have an offseason. So when you measure it in that regard, I actually think it was a good year for rookie running backs last year. I'm not sure it's going to be that good a year this year. That being said, I love Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year. I'll take an L on it. I was drafting him in the late first, kind of early to mid-second round, wherever he fell. I'll be drafting him again this year at his depressed price. That's a conversation for another day. But as good as I felt about Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year, I had to acknowledge there were some landmines. Damian Williams opted out, okay? That one I thought really cleared the path for him. It wasn't necessarily the case. Darrell Williams comes along. They sign Le'Veon Bell. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to navigate all of those, and he had a mediocre rookie season. No such landmines exist for Najee Harris. If you want to draft Najee Harris in redraft, you're going to have to use a top 15 or 16 pick. It is going to be the case by the time the summer winds down. There were some best ball 10s where he was going in the third round. His ADP was a little bit depressed because of all the drafts that were done before the NFL draft. It's not the case anymore. Najee Harris will be in that high second round, late first round kind of range. And when you look at the situation, it makes sense. Yes, the offensive line is a problem. But, I mean, if there is a clear path to 300 touches for a rookie running back, it belongs to Najee Harris. Benny Snell and Anthony McFarland aren't going to be stealing 50% of the snaps in that backfield. It's not going to happen. The Steelers wanted a bell cow. They got a bell cow. Najee Harris is a better receiver than people think he is. I think he's going to average 15 to 18 carries per game. He's going to get 3 or 4 targets per game. He is going to produce at a very high level because volume is king when it comes to running backs. Currently, Najee Harris is my RB11. And frankly, I think you can argue that is low. I have him right behind Cam Akers and DeAndre Swift, and you know, the Swift thing with Dan Campbell and the eating kneecaps and signing Jamal Williams, there are landmines for DeAndre Swift that don't exist for Najee Harris. I think you can make an easy argument that he's a top 10 running back for fantasy, and you can make an easy argument that he's a first-round pick for fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. Plus, the thing I would add to that is Roethlisberger looks to me like he likes throwing it short now. Like he likes the check down. He likes getting rid of the rock, which I think bodes well for Harris as well. I don't picture Big Ben, chucking it deep all the time, Joe. I think
I agree.
Hit these guys underneath. Okay, next up is I'm assuming you got Najee Harris running back 11. I'm assuming – actually, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Who do you have as your next highest rookie running back rating? Is it Etienne? Is it Javonte Williams in Denver, or is it even Michael Carter with the Jets?
Etienne and Javonte Williams are back-to-back 25 and 26. Etienne, the thing about Etienne that's tough is Urban Meyer's a complete wild card. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to argue that Urban Meyer isn't very sharp because he just signed Tim Tebow, and you can't believe that he got the opportunity, but whatever. I mean, we'll let the ESPN hot take artist really break that one down. But Urban Meyer drafts Etienne. Really bizarre comment. Oh my God, it broke my heart that Kadarius Toney wasn't there. Yeah, Travis Etienne sitting there. Yeah, thanks, coach. Like, all right.
What a dumb thing to say. Like, what a great example of an inexperienced guy who doesn't understand. Like, you don't say that. There's no upside to saying that. All you do is talk about how thrilled you are about the guy you got.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're already telling Travis Etienne that he wasn't your first choice, publicly saying that. And then the interesting part about that is that Urban Meyer comes out and says, "Oh, we think he's our third down back." I don't buy that, by the way. But you do have to keep in mind, Urban Meyer is new to this. This is, I know the Pittsburgh Steelers aren't drafting Najee Harris in the first round to give him 25% of the snaps and only play him on passing downs. Why do I know that? Number one, because Kevin Colbert wouldn't draft a running back in the first round if he didn't plan on running them into the ground. And number two, Mike Tomlin has an extensive history of riding bell cow running backs, okay? So that's an easy projection for Najee Harris. Urban Meyer's a wild card here. So he comes out and says, number one, I didn't really want Travis Etienne with this pick. I wanted Kadarius Toney. Number two, he says, he's going to be our third down back. Number three, what does wanting Kadarius Toney at that pick suggest? Did he want kind of a gadgety player who's going to run jet sweeps and fly sweeps and, be able to put him in the backfield, flex him outside, use him as an offensive weapon? Is that his plan with Travis Etienne? Was that his plan to say, all right, we have this 1,000-yard back in James Robinson. We have my old college running back, Carlos Hyde, because obviously, just like Chip Kelly, when these guys come into the NFL, they've got to bring all their old toys from college. And we're going to use those two as our main running backs. But Travis Etienne, I think he's going to be, kind of a gadgety type of player. So he is a really difficult projection. Now, if I'm using history, you also look at this. Trent Baalke's been in the league. You draft a running back in the first round, your plan has to be to use him. So that's why I didn't drop Travis Etienne out of the low-end RB2, high-end RB3 range. But I do think there is a tough projection to be made here for Etienne. I think he could catch 50 passes, but how many carries is he going to get? That's a valid question, Ross. And I think Javonte Williams is an easier projection. I think it's entirely possible Javonte Williams' rookie season looks a lot like Cam Akers' rookie season or Jonathan Taylor's rookie season. When they get off to a little bit of a slow start, Melvin Gordon's there. He's the veteran running back. He can catch the ball, so you know he's going to play on third downs. But I could see Javonte Williams really taking over by mid-season. Javonte Williams, to me, is a much more appealing best ball pick at this stage because obviously with best ball, you could sit on your roster, and when he breaks out midway through the season, he ends up in your lineup. In redraft, it's possible that you're sitting on Javonte Williams and he only has a part-time role for the first 6 to 8 weeks of the season. That could be a little bit annoying, but also keep this in mind. There's one extra game this season. So most fantasy leagues, I would venture to guess, I'm not 100% sure of this, but I think most fantasy leagues are going to extend to week 17 this year as opposed to ending in week 16. With that one extra game, rookies have one more opportunity if they get off to a slow start to contribute to your fantasy team. So some of those guys like a Javonte Williams, with whom it might take some time for him to supplant Melvin Gordon, it could end up paying off down the road with a little bit more alacrity than some rookies in the past.
Boy, that's interesting, Joe. I hadn't thought of that. Look, we're always looking for a small, tiny edge, and that's a small, tiny edge potentially. Steve Fezzik talks about it on the Even Money podcast all the time. I do think your Williams thought is interesting because, man, you sit here and you think, it feels like they like Melvin Gordon. To think that that Javonte Williams will become the Cam Akers or the Jonathan Taylor of the Broncos, man, that feels like Gordon will be totally pushed aside because that's kind of what happened with the Rams and the Colts.
Well, and
by the way, part of that was because Marlon Mack got hurt.
Well, and again, you know, that's just something that you couldn't project, you couldn't predict. Melvin Gordon, by the way, the DUI charges got dropped, but I guess he could still face NFL discipline. So keep that in mind when it comes to Melvin Gordon, which could give Javonte Williams a head up at the beginning of the season. But also, the Broncos are not beholden to Melvin Gordon, but you beyond this season. So I think Javonte Williams is somebody who's going to have a role later on in the season, if not a significant one.
What about Michael Carter for the Jets? I'm very curious about this one because it feels like there's a pretty good path there for him.
Yeah, and it's because they have a bunch of guys in that backfield who I mean, I guess if you were to project today, they signed Tevin Coleman, and I would think Tevin Coleman is going to, I guess, open camp as their starting running back because he's familiar with the LaFleur system from their time together in San Francisco. But Tevin Coleman's been held together by duct tape for the last 3 years. So I don't think you expect Tevin Coleman's going to last very long. LaMichael Pirine is kind of a plotter. He's not a great fit in that offense. Ty Johnson's interesting, but again, not somebody that team is beholden to. So Michael Carter, even though he was a 4th round pick, and that's the thing that makes him difficult to project because right now I have him as an RB3. I have him in the 30s at running back. And that's difficult to do for a 4th round pick because that as much as a 4th round pick can contribute for fantasy, that is a day 3 pick. So you look at the opportunity and you say, oh my goodness, like there is this great chance that Michael Carter emerges here, but he's still a day 3 pick. Now, the Jets are saying all the right things about him. Oh my God, I can't believe he was there. They thought he was a day 2 pick all the way. They're picking at the top of round 4 and they're giddy on Friday night heading into Saturday, knowing that they're going to have a shot to draft Michael Carter. So they're all excited. They're like, I can't believe he's there. And so maybe the Jets had a day 2 grade on him. And if the Jets drafted him in day 2, we'd be like, to the moon, baby. Like, let's go, Michael Carter. The opportunity is here for Michael Carter. Like, just imagine if Travis Etienne, who we just talked about, landed in with the Jets. I mean, he'd be in competition with Najee Harris for the rookie RB1 if he landed in that spot. This is a great spot for Michael Carter. The only thing it's lacking is draft capital, but also keep in mind, this is a guy who was a great receiver in college. I think Greg Cosell said he kind of reminded him of Clyde Edwards-Helaire coming out of LSU with his body type and his skill set. And as our guy Scott Barrett has produced the research, A target is worth 2.5 times as much as a carry for running backs in PPR. Michael Carter is going to catch passes out of the backfield. There is a lot to like about him. The only thing that he is lacking is that draft capital, which is actually extremely predictive for running backs. Draft capital is very predictive because teams give those guys opportunities. But Michael Carter should have a chance to come in training camp, impress right away, and earn himself a big-time role right from the outset.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be in about as good of a spot for a 4th-round rookie running back I think I've ever seen. I mean,
it's really good.
It's pretty unbelievable. What about a couple of former Oklahoma Sooner running backs? Trey Sermon went in the 3rd round to the Niners, who seemingly have like 10 running backs, Joe.
Oh, they have.
And Ramondre Stevenson went in the 4th round of the Patriots. I thought it was interesting. Emery Hunt on the College Draft podcast talked about Stevenson and compared him to LeGarrette Blount, big man with nice feet. Where do you have either one of those guys ranked notably?
Sermon is RB 45, only because like you love that situation, right, Ross? I mean, that San Francisco running offense, and they have taken guys from the dumpster heap. And I don't mean that as an insult to Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson, but just like they've taken guys from late rounds and undrafted ranks, and these guys have produced at Pro Bowl kind of levels. Jeff Wilson was a league winner last year, but that also poses a problem for Trey Sermon because those guys are still there. Jeff Wilson is still there. Raheem Mostert is still there with San Francisco. They also drafted Elijah Mitchell, I believe, in the 6th round, who's a really interesting rookie. They signed Wayne Gallman this offseason. So there is a lot of roadblocks here for Trey Sermon. But if you just look at the fact that he's a 3rd round pick, which is very good draft capital for a running back, and he's in that rushing offense with the chance that Trey Lance takes over at some point as the quarterback and really opens up that run game, there is a lot to like about Trey Sermon. The problem is you might be waiting a long time for Trey Sermon to get onto the field. So that's my issue with him, but the upside is all there. It's a great landing spot from an offensive standpoint. It's just not a great landing spot from a personnel standpoint because he has got to leapfrog a lot of guys in that backfield to get on the field. So just keep that in mind. When it comes to Ramondre Stevenson, we don't even have him projected in our top 80 running backs at fantasypoints.com. By the way, our projections are up this week, Ross.
Nice.
You might be interested in that. He's not projected in our top 80 running backs. And the reason being, look, I mean, the Patriots are a team that 2 years ago drafted Damian Harris in the 3rd round and then just basically redshirted him. Like, I thought that was incredible that they would take a running back in the 3rd round and just not even play him. But they did that. So you have the landmines here for Ramondre Stevenson as well. Sony Michel's still there. Harris is still there. Harris had a really underrated season last year. It's just their offense was so freaking bad that they didn't really do much for fantasy because Cam Newton stole all the rushing touchdowns. James White is still there out of the backfield. So the way I look at it right now, Ramondre Stevenson's number 4 on the depth chart entering the season, and Brandon Bolden's still there, and he's a special teams guy. So Ramondre Stevenson might not even be active on game days at the start of the season. But if Michel, who's had an extensive injury history, were to go down, then you start looking at him as a potential waiver wire guy down the line. And if you're doing a massive best ball draft or obviously a dynasty draft, there's a lot to like about Ramondre Stevenson with that team. You just have to understand, I mean, he might not even touch the ball this year. So that there's that problem with projecting him for dynasty vis-a-vis projecting him for season long.
So what about, there's 2 more guys I wanted to ask you about because I'm wondering if they're ranked for you or not. Mm-hmm. And that is Kenny Gainwell, who I am still surprised didn't go until the 5th round to the Philadelphia Eagles, but they did get Kerryon Johnson this week as well. So I'm curious if Gainwell cracked your top 80. And then Chuba Hubbard from Oklahoma State going to Carolina in the 4th round, Joe.
Mm-hmm. Well, Chuba Hubbard, let's start there because the only value for him would be he's the handcuff for Christian McCaffrey, and you presume that he's going to be the top guy behind Christian McCaffrey. Remember, they lost Mike Davis, who was a huge winner, by the way, of of the NFL draft with Atlanta not taking a running back. But the only other guys behind Christian McCaffrey there that you might have heard of are Trenton Cannon and Reggie Bonifant. And I think they have Rodney Smith there as well, Rod Smith, but there's really not a whole lot behind Christian McCaffrey. So Chuba Hubbard with that 4th-round draft capital, he's a handcuff there. He's not going to get on the field otherwise because, Christian McCaffrey's going to play 75, 80, 90% of the snaps. But other than that, he could contribute if Christian McCaffrey goes down again. When it comes to Kenny Gainwell, I love the pick for Philadelphia. I did not like the pick for fantasy because this was somebody who we were hoping would land in a spot like a Miami or an Atlanta or even the Jets, who ended up taking Michael Carter and having a spot where he could get on the field and contribute immediately. I think Philly's going to use him right away. But the problem for fantasy is it's going to take targets away from Miles Sanders. And Kenny Gainwell is probably not going to get enough touches to have a significant fantasy role himself. Gainwell is our RB58 because of that receiving ability. But then the Kerryon Johnson landmine. Kerryon Johnson, now, first and foremost, the Eagles picked him up off of waivers. He's not even a guarantee to make the team. So I don't want to freak out too much. But what does Kerryon Johnson do well? He blocks and he can catch the ball. He's a plotter, but it's one of those things where, like, 3rd and short, he could be in the game for Philadelphia, which hurts both Miles Sanders and Kenny Gainwell. Right now, Miles Sanders was a big loser of the last week, only because, first and foremost, he's a good receiver, but he had a bad year in that department last year. So you have to wonder, all right, is Nick Sirianni going to come in here and say, Miles Sanders is a good receiver, but I view Kenny Gainwell as a Nyheim Hines kind of guy. He already made that comparison. That could be a significant role that takes away from Miles Sanders. And, down the line, maybe Kenny Gainwell can contribute independent of Miles Sanders, and they can both contribute independent of each other. We saw that in Indy last year with Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines. I just don't expect that that's going to happen in week 1.
All right, Joe. So we've got Jamar Jefferson, Larry Roundtree, Khalil Herbert, Kylan Hill, Chris Evans, Kene Ngwangu, Jake Funk. These are the other rookie running backs that got drafted. Are any of them in the top 80? I'm guessing no.
Well, Jake Funk is number 1 on my Spoonerism post-draft projections because his Spoonerism is fantastic, Ross. You know what a Spoonerism is, right?
No.
Your Spoonerism is Toss Rucker.
Oh,
Jake Funk's is fake junk. and so he could be a Manscaped he could be a Manscaped kind of guy. He's got a great Spoonerism. He's a super freak athlete, but again, that's somebody who in that backfield, I think the Rams they just drafted a bunch of like freak athletes. Jacob Harris, the wide receiver tight end out of UCF, Jake Funk. Chris Evans is another really good athlete, but again, buried on the depth chart. Kene Wong, I pride myself on pronunciations, and his is very difficult for me. So Kene, I am so sorry. Kene Nwangwu out of Iowa State, absolute freak athlete. The problem is he's buried on the depth chart. He's kind of a replacement for Mike Boone in Minnesota, who was also a freak athlete. He went to Denver in the offseason, and I think Minnesota just prides themselves on drafting these really good athletes who can play special teams. So he's interesting. Jamar Jefferson's kind of the plotting replacement for Kerryon Johnson in Detroit. So he's there in the RB70 range for me. Larry Roundtree with the Chargers is interesting because Austin Eckler's not going to get 250 carries. And who do they trust to get carries in that backfield? Justin Jackson is talented, but he's always injured. And last year, Joshua Kelly, the rookie running back out of UCLA, had a miserable season. He averaged he was one of the least efficient running backs in the entire NFL, if not the least. So I actually feel like Larry Roundtree, who's a no-nonsense kind of runner, you know exactly what you're getting with Roundtree. He's not big, but he's a grinding type of guy. I wonder with that new staff with the Chargers, if they're like, dude, this Kelly, he was terrible last year. We've got to get somebody to fill that role. I wonder if Larry Roundtree is going to be the guy who actually ends up carving out a role here for the Chargers in that no-nonsense role. He's my RB66, so I'm not saying like, oh my God, he's going to come out here and he's going to get 175 carries and he's going to complement Austin Eckler, but he's the guy I'd look at to say, you know what, he might have a shot to get on the field from day one.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about, Joe, obviously today is NFL schedule release day. Pretty cool, by the way. DraftKings has the NFL schedule release free-to-play pool on either go to DraftKings.com or on the DraftKings app. Always use the code Ross when you do that, by the way. But you don't. It's not a betting thing. It's free to play. $5,000 in total prize up for grabs. You just go ahead and you answer a couple questions about the NFL schedule release. I love stuff like that. Already over 25,000 entrants, by the way. We are a fantasy show, Joe. We're 30 minutes on-demand audio every week, keeping you up to date on what you need to know fantasy purposes. The next couple weeks, we'll get into the wide receivers. What, if anything, do we need to know or look at when it comes to the schedule? In other words, will you change any of your rankings tomorrow, Joe, based on the schedule coming out, or is it totally irrelevant?
It's close to irrelevant for me. I think the one thing that people are going to look at is fantasy playoff schedule. Like, what does that last month of the season look like? Is this a guy, like, for instance, Javonte Williams? We just talked about, he might be somebody who's going to help get you over the hurdle into the fantasy playoffs. If his second half of the season looks pretty good, then maybe you bump him up a little bit mentally. But the only thing I really use it for is looking at bye weeks for the little drafted players in best ball, like quarterbacks, where you're only going to draft 2 or 3, tight ends when you're only going to draft 2 or 3. If you're in best ball where you draft a team defense where you're only going to draft 2 or 3, that's really all I look at. Bye weeks to me are a tiebreaker. They're not something where I'm actively using them to make rankings. But for instance, if I have Matthew Stafford and Matt Ryan rated similarly, and my starting quarterback is Russell Wilson, and I want to take a second quarterback, and Russell Wilson has the same bye week as Matt Ryan, I'm probably going to take Matthew Stafford. That's the way I use bye weeks. But with the schedule release, Ross, it's fun. I love looking at all the primetime matchups, but it to me, it's not something that is going to significantly adjust my rankings.
Got it. Well, that was going to be my question. That's what I was curious about. Listen, here's the deal. Make sure you check out Joe on Twitter at FG_Dolan because he's the bomb. And go to fantasypoints.com where they've got all these guys, Graham Barfield, Scott Barrett, Greg Cosell, Adam Kaplan, John Hansen, Tom Brawley. I know I'm leaving out like 10. And put in the code 21FEAST. The next 2 weeks, we will dive into wide receiver rookie rankings because, frankly, there's that many of them. Other than that, I'm totally stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume.
everybody, what's going on? Ken Lucy and Christian DeAndrea. It is great to see all of your, well, we're not seeing your faces, but it's also all your names. Great to see all of you in the chat, hanging out with us virtually. It is another sim. It's sim number 3 of the day coming at you. It is not the early bird special, as someone would call it. I'm trying to revolt back on the early bird special.
You gonna take it back? I don't know if you can take that one back. I think early bird special is already beloved.
It's not early. Nothing about it's early. There's no birds involved. Well, I mean, unless you count well, there's not even any birds in this sim. It's Bears and Vikings. It's people who dress up in hats and have braids and bears. So with that, who do you have in your lineup?
Well, this is the one you got 2 Madden All-Stars in there, and you want to get them both in because it's not a wild weather Wednesday. So you got to find a way to fit Mitch and Dalvin Cook in there. For me, that meant going with a little Justin Jefferson in my captain spot. His last game, 4 catches, 38 yards and a touchdown. The game before that, 3 catches, 48 yards and a touchdown. So here's a guy who's coming off back-to-back 14-ish point games. If he keeps it up, and there's a good chance he will. It's a tough Bears defense. There's a good chance Kirk Cousins has to drive it down to his wide receiver 3. It means Jefferson could feast. It came down to him or Tajay Sharp for me, and I was like, you know what? Let's save a little bit of extra cash. Let's go with Double J himself. Then after that, of course, Mad Mitch, Dalvin the King, Allen Robinson, because the Vikings cornerbacks are trash. That includes you, Mike Hughes, current Kansas City Chief, just traded for a bad swap of late round 7, day 3 picks. But Anthony Miller, David Montgomery, dirt cheap in this one too. I got to imagine his ownership numbers are going to rebound nicely here because he was only like 3,800 in the flex.
Someone who's dirt cheap is Anthony Miller at 10.8K in the captain spot, $7,200. That's where I have him, is in my captain spot. So I'm looking forward to that. Some good games lately for Anthony Miller. He is always seemingly involved for the Bears. I have Mitch Trubisky, Dalvin Cook, Jimmy Graham, Ted Ginn, and Danny Bailey in my lineup. It's kind of a weird one, but I wanted to get Mitch and Dalvin in there, and I wanted to get at least one high-priced guy in there, which is Jimmy Graham. So that's where it came out. We'll see what happens. Just Dalvin Cook. That's the only offense I'm banking on for Minnesota, I guess. And,
I mean, which is
football
completely
first
fair.
stuffed.
Yeah, completely fair. This is a very difficult Bears defense to go up against, especially in Madden, where Khalil Mack is still a dominant force. And I mean, you can't really expect much out of Kirk Cousins, possibly the least useful fantasy quarterback out there, 13.4 points per game, and still going to cost you 9,600. I feel like if he breaks the 20-point barrier, it's a minor miracle. Let's take a look at the game log. When's the last time that happened? About 15 sims ago, he had a 26-pointer. 2 before that, 23-pointer, and then just nothing. Just a sea of teens and 8s and 7. Guy is as bad in the real world as he is in Simland, or vice versa.
So we got a throw over the middle. Oh, Dalvin Cook. What a juke there from Dalvin Cook. How about that?
And he picks it up. Yeah, that's what you expect from that guy.
Buster screen with the tackle. Yeah.
He's a very reasonable candidate to be a top running back drafted in next year's season-long fantasy drafts. Kenny, who do you see as being the top overall fantasy player in 2021?
It's a tough. I mean, I think that it's not going to be Kyle Pitts. I still don't understand why he got picked 3rd. I don't know. I mean, you'd want to think like maybe McCaffrey with a better offense, but I still don't think the Panthers are going to be that great. Definitely not Saquon Barkley. I mean,
otherwise you're looking at like Alvin Kamara or maybe Derrick Henry.
I also don't think Kamara either. Like I don't think that. I mean, for my money, I'm always a huge Dalvin Cook guy. I'm always a guy that loves to take him in the first round. So, I mean, he could be the top guy. I just think that Derrick Henry is a good blend of guy, who's very talented and also like on a decent team. And I think that some of the other guys, like, it's not going to work out for guys like Saquon, maybe even Dalvin Cook. Although I think the Vikings could be good. But I think Derrick Henry plays on a legitimately good team. They have a good passing attack. They did just lose Corey Davis and Johnny Smith. But I think they're still going to be good. So I could see Dalvin. I could see Derrick Henry being the top fantasy back. Also, like it's only a matter of time, right, before he charges back and just like takes one of these big Januaries that he has and turns it into a really great full season. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can agree there. I mean, it's kind of scary to think there's room for improvement for Derrick Henry, but the dude hasn't let us down yet. And then Dalvin is going to get so many looks because he has such a great field spreading passing offense in front of him that he's never really going to face a stacked box, even with Kirk Cousins as his quarterback. And I agree, Kamara, a guy who had a major downturn when it came to.
Yeah, I'm so out on Kamara, man. I really am.
Yeah. I mean, last year he was great when Breeze was in the lineup. When it wasn't Breeze, things were a problem. There were issues. Instead, this year, what's he going to get out of one quarterback who likes to throw deep in Jameis Winston, and another one who pretty much ignored him when he's in the lineup last year in Taysom Hill? Yeah, I agree there. If he's lingering to like the middle to late part of your first round, sure, why not take a flyer on him? He could do a lot worse. Still has a useful ceiling, but yeah, I don't even know if I would go top 5 for Kamara right now. I might even go Zeke over him, but catch me on that one later because I don't even know what to expect from Zeke next season.
All right, well, we got 2nd and 1 here. The Vikings are threatening. I think Zeke could have a good season next year. I actually might pick him as my guy.
Ooh,
wide open for the touchdown.
Again? Look at that. What a drive for Olabisi Johnson. 1 catch for 20 plus. And then crashing into the end zone. Are you kidding me? That guy is the punt play I should have thrown in my captain spot. Averaging 3.3 per game, 2,400 in the flex. And on one drive, he's pretty much tripled, maybe even quadrupled his season scoring average, Kenny.
Unbelievable. I feel like the vultures have been out in full force in my last few sims. Really.
Yeah.
Pick is up and good. My man Danny Bale. I got him on my roster. Feeling good about it.
Yeah, no, yeah. You're allowed to be upset about BC Johnson, but if you are complaining about things not being up to snuff, guess what? Everyone else is complaining too, because only 3% of you had that guy on the roster. All right. Do you think there's some kind of conspiracy out there to get Olabisi Johnson more touches? I mean,
there's always a conspiracy.
Really delight me with terrible, terrible players. As we see over there in the YouTube chat. Yes, headbandless today. Yes, got some flyaways right now. What's
going on with the headband? Where is it?
Hey, I got some floating around over here. I was out enjoying the sun. It's a beautiful day in Madison, Wisconsin today, Kenny. Like 68 degrees, sunny, a little breeze. So we're hanging out down the playground, running around, get a little lather going. So not only do I have the hair up, but I got nice musk going for me as well.
Love a good a musk.
Yeah.
Love a good musk. What is is it the same as a musket? What's a musk? I know what a must is.
A musk is like a scent, like a natural.
I thought that was a must.
No, a must. No. A musk is your natural.
What's
scent.
the difference?
A must or a musk?
Between a must and a musk.
I mean, I'm gonna look up if there's a scent called a must, because
maybe they're the same word, but we just.
I think if you're thinking like must as in musty, like something smells kind of old and moldy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
No. There's very, very different between musk.
So they're different smells.
Yeah, musk is like a woodsy, kind of earthy, like natural smell, and a musty smell is more like something is decaying or moldering somewhere, like falling apart kind of smell.
Right. So I figured you might have a musty smell because maybe you haven't showered or something. I don't know if that's what you were referring to.
No. This is a very strong, manly scent, I would say. It's delightful. A solid odor emanating from you right now. If only there were anyone else in the house to appreciate it. Anyway.
All right. Your boy David Montgomery getting taken down the backfield. I'm not a big fan of him in the Sims at all. Never play him. Can't do it.
You know what? I had to today just because he was so cheap. I mean, 3,200 for a guy who's going to get those carries. I don't want to play Montgomery at 6K, at 5K, but if he drops under 4K, yeah, get him in there. Why not? You know, him. That way you can put him and Allen Robinson in your lineup and not feel too badly about it. I was thinking big things from Robinson today. I haven't seen too much from him so far, but there's your spend up there, Jimmy Graham getting something done. This Vikings defense is vulnerable. We saw the man that they drafted over Lamar Jackson in 2018, Mike Hughes, traded to the Chiefs with a 7th round pick for a 6th rounder. So the Chiefs are going to buy low on that guy. I hope they can redeem him. But Minnesota fans gotta be regretting that move, as do 31 other teams in the NFL who passed on Lamar. Maybe not the Bills or maybe not the Browns, but this Vikings team with Lamar Jackson, just think how that would be just so much damn fun.
Bro, that would be unbelievable. It really would be. I would pay to see Lamar Jackson on many other teams. Like, what about Lamar Jackson on the Chiefs?
Yeah.
What about Lamar Jackson on the Bucks with that great defense?
Yeah. And the top tier receivers he's never had until this year. I have very, very big expectations for my guy Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota. But Baltimore's had a great offseason when it comes to bringing in guys, not only getting Zeitler up front, and the loss of Mini Zeus on the edge is going to be a little bit tricky to work around if you are the Ravens and if you're Lamar Jackson. But not only do you have Bateman, but you also get to see what Sammy Watkins can do on a 1-year, $5 million deal. I mean, Watkins is a guy who feels like he's been around forever. He's only 28 years old. If he can stay healthy, you get a big three of Hollywood Brown, Sammy Watkins, and Rashad Bateman. You can work with that. That's actually going to be good news for Mark Andrews, who's going to be seeing a lot fewer coverage.
Stock's way up on Sammy Watkins this year. I love Sammy Watkins as like a nice little value play every week. I'm going to be recommending that guy all the time. Oh boy, here's a big 4th and 1 for the Bears. Trubisky under center. Is he going to roll out on the play action? Nope, he's going to give it to Montgomery for the first down. Good push from the line there.
Yeah, how the Packers traded up for Jordan Love. That was a couple of years later, but I can appreciate the frustration there, man. That not looking great. They could have had Justin Jefferson, the guy who would have been the offensive rookie of the year had Justin Herbert not let the league on fire.
What about the who was it? The Eagles taking Jalen Reagor instead of Justin Jefferson. You remember that? You've seen that video, right?
Yeah.
There's like a video of the conference call where they're like laughing about the Eagles not taking Justin Jefferson. Incredible.
I'm so excited about it.
Okay.
Reagor can still be a nice player, but he's not going to be Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, he's always going to be living in the shadow of Justin Jefferson, which is pretty difficult. All right. End of one, quick quarter, 7-0 Minnesota Vikings going into the second. Kirk Cousins, 73 yards and the touchdown to Ola BC Johnson. Yeah, you heard that right. Mitch Trubisky, 4 of 5 through the air for 33 yards. Dave Montgomery's picked up 12 yards and a first down already. And no rushes yet for Mitchie Magic or and just three carries for 3 yards for Dalvin Cook. Johnson, 47 yards and a touchdown. A-Rob already has 3 for 25. That's pretty much your update.
Dude, BC Johnson, 12.7 in
is that his nickname now? BC Johnson?
BC Johnson, yeah. He cuts out the Ola. It takes half the syllables away. I appreciate that as a nickname, and I'm sure the Vikings announcers up there do as well. As Mitch having a very Madden Mitch kind of day. He's completed 4 passes, but only for 33 yards. We haven't seen him really take off and do anything. He's getting outplayed by Kirk Cousins right now, which true to real life, but not here in the Sims. Let's see if maybe he changes things up a bit and carries his team the final 24 yards to the end zone here.
Let's see if he can. Oh, he's going to toss it to Montgomery this time. Oh, my God. Oh, I thought he got lit up in the backfield, but he kept going and got a yard. Oh, no, he didn't. He lost the yard. Sorry.
Yeah,
that was still pretty impressive, though.
I mean, Montgomery, he's not a burner, obviously, but he's a guy who, if you were holding on to him in season-long fantasy last year, could have driven you all the way to the playoffs. I I like David Montgomery to begin with because, any of those Iowa State guys are always going to have a soft spot in my heart. The Cyclones, one of the least reliable Power 5 programs in the nation. They haven't had a first-round pick, Kenny, since the 70s. So if you come out of Iowa State and you become a good pro, immediately I'm on your side. So David Montgomery, Alan Lazard, you guys are kings. But Montgomery, after that rough first season, really came into his own. First 1,000-yard campaign last year, and then the end of his year, games 11 through 17, right, or 16. 6 games, 598 rushing yards, 7 touchdowns, 24 catches, and a receiving touchdown. Dude was just a monster down the stretch and into your fantasy playoffs. So I'm sure a lot of people made a little bit of cash banking on David Montgomery last year.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice investment. I think a lot of people still were worried about, competition there. Tariq Cohen. You also talk about the fact that David Montgomery wasn't even that good.
Yeah.
Really took the bull by the horns, though. You're absolutely right. 2nd and 4 here. Trubisky he's gonna give it to Montgomery. They're gonna get down to the 3. All right.
You can let's keep plugging along that David Montgomery line. I'm sure I'd be more than happy to take a touchdown for my $3,200 investment. At Robes05 over on Twitch. Montgomery got me 2nd place in my league, and my team was awful. Yeah. Kill a slim ball.
Another toss. That time a touchdown. Another one.
Woo.
This time David Montgomery. It's been the focal point of the drive. He gets it in for 6. Tie game at 7. All but likely, with the extra point upcoming. And we're chugging right along here. David Montgomery, 31.4% owned, just 1.8% captain. David Montgomery and Ola BC Johnson. Who would have thought? Those are the 2 touchdown scorers and the 2 guys with all the stats.
Just like we expected. The running back that you can't really trust, and the wide receiver 4 putting their teams on their back so far in this one.
So the PAT up and the PAT good. 7-7. Vikings gonna get the football. We'll see if we hear from our good friends Adam Thielen, Kyle Rudolph. Maybe Dalvin Cook can do more than 3 carries for 3 yards. We'll have to see. What about the schedule release excited you, Christian?
There were a few things. We actually talked about them on today's post route. You can subscribe for free, postroute.substack.com. We went through the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. First thing that stood out to me, because it was the first news that broke, but Kenny, week 1 is kind of underwhelming. Like, you got the Raiders in prime time, which, yes, I know, Congo, Cab, Ashley. The Raiders' disrespect continues.
They deserve to be disrespected. They stink.
Yeah. You know what? They're going to do the thing the Raiders do, where they're going to build up a little bit of hope and then just squander it all. They're going to be something stupid like 8-3 with 6 games to go, and they're going to finish 9-8 and a game out of the playoffs. That's how it happens with John Gruden. He does just enough to not even justify, to make you think he's earning that $10 million salary, and then he shies away from the spotlight. Anyway, Raiders on Monday Night Football, okay, fine, whatever. And the Cowboys in the season opener, I don't know. I was not very, very intrigued by any of the matchups outside of Browns-Chiefs. So that was a bit of a bummer for me. And then the other side of things was Justin Fields is going to have a tough transition in Chicago because, if he does start from week 1, he's got to deal with Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Donald. I don't think that's going to be what the Bears do. I think they're going to let Andy Dalton take over, at least for the first few weeks. But, man, week 7 to week 11 of that Bears schedule, they get the Buccaneers. They get the 49ers, who theoretically won't have to deal with so much terrible injury luck this year. They get the Steelers, last year's top-ranked defense, and then they get the Ravens. That is 4 absolutely suffocating defenses in a 5-week span. The only week they have is their bye week. So they get a little bit of a reprieve there, but it's going to be really tough for a rookie quarterback to navigate that. And I think that's where we're going to get a better idea if Justin Fields is the guy or if he's the guy everyone was smart to pass on. I think it's the former, but that stretch is going to let us know if it's the latter.
I mean, I think that you play this dangerous game, right? Where you're like, okay, well, organizations all the time make bad decisions, right? But on the other hand, I think like there has to be a reason why all these teams didn't want Justin Fields, right? Like there has to be a reason aside from, he played for Ohio State and Dwayne Haskins just failed as a quarterback. Like there has to be something that they see. As much as like you think that an organization is bad, I don't think that many teams would pass on a guy that seemed to us that was really good. So, you just all these things are speculation, and we're just gonna have to see how he performs when he's on the field. But as of now, I mean, I certainly think that he could be, the guy for Chicago. I really do think that. I think that with the eye test. He passed with flying colors last year. He also, what did he pass? He had like a perfect score on that aptitude test or whatever, right?
Yeah, and it's just so bizarre, the criticisms that came out. He doesn't want it. What the hell are you talking about? He doesn't want it. He doesn't eat, breathe, and sleep football. What? Did you see what he did against Clemson? Dude threw his body chest first into a car crash and didn't miss any time. He came back 8 days later to play in the national. I don't know. I feel like teams were looking for an excuse not to draft him rather than looking at the positive. It was baffling to me as Kirk Cousins finds Thielen for just enough for a first down there. Thielen's first catch of the day. He's got 6 yards. And I don't know, Kenny, what did you take away from the schedule review? Any specific weeks you're looking forward to? Any tough schedules that have you maybe a little bit down on some contenders?
I think that the schedule release to me, I think is a bunch of baloney, because I think we already knew what divisions everyone was going to play. We already knew what teams everyone was going to play. I think that it's cool that the Jets get to play Darnold and that they get to play in London. But like other than that, I don't really have an opinion. I will say that I went through the schedule release with Christian, and I talked about how I think that the Jets are going to go 10 not with Christian. You're Christian. I went through it with Glash. I talked about how the Jets are going to go 10-7, and I do believe that. And again, I also got an argument with Kaufman last night where he was like, the schedule dictates how good a team's going to be. I don't believe that to be true for 1 second. I think that the Jets could go 10-7, but also aren't going to be that good of a team. Like, I think if the Jets played a league average team 17 times, they would probably go like 7-10. But I think that because of the way the schedule lays out, they're going to go 10-7. And not just the schedule, just their opponents. Like, they get to play really weak opponents. They get to play the Texans. They get to play the Bengals, Jaguars, the Panthers, who stink, the Broncos. All these teams, none of them are imposing. None of them. None of those teams I listed. And then the AFC East, I mean, the Patriots might be starting Cam Newton. He was a disaster last year. I think they split with them. I think they split with the Dolphins. Right there, you have 7 wins already. And then you're talking about, like, can they find 3 more? They also get to play the Falcons, who could be a disaster by the point they play them. So that was where I sort of stood, where I was like, look, I'm not even saying that the Jets are a good team. I'm just saying, like, the way the opponents that they're playing are not strong, and they could certainly surprise based on how good they are. So based on how good the opponents are. But like I said, like, that's why the schedule release to me doesn't really do it for me, because I already know who these teams are going to play. You get excited about like certain like primetime games, you know what I mean? Like I got, but other than that, So yeah. I do think that the Jets could surprise. That's my main takeaway from the schedule release. But again, I already knew what teams they were going to play. I do feel like week 7. The only things I know, week 17 against the Bills is the biggest lock of the century for the Bills to win that game. Or what is it, week 18? And then week 17 against the Jaguars, like I think that the Jets will beat up on the Jaguars because they'll be tanking at that point. Yeah. But I don't know, man. Like I think that there's a lot of anxiety. I think everyone just needs to see these teams on the field. We need to get going with the season already. Like it just built it up. You know what I mean? We're already like jumping out of our seats, being like, we got to see these games now.
Yeah, I mean that's what the NFL was going for. That's why they somehow made their schedule release a day-long activity. I mean, they know how rabid we are for this stuff, and they know they can draw it out and monetize it. It just no one prints money quite like the NFL does, except for maybe some. Oh, Mitch, what are you doing, buddy? So after what was a very strong stop on 4th down. The Bears run it twice, lose some yards, and then Mitch slides down short of the line to gain there. So looks like the Bears are going to punt it back to the Vikings, and they're going to get to execute their 2-minute drill. I like some of the intrigue of the schedule release, but yeah, we're hitting the dead zone now. I mean, it's the fun time to be an NFL writer. You get to take your vacations. You get to sleep a little bit more. Your Sundays are, time to go out and have brunch, or maybe hit that all-you-can-eat Taco Bell buffet down the street now that they're opened up.
I do love a good. You know what? Taco Bell, I'm telling you, gets a bad rap. They do.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Taco Bell. They innovated the taco.
They did.
They completely changed the way that people eat tacos. Are you going to get authentic tacos there? Are you going to get authentic Mexican food there? Are you going to get good quality? No. But think about what these people have done for society. Taco Bell has done so much for society. The thought that you could have melted cheese on a soft tortilla wrapped around a hard tortilla, the sensational texture that brings, that crunchy, smooth feeling you get. Oh, it's just I make my tacos like that right now without going to Taco Bell. It's unbelievable. Tastes so good.
Double-decker was, I mean, they've had some revelations there.
The crunch wrap, that's a big TikTok trend. I don't know if you're on TikTok, but people make crunch wrap Supremes at home. They do the same, they have big tortillas. I mean, look, I'm just saying you just have to respect brilliance when you see it. That's just brilliance that they bring to the table. And look, their food might not be quality, but their legacy of bringing us these unbelievable ways to eat the food that we love has to be appreciated. They just took something good, they augmented it, they made it better. That is what the American dream is all about. Unbelievable.
No, my guy Peter Burks of the Paris on the Genesee Substack newsletter he does a lot of recipes and stuff like that. He did a buffalo chicken dip crunch wrap, and that sounds absolutely incredible to me. It's like 2/3 the way there to what you're already doing with your buffalo chicken, and then you're adding a little tortilla on top of it, and maybe a little extra blue cheese. I mean, dude, also, I don't know how new it is, but they got a spicy potato taco right now on the dollar menu, and it's awesome. It's so good. It's incredible. Oh, man. That is a pretty solid Top Shot pull, and Reed Tees, did you know Taco Bell is garbage? Yeah, but I mean, it fills a void. You're not getting authentic Mexican when you're going to Taco Bell. That's not what you're trying to go and get. It's the same. You're getting something cheap and filling. Right. That is exactly what it is. You're getting some grade D meat that was scraped out of the stables somewhere. Wow, big strike downfield as it's feeling again.
What was the Top Shot poll that Reed Tees did you know got?
It was Kevin Porter Jr., Drew Holiday, Paul George.
I just I missed my chance. I reserved a pack, and I was so busy today that I didn't even.
Oh, you can still get in. About it. Yeah, I think they're open through Sunday.
I just joined the drop, and it says remaining packs. Oh, it's 233,000.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. Yeah, I have. Okay. Yeah, I just joined the drop.
Yeah. What number are you in line there?
Well, 25,558. Yeah, I saw 23. I thought there were 23,000 packs left, and I was number 25,000, and I was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that. Yeah, I'm already reserved for the next pack as well. Yeah. You know what though? I always join the drop early. I'm like I joined the drop for these reserve packs right off the bat. Is that the huge field goal from Dan Bailey?
Long kick there.
Longwood,
Plus.
and I never get good pulls. So maybe this way I'll get good pulls.
There you go. Yeah.
I got the dunk pack. It was atrocious. Waste of money.
Well, yeah. What was the best player you pulled from the dunk pack?
Drew said I joined a drop for one last week. Got a bunch of one day late. Got a bunch of very low cereals. The best. What the best? Well, I mean, I got a rare dunk, but it was Brandon Clark, so it was terrible.
Ooh, yeah.
And then all the base set cards I got were pretty bad too. I think the best one was like I don't remember. I could tell you in a second.
Yeah, no, I all my pulls have been bought lately. I think the best thing I have is like a common Anthony Edwards. That's pretty much it. And of course,
I got one of the new Emmanuel Quicklies. Oh,
okay.
You know what? Just in time for me to go on camera, I am frozen. I've been frozen all half.
Perfect. Yeah,
you can hear me though, right?
Yeah, you can, you're coming in loud and clear, so you're good. Eventually, you'll snap back. Like, listen, Kenny, you're dealing with a person who's been there many times before. If there's anyone who is frozen more on stream than I have, I would like to meet them.
Right.
It's not exist.
Look, I usually use my old computer or my old computer for this because it doesn't freeze on me. But I have not had time today to even think about doing that. No, I got a 2-badge quickly and a 2-badge Shuma Okiki. And those are like the only good cards. I also got a Rashawn Holmes that was a really low serial, like 1,700. But I mean, that's not a good card. Like these cards are all like $2. So yeah, well, the market's really taking a hit here. On
it really is. It's gone down quite a bit. Yeah. Which it's bound to happen when you're flooding the market with more and more packs. The exclusivity's gone.
Right.
Taking a look at the halftime stats here. No one doing much of anything on the ground, although Montgomery has a touchdown. The other touchdown, Olabisi Johnson, who is very heavily trending toward Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors. Mitch, under 50 passing yards. Kirk Cousins, maybe an outside shot at the bonus, but I wouldn't count on it because he is Kirk Cousins. He does have a passing touchdown, though. So giving you more value than Madden Mitch, which is unlikely. And Dalvin Cook, quite possibly, he and Mitch battling it out for Babysitter Billy today. Mitch through 2 quarters, 3.8 points. Dalvin Cook through 2 quarters, 4.9. This has been a kind of a slow developing sim, Kenny. We've had 5 drives, 2 long touchdown drives, 1 long turnover on downs, a punt, and then a last-ditch 2-minute drill. That's how we got here. 10-7 Vikings in U.S. Bank Stadium. The stadium, that very pretty, very nice stadium. Large, expansive, the scope of it, kind of overwhelming, and always going to have a special place in my heart because when I went there, not only did I get to see a terrible Buccaneers team and one of the best days of Case Keenum's career for only $40, but the wait staff was so overwhelmed, I got a free grain belt on the house, the 20-ounce pour, delicious, delectable. Yeah, dude, that's one of the things I like about
it. So hungry.
Yeah, they went out of their way, to make sure they have some local brews on tap. So it was like Surly and Fulton and, of course, the pride of New Ulm grain belt, which the regular grain belt, a little bit sweet, it's decent lager, but the Northeast, darker beer, delicious. Big fan, cheap too. Good beverage. Anyway, yeah. So back to Top Shot. My last pack, not today's. I haven't gone in yet, but I had a Spy Mikhailiuk common. Dean Wade.
Whoa. How did you just pronounce his name?
I had Spy Mikhailiuk. I don't know.
Spy Mikhailiuk.
Mikhailiuk. All right. Thanks.
Mikhailiuk is his last name.
Mikhailiuk.
And I'm pretty sure I thought it used to be Svi or Svi.
Could be. It could be. Anyway, I got him. I got Dean Wade. I have Jeremy Lamb. Those are my last.
Dean Wade.
Yeah. The Dean Wade is at least a low-ish cereal. The other 2 guys, the Mikhailiuk is it's
Mikhailiuk.
24,000. As we get a nice strike there, we finally get an Anthony Miller sighting. He had 3 rush yards in the first half. This is his first catch of the game, but he's got his Bears cooking in Viking territory here.
So Anthony Miller, my captain, getting going.
Yeah.
Got Anthony Miller with his first catch. I got Dan Bailey with the field goal before. Things might be looking up for me. I'm still Still 53rd out of 57 in the contest, but I think that's about to change with that catch from Anthony Miller. Get me back up there. Okay, now I'm in 43rd. All right, now we can do that. We're working our way back up. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that Montgomery touchdown is really keeping me afloat. I'm 17th out of the 57. It would be nice if Justin Jefferson could take a hint from Olabisi Johnson and come alive here. But, well, we're going to have to wait on that as Jerry Cohen stopped for a loss of 1 there on first down.
Big strike over the middle. There he goes. Anthony Miller down to the 36.
Yeah, Congo Cab, you are correct. That Dean Wade, the moment is actually pretty nice. Like, it's a solid putback dunk from a guy you would not expect to be able to get up and have that putback dunk. Dude, for a while too, it like I would look quick on like daily fantasy or like season long fantasy and it'd be like D Wade Cavaliers and be like, that's not Dwayne. I can't but for a while my brain was so broken. Every time I would see it, be like, oh my god, who is stupid enough to go out and pick up Dwayne Wade now this year? No, it turns out I was the idiot. It took me months, Kenny, months to not immediately think Dwayne Wade whenever I saw D Wade in fantasy purposes this year.
All right. Bears are trying to take the lead back, Christian, as we're into the third quarter now. Great opening drive here for Chicago.
And
Drew keeps saying we're pronouncing Dwayne wrong. Yeah, Dean Wade.
Yeah. So the guy who will be coming out for the Bears if they don't get a first down here, Eddie Pinheiro, we actually got some news on him yesterday. He is now going to be a Colt, so he's going to be challenging Rodrigo Blankenship for that kicking role in Indianapolis. And I don't think he's going to be able to supplant Rodrigo's. Oh, your guy right there, Jimmy Graham into the end zone. Mitch has a passing touchdown. The Bears have the lead. Blankenship last year, I mean, I understand wanting to bring in some competition in Pinheiro.
That is an unreal catch from Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, nice. It was nice.
Incredible. He stole it away.
He's looking like 2010 Jimmy Graham instead of 2020 Jimmy Graham, which is a big difference. I mean, the Pinheiro signing, low risk, light a little fire under Blankenship. He was pretty good, but he missed a few too many extra points, 5 and 37 attempts. He only missed 2 extra points. I'm sorry. He missed 5 field goals in 37 attempts. Was a little bit shaky from 50 plus. So the leg strength and accuracy, not 100%, but a guy I really liked watching at Georgia because he's got the rec specs on. He's got the goggles going. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
I mean, I don't know. I think that he's destined to be one of the better kickers in the NFL. He was pretty good last year. Considering the fact that kickers have gotten objectively worse, he definitely has a lot to hang his head on. All right, so the Vikings will try to now take back the lead. It's been a good competitive sim. We've seen 3 touchdowns so far. One was to Olabisi Johnson, the other a short run from David Montgomery, and then an incredible catch and run from Jimmy Graham, who stole the ball away. Jimmy Graham coming in at 30.4% ownership, 3.2 in the captain. Really incredible. Cook gets started there.
Yeah, it would be nice to see him get a little bit more action, but these PPR points are going to help buoy him a little bit. That's his 3rd catch of the day, which is really going to help supplement that 13 rushing yard performance through the first half.
So what do you think about the Aaron Rodgers situation? I haven't asked you yet specifically, and you are someone that does live nearby. How do you see it playing out? Because I feel like Aaron Rodgers is such a vengeful guy that he could literally just retire from the league before he plays another game for the Packers. I kind of feel like that could happen.
I don't think it's
Carson Palmer situation.
Yeah, I feel like that is a very real possibility. I don't think it's the favorite possibility, but you got to acknowledge that it's something you can do because this is a guy who's shut out his family and is notoriously private and does tend to hold grudges. And he's got other opportunities if he wants to take a gap year and see if he can press the Packers into action. That said, I think the two sides are going to work it out. I think the Packers and Rodgers are eventually going to come to terms on something like a 4-year, $170 million.
But they already offered him a big contract and he didn't take it. That's what I'm confused about.
I think they'll step up the offer a little bit. I think he's not going to make that Patrick Mahomes money, but I think he will be the second highest salaried quarterback in the league. I think he's going to get more annually than Dak Prescott did. And I think that's going to ultimately turn the tables for him. I mean, perturbed or not, and no matter how much money you already have in the bank, how are you going to turn down $42 million? I don't know. I've got guys within the organization who say, they're not panicking. They don't appreciate the amount of stuff going out there and stuff not leaking, but accumulating. And they were obviously very frustrated with the Schefter report because that wasn't anything new. That was just kind of an aggregation of feelings over a long time. And Rodgers obviously very happy to let people roll with it and run with it because it kind of empowered his side of things. But I don't foresee a world where Gutekunst gets fired, even if Rodgers wants him gone. Like, I don't think this is a Packers team that's going to let the players call the shots when it comes to hiring, firing, management. But I do think they will let Rodgers have more input in personnel. Ooh, very nearly a deep ball. Looked like it might have been Jefferson there. Would have been a 54-yard touchdown. Instead, swatted away at the last moment. 4th down decision now coming for Mike Zimmer. He's been stonewalled on 4th and short before. This will be 4th and long, and it's going to be a punt.
One of the most thrilling plays in Madden Sims, a punt. And I'm actually not joking. It can be very thrilling. This one is out of bounds in the end zone, going to the 20-yard line. I think it was into the end zone anyway. I thought it was going to be good for a second.
I was excited about it. I thought that was going to go well. Instead, no, it did not. That's the thing. Anytime you got the guys with the short field and they're punting, you never see anyone get pinned. You always see like an 18-yard punt or a touchback or something very frustrating. And then other times you'll have a guy punting from his own 20 and he'll pin his opponent like at the 3 or at the 1. It's a random event generator when you get these punts.
So this time, 3 receivers on the field, 4-point lead. Thanks for being with us here, by the way. We got a great crew.
Ooh.
Oh, that was almost a ridiculous pick.
Yeah.
Got Michael behind the scenes with Kyle in ops. We've got the Drew stack with us. We've got Christian. My name is Kenny. You probably know that. We've got all the team always here in the chat. We've got Abby Rizzle, who hates me, Congo Cab, Hawk, Noah Moon. It's a great day here in Simla. Jordan Lindenbaum talking about NBA lineups. Bless your soul if you're playing NBA tonight, man. These games, all of these games, could not matter less. No, I don't think any of these teams want to win tonight or care about enough to win. I think the only team is maybe like the Nuggets and the Wizards who just crush their opponents.
Yeah,
that just feels like it to me, really.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed about how the Celtics season is slated to end here. I mean, I did not pick this lineup for the play-in tournament. I think they'll be able to get through to the final 8 in the East without too much of an issue. Is Mitch going and
a fumble!
Demetrius Harris, what is wrong with you? All you had to do was block that guy, and Mitch he could have gone all the way with that one. Instead, Harris whips on the block, and Harrison Smith picks up the fumble he causes. Wow. Oh, brutal turn of events, and I believe it was There's a Congo cab saying, hey, wake up. Well, wake up, defenses. Come on. Nope. That came to fruition right there with the Vikings D creating the Madden Mitch moment. Now, it was Tom Brady is the best. That's who did it. Sorry, Tom Brady.
Boy, clock ticking down on the third. This game is just spun on its head. Bears might have just taken maybe a commanding lead here. Maybe a lead they would never forfeit. Instead, the Vikings now with the football, and they're going to drive down the field. We got Cook on the swing. They're going to throw it over the middle of Kyle Rudolph. How about that?
Kyle Rudolph. Man, I keep forgetting where he ended up. I believe he's with the New York Giants now, which is a move I like. Rudolph still has some gas in the tank, and you can have that 2 tight end set with Evan Ingram. In fact, you can have someone to push Ingram and someone to bench Ingram for when Ingram ultimately drops 3 passes in one series. Have you seen the number of drops the Giants had last year?
No, but I can imagine. But,
of their top targets.
Okay.
Darius Slayton had 5. No other wide receiver had more than 1, and Evan Ingram had 11. Just beautiful. That man was a Pro Bowler for some reason. Don't even know why. Don't know why the Pro Bowl voters decided Evan Ingram needed to be the guy. Hopefully he had some kind of weird incentive built into his contract, but I wanted so badly for him to get traded. I thought he would look great in Arizona, be that horizontal threat who thrives in the vertical space created by a Cliff Kingsbury offense. Instead, he gets another year letting Danny Dimes down. Jared plays. Welcome to the Twitch chat.
Can we stop calling him Danny Dimes?
I think we have to. I think it gets more hilarious the worse he plays.
You know what? I could see the merit in that. I could see it being funny and hilarious that he's named Danny Dimes. Maybe we can keep calling him that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 1st and 10. Let's see the Vikings are going to just jog it into the huddle. Quarter end. We are in a good one here. 14-10 Bears over the Vikings. There's Christian's newsletter. You can check it out. I'm all the way up to 12th now in our little contest out of 57. Thanks to Anthony Miller. He's now got 3 catches for 53 yards and 3 rushing yards. Mitch Trubisky is up to 139 yards. Kirk Cousins up to 201. Both have touchdowns. Dalvin Cook just has not really had a great day. Jimmy Graham's got the receiving touchdown. We also have a field goal on the board for Dan Bailey. And David Montgomery has the rushing touchdown, but just 19 yards to go along with it. So
that's
pretty comparable
more
day.
rushing yards than Dalvin Cook right now on the same carries.
Thielen 5 catches for 71. Allen Robinson 5 for 45. And that is where we stand right now. Jimmy Graham, Anthony Miller, Kyle Rudolph, old BC Johnson, who has the touchdown. All having good days so far. Been a pretty good sim for the receivers.
Yeah,
Justin Jefferson, your boy, though, just 1 catch for 10 yards.
Yeah, well, not a lot of passing yards, but the run-pass balance has definitely swung more to the aerial side of the game. And with a close one here in the 4th quarter, I got to imagine that's going to continue. So if you are heavily invested in wide receivers and tight ends, you still very much have a shot in this one. Looking at that 250 free showdown, MJ Mojo, 58 Mojo F in first place by about 2 points right now. Jimmy Graham, the captain spot, Trubisky, Thielen, Allen Robinson, Anthony Miller, and BC Johnson. That punt play. We haven't seen anything from him since the 1st quarter, but we haven't had to. 2 catches, 47 yards, and the tutty for him, 12.7. Still right now, Kenny, my crusty cough player of the game leading candidate, but Adam Thielen maybe putting in some work there as he gets a few rushing yards on the sweep.
So we got a lot of sweeps going on. We had Thielen with rushing yards just on that last play. Then before we had Anthony Miller with 3 rushing yards. Interesting. I like when they open up the playbook a little bit. All right, let's see if the Vikings can get it in here. Cousins, he's sacked in the backfield. Yikes, that's gotta hurt. 2nd sack of the day for Robertson Harris.
Oh, Roy there. So 3rd and long coming up. Field goal, I mean, obviously helps, but it doesn't make enough of a difference in this one. Going to have to hope you can get more than that. Probably not 4-down territory if they don't pick up the first here, but you got to start at least thinking about it if you're Mike Zimmer. Say you get like a 4th and 1 from the 11, maybe that's when you try to throw Dalvin Cook up the middle. Oof, instead, Cousins finds no one, and you got to imagine this is going to be your beat guy, Danny Bailey, coming out to kick a shortish, a 39-yarder for him. Oof, one more yard, and that would have been a 4-pointer. That's too.
I mean, there's like a 0% chance they go for it on 4th and 13 with so much time left, and they will indeed kick a field goal. Dan Bailey in the dome kicks it through. He loves kicking in that dome. Kicked inside in Dallas, kicks inside in Minnesota. Good. It's good to be Dan Bailey. He's got a good life. Does he even have a job anymore? Actually, forgot about that.
I do believe Dan Bailey is still with the. I don't know. He is a free agent. He has not signed yet, and at 33 years old, I mean, he's probably got some decent. He's got some decent juice left in those legs. I'm not expecting would be like Morton Anderson kind of all-timer guy who's all around all the time, but he was you know what? He was not great last year. I take it back. From 40 plus, only 6 of 12, 2 field goals of 50 plus yards on that one. He only made 68% of his kicks last season, missed 6 extra points. Yeah, you know what? Maybe the bloom is off the onion for Dan Bailey up in Minnesota.
The bloom is off the onion?
Yeah.
The bloomin' onion? I like that.
Correct. Yeah. I appreciate it.
I've never had one of those, but I've always wanted one. What is it, just like fried onion? It's like,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
onion
it's
rings,
battered
sort
and
of?
fried. So yeah, they take it and they cut it a certain way. They soak it in ice so it pops
Oh,
open.
Big
Allen
Gain!
Robinson,
Is
he
that
gonna
Allen
pull it?
Robinson? It is!
They're not gonna.
He can't get in there. Oh, man.
Oh, a huge gainer there for the superstar Allen Robinson. Best hands in the NFL, says I. But there, it was the runaway yards after catch, the speed after a missed tackle. Robinson breaking free and putting his team in position to get that lead back up to more than 3 points. That's the bonus for Robinson, by the way, who is sitting in my lineup.
Well, Mitch Trubisky is just going to try. Oh, I thought he was going to try to do the rest himself. Instead, had to slide down at the 4.
Ooh, could this be more David Montgomery time?
I don't know. I don't know if the world's ready for that. I don't know if we can handle more David Montgomery time.
It would be a lot. It would be a lot for him. Oh,
Looks like they could go to him. The 2 receivers out on the left side. Trubisky under center. He's got tight ends as well. He's going to throw. Trubisky's going to throw. Now he's going to run. He's going to run into the end zone. Leaps in for a touchdown. Bears take a larger lead. They were up 1. Now they're up 7. Do you go for 2 here to make it a 2-possession game? I think you do, Christian. What do you do?
I would. I mean, if I'm confident in my 2-point conversion play, then why wouldn't you? I mean, if you feel better about your ability to score a 2-point conversion than your ability to stop one, that's when you do it. That said, this is the Bears offense and their strength is their defense. So maybe you go the other way with that one. I would go for it. They won't, but maybe they should.
Well, I just got my Top Shot sound. It's time for me to get a pack.
Ooh, that was a quick spin through the queue.
Yeah, I'll rip it. I'll rip it live on air for everybody. I can't show you my screen, but I'll tell you who I get. Oops, couldn't complete the purchase. Forgot that I have. Sometimes the card, they like changed up who they allow you to get a pack through. By the way, with Banks, what's going on here? Why did they just kick a field goal? Why did they not go for 2?
I mean,
I would have gone for 2 there.
They're saying, you know what? We'll take the 8-point lead and we'll let our defense do the rest. We've been bottling up Dalvin Cook all day, and maybe Dalvin Cook would be their most likely recipient of that 2-point conversion. So I think maybe that's the thinking there, playing it safe.
I get 3 moments. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, let's see here. First one. Oh, low serial from the Pistons. It's a Josh Jackson dunk.
Oh.
Number
Josh Jackson was still
2408.
with Pistons?
Yeah, not very good. All right, this one's a high serial. It's Gordon Hayward dunk. Let's see. Can I get a good pull on my third? You need some good pull energy. Let's see. Lakers. Oh, it's Markieff Morris. 11,000. Yeah. See, this is just what you get. You used to get guaranteed ROI on your moments. Like it was like guaranteed. Now I feel like, you know, you're just getting a bunch of garbage sometimes with these moments, with these polls. What they need to do is they need to let you have like a chance at getting a good card in your base sets. You know what I mean? That would make it more fun.
Yeah. Now, as DFS Queenie points out, I mean, now that we're kind of flooding the market with these packs, that not only is the inflation of the rarity going way down, but it just, it's like you said, the return on investment isn't there. You can't even sell. It used to be you could sell some scrub moments off for $35, and okay, this pack paid for itself just because I got rid of that Dean Wade moment. Instead, now it's like, all right, yeah. Like I sold a common Eric Gordon layup for $50. Oh, damn, okay, nice. Now it's like, all right, now, at lowest ask there is $4.
Yep, the prices have definitely it's been alarming. But I am holding some long term. Like I have an Emmanuel Quickly with 3 rookie badges.
Yeah,
I'm holding on to that one.
Nice. I got a 3 badge Aaron Neesmith, which is
okay. I also got a Peyton Pritchard as well. What I did was I consolidated some moments. I sold some moments. And then I said, what do I want to hold on to long term? What's going to be valuable? What's going to be valuable is rookies. So I was like, let me find 2 rookies. Quickly was one I wanted to get my hands on. I believe in him long term. I think he's going to be really good. And another one was Peyton Pritchard because I had some money left over. I didn't have enough money to get someone who was really good.
Near midfield.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't love the decision, and it's going to be a real punt, not a fake. So Bears going to have a chance to grind down the clock here. Pretty good punt, though.
Good punt, though. Yeah, good punt.
Pins them at their own 10.
Yeah, you know what, though? I feel like stuff like this, it always comes back, and that's where I'm sort of resting a little bit, where it's like Mitch Trubisky.
Oh, what a hit by him!
The Vikings have the football. Oh, he decked him. He absolutely annihilated Mitch Trubisky.
Wow.
Oh, laying the one. My goodness, he laid him out.
2 fumbles forced for that guy right there. One of the best safeties in the game in 2019. Took a step back last season, but here in Simland, just absolutely abusing.
That is why you have to fear the Vikings defense. That's why you have to fear anybody with the Avalanche X Factor. Jamal Adams, Bobby Wagner, CJ Mosley, Harrison Smith. These are all guys that you absolutely cannot run. You got to slide there. Mitch Trubisky's been great about sliding. Why are you running at a guy that can knock the football out of your hands like Harrison Smith can? Huge hit. Jorge from Vilas says best hit ever.
Yeah. Just absolutely exploded him. If injuries were on, we would never see Mitch again. As Dalvin Cook off the schneid and into the end zone. And here comes that 2-point conversion we were talking about before. This Bears defense, though, might be a little bit gassed. I mean, they didn't really get a break there after the punt. Thanks to Mitch.
Well, first the Vikings got to make this 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can do it. 4 receivers in total. Kirk Cousins going to try to throw to one of them. Got a good block from Cook. Got his man Thielen in the end zone. We're tied at 21.
No one was even near Thielen there. That's a problem. The Vikings exploit it. Now the Bears can be tasked with reclaiming this lead. 3:18 to go.
So Cook got the touchdown. Thielen's got the 2-point. Hawk said he would throw C.J. Mosley in the mix. LOL. He just has an Avalanche X factor. You know how much I hate Jamal Adams. I threw him in the mix. Trying to call me out on bias. If I was so biased, I would not have said Jamal Adams' name. But yes, C.J. Mosley does have the Avalanche X factor. That is what made the Jets a deadly defense to play in Madden 20. They had Jamal Adams and C.J. Mosley. And that dominance has shifted, in my opinion anyway, to the Seahawks. Because now the Seahawks have Jamal Adams and Bobby Wagner. You got 2 Avalanche X factors on the same team. That is just brutal when you're talking about Sims. Because now you've got 2 opportunities out there for the defense to just get the ball from you. But I do love watching a hit like that. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Chris Boyd needs some Ted Ginn. You're not going to get it on this play. Mr. Trubisky's going to decide to. It's the Mr. Trubisky show there. Now 3rd and inches. Big play here.
Yeah, huge as Yannick Ngakoue. I forgot he was a Viking for a hot minute there until he got swapped over to the Ravens, and now one of the good moves the Raiders made this offseason, bringing him aboard for a relatively inexpensive, like $13 million a year.
Big play. Mitch gonna
Mitch,
roll out, throw it.
what
No! What are you doing? Why did you do that, Cole Kmet? Why'd you run out of bounds? Oh no! My goodness, that was terrible. If you want to know, by the way, I can give you the list. Bobby Wagner, Jamal Adams. Boy, is that it? No, this can't be it. I'm trying to find the X factors in that list to all the players with Avalanche X factors.
Kenny, so someone today applied for a whole bunch of trucking jobs, or maybe one central application for it, and put down my number, a man named Luis. So for the past 3 hours, I've been getting phone calls, voicemails, and text messages asking about my CDL license and whether or not I would like to come work for them. And I am baffled right now as to whether this was an accident or if this is just one of the greatest troll jobs of all time. This is incredible. Night transportation.
Interesting.
Sarah T. Trucking.
What is this? Dalvin Cook around the edge. He's got the first down. All right, so I have to correct myself. So I don't believe that Harrison Smith has the Avalanche X factor.
Really?
It is a. I think this is. I'm thinking of Madden 20, but it turns out he has the reinforcement X factor, which he can knock out. He will, or no, sorry, never mind. He doesn't allow broken tackles when hit sticking carriers. He forces more catch knockouts, and he prevents additional yardage gains while tackling, but he doesn't knock the ball out. That is just Jamal Adams and Bobby Wagner, so they limited it to those guys. Last season, I believe he had an X factor where he could knock the ball out, as well as Mosley, but I think that those guys have since lost those X factors, or at least the one on Harrison Smith changed. Yeah. So I just said reinforcement X factor. Drew passing it along here in slack. But nothing about fumbles. Anyway, 45 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Here comes Cousins in the gun, throwing left side, got his man completely out of bounds. Justin Jefferson right there.
Not great. I mean, Cousins could theoretically get the bonus if he can pretty much pass all the way in from here, but this has been slow going. A huge 3rd down coming here. If they don't convert, we're probably looking at overtime. You have 3 timeouts in 39 seconds, so if they do convert and they don't get out of bounds, maybe 4 plays here, Kenny?
Let's see, 3rd and 2, big play coming up. Cousins throwing right side, broken up. Trying to get in the field goal territory, and now all of a sudden, I don't know why Kirk Cousins is huddling up, because they're going to have to punt this football. Tie game. They're at their own 44-yard line. You'd think, anyway, that they wouldn't risk it. They are going to need punt.
Dude, it is amazing how thirsty truck driving companies are. They're like
for water, because they're
apparently for truck driving, man. Like, I don't know. I've applied to jobs and never gotten this kind of response. Apparently, this one dude wrote out his application, sent it somewhere, and put my number in, and it has been like just nonstop. Like, hey, bud, you want to come work? Like, I don't, man. There must be a truck driver shortage.
You would think that the trucker industry would actually, see a boom during the pandemic, right?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of transport needed. As Cohen stopped for another loss, so his day in the negatives continues, and it looks like the Bears are content to let this one boil down to overtime.
Yeah. We have the slate on the way with Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. They're standing by. Plenty of news to react to. Of course, we've got the game later tonight with the Padres have like half their team out. The Yankees dealing with that as well. Now Aaron Hicks has a torn tendon sheath in his left wrist. We've got JT Realmuto back. Plenty of news going on in the baseball world. So curious to hear if Steve thinks Joe Musgrove is going to continue looking like Joe Musgrove, or if he's going to revert back to that imposter that decided to throw a no-hitter. Because lately he's been looking like Joe Musgrove. Earlier this season, he was not looking like Joe Musgrove. 21 all. Big night on the diamond, though. Good series firing up.
I'm hopeful my season-long fantasy pans out. I already got a 3-run dinger from Sal Perez in the beginning of this this doubleheader. So I'm going up against the other Wisconsin guy in our league. So we typically battle each other when it comes to picking up Brewers prospects, which worked out wonderfully with Keston Hiura for a minute and no longer is doing that.
Yeah, Lucas Giolito, another day game doing Lucas Giolito in today, believe it or not. Guy all of a sudden just can't pitch in day games, even though he has his whole career. That over was free money. Get the game starting up here again. But yeah, plenty of interesting matchups. You got an interleague one between the Mets and the Rays. That's going to be all kinds of weird tonight. Cubs and Tigers as well. Dalvin Cook up the middle. And then, of course, there is a whole basketball slate, which you're interested in talking about as well. Wizards trying to lock up the playoff spot in the East. Out West, there's nothing to be said about the playoffs except for the seeding of a few teams. Who's going to get that last home court advantage spot? Or the last one lock up home court advantage. Here's Cousins in the gun. Thrown over the middle. It's caught by Thielen. So they're nearing midfield here, of course. Touchdown wins it. And a field goal will mean that the Bears get to respond with the drive.
Yeah, 53 more yards to go here. And if Cousins does most of the heavy lifting, he will hit that bonus, which I did not see coming because he's typically worthless here in Sinland.
Anthony Rendon's coming back as well tonight. The news just trickling in. And again, you'll get to hear more news that I'm sure will be coming out within the next hour. Lineup news, scratches. With Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca coming up next on the slate. They'll take your questions. They'll tell you what plays are going to make you the most money. And Matt will try his best to reason with the audience about why the Mets are going to have a chance tonight against Tyler Glasnow, who's allowed 3 or more runs over 3 of his last 4 starts. There's hope for the Mets. And then you realize David Peterson's pitching. So plenty baseball talk on the way. Wrap up this sim. Wow. M. Roach on YouTube. America reports over 200,000 current open truck driving positions.
Wild, man.
Maybe we're all in the wrong industry.
Obviously a very skilled position. Those guys clearly put in a ton of work to be able to maneuver those things. Terrible pass there.
Kirk Cousins throwing it into the first row.
like also I gotta imagine that takes like that's got to take your toll mentally, physically. Like being on the road, eating truck stop or rest stop meals for 5 days out of the week. Like I don't understand how truck drivers can keep things healthy. They also got to go. They must go through a ton of podcasts.
I mean, yeah. That's a whole nother. Sirius XM is like truck driver paradise.
Yeah. I was just going through Spotify, getting Spotify's got its podcast now. So that was the big one that tripped some of those. Ooh, a little Jefferson there. Cousins still slowly grinding his way to maybe 300. Jefferson 3 for 27 now. Still not feeling great about captaining him, but having a more respectable day than he was before.
All right, Kirk, 25 yards away from ending this sim. Cook to the left side, going to get down to the 22. 55 rushing yards. Is he your babysitter, Billy, Christian?
I think he's you know what? He's got the rushing touchdown. He has a bunch of catches. He's up around 23 points. I don't think in good conscience I can give it to him. I think he's been good enough that I don't feel as regretful as I did. He's lived up to, if not exceeded, expectations.
Touchdown! No, down at the 1. Thielen!
What?
Oh, it looked like he reached out and got it there, but no.
Oh, man. You know what? Thielen, as much as I want to give it to our guy, BC Johnson, with his 12.7, Thielen, after that catch, might have to be the Krusty Koff player of the game. 26 points in the flex. This is going to be Cook.
Man, we just talked about, no, Dalvin Cook stoned cold at the 5. Oh, boy, this sim doesn't want to end.
Of course.
2nd and goal from the 5. It looked like it was over with Adam Thielen's catch. Then simply it would be academic from there, surely. Yeah. With Dalvin Cook.
It's that massive loss there as Nichols getting upfield in a hurry. Coming down the eye again.
Go right
back to Thielen. I mean, they hit him.
I think it's going to be Kyle Rudolph right now. I'm calling it. No, it's to Cook, left side, gets down to the 1. Here it is. One play to see if we end this sim now. It could be a field goal attempt on the way if the Vikings can't find a way through. Thank you for being with us here. We appreciate it. We appreciate your loyalty.
Play 6 linemen up front.
3rd and goal from the 1. Offset eye. Cousins. Hands up. Cook. Got it. No.
Oh, come on.
He had a wide open lane.
Are you kidding me?
He had a wide open lane, and he's stoned there by Khalil Mack.
Why?
He had the edge. What are you doing? He had the edge, Christian.
After 50 minutes. I made plans, damn it.
Dalvin Cook had the edge. What is he doing?
Go for it.
Yes, go for it. The Vikings are going for it. This could be potentially disastrous. Cousins hands off. Cook got it this time. Touchdown. Game over. Dalvin Cook seals it with a 1-yard run. And the Vikings get it done at home in overtime. 27-21 your final. Did Dalvin Cook just run his way into a Krusty Koff Player of the Game Award CDA?
He did not. It's still going to go to Adam Thielen. 28% owned in our free roll. Only 1.8% capped and give you 26 points in the flex. That man deserves his Krusty Koff. And as far as the babysitter Billy goes, a few candidates here, but let's go ahead. Where's our guy, Terry Cohen? 26% owned in the free roll. Negative points today. Negative 0.3. 0 catches, -3 rushing yards. That is it for the awards there. And hey, let's go ahead and toss this over to Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. Yep. And we are going to go right into, just whatever gets the taste of that terrible overtime drive out of our mouths in the fastest.
That's right. Yeah, thanks so much for being with us. Kyle and Michael behind the scenes. Special shout out to Drew Stack, Christian with me. We'll see you next time. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for the 6 o'clock sim, but instead, let's not waste any more time. Steve Buchanan, Matt Markov. News is breaking by the minute, guys, so I'm sure you want to get on.
13 games on the docket tonight here on Friday, May 14th, 2021. I am here with my guy, Matt LaMarca, breaking down this MLB slate tonight. He's looking handsome as always. The hat is backwards. You know he means business, but we have so much to get to on this slate for you tonight. Lots to talk about, an immense amount of pitching options to choose from. Some really good ones. Let's just get right into it. LaMarca, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm good. It feels like the Mets haven't played in a week. It's weird how baseball works like that, right? You play one Wednesday day game, you're off on Thursday, and it feels like you haven't played in forever. I'm already defending, getting mentally prepared for the fact that I'm going to have to defend against Tyler Glass now from you and everybody else.
Correct.
And let's do it. Let's get into this puppy.
As always, if you have any questions for this slate, be sure to drop them into the chat. I see we already have a question from Brandon Glasheen. We will ignore that one and wait for some other questions. But there are 3 aces taking the hill tonight, Matt, all priced over 10K. We have Tyler Glasnow, Max Scherzer, and Clayton Kershaw. I think Clayton Kershaw is a fraud, but this is a really good matchup against the Marlins. Max Scherzer is my favorite of the 3 going up against the Diamondbacks. Wow. Yeah, already faced him. 10 strikeouts in that one, so we do like that. But then, of course, there's Tyler Glasnow going up against the Mets as well. Give me your option of the 3. Who do you like of the 3 aces going on this slate?
Listen, it wouldn't be me and you talking about pitchers if I didn't stand for Clayton Kershaw.
Of course.
You call him a fraud, and I will cede the point that he is not the same dominant force that he was in his prime.
Sure.
That said, out of this trio, best opponent implied team total.
Yeah.
Best money line odds. He's a minus 220 favorite. And the Vegas data for pitchers is king. So for me, if you're playing a cash game, he is the clear choice considering that he's the cheapest option. Yep. I also think you could make a case that he has the best matchup. This Marlins lineup, not particularly imposing against left-handed pitchers. They've struck out in 33% of their at-bats against left-handers over the past 12 months if we're just looking at their starters that are in the lineup tonight. I have no problems going with Kershaw. I think you can argue that maybe Glasnow and Scherzer have a bit more upside.
Yeah,
but for me, Kershaw is the best bet at these price tags.
Yeah, I just like Scherzer here because, look, the last start he had against the Diamondbacks, 7 shutout innings, scattered 2 hits in that one, struck out 10. The swing and miss rate has been immensely good as always. 16% swing and miss rate on the season so far. And in his last 5 starts, he struck out at least 9 in 4 of them. That's even, against some teams that are hard to strike out, but it doesn't matter when it comes to Max Scherzer. So for me at 10,700, that's my favorite of the 2. I don't hate Glasnow, and I don't hate Kershaw. And for who's asking in the chat why I say Kershaw is a fraud, we all have that one guy that has just always burned us in the past. That's been him. Clayton Kershaw has been that guy for me. He always burns me for whatever reason. I can never get the guy right.
Only play him in the playoffs.
Of course, but that's just been my guy for me.
2.1 ERA during the regular season, but
I know
he never plays him in those games.
Nope, just in the playoffs apparently. But Scherzer is my pick up against the Diamondbacks lineup that has just not been doing anything offensively. So I think that's the way to go there. Honestly, you cannot go wrong with those top 3 guys. You really can't. You look at the 3, you look at the matchups. This is going to be a very top-heavy pitching slate. So interesting to go below that in tournaments. But these are your 3 cash options right here. I don't think you can go wrong.
Can I add one more name? He's like a quasi stud in my eyes.
Oh God, go ahead.
Joey Musgrove, aka Joe the Muskrat.
Okay, go ahead.
Not as he's coming off that no hitter earlier this season, and if we look at the Vegas data, he matches up pretty comparably to those top 3 pitchers. 3.0 runs, opponent implied team total, minus 175 favorite. Those are not bad. taking on a St. Louis Cardinals team that is mediocre at best against right-handed pitching. If we look at what they've done so far this season, they're 25th in WOBA or in WRC plus against right-handed pitchers, and they're below average in terms of strikeouts. So hasn't had the best starts of late, but we know that this guy is talented, and I think that this is a great matchup for him to bounce back.
No, it totally is. You look at the numbers for the Cardinals against righties, not good. Not good at all. I mean, they're near the bottom of the league in every offensive category you would care about. 86 WRC plus, 292 WOBA, 159 isolated power, and a 24.3% K rate. So they are right there with everything. They check off all the boxes. If you want to go a little bit lower, if you want to go away from where the field is going, Joe Musgrove is probably your guy. Because if you're a Joey the Muskrat, my apologies to his friends and family for not excluding that. But if you're paying up at pitcher, you're going with those top three guys.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who I'm not going with at all. This bum, Zach Greinke. How in the world is this guy $9,500 tonight? How in the world is a guy who has scored no more than 6.8 DraftKings fantasy points and not one, not two, but 3 straight starts? How is he still 9,500? You know what I kind of compare him to? You and I, avid card collectors. No, you and I, avid card collectors. You and I, always on the hunt. Target, stop stocking cards. They don't do that anymore.
Gary.
So now it gets even harder to get cards. You know what Zach Greinke is? Going to your local card shop, spending 5 times how much it is to buy a blaster box, and you hope you get something out of it, but you know it's going to be garbage. That's what Zach Greinke is. You buy a blaster box, you know you're not going to get anything. You're hoping for that 1 in a million hit, but it never happens. That's what Zach Greinke is for daily fantasy purposes.
I think that's a fair comp. I would argue that the blaster box has a little bit more upside than Greinke.
All right, hanger box. Hanger box.
He's just not striking guys out this season. I mean, his numbers do look a little bit better over his past 3 starts, but he's only thrown 4 innings in each of those games. So there's not a lot to parse there from strikeout numbers. The matchup is the only thing I can point to here as to why he's 9,500, the matchup and then the name value. But yeah, I don't think that a lot of people are going to play him, and you shouldn't. There's really not much to talk about here. He is a minus 215 favorite, but that's because the Astros offense is expected to score a tremendous amount of runs.
Now hold on a second. Now you and Carbon Rods just said the same thing in the chat. You said because the Rangers are garbage. Are they though? Are they really? Because
second highest strikeout rate against right-handers.
Okay, but that's fine. Okay, I understand that. You're not going to get the strikeouts from Greinke. I think he's averaging like just over 5 or 6 strikeouts per 9 innings. So it's not like he's going to strike out 10. But the numbers against righties for the Rangers right now, as we sit here on May 14th, 2021, 314 WOBA, 104 WRC plus, and a 156 isolated power. Now, on a normal season, okay, that's probably average at best. But with how low hitting and how bad hitting has been so far, that's actually some of the best in the league right now. So it's not great on the surface, but at least when you compare it to the rest of the league, they're actually kind of up there. So are they really that bad? I don't know.
I think, I mean, when I look at matchups, strikeout rate is nearly as important. We're not talking about Greinke as a cash game option. So we're talking about upside, right? We're comparing him to retail formats of card breaks. If you're going to do that, like the Rangers are one of your better options. But again, you're right. Greinke's not going to strike out 10 Rangers, not unless he throws 13 innings somehow.
Hold on. I was just putting Brandon Glasheen in timeout.
No.
That's just for a couple minutes, but I mean, for God's sake, I mean, the guy's got a day off. He's going to the Red Sox game. He's sitting there in our YouTube chat.
My man, Brandon Glasheen, the new voice of the Connecticut Sun.
Yeah, he's doing a little WNBA. I heard that. I mean, go do some research for the WNBA. You got a new gig. Get out of the YouTube chat. Nick Pivetta is a fine option tonight. Okay, there's your answer. Go to the Red Sox game. Do something. Unbelievable. Anyways, okay. So on the top 3, not on Greinke, we do like Joe Musgrove. Who else do you kind of like in this range?
And one tournament option, I'm throwing him up on the screen here. Sandy Alcantara.
Okay.
He's kind of been a sneaky dude this year. You look at his game log, in the high 20s for the majority of his stats. The Dodgers are struggling. And it's honestly, it's too bad that the Padres are so banged up, because if there was an opportunity to jump on the Dodgers in the standings, it'd be right now because of how bad they've been struggling. The Dodgers are really, really bad against lefties. Alcantara is a righty, so that's not the argument there. But I mean, you look at his stats here: 2 runs allowed or less in 4 straight starts. He's got some pretty decent strikeout upside. This is a tournament option. This is not a cash option by any means. But in tournaments, I don't hate this play at all.
Yeah, his expected ERA is also very good, 2.65. So
yeah,
you can make a case that perhaps he's gotten a bit lucky with some of his batted ball metrics, but
yep,
he's not. I wouldn't say he's due for a ton of regression in that department.
No.
So the strikeout upside is not what I'm typically looking for a GPP option, but
right.
I mean, you're right that given his recent production, he should probably be more expensive.
Who are you looking for a tournament tonight? Because like I said, we have a 13-game slate, so we have 26 starting pitchers to choose from. A lot of options you can go towards. I've been kind of looking around on the internet. Some people like Drew Smyly tonight against the Brewers. I absolutely hate that. The Brewers are actually one of my favorite stacks, so we'll talk about that in a little bit. But once you kind of get down the list, Chris Flexen is kind of maybe a GPP option for me. Where are you kind of looking for tournaments tonight?
Yeah, I mean, Flexen's Vegas stat is pretty good for his price tag. 3.8 opponent implied team total. That's not bad. Smyly is just I like the strikeout upside with him. I mean, he has really been making dudes whiff, and the Brewers have the 5th highest strikeout rate against left-handed pitchers. So I can see why he has some GPP appeal. And then Drew Peterson.
Real quick. 9 home runs allowed in 25 innings for Drew Smyly. Come on. That's
it's all about
bad.
the whiff, Steve.
It's all about the whiffs, but I mean, so 9 home runs allowed in 25 innings, and I'm pulling up the isolated power for the Brewers against lefties because I know it's pretty high. It's 173, which is 8th in the league right now.
Yeah,
so that's not too shabby.
Their numbers outside of the strikeouts are not bad against lefties.
Yeah.
But again, we're hunting upside. So I seem to say on most of our shows that this is a guy that you can stack, or, you can roster, or you can roster against him.
Yeah.
I think both plays are fine. Drew Peterson is the last guy I have on my list here. And
me too.
Obviously, full disclosure, I am a Mets fan. I think that's pretty well known at this point, but I do think that Peterson is just an interesting buy low candidate. He's got a 3.13 xFIP. He's really struggled with the long ball so far this season. I mean, 33% of the fly balls that he's allowed have turned into homers. That is just not a sustainable number, right? That is going to regress to the norm. He was at 10% each of the previous, or really last year was the only other time we've seen him. So
right.
I think that comes back to reality. He probably doesn't strike out as many guys as he is right now. He's at 11 strikeouts per 9 innings. But again, I think he's a solid buy low candidate, especially factoring in, the Vegas data. And I hate to keep pointing to that, but it's very predictive when it comes to pitchers,
right.
And the Rays are implied for 3.6 runs. So that's one of the lower marks once you get outside that top tier of pitchers.
And I can't stress enough how bad this Rays offense has been, especially over the past week. Over that span, they're averaging just over 2 runs per game. And the amount that they're striking out is massive. They have a K rate over the past week of 35%. That is 7% higher than any other team in the league. They have been striking out a ton. And David Peterson has a K9 on the season of 11. So even if he gets and you look at that last start against the Diamondbacks, wasn't good. Okay, obviously. But the strikeouts that he's getting,
First start, 4 innings, 6 against the Phillies. Then he faced them again, 6 innings, 5 against them there. 12 against the Red Sox, who 6 innings a couple of starts ago. So if the Rays are going to be striking out as much as they have been, and there's no reason to believe that will stop tonight because they've shown nothing offensively, this is a really, really good spot for David Peterson, who has gone down $500 in salary from his last start against the Diamondbacks. That is one of my favorite tournament plays, the lefty against the Rays, who are just absolutely doing nothing at the plate right now.
Giddy up.
Love it, baby. Anybody else kind of coming up to you? I saw somebody in the chat was asking about Tariq Skubal, if we want to maybe dare stack the Cubs. I don't hate it because Skubal has been horrible. And even if Skubal is okay, the Tigers bullpen continues to be the worst bullpen in the league. So if you're not even getting, at Skubal, which has not been an issue for many opposing teams, they've been able to get to him pretty quickly. But if you're not able to get to him, you at least have that bullpen that continues to be overworked and overburdened because they're just not good at all. So 2-part question. A, do you trust Skubal, or B, would you rather trust the Cubs stack?
No, I like the Cubs a lot here. So this comes from Garian's article, Garian Thorne, DraftKings editor / contributor. You can
Nice
find
Canadian.
this over at DK Nation. But Skubal, league leader in barrels allowed.
Yes.
20.7% of his batted ball events are barrels. So he does have good strikeout ability. I mean, you look at his last start, 8 whiffs in 5 innings, but when guys make contact with him, they are squaring up the baseball.
Right.
So the Cubs have some guys that can hit left-handed pitching.
Yep.
And I think that they make a ton of sense to stack. They're definitely on the expensive side, but such is life when you're targeting Tariq Skubal.
And one of those guys who is very good at hitting lefties is finally starting to come around, and that's Javier Baez, who was almost seemed like he was getting the golden sombrero every single game during the month of April, but that has at least ceased a little bit, and he's starting to make some decent contact with the ball. But this is definitely one of ththose guys that you can hit off of because, I mean, look at his last 3 games, 6 home runs allowed over the course of 10 2/3 innings. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy is certainly apt to letting the long ball go, and they're in Detroit too. So there's nothing wrong with that. So definitely seems like we're on the Cubs for the stack in that one. Let's move over to the hitters for tonight. We've already talked about a couple of stacks that we like. I'm on the Brewers. That's my favorite one. I think that they're in a really good spot here. So that's my favorite stack. Where are you at for a stack tonight?
I think you have to start with the Astros. They have the second highest implied team total on the slate, 5.5 runs. That's only behind Toronto, who is certainly going to be a good option in their own right. But what I really like is that this game has moved a lot since opening. The total was initially 8.5 runs. Now it's up to 9. Houston was a -192 favorite. Now it's closer to like 215. So all of these sort of Vegas metrics are pointing towards Houston, scoring runs in this contest. And they have feasted on left-handed pitching basically for years now. They're off to another great start against left-handed pitching this season. They have a 122 WRC plus, 3rd highest mark in the league. Another thing that could be a positive potentially is Jose Altuve being out of the lineup makes this team much more affordable. You've got Robo Garcia batting leadoff, and he's basically minimum priced.
Yeah, I was surprised about that. I saw the news that Altuve was sitting out. Looking up Garcia's numbers against lefties, obviously hasn't had a ton of runs so far. So let's just do a career overview of his numbers against lefties. Okay, not good.
Hey, he's 2,100 and he's batting leadoff for a team with a 5.5 implied team total. That could it could be you, and I would roster you.
Oh, thanks, man. That's very nice of you. Okay, so career numbers against lefties. He only has a 211 WOBA and a 27 WRC plus. Okay. But he has a 238 isolated power against them. We'll take that. That's all right. So at least when he's hitting the ball,
It's going for extra bases. So
Way to find the silver lining, Steve.
okay, but here's what makes it even better. You know how many hits he has against lefties? 2. One was a triple, one was a home run. So at least he's doing it when he's making
tons of pop in Robo Garcia's bat.
And I mean, at the bare minimum, 2,100. How can you deny a guy with a 238 isolated power against lefties with 2 career hits against him? What an odd choice for him to lead off. But we'll take it because that makes that Astros stack all the more affordable going up against Wes Benjamin. So I do agree with that one there too. How do you feel about using the 2 lefties with Brantley and Alvarez? Because obviously the left on left isn't that great, but if the way that you're speaking is true, then Benjamin should be out of this game quickly.
I have no problem with either guy. I mean, Brantley is known for crushing right-handed pitching, but he is still a more than capable hitter when he's facing a southpaw. And Alvarez is off to like an all-time start as a run producer for his career. Like he's only played something like 120, 140 games.
Right.
And nobody has ever started their career with as many RBIs, I believe, over such a short time frame. So both guys, even on the negative sides of their split, no problem at all for me.
Yordan Alvarez has played 120 total games in his major league career now, 35 home runs, 104 RBIs through 120 games. Like he's averaging just under an RBI a game at this rate, which is absolutely incredible. Pretty happy that I have multiple autographs from his rookie year in my stash. Okay, so we like the Astros, we like the Brewers. What's a stack do you think that could kind of fly under the radar in this one? I think there's actually a couple that I like, but if you have one off the bat, we'll do yours and then I'll jump over to mine.
Well, I mean, the Brewers are certainly under the radar if that's your team tonight. I don't think you're going to have to worry about ownership there. Nope. One thing that's catching my eye is Coors, right? Like it's a Coors slate and we're not talking about Coors.
Right.
And like, I guess both teams have decent starters on the mound. I mean, German Marquez is what you would consider the Rockies ace. Wade Miley coming off one of the most shocking no-hitters I can ever remember.
Sure.
Like I honestly don't know if there's a less talented pitcher that I can remember throwing a no-hitter. So
hold on one second. Something just caught my eye. I need to figure this out. Who the hell is Connor Joe?
Well, that's what I was getting to.
Connor Joe? That sounds like that guy's going to come over and sell me a pair of jeans.
That's
Connor
definitely
Joe?
Like a default created player name that accidentally got uploaded to the Colorado Rockies roster. Like somebody was playing the show, created Connor Joe, and just accidentally turned them into a real life person.
I can't even find him on Fangraphs. Who is this guy? Oh, here we go. No, that's not him either. Oh, okay. Now I got him. Who is this guy?
Hey, he's hitting is what he's doing. 20 points in his last game. And he's 2,200 and he's batting second on the positive side of his splits at Coors Field. You know, Wade Miley can't strike anybody out despite the fact that he's, thrown a no-hitter. 6.75 Ks per 9 this season. You know what a bad place to allow a lot of balls in play is? Coors Field.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Balls in play in altitude, not good. So I think that this is a huge regression spot for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a 162 BABIP this year. No way that's sustaining. He was at 326 last year. So I think that the Rockies are never going to be completely overlooked, but Coors is not on the front of people's minds tonight. And I think the Rockies are an interesting target.
No, I agree with that too, because I'm going to switch over to the DraftKings Sportsbook real quick. There's another game. It might be the Red Sox game that has a double-digit total as well tonight. It's so the Reds and Rockies at 10. I know there's another one too, or there was. Oh, Phillies and Blue Jays is up to 11. 11 runs for Phillies and the Blue Jays, which features Vince Velasquez and Steven Matz. So that definitely is a little bit of a cheaper game too as well. The Blue Jays are red hot coming into this game. The Phillies have had some real struggles on the road this season. Their home and road numbers are like They're not even just like slightly different. They're massively different. So there's definitely that too, as well, to consider. So a lot to kind of look at there. Do you have an inkling or lean on either one of those stacks? Like I would definitely side with the Blue Jays, but I think the Phillies could be a decent tournament stack here too as well.
Yeah, I mean the Blue Jays are pretty significant favorites in that game and rising. They opened the day at like -130, and now I think they're closer to like -160, 155, something like that. So
yep.
I would prefer the Blue Jays side of this game for sure. But yeah, I mean, you'll never hear too much argument from me if you want to stack against Steven Matz,
who I finally think is starting to pitch like Steven Matz that we're all used to, because there was no way that Steven Matz was all of a sudden going to find himself over with Toronto. And the extended numbers, I got to plug my computer and don't mind me going out of the camera. The other numbers, like his FIP and everything, were showing that, obviously he was pitching way over his head and all that. So it's not a surprise that he finally started to regress, and he's been regressing a lot. I'm just pull up his game log here. Yeah, you see over his past 3 starts, 6 runs, 5 runs, 3 runs against Washington of all teams, who's not a good offensive team. Oakland and the Astros, no surprise, really good team against lefties. But yeah, I think this game, just stacking this game overall, I think it's something I would definitely look at too as well. It's going to be expensive. You're probably going to have to go down and get somebody like David Peterson, or, if you want to take that tournament try with Drew Smiley, which I'm not crazy about, but, or the Muskrat, Joe Muskrat. Yep. There's definitely that too as well. But I think that is obviously a game that could be really high scoring, and the over under indicates that with the 11 total runs. Who else are you on tonight for some of the more expensive hitters? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hitters that are over 6K tonight. Nick Castellanos is not in the lineup tonight. I know Ronald Acuna, who's just outside, he's not in the lineup tonight as well with the ankle injury. Are you going in that 6K range for some of the hitters? Because it's going to be tough to get those 3 studs in that are over the 10K range of pitcher, and then try to get some of these guys here too as well. Javier Baez is probably the one that I look at the most, and I like that matchup against Skubal. Where are you kind of at with these 6K hitter guys?
Real quick,
go ahead.
When you say Skubal, it makes me think of
Scooby-Doo.
Came Polly. Are you for the Skubal, Ruben?
You're totally right. You're totally right.
You for the Skubal or no? I will probably go with Trevor Story in this price range.
Oh, sure, against the lefty. Yep.
Yeah, against the lefty, he's slightly cheaper than Baez. I mean, we're talking $100. Both guys, I think, are strong plays.
Yeah.
But Story is known as a lefty masher. He's not off to the best start this season in terms of WRC plus 111 in those matchups. But
yeah,
that's going to come. I mean, the guy is pretty proven as far as producing against left-handed pitchers. So if you wanted to build that relatively inexpensive core stack, you can offset that Connor Joe price tag with a little Trevor Story action.
Connor Joe selling those jeans, really, jeans or car insurance, one of those two. That's definitely what Connor Joe sounds like. That's a Connor Joe name if I've ever heard one. Yeah, like I said, I'm on Javier Baez if I'm in that range there. His numbers against lefties slowly starting to improve so far this season. Only a 303 WOBA, but a nice 240 isolated power and a 92 WRC plus. But if you look all throughout his career, this is somebody who has mashed lefties with power, especially. So if you're looking for that high upside, Javier Baez is definitely where I'd be looking in this one. As we mentioned, he had a really slow start to the month of April, only averaging over 8 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10, but certainly see some of those double-digit numbers starting to creep in a little bit. Strikeouts finally starting to go down a little bit because his K rate during the month of April was massively high. It was unbelievably high. I wanted to see if the Braves lineup, okay, the Braves lineup is out there. Who are they batting first here? Okay, so because obviously Ronald Acuna. Yeah, Adrianza is batting at the top there.
if I'm going, which actually isn't bad, because if you're going to be going up against Adrian Hauser, you definitely want to get some of those lefties in. Lefties against Adrian Hauser have always been a huge issue for him. So Adrianza at the top, which is a switch hitter. There's that with Freeman and then Ozzy Albies. If you want to do like a 3-man stack on the Braves, I don't hate that at all as well. If you kind of want to get both of those guys into your lineup as well. Ton of guys in the 5K range that I like a lot. We were talking about Coors Field. Jesse Winker has to be one of the best options on this slate too as well. German Marquez just can't get lefties out, and Jesse Winker has been hitting anything and everything thrown his way, averaging just under 10 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10 games, and he's at Coors Field. That's one of my favorite plays. Where are you at with some of these 5K batters tonight?
Yeah, this is a really strong range.
Yes.
I'm always going to advocate for Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Just a very, very good baseball player. Not breaking any news there. Bregman, 5,700 against a lefty. We talked about Houston being so good against left-handed pitchers. Bregman, big part of that.
Right.
Vladdy Jr. for a team that's implied for roughly 6 runs. The guy is just incredibly, he's mashing, right? He is living up to the hype that we were promised. We were promised this man, and he is starting to deliver. And by the way, he's been better against right-handers than left-handers this year.
Yes.
So 7 of his homers have come against right-handed pitchers. Don't fear Vince Velasquez at all.
Please.
Jesse Winker, aka Jesse Winklevoss, fine with him. And then let's wrap things up with Wilson Contreras, another lefty or righty bat against Skubal, and the rare catcher who's going to be in the leadoff spot.
I was just going to say, it always cracks me up when they have him in the leadoff spot, because like, what other team bats their catcher leadoff? Like, it feels so unbelievably unconventional, but it's worked out pretty well for him, So, I mean, if it isn't broken, don't fix it.
It's a straight up Moneyball move. I've been reading that book again, and Art Howe is complaining about how he's the only manager in the league who has to pinch run for his leadoff hitter because Billy Beane wants Jeremy Giambi there. So
right. That's such a good movie. For value tonight, I love Mitch Moreland. I love Mitch Moreland going up against Matt Shoemaker, who has been pitching exactly like his last name indicates. Lefties are just been smashing the ball off of him against lefties. He's only thrown 12 1/3 innings against them, but in that span, 432 WOBA, 8.21 FIP, and 5 of the 7 home runs that he's already allowed. The dude is just getting absolutely roasted in a Twins uniform. Any lefty that is going for Oakland tonight, let's throw up their lineup here so we can get a quick look. Any lefty, I'm going to be on him. So Mitch Moreland, Jed Lowry, Matt Olson right at 2, 3, and 4. I mean, that feels like a dynamic stack there that you can take going up against Matt Shoemaker, who should be out of this game quickly. Moreland is one of my favorite values. Great news. Matt LaMarca, Jared Kelenic is batting leadoff again for the Mariners. Who's your favorite value for tonight?
I'm smelling another 0 for 4 with a whiff for Kelenic. I'm going to stick with the Rockies. We can go with Josh Fuentes, who's going to be batting in the 5 hole against Wade Miley. Fuentes is not a guy that like jumps off the page as a great hitter, but he's cheap and he plays at Coors. He has a 368 WOBA this season against left-handers at Coors Field. Sign me up, right? I'm not afraid of Wade Miley.
No, not at all. And I mean, to be fair, I mean, Wade Miley does generate a lot of ground balls. So that is like, something there. Like John Lester's like another one of those guys. Like he's not overpowering these hitters, but they just hit a lot of ground balls off him, which is so unbelievably frustrating. That's the kind of pitcher that Wade Miley is. But, you put those guys in Coors Field, I don't really care about that stuff anymore. So we got Fuentes, we got Mitch Moreland. Who else do we have here down at the bottom?
Connor Joe, baby.
Connor Joe. I mean, I honestly, honest to God, I had never even heard of him until this show. Like, I feel like I have a really good hand on the pulse of Major League Baseball. I'm with it every day. I had not even heard of Connor Joe. So that made me laugh. Lorenzo Cain batting second against the lefty. I don't hate that either. Lorenzo Cain's numbers aren't great, but
he's fine.
Yes, there's that Brewer stack again. See what I'm talking about? But that's a
You love
I
the
don't mind.
Brewers.
Dude, I really do. I'm going all in on the Brewers tonight. Just looking at some of the other ones here, it doesn't look like there's a ton of great value that I see near the bottom here. So why don't we do this? Why don't we wrap up and give one of our favorite bets for tonight? If you have one, let me get rid of this pop-up. I mean, God's sake, what are we doing here? All right, let's go to our favorite bets of the night. Give me your favorite one, and then I'll go with mine.
New York Metropolitans.
Okay, on the money line?
Yep.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I mean,
they might not score a ton of runs against Tyler Glasnow. Guess what? They haven't scored any runs all year, and they still win games because they have tremendous pitching. You mentioned how bad the Rays offense has been. The Mets are fresh, coming off of an off day. That means they have all their top bullpen guys available.
Yep.
Love them at plus money.
I still can't understand, and I feel like I have to be missing something. How is the Braves and Brewers game only at an over-under of 7.5 with Drew Smiley and Adrian Hauser going? Like,
that
real
does
quick,
feel low.
am I missing something? Like, how is this only 7.5? This should be 8.5 easily. Like, this should be an over, right? Am I crazy? Am I getting the Friday feels early? Like, what's going on?
It feels like that is low. I will say that the betting numbers, 60% of the tickets are on the over, 47% of the dollars on the under. So a little slight lean to the under even.
Oh, man.
I have no idea. Neither of these pitchers is pretty good. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Just, gut research, gut feeling.
Yeah.
Over 7.5 makes a lot of sense to me.
Full disclosure, if that ends up being a trap play, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, because if you don't look at that yourself without even me telling you, you see Drew Smiley and Adrian Hauser, and you see an over-under of 7.5. If you're not instinctively betting the over, then you're a better man than me, and you can go to bed knowing that.
Are you a Star Wars guy? Who's the Star Wars? It's a trap guy.
Oh, that's not me. That is definitely not me. I am the making money off of trading cards guy. That's who I am.
Got you.
By the way, Superfractor Tatis Jr. up on eBay. Okay, that is going to wrap it up for this show. This has been the slate, the Friday edition, the Major League Baseball edition. Good luck with your lineups tonight. Good luck with your bets. For Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll be right back here, same time on Tuesday.
What's going on, guys? Kenny Lucy, Brandon Cristal, DK Dreamstream. It is sim number 4 of the day. Lineups have locked. It is Falcons at what team? What team, BK? Who we got in this sim?
It looks like it's the Denver Broncos.
Oh, the Denver Broncos. Oh, what a perfect person to have on. I know the feeling when like the Jets play. Everyone's like, oh, you got the Jets. Yeah.
And the other games when we talk Jets the whole time too that you and I get to do.
That's right. Yeah, it's another edition here of our wonderful Madden Sims. Thanks for being with us. Yeah, I had a little bit of an issue filling out this lineup because I had so much money left over. So I don't know why, but I just really decided that I need Noah Fant in the captain spot. So after that, I had so much money to spend.
Yeah.
And then I was spending it. I was like, all right, let's go Calvin Ridley. Let's go Hayden Hurst. Let's go Russell Gage, my man. Cortland Sutton. I was like, all right, we got the ball rolling. And then I was like, okay, Matt Ryan. And then I was like, wait a minute. Oh, I want Todd Gurley in my lineup. So I was taking out guys. I was like taking out Hurst. Couldn't fit Gurley in. I took out, so I saved money, but with Fant at the captain spot, but I didn't save enough to get Todd Gurley in. So I hope it doesn't burn. What's your lineup looking like?
We got a lot of the same players, similar players. I think that's because the Broncos skill players are relatively affordable, and that's probably from their inconsistent production.
Yep.
I like the captain, Cortland Sutton. It's certainly come back to bite me at times when I've had Broncos games or filled out a lineup. I'm in 11th place right now, by the way, in the contest you made. So I'll see if that holds.
Big time, BK.
Yeah. Cortland Sutton is my captain. Got both quarterbacks, Matty Ice and Drew Lock. Then Noah Fant. Good value there. I think he was 56 or 62, maybe something like that. Then went Russell Gage next and still had enough money to get Calvin Ridley in. So we know the Broncos defense certainly can be suspect on the back end on this game. In real life, they were as well because they were just so injury riddled at corner. But I like this lineup. We know wide receiver 3s can have big games. We'll see. I'm playing both quarterbacks. Look, Drew Lock can certainly be a letdown. And I think the Falcons' video game defense is better than their real-life secondary was. They were the worst pass defense in football for most of the year a year ago.
So yeah, it's certainly affordable to get those Broncos in there, and we'll see how this sim ends up going. I think that the Broncos, for some reason, whenever I get on these games, I feel like the team that you think's going to lose always wins. So I tried to prepare a little bit with Fant and Sutton, but it's hard to get into Drew Lock as a DFS quarterback, at least in the Sims. I hate rostering quarterbacks, and I didn't really want to roster Matt Ryan, but I felt like I kind of should, just because he's had so much upside here. And that's sort of where I fell. But yeah, I mean, no Julio obviously is a little bit of a risk. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Julio could have a monster game. He certainly did against the Broncos in real life. He got Devontae Bosby cut in that game. He was running circles around him. Devontae then ended up in Arizona and then back in Denver to end the year. So, and now he's on the street again. Anyway, we know Julio could have a monster game because he's just that good. The Falcons haven't played in Denver in a while. It's been, I guess, 5 years since they've actually made the trip in real life to Mile High. And I was out at Broncos rookie camp today watching a whole lot of nothing. They can't even field a full team to scrimmage, which they maybe shouldn't do anyway because, again, it's rookie camp. But very unexciting stuff.
So we're getting underway here.
You have had a rough day. Anything you can share? Is it all behind the scenes? You don't want to get into it?
Yeah, no, just someone's trying to steal my apartment from me. So
The one the new one you're moving to, or the one you're currently in?
the one that I'm moving to.
Oh, okay. That can be a hassle. All the way around, it can be a hassle. We spent a long time yesterday, Koff and I, talking about moving, and somebody, I might have been Alana in the chat, buy screen trash, new job, new car, moving.
I would say moving is the trash.
Yeah, I think we were in agreement.
I do. Sorry, I have to. I've been told to increase the volume. I'm like, I had to decrease it because I was screaming so much last sim.
All right. No, you're good. I mean, I can hear you, but I guess let the chat let us know how both of us sound one way or another. I think I went the same way. I think I trash moving. I think I stream new job and buy a new car because new cars are the least life-changing but can be fun every couple of years depending on how you do it. Some people keep cars for a decade. I used to be like that. These days, we've had a few new cars in recent years because the family's grown. You know, I have a Suburban now. Never thought I'd be excited about a Suburban because who gets excited about it? And it's my favorite car I've ever had.
I love. We had a Suburban growing up, and it was one of my. I mean, I love that car.
Well, especially when you're a
We
kid,
took it
like
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for whether it's my 14-year-old or the 2-year-old, everyone fits. The car we bought just by dumb luck has DVD players and all 4 headrests. So it's got the captain seat, so it's easy to pop the little one in and out of the car seat. My 7-month-old now. I mean, right. I just didn't think I'd love a Suburban. It just seemed so like super dad Suburban car, right, to live up to its name. But I love it.
All right. Todd
Big-
Gurley, what are you doing there?
Big tackle by A.J. Boye. A.J. Boye is an okay performer on this game, more so than Bryce Callahan on the other side because Bryce is 5'9" in real life as a number 2 corner. So that's why I like the number 2 receiver matchup at times, and even number 3.
2nd and 10. Got to throw over the middle. So I'm expecting big things out of Russell Gage here. That was
Yeah, me too.
Last time I had a sim, Ridley was invisible.
Well, so speaking of invisible, I'd become the unofficial Panthers announcer, and Koff and I together had the Panthers twice this week, including against your Jets yesterday. And Christian McCaffrey, because I'm just thinking of superstars that can be invisible, was the player of the game on Tuesday, almost 60 points in the captain spot. Yesterday, he had 10 points in the flex. You know, he's 80% owned or whatever, so he was the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. You can't go from 60 to 10 against the Jets. Apologies to your Jets.
Yeah, the Jets defense I think is going to be a little bit better this year.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, you're getting C.J. Mosley back. Just that alone should make it better. But Robert Saleh is a better defensive coach right now than Greg Williams is, I think.
I think that we saw last year when Greg Williams left, things got a lot better for that defense. Where is Greg Williams going to have to retire now after what happened with the Hail Mary? I mean, I don't even know what's
Well,
next
it's
for
not
him.
just that. It's Greg's got one of those personalities that unless you're someone who really likes him, yes, he's a good football coach, but he's so hard to get along with at times. There's Russell Gage. Or is that Zacchaeus? No, that's Gage. Right? No, Gage is 12. Is that Zacchaeus?
I don't think that was
okay.
Gage.
No, that is
that
Gage.
was not
Gage is
Zacchaeus.
83.
No, that was
That's
that
Gage.
was-
Who's
no,
12?
Ridley is 18.
Yeah, that's Gage.
Gage is 83.
Yeah, so that is
Yes.
Gage. Like you said, you expect another big deal. I just think there's only a handful of people that would hire Greg Williams, and I don't know how many of those people have head coaching jobs right now. Adam Gase didn't want to hire Greg Williams. He was forced to. And you knew it wasn't going to work from the get-go because of Bountygate and Gase's father-in-law, Joe Vitt, who was also on the staff with Greg Williams and Greg Williams' son. And Joe Vitt, according to some folks, is who turned in Greg Williams or was honest with the league when they asked what was going on. I guess is a more accurate way to describe it.
I also just like that was going to be a big play, maybe perhaps I was going to bring a tackle. I also think it's funny that Greg Williams, I feel like, was trying to position himself to be a head coach.
Well, he certainly thought he had a shot at Cleveland, right?
Right. That happened in Cleveland, and then he went to the Jets, and then I feel like he would have been a logical next candidate if they would have axed Adam Gase during the year. But,
And if the defense would have played really well.
Right. But yeah, it obviously didn't work out that way, and he embarrassed the team. And I got to say, when Greg Williams got there, I think there was a lot of optimism. I think that Greg Williams did some good things with that defense early on, and I think last year, down the stretch, really the second half of the season, I mean, it was just atrocious. I don't know if there was a coordinated effort for the Jets to be bad. You know, that's a whole nother story. But there's a 4th and inches. Try Gurley. Oh, he's going to be taken down behind the line. Todd Gurley can't make it.
Alexander
Drew
Johnson.
Lock going to take over.
Alexander Johnson, Johnny on the spot there.
Thanks for being with us, everybody, by the way. Kicking Club, Zach Morris is trash. Kareem, Hawk is in the chat. Kilis Limbala is in the chat. We got Dom, Robbie Noble, Carbon. What's going on, everybody? Beast Mode 21 appears to be a Broncos fan.
All right. Congo Cab, we got to be hating this game.
Yeah, boy.
I got some Broncos news for you, actually. So Vic Fangio talked today before rookie minicamp, and he said that the Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater quarterback competition, I'll put that in quotes, but maybe I shouldn't, is a true 50-50 split all the way through the preseason until one of them earns the job. So I'm still going to put my money on Drew Lock. I think there's people in that building that really like him, that want to see him succeed and like his upside and are going to do all they can to make sure he wins that job. Now, if he's just terrible or turns the ball over at such a high rate, even in practice, again, against a pretty good defense, they're going to have to play Bridgewater because you think you have a good defense, and Vic Fangio just doesn't want to be behind every game because of turnovers. But it's going to be, and Vic he kind of got into some detail. In fact, I can read you the quote because I have it right here. But I think it was kind of interesting. It was his third longest answer. I got the longest answer, which was silly. He started talking about Air Force jets. But I can tell you about that in a second. But he said, it'll be day by day, totally 50-50. Maybe I'll flip a coin to see who takes the absolute first snap of the offseason training camp. By the end of the day, meaning by the end of camp, before those guys make a decision for us with their play, it's going to be 50-50, a 50-50 proposition. Someday, some guy might get more snaps than the other. Then it'll even out in the next day or a few days later. It's going to be 50-50 every day. But over the course of the offseason training camp, that's what it'll be. So, look, the GM can think one thing, offensive coaches can think another, but it's going to be Vic's call in large part, at least how it's split up. So we're going to see, when they get going in 2 weeks, we get to watch a little bit of their OTAs. It'll be 50-50, Teddy and Drew.
Oh, no. I just realized I forgot to play the Ham Daddy. Oh, no.
Hamler.
Dude, I literally just went on a rant last Sim about how if you don't play KJ Hamler, you're
Because of the value?
every sim this guy goes off, and I can't believe I didn't play him.
I'd be willing to bet of all the Broncos sims I've done, Hamler scored the most touchdowns of those pass catchers.
Oh, I love playing KJ Hamler. I cannot believe I left him out of my lineup. I made it hastily like an hour ago.
Sure. You still got 100 people in your contest, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm doing well right now, but Hamler's going to break like an 80-yard touchdown in this sim, and I'm going to regret not rostering.
Well, fun fact for those that aren't keeping track, KJ Hamler, one of the folks around the league changing his number from 13 to number 1.
Nice. Might have to get myself a Zach Wilson jersey going with number 2.
He's going 2, huh?
2 is my number for Deuce.
That makes sense. I think if without thinking about it too hard, is 2 one of the handful of quarterback numbers that doesn't have a Super Bowl ring, if you will, as a starter.
That's a good point. I don't know.
There's a couple. There's like 2, maybe 6, and like one other one.
Drew Lock, time, throws. 6 doesn't have one?
No.
Interesting.
I don't think. I think it might just be 2 and 6 now. And maybe the number 1? Anybody help me out? But
I feel like 1 has to have one.
You would think, but think of the best number 1s. Warren Moon pops into mind. Kyler Murray, Justin Fields, they're not there yet. Lots of kickers and punters have worn 1. So I think it might be 1, 2, and 6 are all that's left. Because the rest I can just think of without really thinking, right? Johnny Unitas at 19.
Let me look up.
18, Peyton Manning. 17, Doug Williams, among others.
Best players to win every jersey number. Let's do that.
Well, 16, Joe Montana. 15, Jeff Hostetler and Patrick Mahomes. 14, gotta be some 14s that have won it, right? Brad Johnson was 14. 13, Kurt Warner. 12, Terry Bradshaw, King Stabler. Oh, right. Did Snake win a Super Bowl? 11, see. Phil Simms. 10.
What's a approximate value?
What about 10? Has there been a 10 that's won a Super Bowl?
Here we go. I'm going to look it up right now.
Oh, Eli. Okay. Wait, 9, Jim McMahon. 8, Troy Aikman. 7, John Elway. So I think it's 6. 5? 5, Joe Flacco?
Okay, 6, Jay Cutler is the best player to wear 6.
Well, there you go. So 5, Joe Flacco. 4, Brett Favre. 3, Russell Wilson. So I think it's 1, 2, and 6.
Let's see who the best number 2 is.
Chris
Best
Sims?
number 2's Matt Ryan by a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that they were up 28-3, but did not
No,
finish.
this
Yeah.
isn't the best. Oh, Rob Baronis. Oh my goodness, I forgot about Rob Baronis.
They made 8 field goals in the game.
So the thing is, this is not the best way to do it because you could get a guy that wore number 2 who like won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but just go
as a
off the top of your head. I
backup
think
or something. But
anybody
yes.
feel free to chime in. Yeah, certainly his backups. I'm talking about
The
starters.
second best player to ever wear number 2 was Aaron Brooks.
Right, had a nice career with the Saints, among others. But so yeah, 1, I think, 2, and 6. No Super Bowls. Every other.
Let's see number 1. Let's see number 1.
Well, Warren Moon's going to be at the top.
Right. So did he ever win a Super Bowl?
He did not.
That's immediately who I thought of. Okay.
He didn't.
Warren Moon, best player to ever wear number 1. Then Cam Newton. Then Gary Anderson. Jason Elam.
Right, Cam Close.
Neil Rackers is up there. I love Neil Rackers.
Neil Racker's good kicker. Helped you win a lot of fantasy games.
Jeff George. He didn't win one, right?
He did not.
Look, he almost did. He was good for a couple of years, right?
Not playoff good. He threw hard.
All right, so that's what we got. Oh, video froze just in
So
time.
could Zach Wilson be the first number 2?
What other numbers are we looking for? You said number 10?
I said 1, 2, and 6. No, Eli's 10.
Okay. What were the other ones that you thought of? 12?
12. Aaron Rodgers, Terry Bradshaw. I think I said Kenny Stabler. I'm pretty sure Snake won 1. Joe Namath.
Oh, I literally said number 12. And there's like the greatest quarterbacks ever wore number 12.
Yeah. Certainly the greatest Jets quarterback ever. Unless Zach Wilson supplants him.
I was talking about Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Tom Brady also wore 12. Right. I'm sitting here going Aaron Rodgers, Ken Stabler, Terry Bradshaw. Yes. Tom Brady
And
also
Aaron
has worn
and
12.
Tom freaking Brady.
Yeah, right. I forgot. He's only won 7 Super Bowls so far.
We'll see how many more. All right. Well, that's a quarter.
Yeah.
We got no points on the board so far. So
When you buy your Zach Wilson jersey, you want white or green?
probably white. Probably white jersey. Although I might do I might do a jersey. I might do a jersey.
Oh, a real
I'm a bigger
jersey is a
jersey
commitment between $100 and $300, depending on how nice you want it.
Right.
And what if they only have them for a couple of years, like Darnold? Look at all those people walking around with Darnold jerseys now feel like idiots.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I did not have a Sam Darnold jersey. I had a Jamal Adams jersey, and I felt like a bigger idiot for that. Because Sam Darnold, I was like, I'm smart enough not to get a quarterback jersey again.
Right.
Like I had a Pennington, I had a Sanchez.
I think the only way you get a quarterback jersey is if they win a Super Bowl early, like a Russell Wilson,
right?
Patrick Mahomes, I guess, or they're on a second or third
I
contract.
don't know. I'm feeling it with Zach Wilson. I think I might get it.
Okay. Well, good. You should think nothing else until he proves he can't play.
That's right.
That's the best
like
part
my
of this.
prediction that the Jets are going to go 10-7. It's not a dumb prediction until they lose that 8th game. Then it becomes incorrect.
Right. So that could be around week 7 or 8. You could feel like an idiot, but right now,
Until
roll
then,
with it. Who cares?
I got that's what, almost 3 months there that I got.
Yeah, write it.
Yeah, I think that could be a 3-month thing where I'm saying, hey, they didn't lose 8 games yet. And look, I also went like game by game with Glash, and I haven't.
That's
like a
easy to
17
do.
winning
I'll still
streak,
take the
so
under.
I think they're going to be like 3-6 early or something, and they're just going to rip.
Oh, and then they're going to really turn it on late.
Well, the thing about it is they just play no one good. I don't think that's even like a question that they're going to win more than 6 games. Like I'm sorry, but like I think that you are exercising bias against, not you specifically, if you think that the Jets aren't going to win like 6 games. Because
Vegas thinks they're going to win right around that. So there's that.
Right. I think that's ludicrous. I think it's ridiculous. Because if you think about it, you have the schedule is so easy for them.
Have you been to Vegas casinos ever?
Yes.
They seem to know what they're doing. So I don't think they're just in the habit of giving away money.
Sometimes they don't.
Okay.
They don't
All
always.
right.
And this to me is, first of all, it's always about balancing public action, right? Everyone's going to take the under on the Jets. So that's why I'm sure that it's been driven down so much because they need people to take the over because everyone's just taking the under. I think it actually did already come down from 6.5. Anyway, my point is, there are three teams on this schedule that are dangerous for the Jets. Three teams. Oh, sorry. Let's do 4. Buffalo twice. Oh, big touchdown that time. Julio Jones, who's got him.
Not me or you.
Not me or you. 32-yard touchdown. I don't want to go through this for a 5th time, but I've made my case plenty of times. But to you, we haven't talked. Will you look
The fact
at?
that you think there's only 3 teams that give them trouble is
Absolutely.
troubling in and of itself.
It's the Bills twice.
Let me look at the Jets schedule.
I'll read it to you. They have to play the Colts,
Okay.
the Saints, the Bucks, and then the Bills twice. So
You're not worried about any of those other NFC South teams? The Saints? Oh, you said Saints.
Yeah, I personally think that they're going to split with the Bills.
You know the Titans have gone to the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Oh, sorry, I forgot them. Titans, 6 games. So that's 6 losses right there. Even though I do think that they're going to split with the Bills. So
Okay.
I think in my mind that's 5 losses right there.
Why do you think they're going to split with the Bills? Because there's clearly a gap
Because
right now.
last year they played the Bills. And last year the Jets were legitimately the worst team in football, or second worst, and the Bills struggled hardcore with them. I don't know if you remember those 2 games. But
Some of that might have been Adam Gase having Sean McDermott's number a little.
The Jets were within a touchdown in both of those games. It was also just the Bills playing down to the opponent. I also just think the Bills were the beneficiary of a really great schedule last year. And I think that they grew into a good team, but they have issues. They have issues on defense. They haven't really addressed any of them. So I don't know. I think it could be close. Also, just divisional games, especially this division, the AFC East, I can tell you from watching umpteen AFC East games, it's always wild. Like it's just like
You're right. How many times has Miami beaten New England over the
so
years?
many times. Adam
Yeah.
Gase beat the Patriots with the Dolphins. So and that
He took them to the playoffs, right?
I think the Dolphins have beaten the Patriots like every single year for the last 10 years must be. So anyway, my point is I don't think it's impossible, but fine. You say, okay, I think they split with the Bills. So that's where I got 5 losses from right there. And I think they split with the Patriots, and I think they split with the Dolphins. And those are my losses. And then the rest of the games I think are super winnable. Carolina, Denver, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Houston, which is an auto win for every team, and Philadelphia, who might be tanking, Jacksonville. I mean, these are not good teams. Look, I'm willing to concede that 10-7 is a little bit generous, but I'm sorry, I don't think they're going to have a losing record this year. Like, I think at the very worst, maybe they're 8-9.
Well, that is a losing record.
Carolina, right? But Carolina, Denver, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Jacksonville. These are not good teams. Philadelphia.
I get that Denver's not good, but Denver's defense and Vic Fangio may have Zach Wilson confused a little bit.
Denver is I think Denver might be the best team that I just named there.
Well, Aaron Rodgers may think that. I guess we'll see in a couple of weeks. Carolina with Sam Darnold. You get the Sam Darnold revenge factor, but does that really matter? A healthy Christian McCaffrey. I like Brian Burns. I like Jeremy Chin. I like Derek Brown.
That's also one of those games where,
like DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson.
Says that the Jets win maybe 5 games.
I'm more inclined to go with everyone that's not you.
Carolina,
I'm just
Carolina,
kind of
Denver, Carolina, Denver, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Houston, Philadelphia. That's Jacksonville. That's 7 winnable games right there. I'm sorry, but like at the absolute worst, they win 4 of those 7 games. They are not going to lose more than they're going to win against that easy stretch. And then after that, to hit the over on the total, or even just to say they're going to win more than maybe 5 games. Now you're talking about they steal 1 game. They have to win 1 game versus an AFC East team, which is like, how many times do you see a team go completely defeated against their own division, unless they're absolutely like, the Jaguars or the Jets from last year where they're tanking? Like, they're going to win 1 of those games. I think the schedule is super easy for them. I really do. It's going to be a down year for the NFC South with the Panthers, and then also, like, who knows how good the Saints are going to be. The Falcons, I think that defense is first of all, that's a London game, so throw that out the window too. Like, who knows what's going to happen. But that defense is so bad on the Falcons. I mean, really bad. So, anyway.
All right. I think you're wrong, but
I mean, the Falcons D is bad, but
That's what I'm saying. I would say the same exact thing about the Broncos in this situation.
all right.
And again, I also think that the Jets are a leg above. You have to understand that the Jets had the worst coach in football last year. They also had a lot of injuries on defense. They had C.J. Mosley, who was a COVID opt-out. They had a lot of their impact rookies who came on late in the season, didn't start the season with Bryce Hall and Ashton Davis because they were hurt. And
I like Ashton Davis.
Mekhi
Bryce
Becton
Hall,
was
we'll see.
hurt.
I mean, Ashton Davis was really fast.
So I don't know. I think that there's a lot of promise there. You still have Quinn and Williams. They had now they add another lineman. Look, are they that much better than the Panthers? I don't think so, but they're better than the Panthers, and they're better than I think they're much better than the Jaguars. The Jaguars haven't even started rebuilding. This was like their first year. The Jets have already been rebuilding for at least 2 years. They already have a leg up on the Jaguars, who, by the way, are bringing in Travis Etienne, a first-round pick, to be a third down back. So before you call them a good organization, you got to remember that as well.
They're also bringing in Tim Tebow.
Yes, that too.
But they do have Trevor Lawrence.
Congo Cab said Denver's better than the Jets. Denver's better than the Raiders, Congo Cab. They're both better than the Raiders. I'll take both those defenses over the Raiders defense that commits a personal foul every 5 plays. Robert Hood said that the Jaguars will have more wins than the Jets. Can you even name 5 players on the Jaguars out there that aren't Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, who just got drafted? You got
DJ Chark?
I don't even know if he's still on the team.
He is. He's the number 1 receiver.
Well, they got rid of a lot of receivers. Keelan Cole's no longer on the team.
Keelan Cole's not good, though. They still have Laviska Shenault. If Laviska's healthy, Laviska would have been a first-round pick if he wasn't hurt going into the pre-draft.
Robert's saying I think D.D. Westbrook was inactive for most games last year. He didn't even play. I think he's probably gone. He was their 6th receiver on the worst team in football, D.D. Westbrook. Cool name. Terrible player, though.
D.D. Westbrook retweeted me when the Broncos signed a guy named Parnell Motley because they played at OU together. I was like, well, that's cool that DD's following tweets that mention Parnell Motley.
So yeah, D.D. Westbrook's not on the team anymore. Shenault is good. I like Shenault, actually.
Laviska,
touchdown, another
touchdown pass.
Julio.
Julio again.
It is.
I think we should have captained him. Jeez.
I think we should have. They signed Marvin Jones Jr. That was like their big signing.
Yeah, that's not great.
He's their number 1 receiver, Marvin Jones Jr. And you've got Jamal Agnew, Chark.
I think Chark's their number 1. Well, what'd they pay Jones? They paid him, I guess, top dollar, didn't they?
They're paying him 4.7 this year.
Oh, never mind. No, then he's not their number 1. DJ Chark is their number 1.
No, he is. They're paying him $8 million next year, Brandon.
In year 2?
Yeah.
So it's a 2-year, $12 million. No, a lot of money is what Kenny Galladay got.
That's Santonio Holmes money. No, it's 2 years, $13 million.
Yes, that's not number 1 money. That's number 2 money. Amari Cooper makes $20 million a year. Kenny Galladay signed for $17 million a year.
None of these guys make close to what Marvin Jones is going to make. Is what my
I understand that because they're on rookie deals, but DJ Chark will make more money if he makes a Pro Bowl, which I think he came close to 2 years ago.
And they have no tight end. Or I guess Tim Tebow. Forgot about that. Chris Manhertz is their number 1 tight end.
Yeah, their tight end situation is not good. I feel like we spend too much time talking about the Jets and Jags.
I'll talk about Jets. Tyler Eifert also not on the team anymore. He's gone. Players that are gone as well. A lot of guys on that defense are gone as well. Expired contracts. They did sign Shaq Griffin. That was like another one of their big signings. But Shaq Griffin had a terrible season with Seattle last year.
Shaquille or Shaquem?
I think the point here.
They signed Shaquille.
Shaquille Griffin had a bad season last year.
But I'm saying, aren't they both Shaq? Shaquille and Shaquem?
I don't think Shaquem Griffin really plays that much. Anyway, the point being that this team, I mean, they're not expecting to compete this year. And I think that next year's draft could be a big one for them. And I think that like in 2 years, I think that they'll be good. But it's going to take a long time for them to develop this team. And I just think that's because, I mean, that's what happens with any rebuild. A rebuild doesn't take 1 year, and they just started, literally. I mean, they were in the playoffs. What was it, 2 years ago or 3 years ago? Like, it...
when they went to the AFC title game?
Yeah, that was only like 3 years ago, right?
Was that 2017, it feels like?
I don't think so. I think that was much more recent.
Well, it wasn't 2019 or 2020, so the latest it could have been was 2018.
2018.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's 3 years ago. Actually,
And now Blake Bortles has a chance to take the Packers to the playoffs, maybe.
So anyway, yeah, the point being there that the rebuild, I mean, the year after, basically last year was when they gave up, right? They got rid of everybody last year. They got rid of Ngakoue. They started clearing out some space. So this is like year one of the rebuild, and you would think a rebuild takes like 3 years. So I'm willing to say that any team, the Panthers, the Broncos included, are going to be better than a Jaguars team that is literally just started rebuilding. They just got their
Can you make
coach.
the case the Jets are also starting that same process, but you got them winning 10 games?
They started a year and a half ago. They started.
They traded their best player away.
This is Joe Douglas' second draft now. But yeah, they traded their best player away for a lot of picks. That was at the beginning of last year, but they had already started rebuilding.
But the Jags kind of started trading their players. They traded away Jalen. They traded away Ngakoue. They traded away Calais Campbell.
Right, but you also can look at the Jets now and say, well, Quinnen Williams has developed into a very good player.
Here's what I'm going to do right now, Kenny. Has anyone else gone out on this limb and said, I'm going to say the Jags win more games than the Jets?
That's not a limb. If you say your mother's going to win more games than the Jets, you get 1 million likes from this chat.
Well, I'm not trying to pander to the chat. I'm just trying to Philip Lindsay easy touchdown on the swing pass. I'm just trying to say that
the real limb is saying the Jets will win more games than anybody, because according to the universe, the Jets are worst franchise ever established. People forget that.
I don't know about all that.
Playoffs 2 years ago. Okay. No, I'm just saying that's the way people talk about this team, and it's all recency bias. And you can look at 20 years of the Jaguars being bad.
Yeah.
And Jets have had their ups and downs.
Right, and the Jets have had certainly some okay runs at various points, whether it was Vinny Testaverde late in his career, or certainly those 2 years with Sanchez.
I mean, that was so long. Yeah, I'm talking more.
I get it, but I'm just saying it's probably more than what the Jags have had. I'm just saying I like a lot of the Jags pieces as much, if not more, than the Jets. And talking to people around the league, they think the Jets had the worst roster going into the draft, or going into the offseason, I should say. So, when you get excited about Bryce Hall and Ashton Davis, and I think those guys have upside.
I mean, I'm excited about Quinnen Williams, who still
Quinnen Williams you should be excited about, and they franchise Marcus May. But I had a personnel guy tell me he likes 3 players on their team: Becton, Williams, and Marcus May. And at the time, May hadn't been franchised yet.
They're still there. What about?
I like Mims
for the draft.
I like Mims. This is before free agency.
Yeah, so you would say probably now you like more than 3 players.
Yeah, now it's probably up to 7 or 8. It's hard to get excited about really any of the draft picks other than Wilson.
I mean, the most excited
at 14, they traded up and took the lineman, right?
Elijah Vera Tucker. That's the most excited I am. That to me, that was my favorite pick of the draft. I've already made it clear that I don't care about the quarterback position. I think it's the most overrated position. So
it's not. It's the most properly rated position, because if you don't have the right one, it doesn't matter. Ask the Jets since Joe Namath retired.
The Eagles got to won a Super Bowl with the backup quarterback like 4 years
Right,
ago.
but they had a really good roster, and Carson Wentz had played like an MVP to put him in that position.
They have a really good roster. The Buccaneers won a Super Bowl. Why?
A good roster, but you can name the 4 or 5 times that happened. There's been 35 quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl, and everybody would have wanted 25 of those quarterbacks that year and every year.
I disagree. I think that the quarterbacks get all the credit, and that's why we think they're good. But I think that if you put 20 of the 30 quarterbacks or 32 quarterbacks in the league on the Buccaneers last year, I think that team would have won the Super Bowl.
Well, that team was basically the exact same team the year before with Jameis Winston, and they won 6
but
games.
Jameis Winston's not even a starting quarterback anymore. I'll say 15 because I think that there are about 15 bad quarterbacks out there. That was an amazing defense. I mean, you could not get a better defense than they had last year, and yet Tom Brady got all the credit.
There are a lot of better defenses. The 85 Bears, 2000 Ravens, 2015 Broncos, where they had to carry their team.
Do you think that those defenses would have been able to stop Patrick Mahomes?
Probably. Those tackles were terrible, and that's why they have new tackles. So, yeah.
Steve Young was on ESPN after the Chiefs beat the Ravens. He called this offense maybe the best offense of all time.
Well, and at that point, they had Eric Fisher still at left tackle, and Andrew Wiley was still playing right guard.
Now left tackle becomes the most important position. Clearly, he was more important than Mahomes. They had Mahomes, they couldn't win.
No, he's not more important, but that's obviously an insane argument, Kenny, that left tackle is more important than a quarterback. How many Super Bowls does Anthony Munoz have? Or Jackie Slater, or Orlando Pace has one. No, you need to be able.
Doesn't make him a bad quarterback. It means that he was put in a bad situation.
You need to be able to protect your quarterback to a minimal level. Look at what Tom Brady did with. Right. The Chiefs were below minimal. That's how bad their tackles were last year.
He been a good quarterback, but he never got a chance because he had literally 1 second to throw the ball.
Right. Exactly. So Mahomes in that same situation last year, who's is obviously much better than David Carr, still looked very average to below average most of the game. And then his team doesn't help him out when he hits Tyreek Hill in the face, hits Travis Kelce in the hands. So there was all of that. But those tackles were so bad last year, they're not even in football right now.
So you think that the Chiefs lost Super Bowl because their receivers dropped the ball?
No, I think they lost because of their tackles. I'm not saying you have to have Hall of Fame tackles. You need to have serviceable tackles. They were below serviceable.
But I think I'd rather have great tackles and an average quarterback, and you win the Super Bowl that way.
But you won't. I can name. There's way more Hall of Fame tackles that don't have rings than Hall of Fame quarterbacks that don't.
Tackles aren't usually hot commodities. At least they haven't been historically. They are now.
They have since 1980.
No, not since 1980.
Read the book The Blind Side, where it talks about Lawrence Taylor destroying
tackles in free agency. They never move teams like that. So you get put in a good.
Trent Brown signed the largest free agent tackle deal. The year before that, Nate Solder did. Juwan James signed the biggest right tackle free agent deal. Look what Trent Williams just signed for after he got traded, $20 million a year. Tackles don't normally leave because they're not allowed to hit free agency, because if you have one, look at what Andrew Whitworth was able to do with the Rams when they went to the Super Bowl as a 37, 38-year-old.
All right,
really good left tackles are hard to come by, but Andrew Whitworth doesn't have a Super Bowl. He might have a shot at the Hall of Fame. Joe Thomas never even went to the playoffs and was the best left tackle in football for a full decade.
Right, but again,
Tyron Smith.
The Browns are bad. We'll resume this after the halftime break, but I do want to get in a quick message here because you guys obviously know we're big fans of football. We're big fans of Madden. That's why we're here yelling about the importance of Hall of Fame tackles. And I want to tell you that all of you Madden fans out there, you can refer your friends to DraftKings. Or just scan this QR code, send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play free. A free Madden contest if you refer your friends to DraftKings to play. So go check it out right now, dkng.co/friend. Scan that QR code, and if you do it, maybe I'll shut up about the Jets.
How many Super Bowls did Brickashaw Ferguson win?
I mean, that team was amazing. That team went to back-to-back AFC championship games.
How many Super Bowls did they win?
That's like saying Warren Moon. Let's criticize Warren Moon and then criticize the importance of a quarterback because Warren Moon didn't win a Super Bowl. Or there's so many great quarterbacks that didn't win Super Bowls. Like Tony.
No, there's
Romo.
like 3.
Tony Romo was a great quarterback in the Super Bowl. What do you mean? There's
right, but Tony Romo's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. That's kind of a bummer because he's the Cowboys leader in all those
the Hall
categories.
of Fame is like 8 old men who sit in a conference room for 2 days and then emerge like they're electing a new pope and they say, here are the Hall of Famers. I would like to say that there are many more good quarterbacks out there that didn't win a Super Bowl than just the guys we're speaking of that are in the Hall of Fame. Tony Romo, first of all, there's still time for him to get in the Hall of Fame. but he was a good quarterback of this last decade, 2 decades that did not make the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl, but definitely was like, I would want him on my team in a heartbeat if you would put him behind a good team and on a good roster. And look, I'm just saying that there's a lot of quarterbacks that did not win Super Bowls that you just can't say are not good quarterbacks. That's ridiculous.
There is a lot of good quarterbacks. There's not a lot of great quarterbacks that didn't win a Super Bowl. Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, Warren Moon, Fran Tarkenton.
It's the chicken and the egg, BK. Because they didn't win the Super Bowl, we're all obsessed with rings here. It's ring culture, and because they didn't win the Super Bowl, we rate them lower than other quarterbacks that did, unless they were so good that we have to ignore. Like Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan, I didn't even think this guy was a Hall of Famer. You look at his numbers; they're absolutely ridiculous. They're ridiculous numbers. Speaking of this, and he didn't win the Super Bowl, so we're gonna say Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer, but Matt Ryan's not, because Eli won a Super Bowl and he turned the ball over every time he touched it, but Matt Ryan isn't because he didn't win a Super Bowl.
Didn't Eli still throw for 60,000 yards?
Matt Ryan threw for more yards than Eli Manning.
Okay. I'm not saying Matt Ryan isn't a Hall of Famer. I'm saying Eli Manning is. So's Phillip Rivers, so's Big Ben. Rivers doesn't have any rings. But the point is, unless you have one of those guys, I don't care who your left tackle is. You can just ask Anthony Munoz. He had a league MVP in Boomer Esiason. They got to a Super Bowl. Anthony Munoz played in a couple.
Cherry picking good. There's plenty of good offensive lines. I mean, you want to talk about the PFF rankings for offensive lines. I guarantee you that the last 10 Super Bowl champions were in at least the top 10. And I know for a fact that the Chiefs were in the top 5 last year. I believe the Bucs were as well. They drafted Tristan Wirfs. These are the guys that are the real people that develop quarterbacks, and they're the real reasons why teams win. First of all, I said defenses, but offensive lines, absolutely. I think if you spent every draft pick for 3 years, that's what I would do if I was rebuilding a team, and just draft offensive line and defense. And then you just sign all the flashy skill position players. First of all, the Patriots, you want to talk about the Patriots, they didn't even draft receivers. They didn't sign receivers. They won Super Bowls with a bunch of random guys catching the football.
And Tom Brady.
Yeah, but Tom Brady, what did he do? He stepped into a great situation. They had a great offensive line in New England. They had a great defense. And by the way, probably the greatest coach of all time, if not the top one of the 3 greatest coaches of all time.
No, he's the greatest coach of all time. But you want to know, they didn't have a Hall of Fame left tackle. He was able to get rid of the ball quickly enough. Same with Peyton Manning in Indy, where they had serviceable left tackles.
Someone's not in the Hall of Fame. You're just saying Hall of Fame tackle, and that's your only qualification.
No, how about Pro Bowl tackle? How many times did tackles under Tom Brady go to the Pro Bowl?
One voted on by fans. I mean,
it's not voted on by. It's voted on by fans to 33%. 33% coaches. I'm going to assume you respect coaches to some degree, and 33% the players.
I don't respect any coaches because Adam Gase was a coach for 2 teams.
Well.
Look, let's just look at the All-Pro things, and we can go through it that way.
Okay, how many All-Pro left tackles did he have? That's voted on by writers, but you don't respect writers. You just said that about the Hall of Fame. So it seems like unless
the Hall of Fame is not really writers, it's like 8 writers.
No, it's 40. It's 48 voters. 4 of them are actual Hall of Famers: Dan Fouts, Bill Polian, James Lofton, and Tony Dungy. You may not respect any of them, but they're in the Hall of Fame. So they're 4 voters. Peter King's a voter. John Clayton's a voter. Shereen Williams a voter.
Okay.
I could list all 48 voters, but they're all guys that have covered the league for a million years and have seen a lot of football. And so
Matt Light was a 3-time Pro Bowler.
Okay, Matt Light went to 3 Pro Bowls. Nate Solder went to 0 Pro Bowls, but still won 3 Super Bowls with Tom Brady. Then became the highest paid left tackle in football and was terrible in New York.
Logan Mankins was fantastic at left guard. He made 7 Pro Bowls.
Okay.
I mean,
think you're probably done.
Like some of the greatest linemen of their generation.
Well, I don't know if 3 Pro Bowls makes you the greatest lineman of your generation. I mean, Pat Surtain's dad, Pat Surtain Sr., went to 3 Pro Bowls.
He took over, 2002?
Sounds right. 2001, 2002, something like that.
No, they won the Super Bowl in 2001.
2. So he took over in 2001, right? Yeah, he took over in 2001. That's easy to figure out. But here, this is the easiest way to break it down. And I understand GMs get fired all the time, but new GMs come in for old GMs, right? And what position gets graded the highest and overdrafted? Because unless you have one, the rest just doesn't matter. Look how many quarterbacks you had. 5 of the top 15, and teams are talking themselves into these guys year after year. Look at the 2018 draft where we had 5 in the first round. You're going to continue to swing. It's the crazier thing is that there's 350 million people in America and we can't find 32 good quarterbacks. But the reason that 5 quarterbacks went in the top 15 and 2 tackles went is because and you need 2 tackles on every single team. So you need more of those than you need quarterbacks. But until you have the quarterback, the rest is all window dressing. It just doesn't matter. I don't care how good your roster is. And so that's when you look at what Tom Brady did with the Bucs. He took a team that clearly was really good because like 18 of those dudes were on the team the year before with James Winston, and they couldn't win 6 games. And then they get Tom Brady and they win a Super Bowl.
Okay. So,
JPP was there. Shaq Barrett led the league in sacks. You talk about defense winning championships. The left tackle, I think, was Donovan Smith's a little shaky, but regardless, Tom Brady made him look like an all-pro last year.
I mean, I think I'm not doubting Tom Brady's greatness, but I think that there was much more. There's much more credit to go around than just Tom Brady, and I also think that, like, again, it is special what he was able to do. You know, trusting some of their, trusting guys like Tyler Johnson and Scotty Miller to make to make huge catches. But
yeah, but those guys made huge catches here and there. He trusted Gronk. He trusted Mike Evans, who's a Pro Bowler, and Chris Godwin, who's a Pro Bowler, and Antonio Brown.
Tom Brady. If you don't want me to, I won't. But
no, I don't think Tom Brady needs defending. He's got 7 rings. I just think that the idea you would rather have a generational tackle versus a generational quarterback, or a great tackle versus a great quarterback, or that quarterback's overrated. I guess that's the bottom line. For you to think quarterback's overrated kind of makes all the other arguments silly.
I mean, but it is, though. It is overrated because
it's definitely not. It is a team game, and I'll give you that.
I'm telling you, it's the chicken and the egg. If you take a good quarterback and put him on a bad team, he's never going to be good. That's my point. So you have to have a good team.
Peyton Manning went to a team that was 8-8, that was 4-12 the year before, and won 13 games his first year.
Okay, so he's a generational talent.
But Tom Brady took. There's KJ Hamler scoring, like you said.
Touchdown that I said was going to happen every freaking time.
And then Tom Brady takes a team that won 6 games or whatever they won and wins the Super Bowl. Teams that usually change. Generational quarterbacks don't normally change teams.
The drop-off between Tom Brady and Jameis Winston is, I mean, you're talking, if you want to rank quarterbacks, he's a top 5 quarterback, and you go to Jameis Winston's probably like 34 on the list of all the quarterbacks in the NFL, maybe 36 or 37. That's a huge drop. That's a huge improvement versus, like, I'm just saying take a league average quarterback. That's it. And again, I think that, I mean, you cannot paint a better picture for a quarterback to walk into than a great offensive line that just they have Ali Marpet, then they add Wirfs, and you look at the skill position players, and again, look, he did bring Gronk with him, right? But they already had Evans and Godwin. They already had O.J. Howard. They didn't even need him. He got hurt. They had a great defense. You talked about all the guys just now. I mean, that was the most imposing defense in the league. You could not run on them. So, I mean, like, he wasn't even.
But all those dudes were there the year before.
You're not asking your quarterback to do anything.
But he still threw for 48 touchdowns or whatever, 44 touchdowns.
Deshaun Watson was a top 5 quarterback last year, and the Texans were legitimately one of the worst 5 teams in football.
Well,
that to me was all the proof.
Right. Right. He leads the league in passing.
It doesn't matter if you have a terrible defense.
Sure. But go look at all your Super Bowl winners. The idea that defense wins championships is great and all for those 5 or 6 generational type defenses, and you can throw last year's in there. They also have, most years, top 10 to 15 offenses. You don't have the number 1 D and the number 32 offense. The Ravens being the exception, okay? But like that Bears team had the best running back in the history of football at the time they won it in 85, with, I guess, apologies to Jim Brown.
Right, but it's such a. Do you think
the Ravens had Jamal Lewis, who had a 2,000-yard season?
The Giants have Saquon Barkley now. It's a different time. It's a much different era. The game has changed, is my point. And that's, I think that maybe 30 years ago, having a great quarterback was different. But, now I think
30 years ago, everybody wanted a great running back and thought, running game and defense would get the job done. And that's how the Giants win a couple Super Bowls, because they've got Hall of Fame linebackers all over the place. And Phil Simms and Hostetler playing good enough. And guys like Joe Morris and Rodney Hampton.
We've gone from great running game and great defense to good passing game and great defense. The common denominator here is the defense. And I just think that it's about adjusting to where the league's going. But I do think that you look at a lot, you don't need to have an overpowering offense, because we've seen, teams like the Falcons, you have teams that just are great on offense, the Chiefs as well last year. I mean, they just didn't have enough on defense. And that was the problem, is they went up against a good defense, and it was defense versus defense.
And their left tackle and right tackle, their right guard was playing right tackle, and their left tackle, Mike Remmers, is one of the worst right tackles in playoff history. Go look at Super Bowl 50 and what Von Miller was able to do to him. And then he's also now one of the worst left tackles in Super Bowl history. And he had no business being out there. They were out of body, so he had to play. I'm not faulting.
Hawk brings up the last Denver Broncos Super Bowl, by the way. You probably could not get a worse quarterback to play.
Yeah, that's the first time in the history of the Super Bowl that the quarterback position had more interceptions and touchdowns in the season for the Broncos, and that's mostly Peyton Manning. Brock was ahead. Brock was 10-6.
Rex Grossman got to the Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't care about getting to the Super Bowl. I'm talking about guys that have rings.
Okay, that's a whole nother conversation.
But that's the conversation that matters, because getting to the Super Bowl, nobody walks around with their championship gear on that often. They walk around with their Super Bowl gear. So unless you can get me Super Bowl gear, the rest doesn't matter.
There's plenty of quarterbacks, Trent Dilfer, one of them, that win Super Bowls. That I'm not saying it happens every year.
But not plenty. There's not plenty. There's 35 ever, and 25 of them everybody would have wanted to be their quarterback. The other 10 are Trent Dilfer and Brad Evans and guys like that.
Okay.
But if you go through the list, here, I'm just going to go quarterback. Here, Super Bowl winners. Bob Greasy, Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, John Elway. Here, we can just keep doing this. It's all Hall of Famers. And like 8 guys.
As quarterbacks get too much credit and too much blame. That's what Hawk says. And that's sort of what I'm saying, too.
Bart Starr is in the Hall of Fame. Joe Namath in the Hall of Fame. Len Dawson, Johnny Yu, Roger Staubach, Bob Greasy, Terry Bradshaw, Ken Stabler. Jim Plunkett won 2 MVPs and a Heisman. Joe Theismann, his injuries cut short. Jim McMahon, Phil Simms, Doug Williams, tough run there. Joe Montana, Jeff Hostetler, Mark Rippon, Troy Aikman, Steve Young, Brett Favre, John Elway, Kurt Warner, all in the Hall of Fame. Trent Dilfer, whole lot of Tom Brady, Brad Johnson, Peyton, Eli, Big Ben, Drew Brees.
Would you want
Flacco's not going to the Hall of Fame. Russell Wilson is. Everybody else is except Nick Foles. So like I just said, you'll take every one of those guys, because they're almost all Hall of Famers except like 8. So of the 35 quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl, 23 of them, 25 of them, 26 of them. Is that number right? My number may be off. And I may be off on 35 guys that have won it, but I can count again.
But you have a Eli Manning, Brad Johnson. These are guys that would get absolutely smoked in the NFL today. And I would never want them. I would never want Eli Manning.
Well, of course, the NFL game has changed to whatever degree it's changed. You need a little more athleticism.
How the game was 60 years ago.
I'm just talking about all these guys. It's like if you're going to tell me that Larry Bird wouldn't be able to figure out how to play in today's game.
I said it 5 minutes ago. I think nowadays, quarterbacks coming out of college, you can't make the NFL unless you have good arm talent and basic leadership skills. And you put that type of guy, a random face who had some level of success in college, who's good enough to be the NFL, you put him on an NFL team that has a good defense and a good offensive line, you're going to win 10 games. You are. And sure, there are quarterbacks that stand out above the rest all the time, just like at any position. And
that's what you need to actually win Super Bowls.
Living in an era where we've seen 2 of the greatest quarterbacks of all time play at the same time. So,
also Aaron Rodgers played. Now Mahomes is playing. Russell Wilson's in that conversation.
I was talking about Brady and Rodgers, but yeah.
Well, you weren't talking about Brady and Manning?
3. There you go. And Mahomes, frankly, will be 1, right? So you could talk about 4.
And Russell Wilson is in that conversation because he does more with less.
I think that we've been overwhelmed with talent there, and I think I also.
And we still can, but you still can only name 5 guys, and look at what everybody's willing to do for the idea of Deshaun Watson, or for a couple of minutes Russell Wilson, and even right now Aaron Rodgers. There are teams that have established quarterbacks, like say a Derek Carr, who's gone to the playoffs, gone to the Pro Bowl more than once, that the Raiders would dump Derek Carr tomorrow for Aaron Rodgers.
Not a good quarterback.
Not anymore.
Although he was playing like an MVP to Congo Cab's many points
this is
up
supposed
until
to
they
be-
went to Atlanta. Go look at his first 6 games last year, and he was, right there with. He might have been behind Mahomes, Rodgers, and Josh Allen, but he wasn't much farther than 4th in the MVP conversation.
Ryan Fitzpatrick's had some great 6-game starts to his career as well. Look, he's just we know who Derek Carr is at this point in his career, though. He's what, 27?
And he hasn't been the same since injury. And I'm just saying, there's plenty of teams that when you talk about the generational talent, people aren't trading multiple 1s, multiple 2s, and all that for a tackle. What Trent Williams just get? That's the best example. Or even Orlando Brown. And I know he's going from right to left, and it's a running offense. We'll see what he does. Mahomes is going to make him look awesome. Derek Carr, you don't accidentally end up in 3 Pro Bowls. You accidentally end up in 1, like Mitchell Trubisky did.
What quarterbacks did he make it over?
I don't know. Jay Cutler went to 1 Pro Bowl. Right? Getting to 1 Pro Bowl is a fluke. Getting to multiple, coaches, players, and fans are all voting alike. And I know you can be dismissive of fans, but we've got a lot of fans here in the Dream Stream. You're a fan of football. I'm a fan of football. I'm not a coach. I'm not a player. And I still think I could make an educated guess as to who the 50 best players are to put them on the Pro Bowl rosters.
I mean, yeah, I would trust you to do that as well. But
they don't get. It's not like the NBA where they get to pick the starters. They're 1/3 of the vote, so
Right.
2/3 is still going to outweigh 1/3.
I don't think it's the best barometer. Also, how many guys make it because other guys are injured or don't want to go or are in the playoffs?
Yeah, that number adds up, but you still have to be good enough most years to be the first or second alternate.
Right, but especially with quarterback, you're looking at really what it's like basically if you're a top 12 quarterback, you make the Pro Bowl, maybe even more. I feel like a lot of them drop out, and that's why I feel like a guy like Derek Carr sneaks into 3. But anyway, checking out the stats, Russell Gage, 7 catches, 97 yards. Julio Jones, 4 yards away from the bonus. He's got 2 touchdowns. Hayden Hurst, 6 catches for 39 yards. Boy, that added up. Noah Fant, 5 for 63. And KJ Hamler, every Broncos sim, KJ Hamler brings it. 3 catches, 38 and a touchdown. I can't believe that I did not roster KJ Hamler. That's a big mistake of mine. Although I guess I did captain the right guy. Noah Fant in the captain spot of the lineup in first place here in our little contest with 100 entries.
I'm in 50th out of 100. Can't be more mediocre than that.
Wait, you're 50th?
What's
I'm
that?
59th.
Oh.
We're close. Yeah, sorry for not taking the third quarter break, but we're here now. This is our third quarter break. It's like our third. What is it? It's like our.
It's our 3rd and a half quarter. 3rd and a quarter break. It's a 3rd and a quarter.
Our 7/8 break. How about that? Or our. Yeah.
I don't know the math. The math isn't right.
It's like our 13/16 break.
13/16 is right.
I think it's 13/16. So yeah, we got a good debate going on in the chat here. Kicking.
It's probably a better debate in the chat than we're having in real life.
Yeah, that's been a good one. He says bottom line is teams win Super Bowls. Congo Cab says Carr MVP this year.
Well, I'll take the field.
I've said about Derek Carr, I don't know if you agree with me, but I feel like I would actually, I think that I would not want him. And it's not because he's bad, but
because he's not good for what Gruden's trying to do.
I just think he prevents you from going out and getting a quarterback. If you have Derek Carr, I feel like you think, well, we don't need to invest a lot of draft capital in a quarterback because he's fine. He's not the problem. But as to your point about you really want to find that extraordinary quarterback, he's not that. So
No, their draft has not been good either, and that's why I'll be curious to see how long Mike Mayock keeps that gig, even though it's not all his fault since Gruden has roster control. But Gruden's got a 10-year deal. It feels like the game's kind of passed Gruden by a little bit.
Also, I mean, look at how undisciplined his defenses are. His team.
Well, he keeps changing defensive coordinators, but it looks like they missed on Abram. I love Jacobs.
Oh, big run by
Wall.
Lindsey.
Look at Phillip Lindsay.
Touchdown, Phillip Lindsay. Denver into the lead. My goodness, what a move. The speed, the agility. Lindsay gets it done. But yeah, look, to your point, look, if that's, and I agree with you to some extent that you do want to eventually try to find an elite quarterback, right? To win.
Not eventually. That's the number one priority all the time. That's why Dak Prescott just got $40 million, and we don't even know if he's elite. Okay,
Right.
He's been really good against bad teams.
and okay or bad against good teams.
In your opinion of roster construction, that's fine.
No, that's not my opinion. That's everyone's opinion. That's why, whether they keep their job or not, that's why every GM is constantly drafting, trying to trade for.
The Chiefs did not start their rebuild with Patrick Mahomes.
No, they had Alex Smith, who went to some Pro Bowls.
And they built a team, and then they drafted Mahomes, and then they even had the opportunity to sit him on the bench because they were still rebuilding. They didn't. The way that you win Super Bowls now, and you know this because you're a smart guy, smarter than I am, is you win with the quarterback on a rookie deal. So that's the whole point, is you want to build your team and then insert the quarterback. You want to maximize how good you are for those 4 years, right? So that's why it's like, why draft a quarterback and then build the team? Because by the time the team's built, the quarterback's going to need a new deal. And then
Yeah, although Tom Brady keeps winning Super Bowls, and he hasn't been on a rookie deal for 20 years.
Right, but that's the greatest quarterback of all time. That's not the point. You look at the Eagles with Wentz. You look at the Chiefs with Mahomes.
Yep. Russell Wilson, Joe Flacco, Big Ben.
Right. Look at the rookie deals. So that's how I would want to build my team, and I think that's generally speaking how GMs would love to do it.
But
and GMs also have job security issues, right? They don't know they're going to be there for 6 years.
But those quarterbacks are all quarterbacks that most teams would want, Joe Flacco being the exception. Big Ben has put in a Hall of Fame career to go with his early Super Bowls when he was on a rookie deal. And Patrick Mahomes is worth $500 million, it sure looks like.
In an ideal world, you put your rookie quarterback onto a good team. So your quarterback's going to develop better if he's got a good line.
Yeah, you're right. If Patrick Mahomes was in Jacksonville, he's probably not the same. But some people make everybody around them better, and even when they lose guys, you look at just the Chiefs running backs. As long as your last name's Williams, if your last name's Williams, you can go win a Super Bowl.
Sometimes as good as you are, it's hard to do that in the NFL with a 52-man roster. It's
or 53.
Look at 53. Look at how many games the Texans won last year. I would not disagree with the statement that Sean Watson makes the players around him better. He makes everybody around him better. He draws attention to the defense. He makes plays. He wins games. He's led some memorable comebacks. He's put up some huge numbers. That guy, I want him on my team. And he was not good enough to alone impact the game, or impact the team rather. And I agree with you that you can have a great quarterback lift up an average team, a la Brett Favre going to the Jets after he retired. But, in the same regard, if you're drafting a quarterback and you want to develop your quarterback into a good quarterback, you would agree with me that you want a good team. You want a good line. You want skill position players to catch the football and make plays for the quarterback. And you want a good defense to keep the quarterback in games and to win him games and build that confidence. That's just what you want. So that's my point of, I'm building a team. I'm going to wait a few years before I draft a quarterback. Like the Giants. Why did they need to reach for Daniel Jones when they were in love with Justin Herbert? And they could have waited a year and then taken Justin Herbert. I get the GMs are worried that they're going to lose their jobs if they don't win in 3 or 4 years, and that's why they make these hasty decisions. But ultimately, I feel like if you have 5 years and they say go build a winner, I'm gonna take a couple of years. I'm gonna if I have a top pick, if it's a great quarterback draft, you get Trevor Lawrence. Go ahead, take Trevor Lawrence. Go ahead and take a generational talent. But if there's a mediocre quarterback draft like there was that year, what are you doing taking a quarterback? Just wait a year. So that's my point. Is I think that it's never like the first box you need to check off.
It's absolutely the first box you need to check off.
No, it's not. It's for the reasons I just explained, and you just admitted if you put Mahomes on the Chiefs or the Jaguars, it wouldn't be that good. So what? That's not the first box. If you put Mahomes on the Jaguars after you build the team for 2 years and you have some good players around him, then that's when you want Mahomes, because then he's going to help your team. He's going to.
So should the Jags have skipped Trevor Lawrence and taken Penei Sewell?
No, because you have a unique opportunity on the table, right? Because he's a generational talent. My point is, the Jaguars, if they were drafting last year or 2 years ago, sure. I mean, that they absolutely should have skipped the quarterback. Daniel said they got Trevor Lawrence to start the rebuild. That's exactly my point. I don't think you should start the rebuild with the quarterback unless you absolutely have to. Like they absolutely had to with Lawrence, because you can't pass on Trevor Lawrence. But if you are
the Jets weren't planning on moving on from Darnold until they were so bad that they had to take one of these quarterbacks, and they got to the point where they were.
Right, it
so
was a good quarterback draft, and they were forced to take one. But like
2 years ago, they should have taken Quentin Nelson. Why didn't they take Quentin Nelson or Bradley Chubb?
Think about the Bengals, BK.
Quentin Nelson's going to the Hall of Fame, and Bradley Chubb is a hell of a player.
They could have taken the number 1 pick, the Bengals. They could have traded back. They could have gotten 2 first-round picks in the next 2 years, maybe even 3 for that number 1 pick for Joe Burrow. And they could have gotten some impact defenders. They could have gotten one of the great left tackles available last year. And then this year, they probably would have been bad enough to get Trevor Lawrence. And then Trevor Lawrence, I'd rather have him than Joe Burrow, right? So that's my point. It's like, it's all about timing with quarterbacks, I feel like. And I don't think you want to just jump at one unless he's the right guy. Because if you jump at one,
but it does seem like Joe Burrow's the right guy. He was the only reason they were interesting and close to winning any games last year.
But you could have traded that. You could maximize these 2 drafts for much more than just taking Burrow and trying to figure out the rest later. You could have, look at the Dolphins. They needed a quarterback years ago. They just jumped at Josh Rosen. The Jets needed one. They jumped at Sam Darnold. And these guys didn't end up working out. And they have to start over in 3 years. So if you really want to be smart about it and take the right guy, you should take a few years and wait for the right quarterback draft. And then you take one. And in the meantime, you can trade your top 5 picks for more picks. Take linemen, take an edge rusher, take an impact receiver, and then all of a sudden you take a guy like Trevor Lawrence. He looks like an absolute superstar with these guys, and then you can win right away. And that's my point. That's how I would build my team. That's just my opinion. That's just my personal strategy is how I would build a team. There's a reason why I'm not a general manager, but that's what I'm getting at there.
Right, a lot of reasons you're not a general manager. You didn't try to get a job in personnel, but you wouldn't last as long as any other general managers because everyone else is constantly trying to find a quarterback. And when you can't find them, you end up getting fired after a couple of years, and then the next guy gets a shot to try and find him. That's what everyone's always looking for.
If you give your GM a 7-year contract, I guarantee you that they're not taking quarterbacks for year 1. I would be willing to guarantee you. I think it's because GMs
George Payton could have taken Justin Fields or Mac Jones and got tricked himself into keeping Drew Lock / Teddy Bridgewater he traded for the day before. And John Lynch, his first year of his 6-year deal, didn't draft a quarterback. So you're all right about those. Most guys aren't getting 6-year deals. They're getting 4-year deals. So there's that. I'm looking at Congo Cab defending Mayok's draft picks. Congo Cab, get back to me next year when Mayok isn't running the draft. I like Mayok. I've always had good dealings with him. He doesn't always get back to me on the phone when we used to need him as a guest, but that's okay. So Matty Ice hits the bonus. Gage has to be my player of the game, right? Krusty Krystal player of the game. 27 points, 40-something in the captain spot. Oh, we lost Kenny's audio. Okay. I thought I couldn't hear Kenny, but nobody can. Well, so I'm going to stick with that as my player of the game. Jump ahead and get that in. So I don't know if your mic is off, Kenny. But my player of the game is going to be Russell Gage, 40.65 in the flex. Cortland Sutton may end up being my babysitter Billy, not my kid award, although he did just have a catch. Calvin Ridley, 45% owned in our contest. You back? Kenny, I'm still not hearing you. That's weird. So hopefully you get it figured out.
I guess I'll just switch to my camera mic.
There you go. Camera mic works. We got you. Be a good way to roll. We got almost no time left, 25 seconds. Oh, we're going to get free football here, though, huh? We're going to get a field goal.
In overtime. Absolutely.
We'll see. Brandon McManus.
Unless the Broncos can make something happen. 35. They're on the 35.
Well, Brandon McManus has one of the biggest legs in football.
Yeah, 2 timeouts.
That's why he's one of the highest paid kickers in football, one of the biggest legs in football. Right now you're looking at a 52-yarder, 53 in real life, but 52 on the game. So there's Gordon to reel off some more yards. So this is going to be a makeable Brandon McManus field goal. But my players of the game, because I don't think much is going to change, I'm going with Russell Gage as Krusty Crystal, player of the game. Calvin Ridley is my babysitter.
I like
Billy
you
Blanket
renaming
award.
it your own award.
Yesterday when it's Adam and I together, then it's Krusty Crystal / Krusty Kaufman player of the game.
No, I think that your last name starts with the K. That's what it should be.
Absolutely. But yours could be Krusty Kenny on the games you're.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't want to be crusty. I feel like there's a lot of.
Well, it may be derivative, but you're certainly crusty at times.
How about the Crazy Kenny?
Crazy Kenny, player of the game. Sure.
There you go.
Well, so Brandon McManus, you're looking at a 40-yarder. This guy's made more 40-yard field goals than anybody the last how many years? So he's making $4 million a year.
Yeah. 40. It'll be exactly 40 yards, as BK pointed out. This could end the game right here. We're tied at 21. I'm down in 68th in the contest. I don't think this is going to get me up there. KJ Hamler haunting me.
But it will get us out of here on. Oh, icing him! Look at that,
Probably
Dan Quinn.
McManus in the leading lineup here in our little contest.
Look at that. EMAC trying to get him to play softball with me on Wednesdays. He almost did, but he was leaving town. He may play this week. Julio had a nice day too, but he was so heavily owned. 68%. Russell Gage, 47% delivering.
I feel like every great play in McManus's career has been called by Jim Nance.
Well, he had
not this one though.
Nance and Sims in 2015.
Good.
Nance and Sims in 2015 did like 9 of the Broncos' last 10 games, including the Super Bowl. So,
well, that probably is the reason why.
Yeah, for sure.
Welcome in. Once again, we just gave out our awards. We saw Brandon McManus drill a game-winning field goal. Kenny Ducey and Brandon Crystal. Thanks for being with us. Daniel behind the scenes with Mr. Sim, Michael, and then we've got Robert chiming in behind the scenes as well, and Ops with all his Jaguars and Patriots takes. So we had a good time on this. Sam, hopefully you did too. Coming up next on the DraftKings Stream. Michael North, the NFL Vice President of Broadcast Planning and Scheduling, joins. Yeah, right? Exciting.
Oh, he joined Ross?
He joined Ross Tucker. And what did they discuss? They discussed the process of creating the 2021 schedule, including adding a 17th game, Tom Brady's return to Foxborough, and scheduling Packers games with Aaron Rodgers, his status being uncertain. So,
yeah, Mike's a great guest, so stick around for this because it's really fascinating how they build the schedule.
Well, you won't have to stick around long because it's coming up right now.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday presented by DraftKings. And yes, I am wearing my hot pink Paxtonia pink puppy coach's shirt. We have a game tonight. Game day. Get fired up. I wear my jersey all day long. I am excited. But you can only see it if you go over to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL or check out any of the various social media clips at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. So fired up for today's guest. We didn't have him last year. I think we had him a couple years ago, but I know we've had episodes where it was one of the most popular episodes we've done, and that is Michael North. He's the VP of Broadcast, Planning, and Scheduling for the NFL. The schedule came out last night. Cannot wait to pick Michael's brain. We'll do that momentarily, but first, it's the last show of the week, although you can always listen to Even Money or Fantasy Feast or College Draft or Business of Sports the next 3 days, but it's the last one we're producing this week. So I got some winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
The Spread the Word winner was awesome this week. Andrew Ellen. It was a quote tweet of Monday's show with Bears head coach Matt Nagy, where Andrew Allen said, "Please hold while I listen to this one." I like that, Andrew. Hit me up with an email, ross@rosstucker.com. You know what to do. Let me know if you want a signed card or press pass or picture, whatever you want. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Bill Moyer, he got some Raycon earbuds. More on Raycon earbuds a little bit later in the show. The best earbuds. And then the YouTube shout out, David Martirano. David not only subscribed to the YouTube page and commented, he made it very clear he wanted that Jags Eagles press pass. So I like a man, David, that knows what he wants and comes out with it and asks for it, which, by the way, is what I did with Michael North. I wanted Michael North from the NFL the day after the schedule came out. We got him. This will be the best interview today or tomorrow across the entire sports media landscape. No pressure, Michael. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Did you hear that intro, Mike? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, no pressure, man. Holy cow. All right, I'll do my best.
I'm telling you, man, the first time you came on, gosh, it's probably 6-7 years ago now at this point, people were blown away. I think a lot of people just didn't really understand everything that went into going ahead and producing the NFL schedule. I want to start with something a little different this year, Mike, and that what would you say is your guys' mission statement? Because I know that fans think you're out to get their team and blah, blah, blah. I often try to say, look, they're just trying to get the best ratings possible in the parameters that keep the games as competitive and fair and balanced as possible. Do you guys have like a mission statement or anything?
Yeah, look, you said it. If I could distill it down into one sentence, it's probably just what you said. Deliver, the best games to the biggest television windows, deliver ratings and revenues to our network partners while, placing as little team pain on our clubs as possible. You referenced, it's only relatively recently that we've even really started letting people peek behind the curtain and talk about the process. Part of that obviously is on us, just, everything's a little bit secretive, but also, the process has gotten so much better. When you were playing, it really wasn't that long ago that, most of these schedules had a lot of pain in them. There were teams that playing multiple 3-game road trips and multiple, Monday night on the road, followed by another road game, or, 8 teams in a league opening 2 away or 10 closing 2 away. There was always something, and there always is even now, something for the coach, general manager, fan base, scouting staff to point out to us and try to take it as constructive criticism instead of, an all-out assault. But I think we've gotten to a point where we feel pretty good about delivering maximum value to the television partners, making sure the fans can see the biggest games in the biggest windows every week without really asking our teams to take on too much pain. So I think we're pretty happy with how we're doing it and happy to give a little peek behind the curtain so that, all the conspiracy theorists out there at least don't honestly believe that, we get in that room day one and set out to get them, because nothing could be further from the truth.
And so, Michael, you have a computer program essentially, right? And people probably remember this, longtime listeners from about 5 or 6 years ago when you first explained it. But you put a bunch of parameters in, right? Like you don't want to have any buys. I guess this week, I think this year, the first buys are week 6. The last ones are week 14. But you put a whole set of rules in to try to keep it fair and balanced. You don't want 3 road games if you can avoid it. You have the bye weeks in the middle, and then it spits out a lot. How many did it spit out this year? First of all, do I have that correct? And secondly, how many more did it spit out this year with the 17th game?
Yeah, it's you've got the process correct. Any of us that took, any math class or optimization class in school, you're familiar with the traveling salesman algorithm. You got 44 houses to hit and you're trying to sell encyclopedias or vacuums. What's the shortest amount of time that you can hit all 44 houses? And maybe you hit these 3 right here, and then you go really far and hit those, and then you come back and hit these other 2. Maybe you just go in a circle, maybe you go in a straight line. There's no one path to get through the entire solution space of the NFL schedule. So we start, like you said, with some rules. Here's a whole bunch of guardrails, a whole bunch of constraints, a whole bunch of guidelines that we're trying to either accommodate or avoid. And you mentioned most of them, the competitive issues that clubs would face, any coach, general manager, fan base looks at, and, a 3-game road trip or a road after road Monday, or too many games where we've got to go on the road and play a team that's coming off their bye week, all the things that everybody would look at and think that's a little unfair. There's always something like that in every schedule. Hopefully we spread it around a little bit so everybody's got, a little bit of the pain. But you also touched on really arguably the most important rules, which is maximizing value for the fan. Tom Brady returns to New England this year. That is must-see television, maybe the most anticipated game in a generation. We're not doing our jobs if we put that game on a Sunday afternoon on Fox at 1 o'clock with 8 other games going on, and that game's only on television in 22% of the country. So you start with a game like that and you say that one's got to be in prime time. And then you look at game number 2 and maybe it's Green Bay, Kansas City. And then you look at game number 3 and maybe it's Cleveland, Kansas City, or Buffalo, Kansas City, or Dallas, Kansas City, or Green Bay, San Francisco, or Seattle, Green Bay. And you go through the list of the 272 now, and you can actually kind of pick out, any fan could, the 25 or 30 that, I'm not going to miss this year no matter what. Those 25 or 30 games have to land in national television windows. But in order to accommodate that, you really shouldn't have 14 teams with 3-game road trips and 11 teams with road after road Mondays and, 17 teams with week 4 buys. Whatever it is that the teams are going to hate, you got to try to minimize that while still maximizing the value to the fans and the television partners. So threading that needle, finding that balance, that's the mission statement. The computers are a godsend. We couldn't do it without them. And the 17th game made an impossible task even harder. The solution space was already essentially infinite, hundreds and hundreds of trillions of possible schedules. And now every game's got yet another possible home, yet another possible 5 network, 6 time slots, another week that it could land in. So the infinite space grew somehow, but we still have to, meet our mission statement: best games in the best television windows and minimize team pain.
So that was one of my questions, Mike, is did the 17th game make it easier or harder? In other words, there's more inventory of good games, you can spread it around more, or was it harder because there's more permutations?
Bit of both. The mathematical answer is, like we said, it made it harder. It's impossible. It was impossible to search through the space when it was 256 games over 17 weeks. I'm not sure we saw 0.1% of the possible solutions every year. And now the solution space has grown exponentially. So it made, I always liken this, I think I've said it to you before, we're searching for the best grain of sand on a beach. We're not on the beach anymore. We're in the desert. We're in the Sahara Desert. It is truly an infinite space. So finding that best grain of sand just got harder. But on the flip side, the 17th games, they deliver, they deliver a handful of extra high quality inventory. We talk about the ranking the games from 1 to 272. Some of these extra games, some of these free games, if you will, these 17th games for each teams, they find their way onto that list. Green Bay, Kansas City, obviously, Dallas, New England, Seattle, Pittsburgh, so we've got a few extra really, high quality, compelling matchups, which makes it a little easier for us to satisfy all the mouths we got to feed with all of our television partners. And, I mentioned free agent. Those extra 16 games, they came in without a designation. Usually the road team determines whether the game belongs to CBS or Fox. And then if you're going to put a game in prime time, you're actually taking that game away from CBS and Fox. So you've got to manage that. These 16 games came in as free agents. It's all NFC and AFC, but they don't all belong to Fox. So we had a little bit of carte blanche with each of those games and trying to figure out, this one to NBC, this one to NFL Network, this one to a Fox doubleheader, this one to a CBS doubleheader, the rest of them spread throughout Sunday afternoon. So the space got larger, but in a twisted way, these extra games actually probably helped us a little bit.
So you mentioned earlier when you were listing some of the best games, you mentioned a couple Packers games. Obviously, that's been a big topic of conversation. Aaron Rodgers' status as the Packers quarterback is up in the air. How do you deal with that? How do you handle it? Do you try to have more late in the year so that there's a flex on it? How do you handle it when that big of a draw, that important of a player, the MVP, his status is uncertain?
Let me start by asking you, what do you think is going to happen?
I think he'll probably end up still playing for the Packers.
We asked 10 experts and we got 10 different answers. We're hoping you're right. None of us know for sure, but this is a sea change, right? If the MVP leaves one of the premier brands in the league, where does he land, and is he playing or is he hosting Jeopardy? So, when the news broke on draft day, we kind of hit pause on the process. Obviously, we're pretty far into it. We've been at it since February, 1st, and here we were on April 27th or whatever it was. So pretty deep into the race, and it would have been a monumental change if he had gotten traded on draft night, or if he had come out and told us I'm retiring or whatever. The fact that none of us know for now, and what you said is kind of what many are starting to kind of come around to now after a week or two of buzz. If he's going to play, it's probably going to be in Green Bay. And so, yeah, you look at the schedule and you still see a lot of national television for the Packers. Some of it's masked up a little early, right? You look at the first 4 weeks, they come out of the gate with a Fox doubleheader, an ESPN Monday night game, an NBC Sunday night game, and a CBS doubleheader. So assuming Rodgers is there, all the network partners get a little bite of the A-Rod apple right out the gate. If he's not there, they're never more interesting probably than they are in the first few games. So let's see if the kid can play, and let's see about, the rest of the roster and what the impact on the team is from his departure. So kind of mass up the national television early. They've got their Thursday night game kind of right in the middle. Everybody's got one. So theirs just happened to fall in the middle. And then you hinted at it a little bit. When NBC saw their schedule, they certainly weren't volunteering for less Packers games, but seeing 2 of them in December in flex against division opponents, if there's an issue, we flex out. But, Green Bay, Chicago, Green Bay, Minnesota in December, whoever the quarterback is, that sounds like games that are going to matter. I'd be surprised if we had to flex out, but if we did, we've got that, safety net. We've got that wiggle room. Same thing on Sunday afternoons on Fox. You might see a Packers game listed at 4:25 Eastern in a national window. And if it's not as big as we'd hoped, you can slide it back to 1 o'clock, grab a different 1 o'clock game, slide it to 4:25. So yeah, there's some levers we can pull and some trapdoors built in every schedule. And look, this happens every year, right? The year Aaron broke his collarbone, we were heavily reliant on the Packers. There was a huge Packers-Steelers game. I think it was Thanksgiving weekend. We kind of built the whole schedule around that one game, and darn it, the guy wasn't there. So these things happen every year. Like you, I think we're all hoping and anticipating and rooting for him to stay in Green Bay. But did we blow it all up? We didn't. Were we cognizant of the news? We were. There's not that many guys that really move the needle that much. I remember when Peyton Manning was going on his free agent tour, we were kind of waiting to see where he was going to land before we really got too far down the road. When Tom Brady was deciding last year where he was going to play, obviously that was going to change things. This would have changed things a lot, but not knowing what we don't know now, yeah, anybody can look at the schedule and see where we're betting on the Packers.
So you mentioned Brady and week 4 back in Foxborough against Belichick. I didn't realize this till a lot of people were pointing out yesterday. It looks like there's a pretty good chance, Mike, that he will break the all-time passing yards record in week 4, if his average holds or whatever. Was that a consideration? Were you guys aware of that?
We've done stuff like that before. We tried to time out whether Peyton was going to break a record or Drew Brees was going to break a record. Obviously, the later into the season you get, the harder it is to prognosticate any of these stats. It wasn't so much the record that drove our decision on that as it was, there's an obvious storyline, and the later in the season a game like that goes, maybe the less compelling the storyline becomes, and it's more about the season at hand. You play that game in September and, nobody's out of it yet. Hopefully nobody's hurt. And we're not talking about, fighting for our playoff lives yet. We're talking about, the start to the season. So Howard Katz specifically, he drives this whole process. The computers do the work, but the computers only do what we tell them to do. And what we basically tell the computers to do is read Howard's mind. And in Howard's mind, he envisioned that game kind of early in the season, week 4, 5, 6, somewhere in there. You didn't need it too early, right? You didn't need to do it in week 1. Obviously, we couldn't do it in week 1 with Tampa hosting kickoff, but you still have some great storylines early in the season. You kind of hit that middle stretch before you ramp back up again through Thanksgiving and the run to the playoffs. So Week 4, 5, 6 felt right to Howard. Not necessarily had to be on Sunday Night Football. We kicked that game around for Sunday afternoon on Fox. We looked at it on Monday Night Football, on Thursday Night Football even. It just felt right in prime time, though, kind of having the stage all to itself, and really playing at night gives you the whole day to kind of build to it. So did we lock it in to week 4 on NBC on day 1? We didn't. Were we happy with it landing in week 4 on NBC? We were. So it felt like the right spot, and it should be a really great story, and hopefully, obviously, a really great game as well, because the story's over once the game starts, right? Once the whistle blows, now it's, the game. So we could talk about it all day leading up to it, but once the ball goes up in the air, it's a game between two teams with playoff aspirations, and at that point, it should be just another football game.
Mike, I guess it sounds like more and more of these stadiums are going to be full, but I don't know if we know that they are all going to be full. I guess I'm curious. I know, having spoken with you guys in your department before, how important you feel like full stadiums are for television. Was that taken into account at all? Certain states or certain regions that might be more likely to have full stadiums than others?
Yeah, look, none of us know what we don't know about this pandemic. It's still, 4 months away before we really are going to start playing games. But, it does seem like we're trending in the right direction. It does seem like more and more teams are announcing the expectation of full capacity in our buildings, and some of the others. Some of the other events are starting to open up. There's definitely still some concert tours that are planning on going ahead. There's other events that are starting to allow fans back into the stadiums, whether it's baseball games or NASCAR events or golf tournaments. We do seem to be trending in the right direction. Are we ready to say right now that every stadium is going to be at 100% capacity? Probably not, but certainly hoping for that, and built the schedule accordingly. I'll give you a good example. You'll remember last year, we opened up SoFi and Allegiant Stadium in Los Angeles and Las Vegas with big celebration windows, big national television windows in the first couple of weeks. Sunday night for the Rams, Monday night for the Raiders, Sunday afternoon doubleheader game for the Chargers. And then, of course, the buildings opened and they were empty. Still phenomenal facilities, but obviously different without, 80,000 people in them. So we ran that same playbook back. We are starting the Rams on Sunday Night Football, the Raiders on Monday Night Football, and the Chargers in a doubleheader window on CBS again, with an expectation, with a hope that there's going to be fans in those buildings. So fingers crossed, rooting for the communities, rooting for our country. But it does seem like we're trending in the right direction and stopping just short of saying 100% guarantee, but hopefully trending in that direction, and really looking forward. You made a good point about the Tampa New England game. That game without fans is a totally different experience. So maybe a little bit later in the season, when we all get, a few more people vaccinated and everybody starts to get a little bit more comfortable being outdoors in a crowd again. Again, maybe a little bit later made some sense for that game. So, the answer to your question is not cocky, but confident, hopeful.
One of the biggest complaints I hear about the schedule every year, Mike, I know you do as well. I think I know the answer, but I'm sure you can explain it more eloquently than me. People don't understand when there's 9 or 10 games or 8 in the 1 o'clock window, and only 2 or 3 or whatever in the 4 o'clock window. A lot of people like to watch whatever the game mix is. Obviously, the red zone channels are hugely popular. Can you explain, Mike, why you don't balance those out more and have it so that there's more games in the late window?
Yeah. What do you think the answer is? You said you think you know. What do you think it is?
The answer is you want to have one marquee game in the late window so you get the most eyeballs on that one game, so that it's better for the broadcast networks for when they're selling the advertising?
Yep, you got it. You got it. CBS and Fox, they're going to have 6, 7, 8 games in a day, but the way their business model works is local, early, national, late. And so the way it's worked for decades, and you could make an argument that viewing habits are starting to shift, and there's a lot more ways to ingest our game now. We've made it, really easy to follow the game sometimes without watching the game, which doesn't always work out well for a television partner. So even more of a reason for them to think about, let's load up the 1 o'clock window with a lot of local interest. Let's everybody watch our home team in the early window, and then let's all get back together again at 4:25 Eastern time and watch the big game of the day. And again, we talk about, our biggest games. We list the 272 and we could pick out the 20 or 30 best. You can't put them all on Sunday night and Monday night. Some of those games have to go to Sunday afternoon. And again, you put Tampa, New England on Fox at 4:25 in week 4, and then you put 3 or 4 other games around it at 4:25, you're shrinking the footprint for a must-see TV game. Maybe from a rating standpoint, Fox does okay, because if you've got Seattle, San Fran, and Tennessee, Indy in the window with Tampa, New England, then you're still going to do a good rating in Nashville and Indianapolis and the Bay Area and Seattle, and you can accumulate that viewership number toward your national number for Tampa, New England. But the fans in those markets miss Tampa, New England. So the exercise is really trying to treat that 4:25 window almost like a primetime window. And the results bear out, right? When we look every year at the most viewed windows, the games that have the most people watching them, it's Sunday afternoon at 4:25. Well, it's Thanksgiving first. It's Thanksgiving, and if you get an off the charts primetime game, maybe. But our on average, our highest viewed window is the 4:25 Eastern time window, and that's where we put our biggest games, and that's where we get the most eyeballs. And then I think I saw a quote yesterday from Sean McManus from CBS. He called the 1 o'clock window the meat and potatoes of the NFL. That's really where you maintain fanhood. That's where you get the kids watching. That's where, we have the tradition of, hey, it's Sunday, it's 1 o'clock. Let's get the family together and let's watch a game. We're watching our home team at that point. At 4:25, then we're all turning our attention to the big game. So you've got it right. We kind of treat 4:25 like a primetime window. Maybe not one game standing alone, maybe one more game behind it, but generally speaking, we mass up early and we focus on the big ones late.
He is the vice president for broadcast planning, scheduling with the NFL. He's been there a long time. He's a good friend of the show, comes on pretty much every year. Last year, for obvious reasons, we took the year off. Mike, really appreciate it. Excellent stuff as always. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Last year was indeed unique, and it was odd to put out a schedule and not really be able to talk about it because none of us knew. It's really great, honestly, this year. It's really great to be able to build a schedule, hopefully without having to worry about COVID. There's no trap doors built into this one. Nobody has to go hunting for the weeks without division games or the 2 weeks where everybody's got one home and one road, and is the league going to throw those in the garbage? Thankfully, we can put all that aside this year, just focus on building the best product. And I hope really, get excited about it over the next 4 months, return to football, return to normalcy, return to training camp, return to preseason. I know as a player, you didn't love preseason, but as a fan, I felt like we all missed August. I felt like we missed the ramp up period, the runway. And all of a sudden the season started. I was like, holy cow, the games are here. I'm really looking forward to everybody, kind of getting back to normal. And it starts, for me at least, today. It was nice to have all of April kind of focused on the draft. The schedule usually came out that second week in April and almost felt like it got crammed in there before the draft, and we were still meeting these kids and doing our mock drafts. And now you can have all of April focusing on the draft, meet the kids, meet the prospects, do our mocks, see where they land on draft day, take a week to do sort of a post-mortem and give everybody their draft grades. And now that we know where everybody is going to play, now we can see when are they going to play. And you get another week to kind of build anticipation for the schedule release. And I feel like it was pretty well received. I think most of the teams are pretty happy. I know most of the television networks are happy. The fans are the fans. I hope they're as excited as we are. And I hope if they feel like they got the short straw, at least they don't think we did it to them on purpose. And if we did give them the short straw, it's unlikely to happen to them again the same way next year. So excited for the off season, excited to put this baby to bed and give it to the world. And we'll see what happens when we get there.
Thank you, Michael.
Ross, always a pleasure. Good to see you.
There he is, Michael North from the NFL. I love that. How about the honest answers on Rodgers and Brady and all that stuff? I love that. I love Raycon wireless earbuds. Brian always has his. My wife has hers. My Go Big recruiting employees wear them when they're making calls. They look great. They feel even better. Come in a range of cool colors. Customizable gel tips included for a comfortable in-ear fit. I am not a huge earbud guy until I heard about Raycon earbuds. Now those are the ones I use. Listen up. Raycon's offering 15% off all their products for my listeners, all their products. Here's what you got to do to get it. Go to buyraycon.com/Tucker. There you'll get 15% off your entire Raycon order. And it's such a good deal, you'll want to grab a pair and a spare. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Tucker. buyraycon.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross, great conversation with Mike North. Any other thoughts or comments on the 2021 NFL schedule?
I think they do an outstanding job. Look, this is a for-profit business. The number one goal is to have the best ratings to make the most money. That's even a higher priority than the competitive balance, although they do a pretty darn good job with the competitive balance. I've never heard a player or a coach act like that's the reason why their team didn't make the playoffs or whatever. Play the game, win the game. Okay? I will say this, though. I've never seen a team have what Atlanta has, Bri. Do you realize they have 7 home games and 10 away from home? Because with the 17-game schedule, the NFC's away, and they got a game in London. One of their home games is in London. And their opener against the Eagles is at home, which means the last 17 weeks of the season, the Falcons have 6 home games. That's hard to do, Bri.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, moving on. Big day for former Bears tackles. Yesterday's Bobby Massey signed with the Broncos, and Charles Leno signed with the Washington football team.
It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with the Bears offensive line. I mean, those guys were their longtime tackles, and they moved on from both of them. Tevin Jenkins will obviously start at one spot, sounds like left tackle, but it's part of the reason why I asked Matt Nagy that question on Monday about trying to win now or develop, because they got rid of their 2 veteran tackles. Broncos needed a right tackle with Jawan James having that torn Achilles. Vic Fangio knows Bobby Massey, and Washington won an upgrade at left tackle. Washington's offensive line is pretty darn good now.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other notes includes Lions' Penei Sewell testing positive for COVID, quarterback Blake Bortles signing with the Packers, and the Cardinals letting Jordan Hicks seek a trade after anointing first-round pick Zaven Collins as their starting middle linebacker.
Well, that's a shame for Penei Sewell because they have rookie minicamp this weekend that he can't go to. You know, who knows what happened? Could have just been training, could have been celebration after he got drafted, could have been the travel to Detroit. I don't know if he went in or not. Bortles signing with the Packers, they need another option. I mean, they need another option just for OTAs. Just for they know that Rodgers is not going to show up this spring at all. That seems pretty obvious. So at a minimum, they want to make sure they have a veteran that really knows the offense that can run with the 2s or maybe even the 1. I think 2s, they'll probably let Jordan Love run with the 1s. But they want another guy that knows what he's doing. And Bortles knows Nathaniel Hackett's offense, so that makes sense. Jordan Hicks is still a pretty solid player. We'll see if he can find a trade somewhere. Look, when you take a middle linebacker with the 16th overall pick, they're going to start. And we realize that. It's just funny because coaches all the time preach, you got to earn it. Competition, every spot. Nobody's been being given anything. Except for the Cardinals, who are just giving Zaven Collins middle linebacker spot. By the way, he might stink. I don't think he will, but he might stink. Isaiah Simmons didn't do a whole lot for them last year as the 8th pick in the draft. So we shall see, as they say. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Some great stuff from Michael North from the NFL scheduling department. Please spread the word, whether it's social media or word of mouth, to all your friends and family to check out this episode. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, we have reached Friday night in Simland. What could be better than hanging out with the two of us? Certainly for us, there's nothing better than hanging out with you, DK Sim fam. Thanks for being with us. He is Jason Rossi. I'm Adam Kaufman. And we are told to promise you that this sim is going to be more fun than the last one. The sim wasn't great, I understand. You know, just the every game is a snowflake, Rossi, obviously. That one, not ideal. Hopefully we get better results out of this one. And maybe you and I are going to fight less, too, than BK and Kenny.
No promises there, but the Friday Night Delight, that's me and Koff. We're here tonight. We're going to rock your world. It's Friday. Let's let loose. It's not Madden After Dark. I know we're not there yet, but you know what? Maybe you have an extra, I don't know, let's say polar seltzer like I did tonight, and you can just get after it here in the sim. And let's make some money while we're at it.
This is the prime time. The Rossi's here, and he's sticking around free roll, which, I mean, he saw that title, and as he said, no promises.
No promises.
That is the, I mean, I could just get up and I walk away right now, but I'm not worried. Rossi could do it. He could handle it just fine. What do you got? What are you working with here for this, the future Trevor Lawrences and the Jameis Winstons?
Yeah, very strange. It's getting weird now that like the draft is passed and like obviously everybody in the chat, when are we going to update? Listen, we're like 3 months off from the new Madden. It's all going to get done. Don't worry about a thing. But it is getting strange now looking at these teams when I'm putting a roster together where my head is like, oh, when I think of Jaguars, I'm like, where's Tebow? What's going on there? But for the question, lineups, lineups are all locked up. For me, in this one, I went with, for the Saints side, there's no point in putting Breeze in your lineup ever. So I go Kamara, Michael Thomas, Jared Cook. For the Jag side, I went Chris Thompson, the Lambo, and Captain DD Westbrook.
I'll tell you what, man, I had a Jaguar sim, I don't know, it was probably 2 days ago. Every day, it
was actually earlier today
here in Simland, but it was very, very recent. I think it was just a couple days ago. And I rostered Lambo. That dude had 15 first half points. He was outrageous. So it was the best Lambo performance we had ever seen. If we can get a little something like that tonight, I know it'll be good for you and the fellow Lambo owners. Here's what I'm working with. I wanted to balance it out. I wanted to have a lineup where I felt like everybody could contribute. It led obviously to some difficult fades, but I think Rossi, I've got the important guys in there. I've got Jared Cook at captain. I've got Alvin Kamara, who most people have, obviously, 81% owned, 17% in that captain slot. I've got Michael Thomas, who is also very chalky. In fact, 23% captain, 67% overall. And then you need to get a little creative, but not necessarily salary-wise, just, what are people going to be thinking? All these guys are owned sub 45%. I have DJ Chark, I have DD Westbrook, and I have my dude, Traquan Smith. We'll see what happens.
Traquan, I like it. It's funny because there are times when guys like a Traquan Smith or a Chris Conley, if you will, or an Armstead are going to shine. And I can smell the chat. Ooh, you know what they say? When I'm on a sim, it used to be you, but I have taken this, putting us together, I think the sim's going to explode. But that sometimes it is the, those dart throwy vulture types that score more. But like when you said Traquan Smith, when I was looking at this lineup, I looked at him, I looked at Conley, because we've called plenty of these games, we've rostered plenty of these guys. Sometimes they can have like those 2-catch, 80-yard, one-score games, and you just shake your head after and go, why am I overthinking this? Go with what I've seen.
My man Executive Sessions in the chat says yes with a bunch of fire emojis. The boss, which is what he calls me, and the talk, which is what he calls you. The boss and the talk hanging out here for the next hour plus. And we've got a big night, folks. There's a lot going on in Simland. Couple of sims, I'll be around for both. Tom Carroll is going to join me for Madden After Dark in a couple hours. And before that, after this one, and we're going to roll right into it, no break, you are going to have the NBA follow-along show. We did it for the very first time last Friday. It was Kenny and I. Not to worry if you've had your Kenny fill today. Sherrod, the Wolfman, popular in Simland, is going to join me, and we are going to just rock out across the board on DFS, sports betting, NBA playoff watch as things are getting crazy here late in the regular season. There is much to be done. Looking forward to all of it. Just a couple yard pickup for the Jaguars to start things off. 26-yard line, Jacksonville, 2nd and 8.
Honestly, like, what a night you're about to have. Like, and I'm not just, you're obviously your team with me, which what a delight. But on top of that, you get to do what you love, a little NBA talk with Sherrod, one of the best in the biz here at DraftKings, kind of runs the show behind the scenes. People may not know. We're going to break down all the fourth walls here. And then you also, you get to nightcap it with Tom Carroll. It's great stuff. It's going to be a fun. If I had to pick 3 hours and what to do with it, DraftKings style, I'd probably line up your what you're doing here.
Look, we can't all be hanging out at Fenway Park like our guy Glash is right now, tweeting pictures away and having the time of his life in a 2-0 Red Sox win. Granted, I'm a little frangeli over it. But I'm just going to have to live vicariously through him while I do the real work in Simland as he is dodging responsibilities. We got a 4th and 5, 29. Eifert with the catch, but only at the line of scrimmage. So we're going to have a punt here coming up.
Can I make a comment here?
You can make any.
So I've been somewhatly picking on Glash. Obviously, huge congrats to Glash. What's going on, behind the scenes here. I don't know if you guys I'm sure with this Connecticut Sun job, that's huge. That's fun. Great. Basically, he's going to be Emerson 2.0. So see you later. It was fun knowing you while we had you. Glash will be the 2 sim a week guy. All jokes.
I don't see it.
No. He's the type of guy that I wouldn't doubt if there's a 6 o'clock, or let's say a 4 o'clock sim, tips at 7. He has to do pregame stuff starting at 5. Like he would do the sim.
He'll be doing it on the court side.
Yes.
At Mohegan Sun or wherever they play their games.
100%.
So he and just to I don't know how much he has talked about this, but he was telling me that it's just home games, and that has nothing to do with his role or even Connecticut. It's just kind of how they do it in the WNBA. Yeah. It's just the home broadcast. At least here in this pandemic still world that we're living in, maybe that evolves as time goes along. So he's not going to be he's not taken away from us full time. He'll still be around. He'll still be doing plenty of sims. Still got his other part-time stuff going on as well over at the Sports Hub in Boston, doing some radio and other Glashy things. So yeah, I mean we're going to get our fill of Glash. I mean the last thing any of us needs is for him to all of a sudden be a 2 sim a week guy. Like it just won't get it wouldn't be nearly as fun teasing him the way that we do.
Well, let me get back to that then, because I've recently kind of come out and made my remarks about him and his picture of his vehicle. I was sliding it with Christian. I think I jumped into the sim with you guys the other day.
When we were killing him for it?
Yeah, and it was funny because I told Christian on a sim, I think it was earlier this week, everything's blending as you mentioned. And I said, hey, Christian, I recently got a new car, but I didn't post a picture. Just joking, like laughing it off. And then obviously he came into conversation with you guys, yada, yada, yada. But it's funny because now you said he's at Fenway tweeting away. I went to Fenway in the 3rd game of the season. You know what I didn't do? I didn't pull my phone out once because I said I challenged myself. Because first of all, it was still during, I feel like right now we're in this precipice of people are going to tell you where they are all the time again.
Yeah.
I think it's that time as, we're seeing things and information.
It's Instagram life.
Oh, it's back, baby. What? If I'm double Fauci ouchied up, I can do what now? Yeah, okay.
You went out to eat? Let's see that food.
Yeah. The food pictures are back. The outfits of the day while people are standing in front of other people and stuff is back. Get ready, folks.
Big way.
Your timeline's about to be smothered, but but it is funny. I was just, it was because I said that. I went with a friend. Obviously, it was early in the season. And it was when Fenway literally was at, I think it was 12% capacity. One of the greatest experiences of all time. I wish it never changed, aside from the funding for the world. But there's nothing better than going to your seats, no one near you. You can't move around. Well, you can move, but you can't, change seats. You can't move up because everything's zip-tied. But it was awesome. But I did. We both said, let's just not take pictures.
What was that experience like, just going back to, what you were, and anyone, I invite anyone in the chat to answer this if you've had the chance to go to a game wherever you live, obviously, and I imagine most places, at least for a period of time, were reduced capacity. It wasn't all the 12%, now 25% that it is in Boston. Every state has had some different regulations, but I imagine it just must be not even it's good, it's bad, just strange. Just so strange, so different.
The only way I can relate it is if you've been to Red Sox games end of September in years where they were not good, right? So it was like that. It was literally you walk around the park. The joke was the park was 12% capacity. I'm not a adult beverage partaker very much, but my buddy went to get said adult beveragey thing, and the line was still long. It didn't make any sense, Koff, but I just like the experience of being in the ballpark itself with that low amount of people just felt like it was like a late September game for the Pittsburgh Pirates over the last 4 years. Like, you're just there for the experience. You're not, the game doesn't matter because nobody's there and like the team doesn't care, which it was weird because it was the 6th game of the season.
Our man, Bobo here, as I like to call him, Bert in the chat, or in game ops, holding it down. Bert Hood, always up to no good, says Atlanta is back to full capacity, and it's very weird. That's almost got to feel more strange in a totally different way. Obviously, like it's what you're used to, but it psychologically or emotionally must just feel. I hesitate to use the term wrong, but because I'm not saying it is wrong. It must feel wrong in a way, because you're just so used to over the last year plus of living your life a totally different way.
Yeah, it's
as he says, I got unused to it. LOL.
It's really funny, and I'll just say one thing. I'm joking, just in case people were confused. Like with the Glash thing, I've always said this. We have social media for a reason. It's called social media. Post away. Don't care. And be open to the judgment, right? Like if Koff, when you tweet stuff, like everybody knows what comes of it. And sometimes it's top of mind stuff you're going to tweet. Sometimes it's a thought. Sometimes it's a picture, whatever. Live your life. Who cares what I say or anybody says? But I'm 90% joking with Glash, 10% like brag. But live your life. Live your life.
Normally I just scroll right past Obi-Wan's comments in the chat because he's just here looking for attention. But Obi-Wan writes, says Tiki-Taki, I guess that's what he's calling Glash, says Tiki-Taki getting that WNBA gala. How you like them apples, Krusty? You salty? And then writes, yo simp, you're no Tiki-Taki, stay salty, Peck. Listen, and I am being...
You know what? Honestly, Koff, I'm gonna trump you on this one. You read it, let it be.
No, because this is.
I am so salty.
I'm so salty. This has nothing to do with Obi-Wan specifically. It's the comment that I want to address. And I don't think I have said one thing to express any level of saltiness, either to Glash or on these streams about it. I heard about that gig coming down the pike for him some time ago, and so excited for him. And I sent him a text even last night saying, first step to the NBA, like, here you come. And he's like, man, I love that. And I said, I mean, you're still a young guy. Like, it's not, like, just bust your butt there and no reason it can't happen. But in response to old Obi-Wan here, or anyone else, although I think he's really the only one, admittedly, like this, I mean, it's a cutthroat industry, obviously, that we're in, that we work in. Is Alvin Kamara falling? Oh my goodness, I thought he fell in. No, we're gonna 4th and goal from the 1. I'd like a review on that. That should be a touchdown. He's getting hosed, and any Kamara owners getting a little
go for it,
stiff arm by the official.
Don't even show the replay.
That one's not going to help us. I am going to get to my point, but now I want to see what happens with this.
Just go for it, New Orleans, because people are going to get.
I mean, his foot was on it. He was there.
Just go for it. You got to go for it. You went for it earlier on 4th down. Keep it going. Enough of Minshew's backside. Oh, cowards!
That's weak. Weak sauce. Anyway, what I was starting to say is we're going to have a 3-0 Saints lead here. Not even fake, not even something fun. There are absolutely people within our industry that I won't say I root against, but I certainly don't root for. Because either I just don't like them as people. I don't enjoy their personalities. I think this is all Rossi. They mail it in. They don't hustle. They don't put the work in. They don't grind. They don't do whatever. I could not be happier for Glash. Like, Glash is, I mean, if you guys out there in the chat only knew the degree to which this dude has, freelance patchworked his lifestyle over the last several years, just killing it here, there, and everywhere, driving to this game, driving to that game, doing this, doing that. Like, can I fit some radio in between? Let's hop on the Dream Stream. Let's do a Madden sim. Like, he's always, on the go. I am thrilled for him to have this opportunity. It's a huge role. This is a huge role for him.
This is
he's going to kill it. If you've never heard him do real play-by-play, which this clearly is not, he does a really good job.
Yeah, I 100% second all of what you said. Regardless of others, Glash is just a hustler. He's a guy. At the end of the day, we've talked off air. I'm sure you have too. The way you get to where Glash is trying to go, and where people like Kaufman are, and where I was, if potentially, or even being here, it's saying the word. There's one word that gets you where you want to go. That word is yes. That word is, hey, I got something for you. Yes. Oh crap, that's my niece's graduation. I promised her this, but listen, you got to make those sacrifices. I hate to say it. It really is holidays, all that stuff that you just missed after year, whether you had children or you didn't. And I've said to Glash, where he is in his life, there is nothing that is more important than his own career for this time. You burn yourself to the ground in your 20s to hopefully have it pay off in your 30s. Then you make some big bucks, hopefully in your 40s. That's advice that was bestowed upon me. We'll see when we both get there. We haven't notched that blown out that many candles yet, but Kaufman's well on his way, and the suites up there. Just wait till you get there. Just wait till how much more money you're gonna make. Oh my God.
Let's go. Woo! Let's go. 52 for Breeze passing. Minshew, 3 out of 3 for 13 through one quarter. But to your point about the yes thing, that's what that was one of the early bit of advice that I received in this business is say yes when you are offered something, because if you don't and you say no X number of times, whatever that, depends on the situation, the individuals involved, they'll just stop asking.
That's you. You become the no guy.
Yeah,
much more. You don't even get the questions. Hey, I would have done that. Well, right. I thought you blank, or you just stop becoming top of mind for questions. And I've regretted so many yeses, trust me, but I know what it did for me, what it did for my eventual family. And I know how it all worked out now. But at the time when it was hey, when I was first starting out, you want to do 2 to 6 a.m. Saturday? I'm like, yeah. I was like, yeah, let me do it. Then it's like you're hanging out with your friends till, when you're in your early 20s till 3 a.m. and then I have to leave at, 1 to go work and get no sleep, and then, whatever. But that's what you do, right? And it's all fun, and it all works out. But that's to sum it up, that's what Glash has been doing, and more power to him. Like you said, I reached out to him. Sure, a lot of people did. And if you guys haven't, send him a tweet, send him a text if you're so lucky to have the digits. But it's a huge accomplishment. And all of us, there's so many things that you don't know that people are probably doing as well. Like our guy BK starting up a new podcast and stuff. Not everything is gigantic to them, but everything is momentum and everything's forward motion, and it's great stuff. So much good stuff that the DK Sim fam is a part of, and you guys are probably all doing amazing stuff that we don't know about. So shout it out, celebrate yourself. It's that time.
Just to catch up in the chat, because I am behind, and there's some funny stuff in here. Neville Cleanup Hitter says all cough sentences are run-on sentences, with a bunch of laughing, crying emojis. Captain Blood, Cough's ability to use 200 words to ask a question is awesome, which is very true. I am not the short question guy. Neville Cleanup Hitter says 200 words, no commas, 1 period. DeMac Lion, my wife bartends at Miller Park American Family Field in Milwaukee, and we were at 25% capacity. She's making the same as pre-pandemic, and this weekend they start at 50%. So there you go.
Get 'em.
Alana was talking about the lack of lines going to the Garden and how odd but probably great that is. What else do we have here? It's 3-0 Sim, should be 7-0. Alvin Kamara got robbed, I say. After a year in Simland, Cough's about 390. The pay should be great at this point, says Jay Duncan. That's true. It's a lot of birthdays. I love that Obi-Wan is still, I don't know why I do it to myself, even calling him out, but it's still like, me. I need attention. Just because all of this has been about me. That's right. That is correct. All of it.
I think that's me he does that with, but it could be you as well. It's funny.
It's definitely me as well. See, we're fighting over the me now.
No, me.
He's won.
Me?
He's won.
No, me.
No, he was talking about me, Rossi.
No, Rossi is in me as Kaufman is in me. You can't spell Kaufman Rossi without me.
Nope, that doesn't check out.
No, it does actually. You have to really think about it.
There's no E. There's an I in Rossi though. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, there sure is. Can't spell team without I. Darwin says he wants to watch me wrestle. Darwin, do you want to see me get hurt? I've never taken, how many times I was stupidly, you know what? We just talked about saying yes all the time when I was, doing my thing in radio on the daily. There was a lot of wrestling schools because I talked about it a lot. They're like, oh, come in, take a couple classes, no charge. But I was too scared. I'm too scared that it's going to hurt. And I never did it, which was dumb. But I should have done it. Like, if you could go practice with the Celtics, like, are we going to say no?
Yeah, sign me up. Let's go.
Yeah, of course. Like, I should have just said yes and taken whatever issues. But, again, the other thing about working in the industry, you have a lot of opportunities to do things. You do say opportunities for jobs, you say yes. But when people are like, hey, you want to do this cool thing on Friday? You're like, nah. Like,
it's weird, right? It's like you become so obsessed with work that you sort of forget to live a little bit. Like the lack of work-life balance in and I mean certainly in our industry, but I imagine in a lot of people's industries, those of you out there listening, maybe it's not even the industries. Maybe it's just the way that, getting back to your point before, that you kind of approach life in your 20s and trying to really build up your career. And sure, some people are out there in a city where, wherever you live, you're out there and you're partying, hanging out with friends every Friday, Saturday night, and like, good on you. You find a way to do the work-life balance thing. But I think a lot of people really struggle with that early on in their post-college lives, because they're just so focused on, okay, like, how do I get the house? How do I get the career? How do I get the put the kids through college? All that stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it is funny how Friday, like for me, I was talking about this with our buddy babysitter Billy, and we did this this past weekend. And I talked about how I've probably been to like 400 concerts in my life, maybe more, realistically, because I just had tickets all the time, and I would go almost every night. And then it got to that age where I started dating my now wife, and things just started to slow down a little bit, and you go, oh yeah, this concert, that concert. Nah, and then I started to realize, I wonder at one point how many concerts events, just things I just stopped saying yes to because I just readily had them available because I didn't have to pay. And I know that sounds like such a brag, but it's not. It's just, that's what I did. Like, for people that work in like a food industry, how you can have a free meal every day, and then you don't want to eat from the same place anymore. You don't want to eat at your own work. You're like, I'm going to start spending money at a different place. It's just strange how we get there. We get in that like, oh, this is just like what we do. I'm going to stop.
Missed try by Lambeau, by the way. So we remain 3-0 right now with the Saints coming back onto the field as Alana, and she gets me every time she does it, says, and the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon.
Stop it.
Is there a more emotional song for a dad who feels like they're already like working too hard and too much? Is there a more emotional song on this planet? Like, screw that guy who wrote that song.
Cat Stevens? No, it wasn't Cat Stevens. That's a whole like joke. People think it is. It is. I forget his name. It's not Jim Croce. It's not gonna come to mind. I'm gonna Google it.
I'll Google it. Yeah, it's Harry Chapin.
Harry Chapin. Nothing.
I don't know if it's Chapin.
Nothing after that, too. Thanks, Chapin.
Thanks a lot, guy.
Yeah. Oof. Pulls at the heartstrings. It's just, I hated that song when I used to do like road trips with my dad, and we listened to like that song, and I swear it was like a message. He was like, yeah, look at me, I'm doing stuff with you. And it's just that line at the end. And then I look at the phone, it occurred to me, the boy was just like me. Blung. The boy was just like me. Oh, and then just that sitar at the end. Oh, I could cry for days.
Bawling tears.
Yep. That song, it's so funny. I used to always, like, I joke with my son was even younger than he is. I used to sometimes sing that when I'd have to go down, like, for a sim, like, last summer when I first started.
Right.
I'd just be like, all right, I got to go downstairs. Or, like, everyone's outside, my house outside here. Like, if we had, like, my family over, I'd just be like, all right, I got to go jump in. And I'd just be like, and the cat's in the cradles in the silver spoon. Even though it's an hour. But, yeah, that song.
As it is, I cry on, like, not cry, but like, well up a little bit during every
Time we're together.
Like no, like every time we're together for sure. But that's like there's good emotion, there's bad emotion. That's good emotion. That's like we've made it. The bad emotion is like these emotional commercials or scenes in movies. Like it's amazing what impacts you once you have a kid. You know, those types of scenes that involve like parents and children versus scenes that never hit you before that. You know, like how just your whole mental state changes when there's a child in your life.
Dude, and you don't even watch like bad movies. You might watch poorly made movies, but you don't watch like horror movies or stuff.
Right.
Oh, there's a new show.
Another field goal try, by the way. This one's 6-0.
Should have went. I had the money for Lutz too, but I went with Lambo just to break up my lineup. But should have hashtag stacked them kickers. Or still Lambo stinks, so I guess not. But new show on HBO called Mayor of Easttown. Have you seen this or have you heard of this?
No, I never even heard of it.
Kate Winslet. I don't really know. I just watched one episode. I feel like I need to like immediately start taking like do like jumping jacks or do something that makes you happy, and like it is just a depressing program. And I've only watched the first episode. I said to my wife, I don't think I can do this. We put on like Shark Tank and like some HGTV right after that. I was like, I need something light and fluffy.
Speaking of light and fluffy.
Oh yes.
This sim right here, the two of us together, and I don't even mean the sim, I mean the experience, as compared to what people went through during the 6 o'clock, from what I understand. Matter of fact, I'm now unprovoked, getting some text messages about it.
Okay.
Didn't reach out to anybody. I just want to make that known. I reached out to no one, and I am getting texts about some of the conversation that was had during the 6 o'clock between BK and Ducey over the importance or lack thereof of the quarterback in football. And I commend Ducey for it. He can rattle some people's cages with his asinine takes.
That's all I like to say. If you get that way, if anybody gets you, take a nice little lap. Take it, whatever you do after these sims to chill out, do that and forget it ever happened. That would be my advice to potentially whoever's on the other side of that conversation. Take a lap, breathe it out.
Take a lap.
Realize it's all in fun, and realize that. Move on.
Kind of great.
Oh yeah.
Adam says best BK sim ever.
I can only imagine. Listen, as I like to say, and I've said this on air, if me and Kenny have had our differences in our conversation, I've always said, he's never wrong. You can't be wrong.
Well, in his own mind, yeah.
Well, yeah, but the problem is he's not open to the idea that what he's saying is not right. Like, I am very much open to what I say, strong not, of not being like for everybody or not being like 100%. Like, this is what I believe. And I know there's my me, my's, and I's, but that's how I've talked to him about it. I'm like, dude, it's okay to just straight up say, like, I think this is what I believe. Okay, moving on. Not this is the right way, this is the only way. It's like, no. Like today, I tweeted out, look at me bragging. Forget about Glash, look at this. I said, I was thinking this morning about someone it was a birthday on my Facebook wall. And if this isn't as off the rails as we're ever going to get, I don't know what is. Nature takes a seat. There was somebody who posted one of those fruit tart cakes. Like it's like those fruit tart things, a very beautiful design of fruit on top of, and it's like glazed crap on top of the fruit.
Okay.
So somebody posted one of those, and I immediately thought, people dog on like pineapple on pizza, whatever, right? But I believe fruit on its own fine, but fruit with like cake, no, nasty. Like, does not enhance the cake. Cake is great, fruit is great. Put them together, meh. But a Hawaiian pizza, if you're into it, I know you're not, Koff. I know we're getting into dark territory.
I know it's getting.
But I will say, take the cheese off and just put some pineapple with some sauce in nice bread. Delicious. Like, it really does work. And so people like that, and that became a big conversation. But I understand. I'm not saying like, you're an idiot, you're wrong if you don't like this. I'm letting you know what I like. And that's obviously how most conversations should be. But I've had plenty of friends in my life. I've had people that have accused me of things like, never say what you say is the be all end all. Just say, I strongly agree and all that. And that's my one thing with Ducey. I love the kid. I really do. He's a firecracker. man, he's got to understand sometimes it's okay to not, what you say doesn't mean it's right.
We were getting into something the other day, he and I, about as we have less than a minute to go opening half. I know, not a lot going on in this sim, just a couple of field goals on the Saints side so far. Will Lutz, you got to love him. Josh Lambo, not as much. We were debating week 1 quarterbacks and who it was going to be for a few teams that drafted quarterbacks up high. And it got loud, it got aggressive, it got passionate, and I'm good with that. I enjoyed that. But it reaches like those types of, and this has nothing to do with even Ducey, those types of conversations get stupid at a point, because it's not like, at a point, opinions go out the window. Like what you were just saying, maybe you find pizza or cake and fruit together delightful. Maybe you find it disgusting. Ultimately, that is your opinion. There is no right or wrong that can be proven from that. Sure. Arguing over the week 1 quarterbacks, at a certain point, I just had to be like, listen, we're not going to agree on this. We're just going to have to wait and find out. Like we will, like it's going to be a few months, but we are going to have an answer to this riddle. Either you will be right or I will be right, and we will know. But we can only debate this so long before it's just dumb. And I think we got to that point.
Well, and there it is. And just in case, if anybody was wondering my opinion, I don't even know what the question. Oh, got it that time, Lambo.
There you go.
I don't know the exact contents of it. So were you just saying like who's going to be the best quarterback week 1?
No. So the specific conversation was he felt, just to zero in on the ones we disagreed on, he felt that Justin Fields will be the week 1 starter for the Bears, not Andy Dalton. He felt Trey Lance will be the week 1 starter for the Niners, not Jimmy Garoppolo. I disagreed with both of those and felt it will be the vets.
I could see the argument for Justin Fields. I don't see it for Trey Lance. Like it's there's no reason for that at this
point.
It's a project. Yeah, it's too big of a project to like be thrown out week 1. And the 49ers right now have like that division is so, this is again my opinion.
His whole thing, just to tell you, was you don't draft a quarterback in that spot, him at 3, Fields at 12, to not use him right out of the gate. Like you don't take a quarterback who is your future and not throw him right into the fire. You just don't do it. And what I said was, look at last year. Tua didn't start week 1.
No.
Herbert didn't start week 1.
Nope.
I mean, yeah, it's like if you want to tell me that Lance will play the bulk of the Niners games next year, I will disagree with you, but I can at least listen to the discussion. If you want to tell me the same with Fields, that I do agree with, by the way, and I will happily listen to that discussion. But we're talking about week 1, specifically week 1. And I don't think either of those dudes will start week 1. I definitely don't think Lance has a prayer, but I don't think Fields will either.
Yeah, I think it's just have this conversation, which it is a good topic, by the way, and good that you guys had the conversation. But I think the Lance thing is just like you don't draft a guy that had what about Aaron? Like I know it's maybe a little later, but like Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years. Like he was a first round pick, and I know it wasn't top 5, top whatever, but like historically over time, sometimes those guys who sit, it's better for them. Like if you could go back and you talk to Blake Bortles, I know it sounds strange. By the way, the new Packers starter. You heard it here first.
Somebody this is a little off topic, but related to what you just said. Somebody in the chat said they were talking about the BK Kenny debate of the last sim, and someone said, all the stuff that Kenny said about the quarterback position, that wasn't even the craziest, take in the sim. BK said Blake Bortles could lead the Packers to a Super Bowl.
He almost did it with the Jags. I'm just gonna say that.
That's what Matt LaFleur said. He made it to a championship game. He lost to Brady.
Yeah, I'll say this right now.
So did Rodgers.
Blake Bortles is the greatest down by 20 stat quarterback of all time. When his team is losing and you need numbers, Blake Bortles fills the stat sheet. I'm not saying he never really was able to do it from up on top. Then they got the good defense, but I still think he's damn, way to end the half.
Man, so many field goal tries. What's that, 5?
It was 5
field goal tries in the opening half? That's
stack
nuts.
Those kickers.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it would have been a good stack those kickers day. Maybe it still is, just because that's the only points that we have to this point.
Rossi,
yeah, if you want to finish your Bortles thought.
Moral of the story is just that, Bortles, he's the greatest quarterback of all time. That's
naturally.
No, but what I was saying is, like, if you go back and Blake Bortles, doesn't he wish he had more time? Like, to sit in a little bit back, like, in retrospect, you just want to play. Like, there's nobody, like, Trevor Lawrence is so excited right now to just get out there. But there might not be a bad idea for, like, 3 weeks to have Minshew, who we've seen start and have success in this league, throw it a couple, like, let him get you there. You're not expecting to be a playoff team this year with all the best hopes. There's an added game as well. You don't want to you look what happened to Joe Burrow last year.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line for the Jags is not this juggernaut. So let's let Minshew, like, if I'm Urban Meyer, let's let Minshew, even if it's 2 games, maybe it's 3, then get Lawrence in there. Like, you only have 3 preseason games now. Don't rush these things. This is a franchise move. You're setting up your future around these guys. Same thing with Fields, same thing with Lance, same thing with even Zach Wilson. Like, except they made their bed with him. Like, they don't. Yeah. I don't even know who the backup is right now.
Nobody. I mean, they have a couple guys on the roster, but literally no one you've even heard of.
Flacco's gone, right? So yeah. I think it's Adam Kaufman. Adam Kaufman is the backup.
I will honestly, I'll tell you, it's someone you have never heard of. Their backup quarterback is James Morgan.
And like, what are we doing? And I really like Ducey. I love the draft that the Jets had. I really did. But like, if you're going into the year with a rookie who's played, I think he was a 3-year starter, and he played BYU, and he looked nice in gym shorts, rolling to the left, throwing to the right. But like, that's what we were going into the season with.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge mistake. Like, the fact that even a Blake Bortles, you can laugh about it in the chat, but like, you want someone like with some experience in the room. Who's showing this kid anything? Who's talking to him? Morgan Freeman?
We'll pick this up on the other side real quick with our guy, Greg, the mayor, Greg Coffin of Simland, who's in front in our free roll right now, and Meager, who is in third with the Achilles longbow 69 between them. I guess a sandwich for that individual. We're going to step aside very quickly. Second half is on the way. Want to tell you, though, the Sweat, you're familiar with it, I hope. It runs Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern for an hour. Sometimes Jesse, sometimes Emerson. Occasionally I will host it. But always you get great content from many, many people who you're very familiar with here across the DK Dream Stream. And earlier today, Emerson was on, talked with Ross Tucker, who, of course, a former NFL lineman. He talked about the 2021 NFL schedule and specifically the Queens Falcons, as Jeff Ulrich likes to say, the Atlanta Falcons. Here you go.
Who, if anyone, has an advantage based on what their schedule looks like?
Well, I'll say this. I don't know anybody has a big advantage. I'll tell you who has a big disadvantage. How about that one? And this is something that is actionable, okay? So everybody watching, listening, you know what actionable is? It means you go to the DK Sportsbook, especially on free-to-bet day. The Atlanta Falcons, bro. Emerson, the Atlanta Falcons have 7 home games and 10 away games. Never happened before. So let's look at the logic, right? Typically, it's 8-8. Well, we have a 17th game, all going to be AFC home games. So everybody in the NFC has 8 home, 9 away, except the Falcons gave up one of their home games to play in London, to host a game in London. So 7 in Atlanta, 10 away from home, including the 1 London game. And oh, by the way, the Falcons opener against the Eagles is at home. So in the last 17 weeks, do the math. The last 17 weeks of the season, the Falcons have 6 home games. That will never happen again.
All right. Well, thank you, Emerson. Thank you, Ross Tucker. Thank you, NFL schedule makers, for bringing a heated reaction to the Queens Falcons schedule. Obviously, once again, check out the Sweat. It is Monday through Friday, weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern for an hour, and a lot of great stuff, whether it's fantasy, sports betting, both for that matter, and cluing you in on what you need to know about overall for the week. Later on that night when the show airs, you could be looking at NBA, NHL, MLB, PGA, MMA, I mean, anything. It's available to you, and obviously stuff like the NFL now that we have the schedule out and so much more. I mean, mini camps this week, baby. There's just a ton going on across the sports world, and compared to where we were 1 year ago at this time, that is a very refreshing thing. So thank you. Welcome back here to Simland, and we will continue on with not a lot of offense so far in this thing, but hopefully that changes.
Let's get back to James Morgan. What are we doing? No. Good.
It's
Actually,
so
you know
true.
what? I'm happy for the Jets. Hopefully it helps them stink some more.
Are you a believer in Zach Wilson? I don't remember what your take was on him pre-draft.
No, I don't want to. I'm not a believer. I'm not deep enough. I don't watch enough of his tape. Like I didn't watch a ton of college last year. Just I don't know. I was too busy doing nothing, I guess. But I'm a big college football guy. I remember from 2 years ago. Here's what I would just say: he was the darling of this year. It should have been Justin Fields. Like Justin Fields was the second most talented. And I think it was by a lot. And I think a lot of these guys are the project guys. So for Jets fans in the chat, in the Ducey contingency, like you got to hope he is. But I just don't see it. And I don't think the situation's great. I hate that Salah's there because I really wanted him to be like somewhere I could root for. I thought he'd go to like a Detroit. So they got Dan Campbell is just going to make sure the team just destroys other teams while losing by 50. But yeah, I'm not a believer. I'm gonna wait and see. Like I'm cautiously optimistic, but I still think he became like a darling in the like after the play of all these other guys, which is so weird in drafts, like how that works. Like
yeah, I mean it's a show it to me mentality. That's and yeah. I think people, especially because I'm a Patriots fan, he's on the Jets. I think people have heard me talk about Zach Wilson and well, you want him to stink when you say that, you think he's going to be a bust. You're rooting for him to suck. That's not it. I just think he is really, to what he has done so far in his college career and obviously really exploding, bursting onto the scene on the map with the way his draft stock climbed really between the end of the season and the draft. I'm not a believer. So show it to me. That's all. Get to the league and show it to me. Prove it. Prove that you're worth that status, and then like good on you at that point. I don't think right now, with what we know about him right now, with what we've seen from him to this point, I don't think he's any better an option than Sam Darnold.
No, it's hard to say that, right? And our guy Bert saying that he thinks Zach will be the least successful out of the crop. But I actually have an interesting question for you, and I've been kind of pondering this and speaking with my friends and family about this. When do you call a draft pick a bust? You can hold that thought right for a second.
Okay.
And I translate this way. I think right now Sam Darnold has to be a bust for the Jets, but I don't know if he's going to go down as a bust if he has success this year. Let's say he brings look at this.
Oh, love it.
There you go. Nice
Big
catch.
Grab, Michael Thomas, all the way down to the 13. Your guy Bert Bobo says 3 to 5 years, by the way.
Okay, so like my point. Well, let me ask you. Well, Bert, the only thing I would say, like, I swear, Jamarcus Russell was a bust by like week 6, but I agree with what he's saying. I just think like if Darnold has success in Carolina and the rest of it's like he's not a bust overall, but he's a bust for the Jets. Like the Jets haven't had a hit in a while when it comes to the quarterback. Like Mark Sanchez, I think overall, like is that a bust or is it not? Like I lean to say no. I don't think he was a bust because he was the quarterback to 2 AFC title games in a row. So like credit has to go where it has to go. But like, yeah, that's something interesting. So like for you, do you look at like, is Sam Darnold a bust for the Jets right now, but has the ability to unbust, if that makes sense?
Sure. I mean, I guess I've never thought of it that way. I've never thought of it in the scope of, can I get this one? Not yet. Stop at the one. What a day. I've never thought of it in the scope of busting for a certain team versus, either you work out or you don't work out in the league overall.
Yep.
But I think it's an interesting question. I don't think there's any way to look at it other than he was a bust for the Jets, for sure. They didn't get a ton for him in the trade, necessarily. Obviously.
Oh no!
Caw, baby. We got a vulture.
Caw.
Burton gets in.
Honestly, just to the chat, I'm on tomorrow for 4 and 6.
Nobody's got this, dude. Nobody.
Line up your crazy pick. This is what happens, all right? It's not me, but it just seems to fall into place. I already can feel you, Jordan Lindenbaum. I feel you in my blood. Speaking about Lindenbaum, he says Sanchez was mostly a bust. Not Jamarcus level, but kind of a bust. Okay, that's fair.
Michael Burton. Why should I change my name? He's the one who sucks. Touchdown. First one for the Saints.
Nice.
Thanks. All right, getting back to the topic at hand, though. So, yes, he's certainly Sam Darnold busted for the Jets. I'm not a believer. I wouldn't call him a bust overall for his career right now. I think it's way too early for that, for sure. Lindenbaum, LOL, wow, you're such a mush. It's astounding, Rossi. So there you go. He was ready there for you. I think that he's just, what is he, 23 still? Or that vicinity? Like, I wouldn't even call like Wentz done or Goff done or Trubisky done or Haskins done. Like, to me, these guys need to, I think you need multiple opportunities before you're deemed a bust for starters. Like you need to fail in more than one place. And your draft position comes into that conversation as well. So Darnold being the top 5 pick, you're more inclined to call him a bust than, let's say you would a guy who was drafted at 25. Like that does matter, because I've heard the conversation kind of related to your point here. We were having this conversation in Simland not too long ago. Someone had said Sammy Watkins was a bust. And, I pulled up his numbers, and I don't think so. I don't think that he was a bust by any stretch. But I think you could argue he was rarely the number 1 guy. He was, he's had a long serviceable career. He's put up some decent numbers. But what you could argue for Sammy Watkins, based on his draft position, is that he has not necessarily lived up to expectations. I don't think that makes you a bust. It just means he hasn't been a stud. So there's that in-between territory.
I would argue, I could make the argument, I think, that he was a bust for the Bills, because the Bills mortgaged a lot for him. His best seasons were not in a Buffalo Bills. Like, it's strange. Maybe his best season was technically, but I think he's had a lot of success now outside of Buffalo, and you don't even remember him being there. They traded their future first for a guy like him. But a perfect example is Ryan Tannehill. Even though he brought the Dolphins one year to the playoffs, he kind of was a bust for the Dolphins. He was an early first-round pick, kind of thought he'd be the guy, and then didn't really work out. He gets sent off. It's the Adam Gase effect, and now he's the franchise quarterback for the Titans, who are at least the top 5 team in the AFC, I think. Arguably, at least a playoff team, we should say, at least. So those are it is interesting how it works, and I just think that's my thing with Sam Darnold, because he definitely didn't. I don't think he met or exceeded any expectations in New York, but I think with the new scenery, with the team that has some really nice pieces around him, they can really simplify that offense and make it work. And he could be a success story this year for the Panthers. But
I do believe some guys, and maybe we'll find out if Darnold is one of these guys, but I do believe some guys just need to change the scenery.
100%.
And I think that Darnold, as much of, and look, Lindenbaum or whoever else weigh in on this, because I'm not a Jets fan. I'm not watching every moment of Jets games. I think the Jets failed Darnold just as much as Darnold failed the Jets, arguably more so. He had little around him. When he did have stuff around him, it wasn't a good situation. Obviously, Gase was a disaster. GM on down. The organization, at least, and if you want to say they've turned a corner, I'm fine. I'm good with that. But during the Darnold years, not successful. In terms of the way they were running that team around him, and then injuries come into play, and mono comes into play. It was a bad scene. It was a bad scene for Sam Darnold. So now we're going into that whole fresh start territory, and I think he's going to perform. I'm not saying he's going to be a Pro Bowler or anything like that, but I do think he's going to perform well in Carolina. I believe that.
Yeah, and just so people know, it's kind of weird. He's 23. He'll be 24. He's been in the league for 3 years. It's not like it's 4 years, 6 years. It's 3 seasons. 3 seasons, and he... it's mediocre at best numbers, 17, 15, touchdown to interception. Then for his 3, he goes 17, 15, 19, 13. Then last year was 9 and 11, but missed some time last year. He's never started all 16 games. You mentioned mono, other little injuries, or not starting right away. So yeah, he's an interesting case. And this is going to segue into something else, Koff, that you're going to get an invitation to. Are you ready?
Wedding.
No, not my wedding. I'm married, but You could be getting invited to a wedding.
Ooh.
But I'm going to be starring. Me and Freeze Pops have been doing the whole Mount Rushmore thing.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun with it. And I said, I want to do something a little off of kind of like what you do. I don't think it's whatever. We don't have to get into it too much. But you do your Celtics podcast stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I was thinking is, I'm going to do, and I love Mount Rushmores. I love tier lists. Me and Billy for the Pop Culture Pile Drive will occasionally have a tier list topic. I think I want to do tier lists. Well, I don't think. It's going to happen.
Okay.
We're going to do tier lists for quarterbacks for every franchise. So not current. Anybody who's ever started for a franchise.
Oh, wow.
Bucket them into 4 or 5 categories. We'll figure out. But I want to have different people on for different teams. Like, it'll probably always be like a 3-man weave, depending on timing and stuff. But, so some content that will come to you guys. But I think it'll be fun. It's a fun exercise because, like, the Jets in the last 15 years have probably had, like, 18 guys starting under center.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Browns level, but they've had a fair share.
But, like, so if you go through all time, like, they had to just start one game. Just one game to be on the list. So we'll see.
So how is this being distributed? Is this happening within a sim? Is this a separate pod?
No. This will be part of probably like a YouTube with Pop Culture Pile Drive, maybe Twitch.
Nice.
It will not compete. We'll do it off hours, nothing like that. But well, maybe I don't want to guarantee that because it's 12 hours at the time. But
yeah, I mean, it's difficult for you guys to do something that doesn't compete time wise.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But like when time we're not on, like I would never be like, oh, Koff, you want to join us for this? Oh, I have the 8 sim. Have somebody else. Like nothing like that.
Yeah.
But anyways, this is something I just want to do. I think over the next like 2 months. I think
I'm still waiting for the baseball movie rankings.
It's been a
project.
It's been a battle between us because he doesn't want it. My partner in crime, babysitter Billy, doesn't like the idea. So I'm just going to do it.
The idea of the topic or the idea of including other voices in rankings?
I think just the idea of the topic, which I'm not. I'm like, dude, it's a home run idea. Like people, anything that gets people talking. When we did that conversation that time, it was crazy. You know, when you have a sim that's 13-3, you can have these type of conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people like having these debates.
It is. That's what it's all about. And it's no one's wrong.
No one's wrong.
It's the best part.
You got Kamara 51 on the ground through 3 quarters. A touchdown for Michael Burton. Yeah, Michael Burton. We'll give you some quick receiving numbers and then let you in on Michael. Why? What?
Michael Bolton scored
down the window. All right, 5 for 17 in the air for Kamara. Eifert 5 for 31. 43 for Cook, 76 for Thomas. He's really got your best chance at the bonus, but we'll see. Madden fans want to tell you, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. Why wouldn't you, right? Simply scan the QR code you will see on your screen. Visit dkng.co, that is dkng.co/friend. You can send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, well, you both play for free. So let's go. Do it.
Get them in there.
Get more and more people involved in this process.
I love it.
First time playing Fortnite, Bills are going to move Trubisky to slot receiver. Yeah, it's the Tim Tebow program.
You know what? First time, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something to what you said. I don't know about slot receiver, but if they don't find a way to get him involved just for pure athleticism, if he doesn't have a little bit of the Taysom Hill gadgety plays in there, and it can protect, Josh Allen from taking a hit or two, I wouldn't be surprised.
Something I've not mentioned, believe it or not, do us a solid, hit that like button. We're almost at 250. And I mean, really, just a few away. As Rossi was giving you the thumb there, turn that thumb blue, the thumbs up. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, give us a follow on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Before we get a touchdown, it's a pitch to the right side, and no, sir, not yet.
The real question is
Armstead, 3 tries already. As Alana says, she's got a jet. She's got a meeting with the Bobs.
Oh, so yeah. Who's going to score here? That's the real question.
Okay, so
Whoa! Is it going to be Cousin Chris? Can it be Cousin Chris Thompson? That's what I want to know.
All right. So this happened to me the
Our man Bird is ready to go with some tiering Jets quarterbacks and Jags quarterbacks and others.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'll get you in there for the Jags, dude, if you want.
All right, that was Chris Thompson. Gets to the 3-yard pickup.
gotta smash. I went to go smash the like, and then my iTunes started playing one of our podcasts, and this happened to me a couple times. Oh, what's going on? Internet's a weird place. Oh, let's get over 250. We're like 3 likes away.
This is what I mean. We're basically that. Has no one been pushing the like button today? My goodness.
Let's go.
Minshew. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Oh, there's my guy.
Westbrook fam.
Captain fam, right there. By the way, feel that? It's called a little heartbeat in the sim. It's back.
It's back.
Let's see what that does for my lineup. I was in 23rd. Keyword what? Oh, look at the mayor of Simland, right in the top still.
Gregors.
By a lot.
Got your Gregors.
Where did I go? Uh-oh. Oh, I'm in 4th.
Yeah?
Come on, babe. Well, I don't know. Bert, our crew, P, I don't know exactly who's doing it, but it's flying. I just passed. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to look anymore because everything's flying around and it get you really nervous.
Keep it up, baby. Keep it up. Make it rain.
I'm trying.
21st touchdown for Westbrook, by the way.
Love that. And I will just say one last thing about like Trubisky. Like I thought about that signing making no sense, but now the more I've thought about like the NFL and our laughability with the Jets quarterback room right now, I think you need to have really viable backup quarterbacks. Like that's at the end of the day, this Green Bay Bortles signing, we can laugh or you can say what you want, but like you need to have viable potential options in house because the extra game, as much as it's just one game, but like taking the wrong look at like what the New Orleans Saints have had as backups for the past few years. They know what they had in Drew Brees and the potential injuries down the stretch. Mm-hmm. They had a guy in Teddy Bridgewater who looked really good in position. And then they had obviously Taysom Hill, but like they had Jameis Winston. They just didn't really use him.
Right.
Like they know, like I think that's going to be very important, especially as these next few years as we figure out what a 17-game schedule looks like. Like having the James Morgans of the world who could go from a punchline to a hero for the Jets in moments, but like I think that's really smart now that Trubisky, going there at least from the Bills standpoint. Like you need because I wouldn't be surprised if he starts a game based off of an injury or just like, hey, we don't I don't know when their bye falls, but again, being Patriots fans, I don't like the Patriots schedule for one reason. The bye doesn't come till week 13.
I support that.
What, you like that they don't have a bye till that late?
I like the late bye, yeah.
Oh, no. You need middle of the season. Guys are going to get, bumped. Do you have a bye in December? That's cooking season. You don't want to take breaks than the end of your marathon. You got to take it somewhere. I think all buys should be between weeks 7 and 10. Just each, do a rotation. The 2 Easts are off, whatever. But even still, you like it. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots, knowing Belichick, knowing what he thinks of this team by week 5, 6, he starts looking at things like that. Like, we have another 7 weeks. This guy's a little banged up. Sit him. Ice him.
So you'd rather have a bye in week 7 than what'd you say, 13?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, if I really had to pick, it would be 10. Week 10. I need a little after the midway point. I need those guys to, not fall out of football, thought process. Like, those last few years when there was week 4 buys, what are we doing there? 3 weeks and then there's a bye? No thanks.
Jordan Warden. Tomorrow I'm playing an all-Vulture Classic lineup with Darnold and Haskins at QB. Anything is possible. Jordan, not that.
No, Jordan, if that's the game that I have, I completely love it.
Get him!
Sack City, baby. Saxonville back.
Gonna miss Drew Brees in Simland.
I'm not. I never play him.
I guess not.
I bet you their offense will be better.
Are we assuming, and I think rightfully so, are we assuming it's Jameis Winston, or do you think Taysom Hill is their quarterback?
I'll be honest with you. It would be crazy, I think, if it isn't Jameis Winston, but based off of last year, they
that's the thing. I figured he'd start last year when Brees went down. He didn't.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I really would love, I want the book on that in about, 10 years, the paragraph that will be written in somebody's book about it. Why the Saints didn't win Super Bowls. Who was that supposed to go to? I think that was supposed to go to Michael Thomas, but Traquan, your guy just jumped right in front. By the way, currently sitting in first place. End the game now.
Have you won one of these yet?
Back in the... Dude, it's been a hot minute. It's a long time. Yeah, a long time.
Well, I've jumped. I mean, you're still in front, but I'm number 11.
You're coming.
I'm 5 points back.
Oh, you're in 10th.
Oh, 4.5 points back. I see a no Sag Gisor. I'm coming for you.
Come and get some. I hope you like the view from down there. I've been squatting. Yeah, Dede Westbrook, Kamara. So here I would need some mix of Tom. Yeah, if Thompson can, get off his butt. Lambo missing that field goal hurts, or Dede. Or by the way, Minshew just deliver. Just do it, man.
Gardner. He ran right into a tackle.
I'm okay with that too. just kill out the sim with sacks and clock running. I can win. Bad boys. I appreciate the heads up. I thought it was him. I said it wasn't confirmed.
Rossi, Koff. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Bobo, game ops, along with Patrick. Quite a tandem. P-Fry.
We got a great crew. We really do.
This is a solid Friday night crew right here. This is
You're
solid
with
any time of day, night, or day of the week crew.
I like that solid any time of the night. Kaufman's inviting people over right now.
Let's get. Who's doing the 2 a.m. sim?
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, it's the Koff Marathon. So you got this 8 o'clock sim. You're gonna have the NBA. What are we calling it again?
The watch along.
The watch along with Koff and Chirag, and then you're gonna have Koff and Freeze Pops. Woo!
And it's just me solo sims until the nooner tomorrow.
Oh, you should. You want to do overnight? I'll do an overnight shift one time. What time do you have to?
How many people do you think we'd have in the chat?
I think it would be surprising. Like not at like 3 a.m. maybe, but I bet just somewhere in that like midnight-ish, 9 p.m. West. Like I bet you we would maintain normal. You maybe even hit like a higher number than we would think.
I'm curious. I'd love to hear it from those of you in the chat, and lie to us. It doesn't matter because there are no plans to do this. It's not happening. No. But if there were a 2 a.m., let's say a 2 a.m. Eastern sim, obviously. So I know for some of you on the West Coast, that's still nighttime. But a 2 a.m. Eastern sim, who would be here for it? Yes or no?
I just yawned, so I know I would.
Those hours would actually work really well for me. I could do that. Patrick says scores would be updating real slow around 2 a.m.
Oh, Pat, that's the best part. You guys we wouldn't even ask producers to be there. Just let us run the game.
Must be says, I'm in, buddy. 24 hours.
I like that.
Killa says, dude, y'all got to do an all-night Sims marathon. I'm in, bro. Steven says, I'd be here.
If you want it to happen, don't have me ask, because my ideas get shot down so kindly, it's not even funny.
Alana, but, mom with a young child. Getting up in the middle of the night to feed the baby, why not throw on a sim? I'd be here.
Same.
Eager, cough, you're up anyway. Amen to that.
Yeah, he can come off of one of his random movie binges, and we can get it going. Michael's a West Coast guy. It wouldn't be super late for him.
Yeah, he can handle it. Bert says he's in.
Do we have any West Coast tech directors? I don't think so.
I don't think Daniel sleeps, so I think he'd be pretty comfortable.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
80 Poker says on the weekend for sure.
Nope, but I'd be up.
I want to ask. I want to ask management if we could do like one time only. We could promote the hell out of it. One time only. There will be a midnight sim and a 2 a.m. sim, just to see. Like I just want to see what the numbers are. I just want to see who's here for it.
I think especially during baseball season, like once the playoffs for the NBA and NHL are down or over, should I say, and like. You're basically, for the DraftKings purposes, you're going to have like your UFC or your WNBA sprinkle and all that, but like you're really going to be a baseball-oriented organization. So it's like, hey, why not see if we can engage this audience a little bit more? People will be out there. Like I know they're not going to run TV ads for it, but if we did like YouTube ads or something that just said like tonight or like right now, if people are watching, I don't know, like people clinking their nails on microphones, whatever weird stuff is out there, or me watching chiropractor videos recently. It could be. Have you ever watched those, by the way?
No. Chiropractor videos?
Every time I watch, I'm gonna send one to you.
Yeah, shoot me one.
It's really bizarre. Anywho, but yeah, like putting some ads, that would be awesome. I don't see the
Evan
downs.
says sim sleepover.
Ooh, I'll bring the popcorn.
Already in my my PJs for most of these anyway.
That's the best part. No one knows what we're wearing T-shirts and who knows what.
Barry says, just run the Sims without hosts. Wouldn't be the same.
Come on,
might be better.
man.
Might be better for some of you, if we're being honest.
Barry.
Just a damn cough, man. West Coast Canada, I'm in. That's true. With the time difference, I mean, you can get Moose late night, you get VK late night, you get Freeze Pops late night.
Dude,
you know, there's a lot of Boston bias around here, but we're not all East Coast.
I get mad sometimes, and I've joked with Moose. I'm like, Moose, when I see you on like the 8 and I'm on the 10, like, what are we doing here? Switch
what
that.
the heck, man?
Switch that up. You can do the 10. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon for you. Wait, real quick. I don't even want to say that. Bionic. I'm just going to... Bionic. Is that true? Bionic Julius?
Bionic Julius.
Yeah, dude, I don't know if that's true, and I'm not Googling it yet. If it's true, I'm going to be very sad. Is a wrestler he is talking about, potentially passing away.
I don't know.
Yeah. Coffee, not down with the New Jack?
I'm familiar with it. I've heard of the New Jack, but I couldn't tell you all their great accomplishments.
They're trying to run it out, baby. Run out that clock.
Jags out of timeouts. Buck and a half to go. Clock running. 4th and 1, though.
Where are you sitting right now? I'm in 4th. I just dropped like a rock. I don't even know how. Somebody must have
7th. We are we're not even 2 points apart.
Oh.
Achilles Longbow
Need a
has
point and a
jumped in
half.
front.
I need a point and a half. Camaro, Thomas, Cook. It would have to probably... Well, Cook's your captain, right?
Cook is my captain. That is correct.
Okay. I can't jump these guys. Never mind. This game is over. I'm not winning because of the lineups. Oh, man, if I went with Lutz right now. We still have time, though, so I can get it out with the Jags.
Justin said 3 a.m. chatters would be a wild ride. Scott says, start a petition for that. Cough. Let's get it done.
You know what?
Field goal's good.
There we go. Lutz gets it in. So that is his 3rd field goal of the game. And he missed one. Still stack them kickers.
That would be a ton of fun. Well, what I really wish we could have,
tell me,
is like a Madden after dark, like where we don't need to worry about not that we're super censored.
No.
Really the only way in which we're truly censored as commentators is our language. Clearly we talk about ridiculous things topic-wise. Language is really where we got to kind of behave ourselves. I would love a Madden after dark in the same way that Comedy Central, like the South Parks that are on at 11 versus 8. Then they're dropping swear words. When's Madden after dark? With the cursing coming along.
Or we can even just call it like. I'm trying to think without titling it. That's what we'll test it out with the tier list. We'll test it out. Maybe we'll do that at I'll figure out a night. Then whoever's on the 10 o'clock, we can do it.
Mark Curry in the chat. We were talking about Glash and his new WNBA gig with.
He is playing in the WNBA.
Yep. Says, does Glash know Rebecca Lobo doesn't have a porch? That's a great point. That's a great point. It's like it's going to look a little silly on television when he shows up, wearing Sarah's clothes or dressed as Andy Reid, doing his Batman impression, or Skip Perkins.
He needs to just do something at one point. It's his biggest audience. People that are going to be creatively or interested to hear it is going to be this DK Sim.
Oh, I mean, he's a creative guy. He can find a way to appropriately, and we'll help him out if we need to. He can find a way to appropriately slide some reference to the DK Sim fam and things that happen here into a call where I think it would sound
just gonna end like this. Oh, hold on. Sorry.
I think it would sound natural within the scope of his play-by-play, but it'd be one of those if you know references,
Yeah, and that's how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
Oh, Didi, wait a minute. That might have shot me to first.
Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out after the scoring.
We're going to let it settle for a second. Player of the game, by the way, is going to be...
I mean, what I'm looking at is you're in first.
I know. Let's not jump... Oh, things are starting to highlight. I think that means it's... Oh, no. Hey, things are moving.
Things are moving.
I think I got it. But Player of the game is Will Lutz. Don't argue with me. The guy was unbelievable. He had 2 50-yard field goals. He's the man. He's your crusty cough, boogery player of the game. And the Not My Kid award, so many people. I think it's going to go to Kamara. I know he had 13 points. Everyone can argue with me. 80% owned. Didn't score that touchdown. Got vultured. Didn't get the other one. I'm giving it to him just based on that. So
I guess my question is though, can you give, and you can do whatever you want, but can you give the Babysitter Billy award to a guy who's in the winning lineup?
Oh, I can do whatever I want, like you said.
Okay. All right.
And I won, but you know what? So I'm going to say it right now.
I won.
No, I got to say it to one person the first time ever. Earlier, my man Obi-Wan always said, have you ever won? Have you ever won?
Yeah.
Obi-Wan.
First.
How do you like them apples? How do you like them apples? Get on my level, pal. Call me whatever you want. All jokes aside, appreciate you, DK SimFam. This was a blast for me. I know the Kaufman DraftKings Friday night delight takeover. It will continue, but I'll be back tomorrow. It's ton on Sunday, so just get ready for all your crazy lineups. But Kauf, always a pleasure, my man.
Absolutely, yeah. You got Rossi at 4 and 6 tomorrow with Tom Carroll, who will join me for the next sim, which is Packers Chiefs. So maybe some more Aaron Rodgers and QB talk that will come your way in a little less than an hour. Our crew and obviously everyone else sticking around here. So if you have any NBA thoughts, load them up in the chat. We'll get to that in just a moment. Rossi, pleasure, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. I'm just gonna go spam the chat. This was awesome. I can't wait. I'm gonna go pop on my little NBA side screen. I'm gonna watch you guys. This is cool.
You gotta pop some bubbly, celebrate that victory. Good
Woo!
for you.
I'm gonna go have a diet seltzer, baby. Let's get wild. Woo woo.
All right, he's Jason Rossi, and again, he will be around tomorrow, folks. Looking forward to it. And once again, I'm Adam Kaufman. Pleased to be with you. But let's bring in the real man of the hour for this NBA watch along program. My dude and yours, the Wolfman, as you've called him in Simland, even though he's all cleaned up now, at least by comparison. Shrag Hira, what's up, bud?
Not much. How you doing, brother? Been a long time since we've been together.
Too damn long. And we've got some interesting stuff going on in the world of NBA DFS.
Yes,
and again, just to reiterate, folks, don't go anywhere. Hang out with us in the chat. Send along whatever it is that you're thinking that you want to know about NBA-wise for this watch along for the next 45 minutes that we're going to be hanging out here with you. And you want to get into, obviously, DFS, we can do that. Any lineup advice you're looking for some of the late games, obviously. If you want to swap anybody out for your classic lineups, if you're looking at Showdown for later on, we can get into that as well. And of course, sports betting. You got live odds. If you're in a state that allows for it, then you could jump into the DK Sportsbook and make some wagers, try and win some cash as well. And there's a Shrug overarching thought first. There is just so much going on in the NBA tonight and over the course of the next couple of days with regard to playoff seeding and the play-in tournament. Coming into today, if I'm not mistaken, only 2 of the 20 teams that are going to reach at least the play-in tournament had locked up specifically their position, their seeding, for where things stand right now. So there's a lot of jockeying that is happening tonight and in the next couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest jockeying that we're seeing is this Golden State and Memphis situation. Both teams fighting for a spot, and both teams will be playing each other at the end of the season. So the winner gets the 8 seed, and the loser has to play in the 9 seed. But I think it's kind of crazy to me that both these teams just kind of, in a sense, punted and just rested all their guys because they know that whatever they're going to do over the next week is going to be basically all the way to the wall. Every single minute, every single second they are playing. The playoffs is here, and they're going to go 110%, if not more than that. So
we were just taking a look at, I see that you brought it up here, and I don't know if we're going to show the people, but the $300,000 shoot around with $100K going at first place.
Yep.
Just and obviously all of this is entirely in progress. Russell Westbrook, who he doesn't have the flame emoji right now. He has been dude's been a guarantee. He's been a must roster, which is why in this contest of, about 18,000 entries, he is 85% owned. You have to have him. He got off to an incredibly slow start tonight. In fact, through one quarter or half a quarter anyway, had something like 5 points, and then he caught fire for a little while.
Yep.
Sitting at 60 right now in a relatively
got his triple-double
game. Yeah,
There's now you got the flame emoji coming on.
Boom. So in real time it happens. He's up to almost 65, 4.5 minutes left in that one. Great performance out of Jaron Allen to this point at the half. You've got well, let's see, actually fourth quarter, you got Gafford's doing really well. I think Joker is having himself, he's not in that lineup, but he's having himself a pretty good night right now. So it's wild. And I think the real wild stuff is still to come here over the course of the night tonight. This is a big late swap night, Chirag.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, speaking of late swaps, I didn't even basically submit my lineup until about 8:59. I was working on it, cranking away for like the last hour, waiting, kind of fading plays, checking out who's coming in, who's coming out, what the starting lineups were going to be. But the only player that I had playing from the early set was Russell Westbrook. After that, I got around to it. Obviously, I was told we can't share too much about it, but I do have a bunch of these games going all at the same time on my NBA League Pass right now. It's next to me. And so I'm watching Cleveland, Washington, Clippers, Rockets, Raptors, Mavs. And then the other game up here is Kings and Grizzlies as well. If it doesn't lag us too much, I might pop on the other ones as well. But I don't need TweetDeck right now. I think we'll make it by without us. But let's get some quality in here, maybe the stream, so we don't lag too much.
Absolutely. And anyone who's got questions, anything like that, throw them out in the chat. We're here for you for the next, like I said, half hour, 40 minutes, whatever it is. Killa says, why don't teams care teams care as much about seeding in the NBA? All these guys are resting as long as they're in. I don't think that's entirely true. I think some teams do care about seeding, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Teams are prioritizing rest here in the final days of the regular season, because ultimately what's more important, you got to be fresh going into the postseason, or in particular, this first ever play-in tournament. What are your thoughts on the play-in tournament, by the way? I'm sure you've weighed in on this, with Meiselman or others when you're doing your shows throughout the week to slate, but I feel very strongly about the play-in tournament, in a couple different respects. I'm curious what your thoughts are on it, just being an NBA fan.
Well, starting as a Lakers fan and you being a Celtics fan, both our teams are pretty much predicted to be in the play-in tournament at this point.
Mine's a lock. That's happening.
Yeah, we already saw the schedule. So the Celtics are already in. I think the Lakers will be in there as well. It just sets up here where it's must-see TV. And yeah, it's kind of lame for teams that are dealing with injuries like the Lakers have all season long. It just does it. I just feel like it's going to be great basketball, really fun. Everyone trying 1,000,000% basically. That's how I see it. I love playoff basketball. And if we can get more of it, why not? And making it so that and I like the way that the construction is now. You have it where the two teams are playing in the 8-9, the 7-8. And one of the winner is guaranteed a spot in the 7. Then the loser of the 8 plays the winner of the 9-10, and then you get your other spot. But that also sets up where, we've never really had bye weeks or anything like that in the NBA. The NFL, we've had the number 1 seed usually always resting. This was the first year it was the number 1 seed, but it was the first and second seed usually, right? So I feel that this is kind of a reward for those top teams, the first and the second one, basically saying, hey, congratulations on a great season. Here is a little bit more tired team. Obviously, everybody's tired. It's been a grueling season, shortened season coming off that weird COVID season. So it's just like it sets up where now you kind of have a bye week a little bit. You get a team that may have had to just play their guys 40 minutes just to get to this point. And now it sets up where, make it stop. Make the music stop. Why are they talking? No.
We don't want people competing with that voice of yours.
No. It's just, I don't even know why it autoplayed. That was so weird. But anyways, what I was saying is I feel like it really makes it, now you have a value of gaining that number 1 seed. Yes, you have home court advantage, but now you have the extra layer where you're playing a team that may have just had to play, for example, the 8 seed. If it's the number 10 team right now, the Wizards coming in and having to play Russell Westbrook 42 minutes. Yes, he's a monster, but they're dealing without Bradley Beal. So he has to do everything out there. And then you get a Sixers team that's been basically resting for a week now. You get a bye week. That's how I look at it. And I think it's really great for these teams. And yeah, it could be something in the long run that actually is more beneficial. But I just think that more games, more rest is better for the playoff product.
So why don't we, get into some of the DK Sportsbook stuff here. And
Okay.
obviously we can do some live betting and all sorts of good stuff. But why don't we begin with the game that's tipping off in 10 minutes, or at least lineups are going to lock for it in 10 minutes if you're doing a showdown or a late swap, whatever, and that's Pelicans Warriors. We can look at some of what the DK Sportsbook has to offer for you, player props in terms of, or in general, line, money line, spread, total, all that good stuff. I want your thoughts on it, obviously. So taking a little look-see here, you have got, let me see.
I have it pulled up right here.
Yeah, let's take
so
a look at
basically
some of the
right
game
now.
So it's basically a pick 'em. It's a half point. Warriors are favored. Over unders 220s. Not a lot of offense expected in that one. Money line, minus 108 for Golden State, minus 110 for New Orleans. Anything jump out for you there? I mean, I would think, especially like rosters being what they are. Like if I'm betting on this game, I mean, give me the Warriors, especially at half a point. That don't give me any pause whatsoever.
Honestly, I'm leaning towards.
You go the other way?
I'm leaning towards the Pelicans in this matchup. The reason why is they are kind of playing more of their regulars, I would say. Yes, a bunch of their guys are injured. Zion, Ingram, Lonzo, Steven Adams, all out, but Bledsoe's up there playing 27, 28 minutes. Nickeil Alexander-Walker's getting 34 minutes, whereas Golden State, you're starting Jordan Poole, Kent Bazemore, Michael Mulder. They just have a bunch of players that don't have the same amount of experience. And New Orleans, they might want to play like a spoiler. I feel like this is a scenario where you have a chance to really spoil a team season, and why not? They aren't fully going to spoil it because that last game of the season is the Warriors and Grizzlies, but why not? I honestly believe that the Pelicans have just a little bit better team, just a little bit better players, just a little bit more depth. Yeah, it's in Oakland, or sorry, in Frisco now. Sorry, the game is in Frisco now. I just like Pelicans more. Just give me a little bit of a half point and roll with that.
Robbie Noble in the chat saying Jordan Poole's going to go off tonight. I like Poole a lot tonight, too. In fact, I think he's projected for right around 40 points, pretty close to it fantasy-wise. Yeah, I think he's going to have a real solid one here tonight.
I hope so. We're on the Poole bandwagon tonight. I have Poole in my lineup, too, so I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to jump in the pool with you guys.
Some stuff on the DK Sportsbook, producer Michael sending along to us. So the Warriors have won 12 of their last 13 home games against teams with losing records. Each of the last 5 games between the Pelicans and Warriors have gone under, although I'd be curious what those lines were because, again, 220 is pretty low. Warriors have covered the spread in their last 4 contests. Anything jumping out to you with regard to, you already said, I would lean Golden State in the half point. You'd go the Pelicans the other way. What about the over-under as far as the 220? How do you feel about it?
I'm leaning towards the under. Actually, there's not really going to be very much defense in this game. So that gives me a lean somewhat to the over. But you have to keep in mind, like, the reason why all the records that he was mentioning and that you mentioned, those are all with pretty much Curry in the lineup. We have not seen this version of the Warriors yet. So it's difficult to kind of say. I don't think that they have much of a defensive chance against this team. They're kind of small. So I'm leaning towards the over just because it could just be a game where people are playing scrimmage and they're just throwing it back and forth like an all-star game. And then they'll try in the fourth quarter when it really matters. That's how I see this kind of playing out, honestly.
Washington with the 120-105 win at home over Cleveland. Jared Allen, a solid game. Not as good as Russ, though, obviously. Allen goes for 18 and 14. You had Russ with a triple-double. Monster night, 72 fantasy points with the flame emoji. The dude is he's all reliable. He really is. 21, 17 assists, a dozen rebounds, had a few steals as well. He was an animal out there in what was obviously a very comfortable win for Washington. If I'm not mistaken, and they have been dismal, and I know injuries have played a role in that, but 33-38 with the win. If I'm not mistaken, that right there locks up the berth in the play-in tournament for the Wizards and X's out Chicago. So sorry, Bulls, your season is effectively over. So now it's just going to come down to seeding, obviously, between the Celtics, the Hornets, the Pacers, and the Wizards. Those are the East play-in tournament teams, and Celtics are locked into the 7, so it'll be the other 3 that could potentially move around. The Hornets, the Pacers enter tonight with identical 33-37 records. So conceivably, if they both lost, you'd have those 2 and the Wizards all with the same record. We'll find out what happens. Easy cover, obviously, of the 9.5-point line, which I would have felt pretty good about going into as well. We can look at some of the live betting also, but what are your thoughts on Washington? What are your thoughts on Washington in the play-in tournament? Just because, and I'm not saying like, oh, first round, what do they do? Like they're not going on a deep playoff run. That would take a miracle. But this is just because of Russ, the dude we just talked about, this is a very dangerous play-in tournament team.
It really depends on the status of Bradley Beal. So Bradley Beal's dealing with a hamstring injury. He did say that he was a little bit better, still unable to practice. But I think it all comes down to Bradley Beal. He's a player that in this league, he can drop 50 points. And in a game like what you need to win, play-in tournament game, you need one of those upside guys. Yes, Westbrook can go and drop 20, 20, and 20. We've seen him do it. But those dimes, yes, he had 17 tonight without Bradley Beal. But those dimes, when you pass to Bradley Beal, you pass it with the man to confidence. He is a knockdown shooter, and he can go get a bucket by himself. Whereas Russell Westbrook, is he a knockdown shooter? I don't believe so. So I think without Bradley Beal, they are going to struggle, but it'll come down to who they're matched up with. If they're matched up with the Pacers, I don't think that they have the Pacers have much of a chance. But it all comes down to Beal. It's going to be the biggest question of the week is Bradley Beal going to play?
Here's one of the great questions from Must Be in the chat. How about Boucher? Is he playing tonight? So, I mean, I don't know how many people like me were burned by that dude last night. So, and this is why it's always important to pay attention, obviously, to late swaps and all of that. So, the expectation was he was going to start. He wound up at least being moved to the bench. I was going to say coming off the bench, except he didn't, Chirag. Boucher never entered that game last night, so I took a big fat 0 in my lineup. Thanks a lot. After he was projected for I don't even know how many points, but it was a fair chunk. Then obviously he became a very risky play. And to this point in this game, it's late first quarter. He's not yet entered. Bembry off the bench, Baines off the bench for Toronto. Boucher has not played yet. This guy is I don't know what the strategy is. If they're just resting him toward the, I don't know for what purpose. Their season's over. They're not going to the playoffs. So
he's dealing with a little bit of a knee injury, and I just think that they know what they have in Boucher, and they don't really need to press it with him. Yeah. They know that he's a skinny forward, and he needs to put on a little bit of weight so he can play a little bit more in the paint. But I think they know what they have with Boucher, and they don't need to press it. So I don't think I considered him, but that was what made me get off of him for tonight's slate. Is I just don't see the need. Yeah, it's pretty much garbage time, but we're in a scenario where it's better to play the guys that you're trying to maybe consider signing for next season.
Which game you want to look at, DK Sportsbook, as far as the live betting right now? Dealer's choice.
I would definitely look at I'm considering this game here with the Kings and Grizzlies, because I think that's the one that's going to be somewhat of the closest.
Sure. Close one early. 5-point game for the Grizzlies right now.
Yeah. So I think if the thing is, the Kings have somewhat of the better players. Like Buddy Hield is much better than any person that's playing currently in this game for the Grizzlies, but they're still down. So is Buddy Hield going to go off? That's what we have to watch for in this game. Is he's the player that could really tilt it in Sacramento's favor. But as it's currently placed, what's crazy is that this line for the Grizzlies opened up at -9. And then when everybody got ruled out, it moved to -3. and now it's at -5. So if we get any value here, if this game stays close or the Kings do make a push and take the lead on this game, then we can consider a live bet. But I think honestly, the best way.
So what's that line need to get to for you to be interested?
I'm leaning towards the Grizzlies being able to take this one. So if the Grizzlies are able to take this one, I would want to look for it around halftime with the Kings ahead by 5. That would put the second half line at +2, because usually what happens is the halftime line takes into account to what the line closed at and stuff like that. So if they're up 5, then it'll likely come back in at +2, and we can get the Grizzlies at +2 is where I would look at it.
7 of the Kings' last 8 games have gone under. The live bet is 224 right now, and a game that has obviously 51 total points. A few minutes to go in the opening quarter. What do you think of that?
I haven't really found a lot of success live betting over-unders. It's somewhat difficult because what ends up happening is if you get a game where guys are really making it in the first quarter, it inflates the line a little bit. And then you say, oh, these guys are playing well. Let me go and continue to take this over. Whereas the actual sharp play I would consider is actually the under, because you would expect players to regress to their mean and defenses to get better, players to get more tired as the game wore on. So that's why it's a little bit more difficult for me to live bet. And I wait, basically, if I'm going to take a live bet, it's around halftime or at the end of a quarter, or the best time to live bet, honestly, is if a player is ejected.
Yeah.
So if a player is ejected, what you're ended up getting is the line accounts for them to still be in for that moment. So let's say, that's what's tough with the Kings and Grizzlies right now, because none of these superstars are playing in this game. If Buddy Yield got ejected, then we can be like, hey, let's go with the Grizzlies on the live line, and I would just take the money line in that instance. It doesn't make sense to try to play around with it. I always wait for either halftime or a player to get ejected from a game and then run to make that bet.
If anyone wants to get into any questions, whatever it is, throw them out in the chat. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button here on the DK YouTube page. If you're watching on Twitch, appreciate you. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow. Talking NBA DFS. I realize, lineups have locked at this point, so you're not making any DFS changes now, but live betting for the DK Sportsbook, we're happy to dive into that stuff. Any questions you have, or even if you're thinking DFS beyond today, looking ahead to tomorrow's slate, whatever
we
it
can
may
potentially
be,
look ahead to that too.
Happy to get into that stuff. If I'm disappointed by anything, Shirag, right now with regard to, again, just the standings watch, if you woke up this morning and you were rooting for chaos, we're just not seeing it. I mean, the chalk is winning out. Like I said, Washington beat Cleveland to lock up a play-in tournament spot. Nuggets are going to take care of business against the Pistons. I'm assuming we're late third quarter, but it's a comfortable lead for Denver by 10 right now. Sixers blowing doors at home against the Magic. That thing is, for all intents and purposes, over. Jazz, same deal in OKC against the Thunder team that evidently can't beat anyone other than the Celtics. And then, after that, you've got some games that are still clearly in question, like the Mavs should be able to take care of Toronto, but long way to go, 3 quarters to go. The Clips, Rockets, same deal, close games, but it's not going to be that way by the end, I wouldn't think. And Grizzlies Kings is the only game that is kind of a wild card right now, but it really doesn't matter, because Grizzlies have locked in their play-in tournament spot, and the Kings obviously won't. So as things, I was hoping we'd get tonight to really send us into the weekend with great question marks, but more is going to come into focus by the end of tonight, no question about it.
Honestly, I don't even feel like more is going to come into focus tonight. We have a bunch of games these next 2 days where players don't want to play. Like, why would the Wizards care to play this Sunday night game and put Russell Westbrook out there? Yeah, the man is a monster and he always wants to play. But if you're going to be without Bradley Beal, why not just rest the guy and let him go into town? Because they have the first set of games. The Eastern Conference starts the play-in tournament. So they have the earlier games to play. So I believe if we look at the schedule, that's where we have more of a beneficial understanding where we can potentially make plays. So if you see this Wizards and Hornets line come out Saturday night, I would just take the money line on the Hornets, expecting them needing to win, and the Wizards not having anywhere they can go up or down in the standings.
Interesting point. Let's take a closer look, DK Sportsbook, at Sacramento and Memphis here. Again, late first quarter, it's a close game. Grizzlies are in front. We were talking about this one a little bit before. Grizzlies have won 17 of their last 21 games against the Kings at home. So that's a real deep dive stat for you, courtesy of the Sportsbook. 7 of the Kings' last 8 have gone under. Grizzlies have covered 10 of their last dozen at home. The line just moved from 9 to 6.5 in a blink as we were looking at it right there. So 6.5 Grizzlies are favored at this moment. 221.5 the live bet on over under. What do you think about the spread as we sit right now?
I would just wait until halftime to see how these teams kind of play it out. Yeah. It looks like the way that when I'm watching right now, looks like the players are just going through the motions.
Sure.
So I don't feel like there makes any sense, because who's even in right now? I have to check the DK Live app to see who's even in right now for.
Yeah, I'll pull that up for you.
Let's go.
And the line at tip off was 3.5. So now
no, I'm looking at who's in the lineup right now. Who's on the floor? Obviously. So we have Frazier, Bain, Melton, Porter, Konkar, and for the Kings, Metu, King, Woodard, James, Ramsey. So these are guys that are, the only player that anybody really even considered playing from this bunch was Melton. So we have a scenario where.
Or Metu. I think I've got Metu.
Oh yeah, I have Metu in my lineup too. But from the Grizzlies, I was saying from the Grizzlies side. From the Grizzlies side, Melton was the only one that really anybody considered, and Metu was somebody there as well.
Yeah, and Melton hasn't done anything yet. No points in his 6 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll see how these kind of teams play out. But what you're looking at are these lineups where it's a bunch of players that are not going to be playing very much. So can you feel confident that this line is going to move? And I would want to wait until we see either it gets to a blowout scenario, or we get something of a cleaner line. So yeah, it's already now we're down to -5.5.
Right. 6-point game here late first. PhD in the chat. Feel good about my Justice Winslow pick in my lineup, though. Yeah, as you should at this moment. 10 points in 8 minutes, plus a few rebounds and an assist as well. So Winslow's off to a real hot start. Trying to reinvent himself there in Memphis.
I considered playing him at 3K. I really considered playing him at 3K, but I ended up going with.
Anytime you can get a starter at the minimum.
I know, but it was a scenario where how much could you spend down? How much could you possibly spend down? So I needed to play a stud. Luka Doncic was one of the studs, and then the play that I went off the wall a little bit with, and instead of playing Winslow, I went with Rondo. He was 4K, and
I thought about Rondo. I didn't do it, but I was trying to choose between Rondo and Poole, and I went Poole.
Yeah, so that's just kind of how things shook out, and Rondo's playing well right now. 3 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 dimes in 10 minutes. So yeah, he's not doing Winslow numbers, but the ownership was definitely. I don't even know what the ownership was for him. So. Maybe that's something. I find it
interesting that you went with Luka as your stud. Did you just not want to pay up for Russ?
I have Russ. Russ was remember. So I made the lineup, and the way that I made the lineup.
So why not go with like Joker? Joker's in a better spot tonight than Luka.
Hold on. The sounds are coming back on automatically.
Well, there was a call that did go Luka's way. Oh, we got things. We got things to tell us.
Oh,
things to hear.
Well, we technically can't listen to them because this is NBA.
Yeah, legally, we cannot, is what you're saying. We got you for about 10 more minutes, by the way. Like Joker's got almost 60 points through 3 quarters. Actually, not even at the end of the third.
I don't think he's going to play in the fourth. So that was my assumption there.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, at least he'll he'll book it with 60 even if he doesn't play the fourth.
Yeah.
But
So that's kind of where you kind of have to draw the line.
about the blowout.
Yeah. So I wanted to play a guy. If I wanted to play a blowout player, I felt that there was a lot of value in playing the cheaper guys at center. So
I just find, I don't know if your experience has been different. Luka, for all, like, Luka might be the best player in the NBA. I'm not dismissing Luka. When it comes to his DFS, and obviously, you got season long, you love to have Luka on your team. When it comes to DFS, Luka he's so boomer bust for me. He's let me down so many times that I hate playing him because I'm scared to death of what he's going to do. I mean, he had that one game the other day. He didn't even crack 30 fantasy points.
That was the reason why I played him. So trying to play a lineup here where we have a little bit of, I would say, leverage on the cheaper, fewer chalkier plays. So I just looked at it. There's so many values for tonight's slate. That's the reason why I went with Luka, is so I could get a little bit of leverage on the field.
It's interesting that in this big contest, the leader right now is about 275. I was thinking we were going to have some banana scores tonight. Maybe we will when all's said and done. But right now, not the case at all.
I mean, just look at these lineups. These guys are flame emojis, and the music's coming back. Why do they keep playing sound? But
you don't have any, the snowflakes in there. It's all flames or meeting expectations. But still, that guy 100 who's in front right now by 5 points, only 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
It's just go bear. That's it. Everybody
I think
else is done.
Let's look at this Danny lineup right here. This is a lineup that's kind of doing really well now. So
yeah, that's the one you got to watch for.
You got Joker hitting it there, and if the Pistons make a little bit of a run for it, he might come back in.
Yeah.
But look at the players that he has still going. Royce O'Neal might have a chance here, and 1% ownership for
go with the other Curry, huh?
Yeah. There's
look at four guys who have 1% ownership or less.
Yeah. So I think he has a chance to climb the leaderboard here and make a difference. Let's look at this one. Olduwan. He got Sexton with the snowflakes, so that may impact him greatly because Seti and D Wade didn't do their jobs. Dean Wade, sorry.
Rondo with a dozen. Good start for him.
Yep. Let's check out some of these other lineups. Sexton impacting Osimo with one of 99 of his lineups in here. He's got the Joker too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what was really interesting about this slate was Tyus Jones. So at 36%, I honestly thought that more people would. I thought his ownership would be higher because he was gaining a lot of just popularity throughout the day. It was a debate between him and Melton. But at 36%, was he really that popular? I don't know.
No, I mean, I would say I've got, well, I guess I've got about half the players in this lineup in mind. I didn't go with Diallo. I didn't go with Harris. I didn't play Allen. Winslow I didn't have. So
before we jump off, before we get kicked off of this thing, I wanted to ask you.
We got a few minutes.
I wanted to ask you about the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
This was,
I
would say, our class. We watched these players grow up from the start. Yeah, there were other players earlier than them but these were the guys that came out when we were really growing up. Duncan, Kobe, and KG, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah,
or am I aging myself right now?
No, you're 1,000%. Those were, I mean, that was these were the guys that we grew up watching for sure.
Yeah. So what's your take on just how these guys had their careers, and now looking back upon them, how do you kind of, I would say specifically Duncan and KG. Kobe, obviously, there's this place where everybody knows he's not good as Jordan or whatever it was. He's some people's GOAT. It's everybody breaks it down differently. Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, but KG and Tim Duncan never really get mentioned in those conversations. And I think as the players that revolutionized the sport, they were really big pillars on that. Like that bank shot, the big fundamental, like you have a player that could do anything on the court, and he revolutionized his play and being coachable and just the standards of excellence, and always making the Spurs always making the playoffs. And then KG with that intensity, leading a Minnesota team all the way to the conference finals against the Lakers with basically no help for a majority of his career, then getting to the Celtics. But how do you view these two guys more? I consider them Hall of Famers. That's not without a question. Like I would never disagree to that. But as pillars of the sport, what do you make of them?
Well, I just think it's so interesting. If we were to go one by one, obviously with Duncan, the quiet assassin, the 5-time champ in San Antonio, who never really said much during his career, certainly nothing controversial. He just kind of went out and dominated and lived in the shadow for a period of time of David Robinson and did his thing. And obviously they had guys around him, whether it was Manu or Parker, obviously Robinson, the Admiral there for a period till it really became Duncan's team, and all under the Popovich, Bill Belichick, don't bring your personality here. And Kawhi, obviously, we saw that when he was coming up before he went off and became his own man, so to speak, first within San Antonio and then obviously elsewhere, and has won himself a championship in Toronto and now as a Clipper. But I just think it's so rare, maybe not as rare in the NBA as elsewhere, but it's still not, it's not obvious that you will have a guy, LeBron like in this way, where a consensus number one overall pick, like we all knew in 1997, Duncan, number one. And obviously like Celtics fans were pining for the lottery balls to bounce their way, and it didn't work out. Rick Pitino destroyed the franchise from there on out. But it's so rare that you don't see, or that you see a consensus number one overall pick go out and actually exceed expectations, which I think over the course of Duncan's career, he absolutely did. I mean, this was a much like all of these guys, all three of these guys that we're talking about, no doubt about it, first ballot Hall of Famers, and like there was no debate, there was no discussion. You could have said it halfway through their careers, never mind what they did by the end of it. And obviously you add in success internationally, whatever else, acclaim, and Duncan was just, he absolutely, like, I'm not going to say Kevin Garnett revolutionized the power forward position in the NBA back when, like, before this positionless basketball phenomenon, he revolutionized, like, learning under the likes of Kevin McHale and some others. He revolutionized the power forward position in the NBA. Duncan didn't revolutionize the center position, but he went out and played it about as well as you possibly could for that generation, for that.
One question though, for you though, is Duncan played most of his career as a power forward. It wasn't until later in his career that he was much of a center.
Gone. True.
And also,
Twin Towers, baby.
Yeah, and also as Dirk being a power forward, and today probably would have been the center in these games. But I feel like the way that you're mentioning, like KG revolutionized the position, just that intensity on its own, like this is an NBA player.
Yeah.
Like, yes, Duncan was very professional and he did everything correctly. But those two standards of just like, this is how you be a professional. It's almost like a lost art now. Like,
well, Duncan was like, it was just, Duncan was basically a mute, man. And it was, at least when he played, and it was before that sort of AAU culture where, like, Kevin Garnett was as real could come when it came to actually hating anybody on the opposition. Like, there were no friends on that court the way there are today, where guys are smiling, laughing, joking, pregame, postgame, sometimes in-game. No, like, you are the enemy if Kevin Garnett was out there on the floor. And that intensity, that passion, I just, especially getting to watch him up close in Boston, but this was certainly true of his career in Minnesota prior to coming to the Celtics. He just, like, I've never seen anything like that, so consistently from a guy. Like, there were no exceptions. It was a scowl. It was a yell. It was a scream. There was, like, being on the floor was not, you wouldn't have thought it was a joy to play professional basketball for him. It was a job, and he was going out there to own it in every way, offensively, defensively, and also one of those guys, and Duncan could be put in this category to some degree as well, like guys who, you know, relished more success on the defensive end of the floor than offense. And they could do whatever they wanted offensively. They could go out and dominate offensively. They could be all NBA, but to go out there and dominate defensively, that's how games were won. That's how they looked at it. You know, Kobe obviously was the other way, taking nothing away from him as a defender, but he was out there to rip your throat out, you know, as a scorer, you know, that Mamba mentality. He was going to go out there and he was going to kill you on the floor. He was going to make sure that, you know, he dropped 40, 50, 60 on you whenever he wanted, whenever he needed to. And like any championship team, like any all-time great, he had help. Like he had Shaq, he had some other guys around him, obviously, over, you know, all those championship teams, those multiple three-peats there with the Lakers. But this is just, I'm just like, I'm so in awe. And maybe it is because, like, going back to your original point, it's our era, but I'm just so in awe of this Hall of Fame class in particular. I'm so geeked out to sit tomorrow and just listen to their speeches. And it's for so many different reasons beyond the obvious. It sucks that Kobe won't be there. And you know, you listen to KG and Duncan earlier today in their press conferences with the media talking about how it's just not going to be the same experience, not having Kobe there and not seeing him up there on that stage and giving that speech and, you know, enjoying, you know, everything that was due to him and that he had coming to him. And, you know, never mind what he was going to do, obviously, later in life and what we were starting to see in his retirement and growing the game, growing the women's game and, you know, everything that he was starting to achieve that, you know, these guys, these dominant players, many of them do in their later years, you know, post playing careers. And, you know, like the next class, like you'll Paul Pierce in the next class, but it's not going to be nearly what this class is. Like this, I'm not sure we've ever had a class like this, you know, in recent memory, not like early days of Hall of Fame when there was some catching up to do. And we're not going to have anything like this for a long time.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And that's why I wanted to bring it up to you, because I just felt like such a strong connection to this class. And it just was, it's these players that we grew up watching, but also Rudy T. He's going to be the coach on this. And I think Rudy T, considering what he was able to do with the Rockets, deservedly so, a Hall of Fame coach as well.
All right. Well, this has been the NBA Watch Along. A great time. I'm glad that you brought up the Hall of Fame because I think that stuff is really important to get into too. And it's going to be a ton of fun, like I said, watching those speeches tomorrow. But this was fun, my friend. You know, getting to work with you again. It's been a little while, but also, you know, getting to follow DFS and Sportsbook and everything else going along. So hopefully this show is not going anywhere. And it'll give us an opportunity for the two of us to do this again real soon.
Sounds good.
All right, more Madden on the way, and I will be back after a couple-minute break. Tom Carroll is going to join me, and we've got Packers Chiefs. Jump into the DK SimFam Friends League in the DraftKings lobby, obviously, and get your lineup in if you haven't, and we appreciate you. Join us in the chat for that. In the meantime, NBA Watch Along, remember, comes your way on Fridays. We'll see if it is back next Friday. That might depend somewhat on the playoff schedule, but we're getting to the exciting time of the year. He is Chirag Hira. I'm Adam Kaufman. And stay with us. Stream rolls on. Who needs a break? Who needs to go to the bathroom? Who needs to even get a cookie? Whatever. Let's roll on with the dream stream, baby. Let's do it. Adam Kaufman back with you, and a rotating cast of other side of the screen continues. Tom Carroll, Tom Ace, and he smells terrific. How are you, man?
I am doing well. We got a Super Bowl I rematch here.
Well,
love
now
that.
you're going
Always
way
love when
back.
these two teams play each other. Super Bowl I.
Go
back and watch it on
the
YouTube.
Annals of history in the NFL. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm into it. So what do you got? Lineups have locked. What are you looking for?
So I went with Travis Kelce in the captain spot. I always put him in there when I have the Chiefs on the docket.
Okay.
Feel like he is the guy where I can get the most value the rest of the way while still getting my studs in my lineup, so to speak. But because we also have the Packers on the other side, I didn't have my traditional Chiefs stack that I do because the Packers got some dudes, right? So I went with Devontae Adams. I got Aaron Jones. I got Patrick Mahomes. I got Robinson and MVS as the lower priced guys at the back end of my lineup. So I like it.
So fresh off an 11th place finish in the 8 o'clock primetime free roll, which is not bad, although tell you what, it's not a win. It's not a win, which our buddy Jason Rossi had. Rossi took down the last free roll, I know, and he was feeling real good about himself.
Good for him.
Kind of final play or two territory, came down to the final few seconds. Yeah, he was a happy guy, as he should have been.
Big time stuff.
I had some trouble. I had some trouble setting this lineup because here's what I wanted. I wanted a lineup that anyone could contribute. I didn't want to go super punt play with all the expensive plays. You don't want to fade anyone. You just don't. But it's tricky.
Tough.
It's tricky. I often will captain Travis Kelce when the Chiefs are involved. I will often captain Devin Funchess when the Packers are involved. I don't have Kelce, period. I don't have Rodgers, my guy, period. I don't have Devontae Adams, period. Here's what I went with. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling in the captain spot. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Aaron Jones, Devin Funchess, and Sammy Watkins. This right here, this is a high upside lineup. Everyone is owned in the 30 to 70% range. We got real potential, and I am eager, and I don't often feel this way, Tommy. I am eager to see what the winning lineup looks like about an hour from now.
Yeah, this is the type of matchup that you're going to see a lot of dudes have high ownership throughout, like, everyone's lineup, right? Because just both these teams are so stacked. Like, I'm looking at my lineup here. The lowest ownership I have is 35%, and it's Devontae Adams. Like, this matchup is fun. This is a very fun Madden simulation game right here. It's Super Bowl I rematch, baby.
So we'll see what we get. First play from scrimmage on the way. Packers ball first. Virtual Arrowhead Stadium. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman. And what a crew we've got here with us. We've got Daniel, our technical director. We've got Mike. We've got Bert. We've got Patrick. We've got a touchdown on the very first play from scrimmage. Aaron Jones takes it 76 yards. See you later, sir. And we are off and running. Maybe that is a sign of things to come on this sim. Let's go.
Wow. That's crazy. And Aaron Jones is probably in, most of this contest's lineups, right? I mean, he's sort of a can't miss guy. So a lot of happy campers here.
Man, oh man. Let's take a little look-see at what we got on Aaron Jones ownership. He is owned, you'd be surprised, 54% of lineups in our 155-person Madden After Dark. This should have been the Super Bowl matchup free roll. And only 11% in the captain spot. So good on you, 11%ers who captained Aaron Jones. A quick 14 points in the flex and up over 20 already in the captain spot.
They don't talk enough about the 11%ers, Koff.
They really don't.
We got to have more national conversations about the 11 percenters.
As our
I'm
dude
surprised
Daniel
that
says, there's a good energy in the sim, fam.
Very good. I'm surprised Aaron Jones' ownership isn't even a little higher. But again, it's so hard. There's two amazing teams on
I
deck
didn't
here.
even mention CEH. I don't have him. I don't have any Clyde Edwards-Helaire in my lineup, and that's a dude that could break off a couple of touchdowns.
Totally. I've been rostering him like crazy when I've had the Chiefs of late. Totally. Totes. I beat you in NBA last night. Can we just get it out of the way now?
Dude, everyone beat me.
Yeah, your lineup stunk. You had a big old goose egg in there. I think you had a guy that scored sub-6. Brutal night for the cough man.
My lineup, and there are no excuses. My lineup was junk last night. I literally entered, I want to say, I don't know. I was in 6, 7, 8 contests, something like that. I can't remember. I'm assuming it's happened. It's definitely happened. But I can't remember the last time that I didn't win something. Like you invest X number
you went
of dollars.
0-4.
Yeah, I went 0-4. I lost everywhere in NBA DFS last night. Now, knock on wood, tonight might flip the other way. I might win everywhere. We'll see.
Every dog has their day.
But last night, oh, good gracious, it was bad.
Michael says 0 for Thursday.
Yeah, I was. I was totally 0 for Thursday. In fact, it wasn't even just. It wasn't even just 0 for. It was down and out. Just quit. Close the app. Like I don't even need to see what the final scores are because I don't have a chance. Like I am not only am I losing everywhere, everyone else has more minutes than me.
Yeah.
I have no prayer. I have no prayer in the world. And that was me last night. Mahomes, that's going to go down as a catch to Tyreek Hill. And he's 2 for 13. Mahomes stays perfect 3 out of 3. 2nd and 9 on the way from the 43. That was a tough one. It was a tough one last night. It was.
Hey.
But you must have been happy to return to the battlefield and play.
Oh, it felt great. It felt great waking up to that little notification on my phone this morning. I had gone 17 straight days ignoring your contest requests, and man, felt good to get back on the W side of the column. I now believe that means I'm 19-47 all time against Koff or something.
I'd have to look it up.
Crazy like that.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, Justice Daniel says, what's Tommy's record against you, Koff?
Yeah, it's bad. It's awful. But that means every win is that much sweeter. It's like the college football rivalry where one team just dominates every single year, but every 4 or 5 years when they get that one win, it's like when Auburn beats Alabama every 8 years.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up
burn
what our
down
record is.
Auburn.
I'm gonna look up what our record is right now, not because
I believe it's either 18 or 19-47.
I'm looking it up just because I want to know if you truly have it memorized. Yeah,
because I remember the last time we went together, you read it.
Yeah, you are 19-47 after
19-47. Yep, it's easy to remember when it's such a low number.
Although it was higher than you thought when you were guessing.
It was. 19-47. Unbelievable. Chipping away, baby.
I'm surprised you didn't roll the magic right on into tonight.
No, see, I didn't want to press my luck. I kind of had a lazy day. I sort of mailed it in a little bit. There's some stuff I could have done. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna chill out. I needed it. Mental health day.
I had it wasn't a mental health day. There were plenty of things that I accomplished, and obviously I had all the kids at home too. But the first part of the day, kids were in school and everything was taken care of. And I've talked about this before. My radio responsibilities keep me up until between 3 and 4 a.m. every night, which is why I can see what happens in our lineups before I go to bed. I don't have to wake up to those notifications. I know what's going on one way or the other. So I was up late. So normally I would say if I were to average it out, normally I go to bed at, let's say 3 and I get up at 9, or somewhere in that window on both ends. I did not get out of bed today until 1 o'clock.
Wow.
And I could have stayed there longer, might I
Did it feel great?
it should have felt great. It didn't feel great because I made the mistake of setting so many alarms. Like it was like 2 hours of just snooze alarms.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Because I was like, I shouldn't
you
sleep
sleep in,
late.
but you hit the snooze alarm like 20 times.
Just nope. So it wasn't a good consistent sleep. It was get up, Adam, go do something. I don't know.
Every 8 minutes, your phone reminds you that you're supposed to be awake.
Right, you jerk. My phone is.
Yeah, I've done that on weekends. You have a few too many Diet Cokes the night before, but for some reason you decide to set an alarm, and then you're just snoozing all day.
I just did not. And I woke up. I want to say I got up at like 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that. And I didn't really get up. I just mean I woke up, and I looked at the clock. I read through my email. I checked Twitter for a few minutes. I responded to some texts that I had missed in the morning, and then I was like, all right, well, I don't need to start this day yet.
Pretty great.
Like there's nothing I need to do right now. There's no
kids are at school.
There's no one I need to care for right now. I'm going back to bed. Like what? This
it's good stuff right there.
Why would I even stand up right there? No,
I'm not going to waste my steps here.
Don't need it. Not interested.
It's incredible.
Now tomorrow's going to be early. We got baseball, t-ball first thing in the morning, and some other stuff going on throughout the day and night. In fact, tomorrow's a lighter day for me. I've got just the one sim at 2 o'clock, which I am wedging right between baseball and soccer. I'm throwing that in right between baseball and soccer because I try anyway not to miss the kids' activities when it's avoidable. But you will be on with Rossi, who was with me, of course, for the previous sim. You two will be together for 4 and 6 tomorrow.
That's right. So how far do you live from the ball fields? Are you going to be able to – is this going to – okay.
It's easy. Yeah, it's easy. Their max distance is – and there are multiple fields that they will use kind of on a rotating basis. But they range from – literally 3 minutes down the road to let's say 15 minutes. Like they're not far, which is it's great because I can.
That's perfect.
I can as you guys like to say, talk about the sim. I can
talk about the sim.
Make time for the sim. Make time for the sim. That's what I can do. Oh, and hey, I should promote this. I had kind of forgotten all about this. Tomorrow, not only am I on at 2, I'm with Glash. It's Glash and I together at 2 o'clock, and he will be with Emerson for the nooner.
Wow!
So
historic stuff happening tomorrow.
Yeah, you got a couple of strong combos for your for the first third of your Dream Stream day, folks.
That
Tune
2
in early
o'clock
and often.
That's prime time material. Glash versus Koff. This is the first time you guys will have been together since this current rift has started.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we've got some. Tomorrow's going to be a Festivus.
Yeah, you get some.
Tomorrow's going to be an airing of grievances.
Hey, shout out to Glash, officially named the voice of the Connecticut Sun. Big time cool stuff.
Do you think he's going to have to stand on a stool next to Rebecca Lobo?
100%. If they do stand-ups, he will have the Dale Arnold apple crate.
I mean, either he needs to be on a stool, or they just need to confess, or they just need to say, we're not going to lie to you. Like, obviously she's 7 feet taller than I am.
Well, it looks bad on camera if you don't rock the stool,
I think they're going to sit. We got a touchdown to rushing score, and once again, Aaron Jones, who captained him. Only 2 touchdowns in this game belong to Aaron Jones. Yeah,
I bet they do more sitting.
You got to sit them.
Yeah, they're going to sit often, but if they do some courtside stand-ups, maybe, pre-game, they're breaking out the crate. They got it.
Must Be says, sorry, Koff, Glash couldn't come over today. His WNBA contract won't allow him to water your bushes. The heck, it won't. Yeah, the first thing that kid does the next time he comes to my house, I guarantee he urinates in the plants. He's savage. He's going to do it out of principle. We'll even be at a point where we're both vaccinated, and I can say, like, no, come in and use the bathroom. He's like, I got all the bathroom I need right here.
Yeah, it's called nature.
Yeah. I'm good.
Nature.
Kyle, how are you? Good to see you.
What's up, Kyle?
And everybody else, for that matter. AD Poker.
He says congrats to Glash.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we talked quite a bit about the new gig, actually, on the previous sim with Rossi. Very excited. I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait to hear it, see it.
Bob M saying, what up, Cough?
Oh, what up, Bob?
Hey,
what
Bob.
about Bob? Wow, it's just a damn cough man thrown out. I told you guys earlier, I said it during the NBA watch-along. I said I really like Jordan Poole tonight for the Warriors. 21 point first quarter. 21 point first quarter.
Dang.
First quarter. Jordan Poole. I'm telling you, as long as my guys don't, like, go all Jokic and sit in the fourth quarter, I'll have a decent NBA night. We'll see. Never know.
So you're blaming Jokic for last night?
No. I mean, tonight, like, Jokic had, I think, 60 points through the third quarter, like flame emoji and all. He was.
Oh, and he sat.
And then he, I think they sat him the entire fourth quarter because it was a blowout.
Yeah.
So that was
back to back as well. No point.
Points. Yeah.
I understand that. Smart. Got to rest your dude.
I don't even remember who I rostered last night. I burned last night from my brain.
I could pull up the old contest if you want to see
it. Terrace says, now that Glash will be announcing the Connecticut Sun, will he still be here? He will. He will. He's not going anywhere. I cannot.
They play a lot of weekend games.
They do. I mean, yeah, he might not be here as often on weekends, but weekdays for sure. And he's not, because I asked him this, Terrace. I was curious as well. He won't be traveling. They don't do the road games. It's just home games. So I'm not sure how many that is, but he will. He'll still be around aplenty in Simland on the Dream Stream. Not to worry.
No doubt.
What I think we need to do, maybe we'll talk about this with Glash tomorrow, or you and I can get into it right now, and then we can bring Glash our suggestions. I think we need to come up with some phraseology or some references that are subtle enough to be passable in a WNBA broadcast, but will be clear references to the DK Sim Fam and the Madden streams.
Well, I have one already right away.
Please.
There's a good energy in the game right now, Rebecca.
Strong. Yes. Great one. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to show up wearing Sarah's clothes. He's not going to come, dressed as some
that wouldn't be good.
Dressed as some WNBA player or coach. No. He's not going to do all Skip Perkins. Aaron Jones, by the way, with the rushing bonus in quarter number 1. He's not gonna shut out Mostert. He's not gonna, call out members of an imaginary chat. Probably not gonna say hi to Kyle and his mom or ask people about their psychology exams. There aren't gonna be any disco lights. He's gonna wear a suit. He's not gonna, if we get a certain number of points tonight, I'll shave my eyebrows.
He should do that though.
He should do that. Like, seriously, how often do you have 100-point games in the WNBA? I don't know. Is it common? I guarantee you don't get 120 often. So, maybe he says, like, for 100, if we get 120 points tonight, I will come back with no eyebrows.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll do that.
Well, for every dunk I see this season, I'm going to get a tattoo on my back.
Perfect. Absolutely. I think there's a great energy in the game, Rebecca, is a great one. I think that's a perfect one. We need more. We need more. We should make a list. We need more like that. Yeah, Scotty, there's not going to be like a, in between the third and fourth quarter buzzword. I don't see Rebecca Lobo participating in that. I could be wrong.
Just yelling, hardwood, hardwood, hardwood for a minute straight.
He'd lose his job. Yeah, Lewis, I don't think he's going to talk about Brady, but he might. He might.
He definitely will. Yeah.
He will. I mean, when's their season start? When do they get going?
No idea, but Tom Brady, I will guarantee you this, Tom Brady will be worked into at least one broadcast of Glash. We'll set the over-under at 2.5. I might take the over at that. On Tom Brady mentions during the WNBA season by Glash.
I like that. No, I'm on board with that. Early second quarter, Ilana says, you think he's going to eat candy off the floor? Do you think he'll talk about eating like popcorn off the arena floor?
I could see him, using that as an example, like working that in. There's a way to work that in.
Do you think?
Like, oh, they're playing so poorly tonight. It's like eating a Tootsie Roll off the ground at the local cinema, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a way to do it more eloquently. That's for him to decide. He's the professional.
Bizzle, he might say that's life. You're right. He might do that. Do you think? Bert says, Cough, I'm beating you for now, by the way. What are we talking about? The last minute NBA contest or in our Madden contest?
Maybe both.
Oh, he says Madden. Where you at, Bert? Where you hanging out? Bobo? I'm sitting 29th right now, which is not bad, but not winning.
Yeah, you got to make sure you give me some credit when you pitch that to Glash tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I want credit for that one.
What about no?
There's
definitely.
good energy in this game right here.
Good energy in this game. That's a good one. What about? Oh, I had one and I lost it. I got distracted. What was it?
The Crow are saying dude likes a bodega version of Fred Savage. Are we saying that you are a bodega version of Craig Savage? Fred Savage, Cough or Glash? I would call that a compliment. A bodega version of Fred Savage. Fred Savage.
I like how I always get ignored by the Chad.
Fred Savage is a stud.
PhD says, I just read Glash's bio on the Connecticut Sun website. They failed to mention his daily NFL Madden Sims play-by-play experience. What gives?
That's harsh.
What's unbelievable is that I haven't yet read that. I think I need to look that up.
Yeah, we gotta look. We gotta read that
we
right
gotta look
now.
We gotta look that up and read it.
Yep, 100%. That's a huge miss by Glash. He probably wrote that himself. That's usually how those websites work.
Bush League. It's Bush League, son. Yeah, we got to get in touch with the Sun PR team. CEH, 3rd and 2 from the 2 after he stopped short.
We definitely need Rebecca Lobo on a Dream Stream broadcast with Glash. That
Amen. Kareem says, looks like I'm going to hate professional Glash. No.
He's been in this game, guys. He's... Is that a touchdown there? CEH, there we go.
Man, that was no more of a touchdown than Kamara's during the last sim at the very beginning when he was not credited for
He just poked that in.
Whatever.
Just a little poke.
Dom says, will Glash be more conservative on the sims now?
No, no way.
I don't see that.
Corporate Glash.
Corporate Glash.
I can't imagine the WNBA signed off on him being hired without having watched some of his sim shenanigans.
Daniel says Corporate Glash will be a YouTube account on these sims. That's pretty good. Have we found his bio?
Oh, I didn't look. Here we go. Connecticut Sun.
Brendan Glashine.
I can't spell Connecticut. There it is. I lived there too. Connecticut Sun Glashine.
80 Poker says he's good at playing both pro and goofball. Do you think at some point, like, because who knows? I mean, even in a real broadcast, real commentary, there could be a passing mention of a movie, right? That happens all the time. Maybe Rebecca makes reference to a movie, and do you think he snaps back? Like he actually just, his tone changes and he snaps at her and says, yeah, we don't talk about movies here. Someone else does that. We don't talk about movies. What do you want to do, Rebecca? You want to buy stream trash next? Is that what you want to do?
What if he just steals buy stream trash from
more
you?
Movies that you like.
He just steals buy stream trash. All right, I'm still looking here. It's got to be under. Maybe Frost.
It wouldn't be this difficult to find, right?
I tried to Google it using keywords and it didn't pop up right away.
Alana says, isn't it an announcer thing to bet each other to try and work random words into the broadcast?
Yeah, people do that.
Yeah, definitely. PhD says they probably just looked at his TikTok account and said, "You're hired."
right, so I found the press release here. That's not what I wanted, though. Oh, they mentioned DraftKings in the press release.
Do they?
Yeah.
What do they say about it in the press release?
Oh, here we go. Stepping in to fill this role is Brendan Glasheen. He begins his first season with the Sun, delivering play-by-play for all home games. The 2015 Syracuse graduate has 6 years of experience as a college basketball television play-by-play announcer. He has broadcast games throughout New England, including stops at BC, UNH, and Holy Cross. Glash is also an on-camera personality for DraftKings and a radio personality at 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston.
Excellent.
So that's the press release. I definitely want to see the bio, though. Someone finds that.
Do you think he's going to be in the media guide?
Definitely.
I'm looking at their website. I don't see anything about the TV broadcast.
Yeah, come on, Connecticut Sun. Don't you know what's important?
Don't you know what you?
We
have
need
there?
stuff to make fun of Glash for.
I don't think we're ever going to be short on that opportunity. We got plenty of material there.
Yeah, this is.
And Roach, can we get some MVS? I agree. That's my captain right there. Jordan says,
yeah, Daniel, this is the thing I just sent.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the thing I just read.
The one you seekin' says Glash gonna make Rebecca crack up when he does his Marv Albert impression, and deep from downtown, he's bound to slip that in there.
Oh, definitely. He'll accidentally get a yes in there.
Short pickup right there.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a fun thing for the Dream streamers here to, all vote on something that he needs to work into a broadcast, and then everyone can watch together and, see if he's able to work it in. That was always a fun game. We used to have John Shambi on the morning show out here in St. Louis every, I think, Wednesday morning. And he would do, I think, Monday Night Baseball, or I forget which one that was on TV. And we would always have him work in a phrase. And he would get it almost every time. It was great.
Awesome.
Boog, legend.
2nd and 10, couple minutes left here in the opening half. Short completion, and Aaron Jones, 2-minute warning. Oh, Daniel has sent us the Brendan Glasheen website. He has posted his schedule.
Oh, I love that.
Well, he hasn't
awesome.
posted his Dream Stream schedule in here.
Oh, he hasn't updated it in a long time.
No, the last stuff is from 2019.
Wow. Hey, he was pretty consistent for a while here.
At what?
Getting things posted.
Yeah.
Come on, Glash.
So let's see. Hi, I'm Brendan. Being a sports broadcaster has been my lifelong dream. I have immersed myself in the industry in numerous ways. I work as a play-by-play announcer on several platforms, including ESPN+, ACC Network Extra, NBC Sports Boston, and Bleacher Report Live. I am also an on-air personality at 98.5 Sports Hub in Boston, and I host studio programming at DraftKings. My career path is rooted in sports, and I've delved into almost every venue of the sportscasting world. And most of all, I am passionate about storytelling and entertaining my audience. I think we can all agree with all of that.
Yeah, that's spot on. Good writing there, Glash.
You got reels here for him for football, basketball, baseball, and hockey.
Yeah, everyone loves a good visual resume.
Oh, and
this is good
lacrosse
stuff.
and soccer and gymnastics.
Sport of the future.
And volley. He has a volleyball and a gymnastics reel here. Oh, wait. And you can view his Madden simulations.
Wow, I'm gonna have to check out his gymnastics
radio
reel.
stuff. I want to see what this Madden simulations links to. What do we got? Normally I'd be worried about can I play this? But I can. It's Madden Sims. Hang on, let's see. It was a montage. It's about 2 minutes. Can we hear it?
I can hear it.
You guys remember this? This is back when we did play-by-play in Simland.
People want that. They want us to talk about the sim.
Oh, he's with Spice Adams and doesn't have any eyebrows. That was a big one. Oh, it's Gary and Thorne. You guys remember that voice?
It's weird for me to hear Glash calling Madden sims like they're real games.
Yeah, where's the...
I've never gotten this version of Glash.
No, I don't like this guy. Where's the playing dress up and saying goofy things and complaining about me, Glash? Where's that guy? Yeah, this is Glash's all business stream, as Daniel says. Oh, we're going to get a touchdown here, guys.
Good stuff.
Yeah, not bad. You know what? This is a good website.
I think it's high quality for as far as a personal website goes. Usually those things are pretty cruddy.
Yeah.
His stuff's legit.
Oh, Mike.
Probably why he has this gig.
This is a good one from Mike Bizzle. Any given Sun game. He could say that. Instead of any given sim game, any given Sun game. Yep. He could throw that out there.
Could. Doesn't sound great, but yeah.
It doesn't, but it works, and that's really what we're going for here. I haven't paid attention to the chat for the last 2 minutes while I was listening to that and watching.
Who we got a tud for? Oh, your boy, Sammy Watkins.
Oh, thank goodness. Sammy! Not even at the half, folks, and we're going to have north of 30 points in this one.
I wonder where I am in the contest here. 69th. Nice.
Nice. Congo Cap says, Adam C-Web, Chris Webber left TNT. You should beat Glash and take his spot. You can work the NBA playoffs. Congo Cap, appreciate that. I'm going to say they're probably going to target another former player. Kareem says, Tommy Glash was my first sin back in late November 2020.
What's up?
Bad boys of Pop, Glash and his shiny new eyebrows are headed to the NBA. I texted him that yesterday. I said, listen, man, for first stop or first,
it's a great stepping stone.
I said something like, the road to the NBA starts now. He's like, I'd love that. I said, you're still a young guy. Like, why is that? Why could that not happen?
I agree.
Robbie Noble says, who's in first? And anyone who ever asks who's in first, it's usually them in first. Let's take a look. Robbie Noble's in first. About a 4-point advantage here in our free roll.
Nobby Robble.
I haven't seen Nobby Robble in quite a long time. Could be dead.
Possible.
It's possible.
Kyle Shanahan reminded us of that.
Yeah. He didn't. Nobby Robble didn't make it to Sunday. That's a good. I'm still just looking at his website. He's got all this.
It's a great website. Great website.
Nice website. What's the? Let's see. We did the about play-by-play, TV play-by-play, radio play-by-play, on-camera personality. Well, let's not stretch it. How's? I can't play it. I'm gonna keep it on mute here because.
Well, Koff, while you do that, Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. Simply scan the QR code on the screen right now or visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, You both play free. So go on ahead and scan that QR code. That's good stuff right there.
Oh, guys,
Free.
I'm in as real.
There you go. Congratulations. That's an honor.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if I say anything, but I'm in it. Let me see.
dkng.co/friend, guys. Or you can simply scan that QR code that's on the screen, or just was up on the screen. It'll continue to be there as we roll along here on the Dream Stream over the next few days. So check it out.
This was back in 2019. This reel here. And it's so funny scrolling through this because it was before he went through his diet. So he's
chubby Glash?
No, not even chubby Glash, just like a little heavier Glash. Like
thick Glash?
Like 10 pounds more Glash or something like that, whatever it was. I'm sitting next to him on the desk. I've got, my nice haircut. I got a nice tan. It was probably the summertime. I look like hell right now. This right here, like seeing this is such a reminder that I look like crap here in the pandemic.
Well, we're inching away from the pandemic here. Good news this week. So maybe we'll get hot cough again.
It's a hot cough summer.
Maybe hot cough will be back.
I'm gonna send I'm sending our crew, I'm sending you guys this link queued up to exactly where I look great and he looks a little chubbier. we can all enjoy it together. Oh, I miss the summer. I miss the summers.
Yeah, hot cough.
Yeah, hot cough summer. Fizzle says the son of 3 players named Jones. He can say, son going with a Jones stack here. Yeah, he may reference in a little DFS reference.
I got to say, Glash, better with facial hair.
You know what? I think I agree.
Yeah. I think most people look better with a little facial hair. Got to be honest.
Little bit of a stubble or a full beard?
It depends person to person.
Yeah.
But little 5 o'clock shadow. If you got the right face, generally looks pretty good.
Yeah. Congo Cab, it said cruel cough, cruel. Got an LOL from Bob. I don't even remember what I said. It's usually mean though. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to talk to him tomorrow. Chef Duke says Koff trying to get all the jabs in before he goes live with Glash. This is something very important because we were tweeting the other day, about something. Felix, our guy Julian Edlow, was involved. I don't remember what it was, but I said something, some jab at Glash. And he's like, whoa, like at me next time or something like that, because he wasn't originally part of the conversation. And I said, rest assured, there is nothing that I would say about you that I wouldn't say to you. So he says, okay, good.
I'll give Koff credit for that. Yeah, we got to get hot Koff back in the fold here.
I need to sunbathe, I guess. I got to get outside. I need to get a tan again.
You got to go get a spray tan.
I saw this thing. I don't know how many people this applies to out there listening in Simland. Smash that like. Let's get to 300, by the way. That'd be great. I was reading this article about, because obviously a lot of people are vaccinated and kind of getting back to life, and eventually people, if you haven't already, are going to be getting back to their offices, and it was an article advising companies on what they should be doing for their employees post-pandemic after a year plus working from home, and how different people live their lives now, and that, for a lot of people, exercise and fitness has become a much bigger part of their lives than it was pre-pandemic. They have regimented routines, or they're just, they've taken this opportunity to take care of themselves. And, very true. All of it is true. Obviously, Peloton sales went through the roof, all that stuff. But I'm reading the article and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. Like I'm in the same shape I was in pre-pandemic. Nothing's changed over here.
Yeah, it's sort of those things where it's like the people that got in really good shape are now all going to cry that they aren't able to stay in as good a shape because they have to go back to work in a real capacity again. And they're like, no, you should adjust everything for me. I'm in good shape now. You have to let all of us come in late and take longer lunches so I can get a jog in.
And by the way,
that's not really how it works.
I'm not wearing a shirt to work anymore while we're at it.
Yeah. It's like, I understand the sentiment to a degree, but at the same time, it's like, no, we need to operate like we normally do, to get things back to normal here. We can't all be on Los Angeles traffic hours here where the day doesn't start until 10 a.m. because it's all just assumed everyone's stuck in traffic.
I think when my work comes calling and says, yeah, we'd like you to come back in, that's when I'm going to say, I've actually started this new fitness routine. So now's not really good for me.
That's hilarious. Where is the WBZ studio now? It's not in Watertown, Brighton.
No, it's in Medford, Mass.
Medford now, okay.
What do we got here? I'm behind in our internal chat as well. Bert, Koff, please mention Armageddon somehow. Daniel says, I think Koff did fit Armageddon in a few minutes ago, right? Not intentionally, but now it just kind of slips out. Congo Cab, exercise? I've turned into a lazy slob.
I feel like it's one way or the other, right? Most people have gotten super lazy. Other people have just, used their at-home time to get super, super tight. You've either gotten tight or thick.
Or swole.
Or swole as heck.
The one you seekin' says, just smash the like button. Come on, everybody. Smash it for Glash. Or just wait
Smash
till
for
tomorrow.
Glash.
Whatever. It's your world. He'll be on for a couple of Hey, here's what this I want to know. Are you guys and remember I'm the one asking, so you can feed my ego if you want. Which are you more looking forward to? Glash with Emerson at noon or Glash and I together at 2?
Oh, 100% you and Glash. Oh my God, it's not even close.
It's not.
Him and Emerson are just gonna joke around and I'm gonna see real confrontation at 2:00. Come on.
Another touchdown, CEH. He's got a pair, just like Aaron Jones.
Battle of the running backs.
Because I'm just saying, I heard, and even someone just said this to me. I won't out this individual. I heard the last Glash and Emerson sim was just okay. It's just all right.
Yeah, I heard that too, probably from the same person in the same Slack channel we're on right now.
No, but even like this individual notwithstanding, I heard it in the chat at the time because I remember coming in after the fact, and I was like, wow, Glash and Emerson, how was it? How did everybody enjoy it? And more of the comments were just like, it was all right.
Would have preferred BK with Kenny.
With Kenny, yeah.
It's just a damn Kaufman saying Freeze Pops also realized that this proved a lot of jobs can be done from home and don't need you back in the office. Agreed. And let's just say I'm currently in a conversation with my other employer about said realization we have had as a society.
(21-17). Kansas City's jumped in front midway through the third quarter. Bob M., Glash, and Koff when? Tomorrow, 2:00 Eastern. Second sim of the day.
Ding, ding, ding. And the fighter in the left corner, hailing from central Massachusetts, Adam Kaufman. And from just north of Boston.
North of Boston.
From the WNBA, Brendan Glasheen.
Daniel says, I will say the first Glash Koff sim was a classic. The second time, not so much. You guys just kind of stumbled into it. I think that's true. No, I think it's true. I think he's right. But the third time, Daniel, were you with us the third time? We did another one since that second one, and I thought it was great. I thought we rebounded well.
I think this is why we need a trilogy here. So it's good we're getting tomorrow.
Daniel says he did the
ties
first,
it all together.
The third. Yeah, I thought the third much better. It was kind of like it was like The Hangover. Like the first one was great, second one, third one kind of rebounded a bit. Or like the Ocean's 11 movies. Ocean's 11, awesome. Ocean's 12, Ocean's 13, better. Same kind of deal. Daniel says, has there been a third? I think so. I think it happened. I don't think I'm making that up. I have to look back.
I feel this way with the Toy Story movies. I feel like the second was the worst of the three. And I liked the third the best, to be honest. I never saw the fourth. So of the three I've seen, I think Toy Story 3 is the best. I would buy Toy Story 3, stream the original, and trash the second.
Interesting. Daniel says, you thought the second was the third, I remember, and we had to correct you. That's true. We did iron everything out to where we realized that the two of us at that time had only done 2 sims together, just the two of us. There were actually 4. There was another one that was with J-Dub, the Twitch streamer. There was another one that was with Moose. He was part of it. It was one of the Simper Bowls. And I think there's been I guess I'd have to ask Glash. Maybe we should text him or something. I think there was one other one since that April 25th sim.
Oh, that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, maybe there wasn't.
A lot has happened since then, I feel like.
A lot of anger. Yeah.
It was almost like that sort of set him over the edge, sort of spiraling in his private life here.
Yeah.
Went out, bought a car. You know?
Yeah, I hope he wasn't all angry during his Connecticut Sun interview.
Well, clearly it worked.
So you have me to thank for him getting that job?
I think that's the case. Yeah, I think that we need to give Koff credit for this job for Glash.
You're welcome, Glash. Happy to be here for you. Elevating people to new heights, making my teammates better. Alana says Shrek the Third is better than the others. There are just so many. Like whether it's the Shrek movies, the Toy Story movies, the Ice Age movies. Like it's hard to remember which is which, honestly. Aaron Rodgers. Oh, he stopped. He stopped. He couldn't get there. Sets up Aaron Jones for his third. Let's go.
I got to be honest. I don't remember any discerning details from any Shrek movie. I saw the first one in theaters when I was a kid. Don't think I ever saw it again. Definitely never saw Shrek 2 or Shrek 3. Or any Shrek spin-off there was.
Oh boy. Touchdown, Mercedes Lewis. Aaron Jones from 1 yard out. Way to be, kid. Final play of the third will be this extra point to put Green Bay ahead 24-21. This is a very important detail in the chat, by the way. Who was it? I want to scroll back. I want to find it. I can't find it. Somebody had said, oh, there it was. It's just Stamp Kaufman says, still no cat, though. Amen. Amen. We should talk about this tomorrow. We should all feel betrayed by Brendan Glasheen for the fact that he has not yet bought Sarah the cat that he promised her almost a year ago at this time.
That's messed up.
Not a full year, probably 6 months, whatever it's been. Many months ago. He promised her a cat. Now he's got that Connecticut Sun money. I mean, go get the cat, man.
Yeah.
Get the cat.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is never happening. No cat.
It's unbelievable.
Cat's not going to happen. I think it ends the relationship. I'm just put it out there right now.
As Tony says, can you guys believe Koff just took credit for Glash getting the new job? Yes, let's definitely start that rumor.
100%.
Yeah, you should.
I'm all in on that.
Daniel says the Meowster game happened July 27th, 2020.
Wow.
So since July, yeah, I'm gonna get a cat. I'm totally gonna get a cat.
Didn't happen.
You're being a cat. Get a cat. 24-21 Green Bay with a quarter to go. 127 for Jones. Couple of touchdowns. CEH, he's got a couple of scores. 7 for 60 for Watkins, a touchdown. Lewis, a score as well, 4 for 36.
I have to imagine that Aaron Jones is the leader in the clubhouse for the wooden nickel. Would you agree with me? I always like your approval on these things.
Yeah, because I inject my opinion unfairly.
Yes.
Bert,
even though no one asks.
But I do that a lot. Bobo is in second, by the way, right behind Robbie Noble, 3 points back in our free roll. So you're saying your leader for the wooden nickel is Aaron Jones, which I mean I certainly have no qualms with that whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Your babysitter Billy, did we?
I'd say Funchess is the leader for me there.
Michael, did we do awards for the 8 o'clock game? Did that happen? Was that a thing? Oh, he says yes. Okay, good.
You missed him.
I just don't remember. Oh yeah, Will Lutz. Now I remember Rossi awarding Will
Lutz.
I don't remember who he went with as the babysitter Billy. But
how did Will Lutz get the MVP? Did he kick like 6 field goals?
I think he had 14 points and he was he was very low owned.
Okay. Yep. Look, if you're gonna go with MVP in the hard and fast definition sense, then value, sure. If you're going to look at it as a best player on the field award, as some people vote it to be, I'm sure the kicker probably didn't deserve to win that. It's the classic Miguel Cabrera versus Mike Trout argument.
MVS looking like the babysitter Billy right now based on his ownership.
Over Funchess, huh?
Well, let me see. Let me pull up Funchess too.
Funchess has 3 catches, no tuds.
Yeah,
and I have to imagine Funchess is higher owned.
MVS is 2 for 14. Daniel Koff asking about the 8 p.m. awards. Like, honey, did we leave one of our kids at the restaurant? I'm not kidding. This has never happened in terms of actually doing it. But I'm not. Multiple times, my wife will get into the car after, like, I don't know, this is not recent. It's from obviously back when we did things. But we'll have gone out for a family dinner. Or maybe we're at the mall, or I don't know what. We get in the car,
grabbing some pea corn at the 99.
Right, and we'll be like 5 minutes down the road, and she'll say, like, all the kids are in the car, right? I'll say yes, they are.
Roll call.
Yeah. Say here. I'll call your name. Say here. Daniel says, speaking of which, my parents once left me at a restaurant. Wasn't a good day.
Yeah, that sounds terrifying. When I was a kid, I was at Home Depot with my grandpa once, and they were like, Home Depot's paint department will be closing at 5:30. And for whatever reason, I'm a kid, I start freaking out. Grandpa, we're going to get locked in the Home Depot. Freaking out that they're just going to lock us in there because the paint department was closing at a certain time. And I caused a scene. And to this day, it is still talked about amongst my family. Grammy, if you're listening, you can vouch.
What do you mean, if she's listening? Grammy!
She's a P1er.
Hey, folks, smash that like button. Do it for Grammy. We're almost at 300.
No doubt.
Honestly, do you do a Kaufman count-off? No, although I like the idea. There was a period of time not long ago where I got so fed up with, and any parent with multiple kids knows exactly what I'm talking about. You've all been through it. You get scatterbrained, you get whatever, you get busy, and you call kids by the wrong names. Happens all the time. I got to a point where I wasn't, because I've got 3 kids. I wasn't even getting it on the second trip. And I just started calling them 1, 2, and 3 for like a week.
Are your kids' names similar at all, or was it just you were just out of it?
Yeah, I mean they're not kind of similar, I guess, but they're not super similar. Like one's Jeff, one's Jay, one's I don't know.
I mean, my brother's named Tim, so I was called Tim accidentally most of my life.
It's not like Tim, Tom, Ted. You know what I mean?
Yes. I still respond to Tim. Like if someone calls me Tim in the room, or someone says the name Tim, I'll perk up, be like, oh, they probably are talking to me. Yeah, true. Morgan chiming in from the other room here. Her sister's named Jordan, so Morgan and Jordan. Yeah. Her dad mixes those up all the time.
Sure. Well, that's easy. I get that.
Yeah.
Jay Duncan says the joke's funny till your kid wanders off in a store without you knowing it. Talk about a code brown memory. That's true. That is far and away. I've never been more scared in my life than when my kid will just wander 5 feet away in a store. I mean, hell, they're like, I was petrified once when like we were at home. We were just at home, and like, man, I haven't seen the 2-year-old in a few minutes. Like, just a few minutes, not like a half hour. Like, I haven't seen. I was like, oh, he's probably in the playroom, and but he had gone outside. He just walked outside. He
just wanted to go outside.
And he's just like in the yard. I'm like,
just hanging out.
Oh my God. Like, I was like running all over the house, screaming his name, can't find him.
What was he doing in the yard? Just hanging out?
He was walking. He's 2. He's doing whatever the hell he wanted.
You didn't get mad at him, did you?
No,
you were more mad at yourself.
There wasn't even anger involved. It was just like
relief.
Holy crap, that was scary. Yeah.
I respect him. He's like, I want to go outside.
I'm my own man.
Taking charge.
24-21, not for long. Chiefs down by 3 and getting to the 2. Do we see another CEH touchdown?
Yeah, I would like that. Definitely don't want to see overtime here on a Madden After Dark on a Friday night.
you got other things you feel like doing?
Yeah, I might want to go have some Diet Cokes with the friends down the street at the local tavern.
I might vacuum.
Oh, wow. That's exciting.
I know, it's a Friday night. Things get wild around here. CEH, he's in.
Tud.
Apparently, we shouldn't have faded that guy.
No, probably not.
Apparently.
Probably not. So I know that Aaron Jones hit the bonus. CEH not near the bonus, but is that his 3rd tud or 2nd?
No, it's his 3rd.
So
that's leading lineup stuff right there.
Yeah,
that's about 30 points right now, which is not it's not Aaron Jones territory just yet because
he hasn't hit the bonus.
He's 3 and change behind Jones. Although to be fair, much less owned. So CEH, you can make a strong argument for being the kickoff right now. The wooden nickel.
You know what? If the Chiefs hold on and win, he will get the nickel for me, unless Aaron Jones scores again.
Okay.
There's multiple caveats here. It's a tight race.
It's a new touchdown sim high for CEH in Madden 21. Notes producer Mike. As Robbie Noble says, good sim. Good sim. Sitting in first, I'd say it's a good sim for you.
I'd say so.
In front by about 6 points almost.
Bad job by us not having them in our lineups.
Apparently. Yeah, Alana says a slippery slope with kids from some peace and quiet to it's a little too quiet. Ain't that the truth?
It's like when you're like, it's nice and warm in the house, and you look and it's because your stove has been on for like 3 hours. I've been there.
The house should not be this warm.
Forget to turn the stove. You forget to turn the oven off after you have a frozen pizza.
Been there.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Although I would say
throw DiGiorno in there. I haven't had DiGiorno in a long time.
My wife is. I mean, not that she does either often, but she is definitely worse when it comes to leaving the stovetop on versus leaving the oven on.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you're busy, you're getting the meals ready. I can see that.
There was one night she left the stove on all night one night. Like went to bed.
That's bad.
And I fortunately it was a day that when my